She stood up, picking up a glass of wine. "A glass of wine to invite you. Allow me to treat you, sir." Tang Hai was secretly jealous. What was going on? Is this method actually effective? I used to spend 30,000 credits just to get her to drink with me. Yan Ning, what gives him the right? Does he think rudeness and cheesy pickup lines will actually work? Yan Ning thought to himself, disguise tools can change appearance, but aura and killing intent cannot be deceived. She is clearly Shui Ying, the former leader of the Blood Wolf Shepherd team, Lin Lan. But from what Director Tang said, there really was a young Miss Shui Ying in the past, and now Lin Lan has replaced her. After all, disguise tools are temporary. Long-term use is very expensive and unnecessary.
She disguised herself as Shui Ying to approach me. Do not expose her. We will use her against herself and interrogate her when no one is in the bedroom. He picked up the wine glass, took a sniff. So fragrant. Lin Lan replied, "Of course, this is a specialty of the far border." Yanning interrupted, looking straight into her eyes. "I meant you." She was stunned. "You?" He swept her up into his arms. "Young Master Ye, you are too impatient. A moment in a spring night is worth 1,000 gold. We can take it slow when we return to the room." He carried her away. She turned back to speak to 009. "Young Master Ye, won't your female bodyguard get jealous? I don't want to be killed in 3 seconds." Yanning laughed loudly. "Don't worry, you will die in my bed." Tang Hai watched them go, muttering, "What was my simp behavior before?" Lin Lan thought to herself, a cruel plan forming in her mind. Blood Shadow was right. The colder and more reserved one is at the entrance, the more likely a man is to fall. But in bed, it is the opposite. Yanning is no exception. After eliminating the toughest bodyguard, his death in bed will be decided by me. Yanning threw her onto the large bed, laughing, "Miss Shui Ying, our battlefield has arrived." She let out a surprised cry. He sat down beside her, his hand gliding over her legs. "Tss, these legs are so white and soft. If only you wore black stockings. Tell me, which position do you like? Do you want to be on top, or should I be on top?" She gently pushed him away, her voice full of temptation. "Don't be so hasty. Go take a shower first. Take off all your gear, otherwise it won't be comfortable. Be good, I'll wait for you on the bed." Yanning bent down, leaning close to her. She seemed flustered. Sir?" He pointed to a vase of roses nearby, water droplets still clinging to the petals, smiling suggestively. "Miss Shu Ying, your rose is already soaking wet. You should go shower first." He leaned close to her ear, whispering, "I'm not sure if you're too nervous or too excited, but honestly, I like to take it slow. Even though I know you really want it right now, doing that would be too fast." She stammered. "Oh?" She stood up from the bed, trying to regain her composure. "All right, I'll go first." Under the shower, she told herself, "Calm down. I must stay calm. If I want to kill him, I can't let him lead me by the nose." A painful memory flooded back, the image of Ye Lin humiliating her. Tears began to fall. Is this body useless because of the shame from last time? That's impossible. She gritted her teeth. After that incident, I sought Lu Tinming's protection to survive. I've already given up on this body. What is there to be ashamed of? The image of a sickly woman named Xiao Yu appeared in her mind. Is my body protesting death in this way? But what can I do? If I die, Xiao Yu will die too. Although I'm worried, fortunately Xu Yao is in the capital taking care of her. I hope after this mission, Lu Tinming will keep his promise. She made up her mind, undressing. Lowering his guard is good too.
Anyway, I have implanted a miniature nuclear bomb. As long as I detonate my spiritual energy during intercourse, everything will end. This life ends here. Meanwhile, Ye Ning lay on the bed, thinking sharply. She actually agreed to shower first. She couldn't have truly fallen for me, right? Otherwise, it means she doesn't plan to kill me with an external device. Could it be that she wants both of us to die together? Last time in battle, she was someone with a strong will to survive. A person like that wouldn't sacrifice herself for revenge unless forced. There must be someone behind pulling the strings. He narrowed his eyes, the image of Lu Tianming appearing in his mind. The only group capable of tracking his whereabouts and planning so meticulously right now is probably Lu Tianming's faction. Before killing Lin Lan, I need to find out where the real Miss Shui Ying is. Then I will use her to approach Ying Long and gather information. Lin Lan walked out of the bathroom in a white bathrobe. "I'm done. It's your turn." Ye Ning sat up, laughing. "Looking at you like this, I don't even feel like taking a shower anymore." She sat on top of him, wrapping her arms around his neck. "Even if you don't feel like showering, at least take off your clothes." "You're right, I'll do it myself." Suddenly he grabbed her wrist and threw her down onto the bed.
She screamed in terror. "What are you doing?" He smiled sinisterly, a blue screen appearing beside him. "I like attacking from behind." He held up a rope, his eyes flashing with a strange light. After tying her up, Lin Lan still tried to act. "Young Master Ye, I can cooperate with whatever you want to do, but you haven't even taken off your clothes.
That's not very sincere. Don't worry, I'll take it off right now, he said, starting to undo his cloak. Lin Lan lay on the bed, trying to seduce him. Come here, I'm finding it hard to control myself. Let me experience what ecstasy feels like today. Come here. He responded, but instead of undressing, he held his cloak and approached. She was surprised. Huh? Why did you stop undressing? He used the cloak to wrap her tightly. That is because this cloak is an epic-grade item. It can withstand a nuclear bomb, so you don't destroy this beautiful bed in case you self-destruct. I can't afford to pay for it. She struggled in despair. What do you mean? Ye Ning stood with his arms crossed, looking down at the white cocoon. Lin Lan, stop pretending. From the moment you walked in, that familiar aura made me suspect it was you. Beneath the pretense, you unintentionally revealed killing intent. That confirmed it. She screamed from inside. No, impossible. My disguise props cannot be seen through by a Tier 3. He sneered. You seem to have forgotten. I am not an ordinary Tier 3.
I am the trash Tier 3 awakener that you people call me. He placed his foot on her body, right at the position of the bomb. Now, self-destructing has no meaning other than suicide. You don't want to suffer anymore. Just confess. Once you confess everything, I will give you a way out. First, were you sent by Lu Tianming? She screamed in pain. Ah. Ye Ming pulled the cloak off Lin Lan. She said, I can confess, but can you let go of my head first? Ye Ning replied with a half-smile. Sure, but I warn you, with my current strength, you better not try any tricks. After being released, she said, he sent me here, but if you intend to confront him because of that, I will self-destruct immediately. Ye Ning sneered. You've already confessed everything, yet you're still thinking about self-destruction? It seems he has something to threaten you with. Besides death, what else are you afraid of? Is it your family? Since you already know, why ask again? She lowered her head and admitted. Ye Ning asked directly, then where is young Miss Xie Ying really? She went to the capital to take care of my younger sister in my place. Ye Ning thought to himself, she went to the capital. That complicates things. If I want to approach Yinglong quickly, I'll have to continue relying on Lin Lan's disguise. You can impersonate young Miss Xie Ying so fluently, you must be very close to her. How much do you know about her in the far border? Lin Lan recounted. Xiao Yu, young Miss Xie Ying, and I all grew up in the far border. We were as close as sisters. Later, I took the injured Xiao Yu to the capital to seek medical resources. To make money, I joined the Blood Wolf Shepherd team, and young Miss Xie Ying used her beauty to maneuver among powerful men in the far border to earn money for Xiao Yu. Ye Ning interrupted coldly. I'm not interested in hearing your sob story, especially when you've caused the deaths of so many innocent awakeners, so just get straight to the point. Lin Lan looked straight into his eyes. I know everything about young Miss Xie Ying, and I know the far border. That's all. Ye Ning knelt down in front of her, making an offer. First, let me tell you what I can provide. Not only can I keep you alive, but I can also help rescue your younger sister from Lu Tianming. At the same time, whatever medical resources Lu Tianming can provide, I can provide even more. She hesitated. What is the condition? He lifted her chin, smiling confidently. Simple. You just need to continue using that face and help me get the human-eyed hawk from Yinglong. She was horrified. Yinglong? That is impossible. You have overestimated young Miss Shui Ying and underestimated the extent to which Yinglong values that item. Isn't there a rumor outside that Yinglong is pursuing young Miss Shui Ying? What's the harm in asking him for something? Lin Lan sneered. Pursuing her?
Do you really think this is the pre-apocalypse era? That there are still many lovesick fools? Yinglong's so-called pursuit is just trying to freeload. People like them might pay a little, but resources? Forget it. She continued with disdain. They don't even have enough resources for themselves. If you want something from them, do you think Miss Shui Ying has to pay a price? Sleeping with him basically is killing the chicken without getting the egg. No, killing the chicken and still getting no eggs. The only reason Miss Shui Ying thrives among those people is her pride, because none of them have possessed Miss Shui Ying even a little bit. Ye Ning stood up, untying her. Understood. Then can you at least help me with his schedule and movement routes, or take me to meet him? Lin Lan shouted. You want to make a move on Yinglong? Are you crazy? He's a peak tier 3. He will kill you like killing a dog. Ye Ning replied coldly. That is not your business. Just do what I ask. Are you afraid I will betray you and use Yinglong to kill you? Ye Ning smiled faintly. You won't do that. Honestly, if you really do that, the price you have to pay will be no less than killing me yourself. And you know, if you do that, not only will you die, but none of your sisters will survive. Lin Lan looked at him. A decision had been made. Of course, if it is not due to your betrayal, even if I die, it has nothing to do with you.
And I promise, whether I live or die, I will never betray you or Miss Shui Ying. Ye Ning nodded. With such a declaration, I really have no reason to refuse cooperation with you. He took out a parchment scroll. This is a life and death contract for this agreement.
All the terms and promises are on there. Signing it will protect both of us. Lin Luo looked at the scroll and muttered, "This really offers nothing but benefits for me. Anyway, your plan targeting Yinglong is suicide. You don't need me to betray you." She signed the contract. "If you die, I will complete the mission and leave safely. If you are lucky enough to survive, then according to the contract, I will still fulfill the subsequent promises." They returned to the main hall, where Tong Hai was waiting. "Young Master Ye, done already?" Ye Ning replied, "Not exactly. Just tried a few moves. Miss Shui Ying is truly meant to be admired from afar, not to be trifled with." Tong Hai laughed loudly. "Ha ha, I told you so."
Now you've learned your lesson, haven't you? Not bad, not bad. Young Miss Shui Ying is still my goddess. Young Miss Shui Ying wants to take us to the Blood Shadow Safe Zone to visit Lord Yinglong. Director Tang, can you provide a spiritual energy aircraft? Tang Hai was astonished. What? Are you crazy? Don't worry, Director Tang. I'm just making an introduction. It's just a meeting. Lin Lan added, Yes, Director Tang, we just admire him and want to visit. There won't be any trouble. Tang Hai breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, is that so? Well, a spiritual energy aircraft is not a problem. He warned. But before you go, let me remind you that Yinglong's strength is unfathomable. If a real fight breaks out, even Lord Feng Hao might not stand a chance. You'd better be prepared. Ye Ning nodded. Understood, Director Tang. Don't worry. At the first safe zone of the Blood Shadow Course, their aircraft flew over a city built amidst the mountains. Landing complete. Everyone disembark in order. Present your ID information, any strange behavior, and you will be executed on the spot. Ye Ning said, Security here is clearly stricter than in the Tonglong safe zone. We should disguise ourselves to be safe. Activate disguise equipment. A guard stopped them. Huang Yuanhao stepped forward, handing him a small gift. Sir, this is our young master Ye. We are here on Director Tang's orders to trade supplies. The guard took the gift and smirked. At least you know the rules. Go in. Remember, you can only stay for 3 days. After that, you must report back from the Kanglong safe zone. As they passed by, another guard exclaimed in astonishment, Young Miss Shui Ying! The guard hurriedly bowed. You don't need to undergo inspection. Young Miss Shui Ying, we didn't know you were on the aircraft. Is this visit to the safe zone? Lin Lan presented a card. I need to go to the command district. Arrange it. No problem. We will arrange an escort team for you. The guard turned around and shouted, Men, arrange a Tier 3 escort team to clear the path immediately. We must ensure young Miss Shui Ying's safety at all costs. Ye Ning, in his disguise with green hair, thought to himself, I didn't expect young Miss Shui Ying's identity to be so useful here. Is it just because of the rumor that Yinglong likes young Miss Shui Ying? The guard said to Lin Lan, Young Miss Shui Ying, there is no problem if you wish to meet Lord Yinglong. As people from this Konglong safe zone, we don't have the authority to make arrangements for them, Lin Lan replied coldly. No need for you to arrange anything. Just let them handle their own affairs. Ye Ning watched Lin Lan being escorted away. He thought, just as she said earlier, the difference in treatment here is huge. To meet Yinglong, she has to go first, then find a way to introduce us. Ye Ning turned to the others. Let's go. According to the plan, we will go check the situation at the night market and wait for news. Agreed. At the first safe zone of the Blood Shadow Core, the night market, the atmosphere was extremely bustling with hawking sounds. Raisins, freshly pressed raisins here, 3 points a caddy. Lamb, freshly cut, freshly roasted, guaranteed not human meat. Human milk, goat milk, camel milk. We offer free tasting on the spot. Huang Yuanhao commented, Young Master Ye, this place has developed much better than a decade ago. It's now as prosperous as the area around the capital, have you noticed? Even the street vendors here have enough money to use electricity. Not only that, their management is much more organized than over at Konglong. Clearly the Blood Shadow Corps has a complete administrative system and military regulations. Their ambition is too obvious. Ye Ning noticed a crowd passing by. Don't miss this opportunity. Why are so many people gathered over there? Let's go take a look. A slave trader was advertising. New goods from the Black Camel Trading Company are on display. Bosses who are interested, make a bid. He pulled a man up, prying his mouth open. Come here, look at these teeth, completely healthy. All of them have been trained. In these times, good teeth mean they have been well fed, strong bodies. Buy them as slaves and use them however you want. Huang Yuanhao explained, that must be a slave trader group. The people on stage were probably captured after a settlement was raided. This happens a lot in the border regions. Ye Ning asked, are there female slaves over there? Another auction was taking place. 400 trading points. Sir, this is the lowest price. Look, everyone we brought this time is young. The lower quality ones have already been sent to the mines. A customer haggled. 400 is too expensive. The human trafficker continued a sales pitch. You think 400 is expensive? All of them have been trained. A bunch of them are even virgins. Look at this one. Her hands are as delicate as bamboo shoots. Beautiful and obedient. Don't worry. No matter how you play with her, she won't resist. Her family is currently in our mines. She can even do the splits and fly in the air, whatever you want.
Another customer requested, "Hee, how do I know if she is the real deal unless I test her right here on the spot?" "Test on the spot? No way. If you see everything, how can I sell her anymore?" "Don't worry. If she is fake, we will compensate 10 times over. If she is not the real deal, we will refund you. If I can't test her, I won't buy." The slave trader used a stick to poke the girl, making her cry out, "Ah!" He turned back to the crowd. "Sir, did you hear that cry? With a cry with that, how can she not be a virgin? So, do you want to take her home? $27.50. A person in the crowd commented, "Not bad, but 750 points can buy several hundred caddies of food."
And they are just ordinary people, not awakeners. Apart from being used for entertainment, they are completely useless. The slave trader sneered. Heh, do you think you can buy awakened girls for just a few hundred credits? What a joke. Ye Ning whispered, "These girls, once bought, probably won't live for more than 2 or 3 years. Young Master Ye, do you intend to buy this lot? It's useless to do so. No matter how pitiful they are, there are too many of them. Even if we buy this lot, there will be others. Even if we save them, if we can't get them out of here, they'll likely be sold again next time. I mustly change the system here from the root." Ye Ming's eyes turned cold. "Uncle Huang, you're right. Trying to cool boiling water by splashing water into it only burns your hands without solving the root problem. To truly destroy it, we must pull the firewood from under the pot." 009 suddenly pointed. "Look at those chained people over there. Are they our people?" A group of chained soldiers was pushed onto the stage. Huang Yuanhua was astonished. "Those uniforms, that's the 3rd Mixed Infantry Brigade of the Construction Corps." A prison guard hit a struggling soldier. "Still trying to move? I'll beat you to a pulp for disobeying." The other soldiers were gagged, only able to groan explicitly. A female soldier stared at the prison guard with hateful eyes. The guard mocked her. "Little bitch, you're not struggling, but what's with those eyes glaring at me? They all protected you before, but today I'll tear you apart right in front of them." Ye Ning thought to himself, "It seems that even if I didn't intend to act, I have no other choice now."
That female soldier, I knew her in my past life. The jailer raised his weapon. "Filthy brat, you dare glare at me? I'll gouge your dog eyes out." A voice rang out. "Stop right there." He turned around. The captain appeared. "Lohei, that's enough. Has your damn brain stopped working? If you damage this shipment, how are we supposed to sell it?" Ye Ning observed. It seems they plan to sell them, so nothing major has happened yet. There is still a chance to turn the tide. If we can rescue them without fighting, that would be best." The captain scolded Lohei. "Are you crazy? You used pliers to hit this woman? Who would want her now? Don't you know those big shots are very picky? If we can't get a good price, I'll chop you up and sell you instead." Lohei argued back. "Boss, this shipment consists of awakeners, all tier 2. It won't be easy for mistakes to happen." She still dared to glare at me. "Especially this woman. Our caravan lost quite a few brothers to her." The captain decided. "Enough. Sell them all while the crowd is still large today. We will make up for the losses and take revenge." "I see some major forces outside. It must be related to Lord Yinglong's banquet today. They will definitely be interested in this batch of goods." He ordered, "Bring them to the stage and call the boss over here. We will sell them for a high price." He shouted, "The final act has arrived. Look here, bosses. The Far Border Construction Corps, Tier 2 Awakeners. If you have a grudge against the military or want something fresh, don't miss this shipment." The crowd cheered. "Military personnel, high-end goods. Owning them would be truly prestigious. This is fresh stock." Huang Yuanhao couldn't contain his anger. Ye Ning signaled to him. "Shh, Uncle Huang. Right now I am young Master Ye. I will save them, don't worry." Huang Yuanhao apologized. "Oh, sorry, young Master Ye. I lost my composure in anger. How about you leave these people to me? Just in case things get violent later, you won't get dragged into it." Ye Ning refused. "Uncle Huang, if things really go south, I can't stay uninvolved anyway. Besides, if a fight breaks out, you alone definitely won't be able to escape from here." The slave trader shouted loudly, "Let the auction begin. Auctioning this one first. A peak Tier 2 Awakener. A military dog."
A hellishly strong company commander. Look at that killing intent. Bosses, if you win the bid, we will train him for free, even make him kneel and eat if you wish. Buying him and tying him at your gate would be truly impressive. Starting price 70,000 trading points, minimum increment 10,000. A muscular man with a large axe on his back excitedly bid. Peak Tier 2 and a military man at that. Interesting. Starting at 70,000, I bid 80,000, he roared, his eyes full of hatred. Tie him outside, make those military bastards disgusted. A gentleman in a suit with a red bow tie interjected. I bid 90,000. The muscular man was about to bid again. I bid. The man in the suit interrupted, his tone somewhat condescending. "My friend, I am Manager Shao from the bone-crushing arena. How about giving me some face and letting me have this one? I need to please my master." The muscular man immediately backed down. I didn't realize Manager Shao was here too. If you want him, he's yours." People around whispered, "Bone-crushing arena? Don't underestimate Manager Xiao. He might not be strong, but the bone-crushing arena has a Tier 5 powerhouse backing it and a team of Tier 3 warriors. In terms of strength, they are stronger than most small private safe zones. Who dares to compete with him? Manager Xiao pointed at the captured soldiers. No need for training. Send this guy to our arena. He is the perfect troublemaker we need.
I want to see if he can participate in duels with mutant monsters. We haven't had one like that in years. He turned to the slave trader. Also, what other ranks are in this shipment? Just introduce them right now. If they are suitable, I'll buy a few more people. Lucky for you guys that you met me. The slave trader hurriedly replied, Yes. Look at this one. An intermediate Tier 2 long-rank soldier. He took down 2 of our men in a 1-on-2 fight when we tried to capture him. And this scout, also intermediate Tier 2. Normally just a scout, but when fighting, he's like a madman. And this large constitution type is definitely impressive. Yes, sir. Look at their eyes, full of killing intent. This shipment comes from the far border. They have fought against awakeners from outside the border frequently. Do you want to buy the whole lot? Manager Xiao nodded. Not bad. I'll consider it. He pointed at the female soldier. Is this woman also a Tier 2 soldier? Drag her out here. Let me see what she looks like. The slave trader hesitated. Manager Xiao, don't you usually have humans fight monsters?
She might not be suitable. To be honest, we plan to train her to be sold as a... I told you to drag her out here, Manager Xiao roared. Why are you talking so much? What I do with her is none of your business. So what if she's a woman? Female duels are the trend right now. The slave trader hurriedly apologized. Yes, Manager Xiao, don't be angry. I'll bring her out right away. Manager Xiao smiled sinisterly. A Tier 2 female soldier fighting monsters in the nude, that would be quite a show. Throw in a few special mutant monsters and that death scene? Tsk, tsk. Such a performance will surely excite the big shots. Ye Ning held Huang Yuanhao back. Uncle Huang, wait a little longer. Wait for the final price. Huang Yuanhao gritted his teeth. The female soldier was dragged onto the stage, her screams muffled by the tape.
The slave trader exclaimed, Here she comes, Manager Xiao. Look at everyone's reaction. Surely a military flower. Manager Xiao lifted her chin, evaluating. I have to admit, she is quite wild. Great body, beautiful face, and a top-tier beauty at that. Tis, tis, he ordered. Strip her. Her whole body is covered in filthy blood. I can't see anything. Yes, a guard rushed forward, intending to tear off her clothes. Tis, tis. If it weren't for the power-suppressing collars, this bunch would have leveled this place already. That's right. Look at you losers. I bet none of you have ever touched her hand. Today is your lucky day. Keep your eyes wide open and watch. The slave trader suddenly spoke up. Wait, that's not right. If Manager Xiao backs out, it will be very difficult to sell her to another big shot. Manager Xiao roared, punching the slave trader in the face. Nonsense. Me? Back out? What a joke. I'll take the whole lot, 350,000. Satisfied yet? Yes, satisfied. Jailer Lohei smirked, approaching the female soldier. Since Manager Xiao was taking them, of course we will follow his lead. Bitch, you are getting what you deserve. Suddenly, a voice rang out. Stop. 400,000 for the whole shipment and all the slaves present. My Kanglang safe zone will take them all.
Ye Ning shouted, his voice echoing throughout the market. Tonglong safe zone? Who the hell is that? A scornful voice replied, Tianlong Hall? A tiny Tianlong Hall dares to act high and mighty here. Another voice rang out from behind. 410,000. The Blood Shadow Corps is handling this. The rest of you, get lost. The Blood Shadow Corps? A group of warriors in black cloaks with a terrifying aura entered. Move aside. Manager Xiao's face turned pale as he stammered. Blood Shadow Corps. I withdraw from the auction. The slave trader hurriedly bowed. The Black Camel slave caravan greets the lords. Whatever you need, just say the word, and we will deliver it directly. A person from the Blood Shadow group said, Old Crow, you speak as if we won't pay. Everyone knows the Blood Shadow Corps safe zone has strict laws. Don't worry, not a single coin will be missing. The captain ordered. Men, pay up. Take them all away. Yes, Captain. Ye Ning raised his hand and shouted loudly. I bid 420,000. This is an auction. The highest bidder wins.
I assume the Blood Shadow Corps wouldn't break the rules of their own safe zone, would they? The crowd whispered. Damn it, competing with the Blood Shadow Corps? This guy from the Kanglang safe zone is crazy. The Blood Shadow captain sneered. Rules? Then I bid 430,000. Kanglang safe zone, are you sure you want to compete with me? 440,000. No matter how much you bid, I'll go higher. Ye Ning replied provocatively. The captain roared. Brat, you think your identity from the Kanglang safe zone makes you special? You dare to oppose me? Ye Ning smiled faintly. Auctions are about money, not status, unless you want to break the rules and show off your power. Well said. Are you rich or something to be so loud-mouthed? Ye Ning held up 2 black cards. Is 1 million enough? If not, I'll add another 1 million. The crowd was astonished. Oh my God, are people from the Kanglang safe zone that rich? What is money anyway? Do these idiots think those rules can really restrain the Blood Shadow Corps? Naive. Those bids are just for show. If they really want someone, just one order is enough. That kid is done for.
The slave trader muttered, "Yeah, if it weren't for running into the Blood Shadow Corps, we would have made a fortune by now." The captured soldier thought to himself, 2 million to buy us as slaves? That's absurd. What exactly does this guy want to do with us? The Blood Shadow captain gritted his teeth. Damn it, I don't even have the authority to mobilize more than 1 million in assets, but we still have to keep up the appearance of following the rules. We'll have to play dirty. He turned and said, "Kanglang, I know almost all the important people from your area. Why have I never met you? Why are you so eager to buy this group? Don't tell me you're a military spy." Yening replied smoothly, "I work for the logistics department of the Kanglang Safe Zone. Our Tianlang Hall wants to launch a physical combat entertainment program. To make a grand debut, I must get these people at all costs." "Nonsense. No one does business while disregarding costs like that." The captain ordered, "Men, arrest them all for a thorough investigation. I highly suspect their identities and motives. Everyone follow us quietly." 09 whispered, "Are we going to fight? I can take them all down in one move." Ye Ning replied, "Me too, but don't rush. I've already notified Shui Ying. Let's stall for time until we receive a message."
Based on the time, it must be about time. He turned to the Blood Shadow soldiers. "Look at this. The Blood Shadow Corps failed in the auction and now wants to use force. Don't you always claim to believe in fairness and never bully the weak?" The captain smiled sinisterly. "Bully the weak. Don't try to pin that label on us. I received intelligence 2 days ago that a group of military spies had infiltrated our safe zone, trying to rescue their comrades. Sounds a lot like you guys." Ye Ning smiled slightly. "If that's the case, I don't mind going with you. But if Lord Yinglong invites me to a banquet later, you will have to escort me there. And as for what I might say at that banquet, I can't guarantee anything." The captain and his soldiers laughed loudly. "Ha ha ha, listen to this guy talk, still trying to scare us with Lord Yinglong, idiot."
The party has already started and you're still blabbering here. Since they don't know what's good for them, what are you waiting for? Catch them. Yes. Just as they were about to rush in, a holographic screen appeared before the captain's eyes. He was stunned. Everyone stop. He hurriedly bowed to Ye Ning. Young Master Ye, my mistake. I'm truly sorry. We didn't know you were Lord Yinglong's guest. I will arrange an escort team to take you there immediately." Ye Ning sneered. "Oh, surprise. You change your face really fast. But actually, I liked you better when you were arrogant." "Yes, men, escort the guest from Songlong Safe Zone to the central area immediately. There must be no mistakes." Ye Ning turned to Huang Yuanha. "Uncle Huang, take these military soldiers somewhere safe. I will check on them when I return. Xiaochu, let's go. We are setting off to meet Lord Yinglong." "Yes, young Master Ye." At Tianlong Manor, a lavish banquet was taking place. Ye Ning observed the surroundings. "Just as I suspected, all the guests here are high-ranking members of local private forces. We are just nameless soldiers here, so we won't be warmly welcomed. The Blood Shadow Corps treated us politely earlier only because of orders from above, and in the end they said Lord Yinglong personally invited them." He sent to 009, "Let's keep a low profile, find a corner to stay in, and observe quietly." "Okay." Suddenly, Lin Lan, in the role of Shui Ying, walked over to their table. "This way." People around whispered, Who is this? Is he really worth young Miss Shui Ying welcoming him personally?" Ye Ning thought to himself, "Damn it, what is this woman trying to do?"
"Didn't she say to keep a distance? Isn't it inappropriate for the hostess of the party to welcome others in this way?" "Brother, bring your girlfriend to sit next to sister here. I've saved a seat for you." Ye Ning was surprised. "Oh, so he is her brother. No wonder." He smiled, leading 009 along. "Oh, thank you, sister. Little Jew, let's go over there." Everyone whispered again. "I've never heard that young Miss Shui Ying had a brother before. Could he be a sworn brother she knows? Even so, it's not what you think. Don't you see he has a girlfriend?" When they had sat down, Ye Ning whispered, "What are you doing? Didn't you say you wanted to observe Yinglong? This position is perfect."
Lin Lan replied, "Besides, I told Yinglong that you are my sworn brother, a very capable person. You know, if not for this, you wouldn't be able to get in here. Don't you realize this puts me at great risk?" "Scared before Yinglong even arrives? You still want to plot against Yinglong. Isn't that ridiculous? It's different. I don't like taking risks beyond my control. Unfortunately, in Yinglong's territory, nothing depends on you." Ye Ning thought to himself, clearly she is testing his ability to improvise on the spot, to decide whether to stand on his side or not. Truly cunning. This kind of provocation isn't betrayal, so she isn't afraid. I must hold my ground and not lose face. Suddenly, a huge red pressure covered the entire main hall. A solemn voice rang out. "Welcome, Commander of the Blood Shadow Corps, Lord Yinglong." Yinglong walked in, his whole body wrapped in a terrifying red pressure, saying, "Apologies for keeping you all waiting. A few issues just now delayed me a bit. Everyone please sit down. No need to stand on ceremony." The crowd replied in unison respectfully. "Thank you, Lord Yinglong."
Yaning silently evaluated. Strength like a mountain, terrifying like a blood prison. This strength might have even surpassed Uncle Fong. That smell of blood is very fresh. Did he just hunt a mutant monster? Hunting mutant monsters right before the banquet? Definitely a typical battle maniac. Other guests whispered to each other in fear and excitement. Just that aura alone is worth a toast. Lord Yinglong's power feels even stronger now. Yes, do you see the blood shadow behind him? Just looking at it gives me goosebumps. Wonder if Lord Yinglong killed another high-level mutant monster and absorbed it? Yaning frowned, thinking, absorbing mutant monsters.
Blood shadow. Is that a special innate ability? He turned and whispered to 009. 009. How confident are you if you have to face Yinglong? She replied coldly. Judging by the power he displayed, at most a 30% chance of escape. If he is hiding his strength, then it is almost impossible. Yaning was stunned. Yinglong walked over and sat on the presiding chair. His overwhelming aura made the whole room hold its breath. Yaning observed from a distance, analyzing carefully. As expected, even between a near-peak Tier 3 and a true peak Tier 3, there is a huge gap. Although I have many sword skills, if I need to escape, perhaps only Spatial Slash will be effective.
I must learn his fighting habits early to be on guard. He continued to analyze every detail. The muscles on the left arm were larger, the back of the spearhead was stained with blood, so this guy was left-handed and skilled at stabbing. The spear shaft was equipped with a special anti-slip device. He was used to dragging the spear, taking advantage of the attack range, moving at high speed, breaking the enemy's defense by stabbing at the moment of close combat with the spearhead. There was no doubt this was the fighting style of an agility-type awakener. Very little blood on the spear meant his explosive power was terrifying. Judging by the direction of the blood on his clothes, he possessed at least 2 movement skills, otherwise the blood splatter wouldn't be confined to one place. Yinglong turned to Lin Lan and asked, "Young Miss Shui Ying, is this your sworn brother? This kid seems interesting. He keeps sneaking glances at me." Lin Lan was flustered. She hurriedly explained. "Yes, his name is Ye Lin. Perhaps he is nervous meeting you for the first time. Lord Yinglong you don't know. He is a fan of yours and tells me every day how much he admires you. I told you, Lord Yinglong is very kind. No need to be so nervous."
"If you want to look, just look straight. No need to be sneaky." Ye Ning waved his hand awkwardly. "I understand, sister. Apologies, Lord Yinglong." Yinglong smiled lightly. "Oh, is that so? Since he is young Miss Shui Ying's older brother, he is naturally one of us. Conglong Safe Zone, right? I am somewhat familiar with your leader. I will tell him to look after you." Lin Lan hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Lord Yinglong." Ye Ning thought to himself, that is a huge favor. It seems Shui Ying's influence on Yinglong is not as she had described. Another guest walked up to propose a toast. "Lord Yinglong, on behalf of the Yihu Safe Zone, I would like to offer you a toast. At the same time, I want to report on the status of our safe zone." Yinglong responded briefly, "Good." Ye Ning observed. His detectable strength was at most low Tier 3, yet Yinglong was so vigilant. This instinctive vigilance was probably related to his rise from the bottom rung of society. Suddenly Ye Ning felt something touching his leg under the table. He glanced down and saw Lin Lan's foot rubbing against his. He gritted his teeth. "Damn it, is this woman trying to get me killed? If you dare to hide, I dare to dive in," Lin Lan whispered through her gaze.
Ye Ning blushed, thinking to himself, "What? Do you like this style? Are you scared now?" He told himself, "No, I can't lose my cool. Otherwise, we're both dead. This woman doesn't care about life or death, but 009 and I can't afford to lose." Crazy. At this distance, if Yinglong senses this with his spiritual power, he'll go mad. What the hell is Lin Lan thinking? This is absolutely not her best option. Is she trying to get revenge for the humiliation I caused her, or is she testing my self-control? Both, but I'm more curious about the latter. She's risking her own life, too, which is completely unwise. I don't believe she's that stupid given her intelligence. Even so, it doesn't derail my original plan. If her goal was just to kill me, she could just reveal my identity to Yinglong. No need for these extra steps.
That would be very boring. Imagine the headline, Knight Ye Ning betrays Yinglong at the border and is killed by Yinglong. That would be explosive. Recall the first time we met, how you humiliated me. Besides, I've been wondering, are you a eunuch? Ye Ning remained silent. He took a sip of wine, thinking to himself, she is angry, but not because she is about to die, but because I ruined her plan. I'm curious just how important that mutant material is to you, for you to endure so much. With your current status and power, why risk so much? Thinking about all your contradictions, I have a strange urge. I want to eat you, crush you inside me. Tell me why. Why do I think this way? Do you think this will kill me? No, let me tell you, I can kill you and still escape. You crazy woman, if you really want to die, I will help you. Oh, really? Ye Ning turned to 009 and whispered, Xie Ying is crazy, completely illogical. When I initiate the spatial slash, be ready to break through together. Yes! Other guests started to notice. That kid over there, something is wrong. Maybe his girlfriend is teasing him under the table. What a bold kid.
Shui Ying's posture seems off. Should we activate our spiritual ability to check? Shh, do you want to die? All the Tier 3s felt something was wrong. What is Yinglong doing? Even though he isn't a peak Tier 3 actively observing, he should at least sense his surroundings, maintaining continuous awareness around himself, right? Linlan thought, is my skill lacking, or do you actually like men? Ye Ning gritted his teeth. Linlan, you have successfully ruined my plan. But don't worry, after killing you, I will turn your legs into a large cleaver to remind myself never to underestimate women. Linlan was terrified. Do you really want to do that? No, stop. He won't notice. Yinglong won't notice. I just wanted to tease you. I didn't expect to die with you. What? He doesn't use spiritual perception? Or do you have a way to block his awareness? Could it be that Yinglong's power is fake? No, impossible. Want to know? Beg me. Don't worry about others noticing. No one dares to. Others fear Yinglong's wrath more than yours. Ye Ning roared in his head. You're crazy, right? Tell me, this information is very important.
You know, the more I know, the greater my chances. After this is done, I will give you everything you want. I have enough power. Shh, don't rush. Yinglong is about to speak. Yinglong stood up, his voice echoing through the hall. Everyone, you must have felt the threat from the military. It is ridiculous. They once stood by coldly while we struggled at the border, not sending a single soldier. Now look, we built these safe zones ourselves. Why should the military be able to take away our rights with just a word? The peace of the border, the survivors here, none of it came without trading our lives. Therefore, I propose that all leaders and heads of districts unite to— Lord Yinglong, a man shouted, interrupting him. The border is the military's responsibility. They should handle it themselves. What does that have to do with us? So, if foreigners enter our country, will they directly start a war with us? I doubt it. It's already the apocalypse. There are no nations anymore. We are all humans. Linlan turned to Ye Ning, whispering, I want you. Ye Ning was surprised. Really? He thought to himself, cold sweat breaking out. This damn woman is changing her face again.
That expression, could it be genuine affection? Impossible. I don't know what trick she's playing anymore. He whispered back, want me? It's more like you want my head. No need to act anymore, right? Do you know Yinglong's secret? Tell me right now. He stood up. My legs are tired. Come to the restroom with me. She stood up and turned away. If you dare to follow, I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. 3 minutes. If you don't come, I'll tell Yinglong that you actually like your sworn sister. Ye Ning stood up and followed her, thinking to himself, the secret she holds could help me gain the upper hand later. For the promotion materials, even if it's a dragon's den or a tiger's den, I have to go through it. They arrived in front of a deserted men's restroom. Are you sure you want to talk here? This is a men's restroom, Linlan asked with a smirk. Ye Ning replied, what are you afraid of? This place is deserted. No one comes here. Why? Or do you want to go into the women's restroom? Ye Ning snapped. Stop talking nonsense. Actually, you already know when and which dungeon Yinglong will enter, don't you? She walked into the restroom. If you want to know, then come in here. Once you're inside, I'll expose all the secrets to you. He walked in, slammed the door shut, and pinned her against the wall. I've shielded this area with spiritual power. Speak quickly. What do you want to say? My patience is limited.
If you try any funny business, Yinglong isn't here, so I won't go easy on you. She smiled faintly. Just as expected. You are still you. All right. The dungeon is located near the front line of Blood Shadow Safe Zone 3, in the ruins of an old-era city. It is 370 kilometers away. The coordinates are beneath a shelter under a building in the suburbs. The dungeon appeared not long ago, about 2 months ago. It was triggered by a supply team from the Blood Shadow Corps. It is a large-scale dungeon. This dungeon is very special. It only opens at 6 a.m. on the second day of every month, which is tomorrow morning. The opening window is 30 seconds. If you miss it, you will have to wait another month. Yending frowned. You didn't tell me beforehand and even lured me to that party just to test my courage? Not entirely. From what I know about Yinglong, he will very likely clear the scene before entering the dungeon. That means he will need to sneak in exactly when Yinglong enters without being detected. I doubt you can manage it. All right, don't worry about me getting in. Now tell me, what is Yinglong's secret? Linlan shrugged. I've already told you so much. Do you expect me to stand here and talk all day? Yending growled. Cooperate, and I won't make things difficult for you. But she suddenly pushed him to sit down on the toilet. Hey, my legs are tired. Can't you be a little considerate? Massage me, and I'll tell you Yinglong's secret. She sat on his lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. What exactly are you trying to do? Don't think I'm stupid enough to submit to a pretty face. She leaned close to his ear, whispering, It's nothing. I just don't believe you have absolutely no feelings at all. Besides, I don't want to die with you. Her eyes gleamed with a trace of sincerity. I want to survive together. As long as you live to keep your promise, I am willing to betray Lu Tianmen completely and serve you. For that, you can do whatever you want with me. Once you have fully matured, we can— Ye Ning interrupted. Do you think if I enter the dungeon, I will definitely die? Yes, I have thought about it for a long time, and right now there is no hope.
I know you have the military's backing, but they won't go all out against Yinglong for you. Otherwise, why would you take the risk yourself?
Yinglong brings at least 12 low tier 3 bodyguards and a true peak tier 3. Even though your bodyguards are strong, together you still can't defeat Yinglong alone. The human-faced hawk is Yinglong's precious loot. If you want it, you'll have to kill him first. Yinglong is very suspicious. Even if you die without exposing me, I will still die. It's too coincidental. Even if I'm lucky enough to get it, if Yinglong is still alive, I will probably die too. But from what I see, Yinglong treats you especially well. Isn't that quite different from what you said? Linlan sighed. The matter between him and me isn't as simple as you think. What he truly cares about has never been me as a human being. Ying Ning thought to himself. Her expression and eyes were completely different from the madwoman he knew before. It seems she wasn't acting or lying. Never mind. Don't worry about her relationship with Yinglong for now. The top priority is to reassure her and get the secret. He grabbed her shoulders. What would happen if I told you that I have the authority to bring a few peak tier 3 people into the dungeon? Linlan screamed in horror. What? That's impossible. He took out a glittering black card. This card is a secret reward I obtained after the Sea Beast incident in the EC. Recognize it? She was stunned. A military card? S-Rank.
No, wait. If it were real, why not send someone to rob it? Because attacking directly would cost more than ambushing inside the dungeon. Yining thought to himself, although this card isn't real, it's enough to fool her. Someone of her status couldn't possibly have seen a real S-Rank card. Linlan sighed in relief, revealing a shocking secret. Yinglong has no spiritual perception, so he cannot perceive anything beyond his line of sight. Yining was astonished. What? A peak tier 3 without spiritual power? That's impossible. Spiritual power is linked to willpower. Even a 3-year-old child has 2 points of willpower. Linlan explained. Yinglong's talent is very special. It automatically converts his spiritual power into other attributes. Except for maintaining consciousness, any willpower is forcibly converted into other stats. So he has no perception? He relies entirely on vision? Exactly. That is unbelievable, and it's a huge advantage for me.
But don't underestimate him. On the other hand, his physical body is unparalleled. Linlan added, I am the only one who knows this secret. Originally, I intended to use it to buy an action from a peak tier 3 like Lu Tianming, but now I choose to give it to you. Ye Ning looked at her scrutinizingly. Her knowledge of Yinglong was unreasonably thorough, and it seemed she wanted to kill him even more than he did. Since I have cooperated so well, shouldn't you reward me? She leaned close to his face. Ye Ning replied coldly, A reward? Once the job is done, anything you want. I don't want later. I want it right now. She tried to kiss him. Ye Ning pushed her away. You crazy woman. I don't have time for that right now. At the Blood Shadow Safe Zone's Kanglong outpost, Huang Yo and Hao was waiting anxiously. Why hadn't they returned after such a long time? Nothing must happen. Meanwhile, inside the warehouse, it seemed quiet outside. The group from Yihu Safe Zone must have left by now. The guards here were very lax. Later, I will break the gate, and you guys run and escape. Once outside, don't look back. Break the restraining devices and find our people. Didn't that old man say he was one of us, here to save us? He said so, sure, but he hasn't released us yet, has he? Who knows if it's just to keep us from escaping? But that young man spent 2 million on us. Don't be stupid. Do you remember those people came from the Kanglong Safe Zone? Do you know what that place is? It is famous for sex slaves.
Have you thought about what will happen to Lin Rao? Yeah, we really can't gamble on this. On my command, the commander of the captured soldiers shouted. 3, 2, 1. They simultaneously broke down the door and rushed out, but immediately they were blocked by Ye Ning and his group. Ye Ning looked at Huang Yuanhao. Uncle Huang, didn't you tell them? Huang Yuanhao shrugged. I did, but perhaps I was too vague, so they didn't believe me. Ye Ning sighed. Even if this is the Tonglong outpost, it is still located within the Blood Shadow Safe Zone, so... Got it, the commander shouted. I am the one trying to escape. If you're capable, come at me. Oh, then you will be punished severely. Little Jew, Uncle Huang, handle them well. Yes, young Master Ye. 09 created a spiritual barrier, swallowing all the soldiers, while Huang Yuanhao entered to punish them. Ye Ning stepped forward, holding out a black card. Capital Army, Special Operations Unit.
We are allies. Everyone, it is safe to talk now. The soldiers cheered in joy. An A-rank military card. Is the army sending a troop? I told you no outsider would spend 2 million to save us, a soldier shouted. Then why don't you unchain us? Ye Ning replied calmly. To keep up appearances. If we don't play our parts well, not only will we fail to save you, but we will also be captured. He smiled slightly to reassure them. But don't worry, you only have to endure this for tonight. Later tonight, we will take you to the border. Once you are out of the range of the Blood Shadow Corps, you will be free. The soldiers cheered in joy. Wonderful, we are saved. Ye Ning added, Before you go, I need to speak with Lin Rao alone. Lin Rao stared at him, saying nothing. Outside, the soldiers heard screaming from inside. Following Ye Ning's order, Keep beating them. Uncle Fong, beat them until they submit. Little Ju, clean this girl up. Tonight I will personally train her. Yes, young Master Ye. Yaning and 009 took Lin Rao away. Yaning thought to himself, Lin Rao, as the future queen of the ancient kingdom at the border, how could I let this opportunity slip by? In the past life, if I could use her ruthless methods now, it would be perfect. At the Chonglong outpost, in a super VIP room, Yaning and Lin Rao sat opposite each other. So young yet possessing an A-rank military card, are you the legendary Yaning? Lin Rao asked. Smart, Yaning replied with a smile. You are a beginner tier 2, agility-type melee fighter. Your talent is water control. That's right. Now tell me, why did you want to meet me privately? First tell me, as a border unit, why were you captured along with a group of survivors from an assembly point? Lin Rao began to recount. About 2 weeks ago, while patrolling the border under orders, we discovered awakened individuals from a neighboring war zone entering our territory. Upon entry, they often attacked small to medium-sized safe zones, seizing mining resources and capturing survivors for food. We engaged them in battle, and during the pursuit, they attempted to attack an assembly point. After eliminating the enemy, we prepared to recover at the assembly point. But unexpectedly, the assembly point was attacked by the Black Camel Trading Company. Initially, we didn't pay attention to this, and none of the local survivors warned us. Then, a slave hunting squad ambushed us.
In the chaos that followed, many of our people died. Of course, the slave hunting team suffered even more casualties, which forced them to call in a Tier 3 individual nearby. You know, against a Tier 3, we didn't stand a chance. What happened after that, perhaps you already know. Thank you for saving us, Yaning said. As comrades in the military, that is our duty. Yaning thought to himself, in his past life there were rumors about the bloodthirsty tyranny of Lin Nu, but no detailed records of these events. People only said that as a slave, she inexplicably became a Tier 3 a year later. After the Great Cataclysm, she publicly overthrew and killed the leader of the Black Eagle safe zone and quickly took control of the entire safe zone. In the border rebellion that followed, she even fought against the Blood Shadow Corps. Finally, she led the population of several merged safe zones out of the border, entering the war zone of Nation D. Afterwards, her power skyrocketed again, and she took control of Nation D's regime with overwhelming force. From the perspective of this life, if I hadn't appeared, her fate after becoming a slave would have been unimaginable. Even with such a disastrous start, she still managed to become the queen of a nation, something even I couldn't achieve. What is your next plan? Will you return to the border with everyone, or... Lin Nu gritted her teeth, her eyes burning with hatred. No, I don't want to return to the army. I don't want to protect anyone anymore. I want to kill them all. Do you hate the army? Do you think the army was wrong? Hate? You could say that. Do you hate that the army didn't rescue in time? As a soldier, you should understand the current situation of the army. Often, it's not that they don't want to rescue, but that they can't. After all, they have to consider the big picture. Moreover, among the survivors, there are good people and bad people. Most civilians are innocent. You can't condemn everyone. Lin Nu sneered. Good and bad? Ha! She stood up abruptly, roaring. What do you mean by good and bad? 9 out of 10 people are bad. The gathering place where we were captured was already an enemy of the army. We clearly saved them from invaders and slave-hunting squads. But in the end, do you know who betrayed the night watchman? Uncle Wong was hiding in the cellar. It was those very survivors who dragged him out and handed him over to the slave-hunting squad to curry favor. If they betrayed us just to survive, fine, I could accept that. But the slave-hunting squad was ready to leave. They hadn't even discovered Uncle Wong. Yet these heartless people still betrayed us completely. Her eyes burned with extreme hatred. They don't hate those villains. They hate us. They don't fear the army. They fear a mediocre slave trader caravan. Yaning fell silent, his expression becoming serious.
An isolated case does not represent the whole. An isolated case? She roared. What do you mean by an isolated case? Does an isolated case mean there are over 300 slave hunting teams across the border? Does an isolated case mean over 60% of the population serves those forces? Does an isolated case mean our army is being hunted everywhere? We don't even dare to reveal our identities. This place is rotten. The border is rotten. From top to bottom, completely rotten. To please those high-level awakeners, they would sacrifice their own flesh and blood like dogs.
Have you been to the bone-crushing arena? Have you been to the Kanglang territory? Have you been to the blood factory? Look at those people. They don't hate their oppressive rulers. They only hate themselves for not being one of them. It's ridiculous. They once stood by coldly watching while we struggled at the border without sending a single soldier. History here has been completely distorted. No one remembers what we did. What about now? We built the safe zones ourselves. Why does the army ask us to give up power with just a single word? Tears began to fall. She cried in helplessness and resentment. They view us as enemies, as minions.
They would rather submit and cooperate with foreign races than provide the army with a single drop of water. Clearly, we are saving people everywhere. Clearly, every one of our soldiers is protecting the border with all their might. Clearly, we are sharing our food even while starving. But what do we get in return? She slammed her fist on the table, roaring, "Why? Tell me, why is this happening?" She looked straight into his eyes, one eye bleeding from extreme stress. Is it because we are good people? Is it because we have to endure to consider the so-called big picture?
Is it because people like you sit up high and with just one word you can let us die? Just moving your lips, how easy it is. A declaration from the superiors. For the sake of border peace, and those below have to retreat time and time again. Yening remained silent. Have you ever been to the grassroots level? Do you know what kind of life we live? Have you seen how many of us have died? Just numbers, right? The border lacks water. To avoid unnecessary trouble, the military ordered us to find water sources locally. Even though my talent is water control, where is the water in the desert? In hard times, we even drank our own urine. Those safe zones and caravans arbitrarily raise prices. 1 barrel of water and they want to exchange it for 1 barrel of ore. Do you know how many people we lost to protect these things from enemy awakeners? Because the border is too far, transportation is inconvenient. The superiors told us to work hard, to be frugal. But how can we fight on an empty stomach?
Can empty words fill our stomachs? In the first half of the year, we finally captured a resource dungeon that could provide some food. But just because a nearby private faction claimed it was theirs, the higher-ups forced us to hand it over. And then that faction sold the supplies back to us at 10 times the price. They even dared to sell us leftovers. Retreating after everything, conceding everything, no spiritual crystals, no equipment, no supplies. How many warriors have had their power stagnate because of this? How many people have died because of it? She looked straight into his eyes, her voice full of despair. What about the promised rear support? What about the homeland promised behind us? She tore open her shirt. Do you know what I saw after being captured in the slave camp? I saw a girl in military uniform pinned under a zombie. She died, not from being bitten by the zombie, but because her intestines were pierced, dying a slow death. She revealed a number 12 stamped on her chest. Do you see it clearly? I am number 12. That girl was number 11. Yening remained silent, picking up a jacket. He draped it over her shoulders. Put this on. It's cold at night. She looked at him, her voice slightly surprised. I thought you would scold me righteously, saying I lack determination, saying sacrifice is inevitable, calling me a traitor. After leaving the army, where do you plan to go? Or rather, do you want to follow me? She put on the jacket. Perhaps I will join a small team, hunt mutant monsters, and become stronger.
Perhaps I will find a way to establish my own assembly point, recruit a few people. Thank you for thinking highly of me, but it is not necessary. I am not as noble as you. Right now, I just want to kill every piece of scum I see, cut off their heads and hang them on stakes. She threw her military badge onto the ground. This is the military badge I once swore an oath to. Now I return it. Linro, what if I told you I am different from them? What if I told you I could change all of this? What if I told you, follow me, infinite resources, and you can kill to your heart's content without considering the big picture? She turned back, looking at him with suspicious eyes. Do you know what you are saying?
Yening replied firmly, I know. Stay here, wait for me to return in a week. He left, leaving her alone with her thoughts. On the aircraft, Yening asked 009, 009, based on your analysis, if we engage Ying Long, how many seconds can you hold out? 009 replied, 4 seconds. In a direct confrontation, I can hold out for at most 4 seconds under his hands. If his target is you, sir, I can only stop him for 1 second. Yening muttered, yeah, so maximum 4 seconds, minimum 1 second. Although I can unleash my ultimate skills 7 or 8 times, against a peak tier 3, I don't have enough confidence. And Ying Long is a seasoned peak tier 3 powerhouse. After all these years, there's no way he doesn't have a trump card. He might lack spiritual ability, but that also means his physical defense far exceeds an average peak tier 3. If I use all my ultimate moves and still fail to kill Ying Long, he will kill me easily even if I launch a spiritual attack. It's also uncertain whether he hasn't prepared countermeasures. What happens if he has a high-grade shielding item? 009. Once we enter the dungeon this time, we must avoid Ying Long and also not clash with Shui Ying. 009 asked, then how are we going to get the human-faced hawk?
If you want to take something from someone's pocket, besides stealing or robbing, there is always deception. At the dungeon entrance at 5:30 a.m., their aircraft arrived at a dilapidated building. We're here, 009. Activate the hovering device. We can't leave any footprints. Yes, teammate. They hovered inside the building, looking at a floating sphere of light. This condensed cluster of light that hasn't opened yet. Is this the dungeon entrance? Yening touched the sphere. Resentful Spirit Battlefield. You have made contact with an A-rank dungeon. Resentful Spirit Battlefield. Dungeon entry limit, 20. Time until opening, 30 minutes. Please wait patiently. Could this be related to the resentment core required by the sword god system? If there really is a connection, this trip might allow me to collect all the materials and upgrade the sword god system. Just then, Yinglong, Linlon, and their troops also arrived at the entrance. Yinglong turned to Linlon. Miss Shay, you seem very interested in this place. Linlon hurriedly explained. Oh, I'm just a bit curious if there are any abnormalities around an A-rank dungeon. After all, this is my first time in a dungeon of such high difficulty. Yinglong replied briefly. Oh, I see, she thought to herself. Fortunately, Yanning didn't leave any traces. If I hadn't received the intelligence, I wouldn't have known he was already here. He looked at the sphere of light. 3 minutes until activation. He ordered, Songming, go, lead your men and search the entire building to ensure no one is nearby.
If you find anything unusual, notify me immediately. Yes, Lord Jinglong. Linlon was worried. Damn it, did my actions just now alert him? Looking at this formation, he plans to enter during the final 30-second countdown. I wonder if Yanning is hidden well enough. Will he be discovered? Yinglong turned to her. Young Miss Hu Ying, your heartbeat seems a bit fast. Is something wrong? Are you nervous? Oh, I was just wondering if the dungeon is very difficult. Reporting sounds rang out from all over the building. 1st floor safe, 6th floor safe, 13th floor safe. Yinglong turned back, placing his hand on the sphere of light. Young Miss Hu Ying, you can relax now, right? Don't worry, once we're inside, just follow me. Understood, you are very thoughtful. His soldiers whispered to each other. Captain Zhang, do you think Lord Yinglong is really chasing after that woman? This is the first time I've seen him invest so much. She is just a newly advanced tier 3. Why not go straight to the point? Why go through all this trouble?
Stop gossiping. What do you know? This is called romance. A soldier reported. My lord, we've confirmed that there is no one else nearby in the entire building. Yinglong nodded. All right, the dungeon has opened. Prepare to enter. Lin Lan looked around, worried. You couldn't find him? Where on earth is that guy hiding? He wouldn't stand me up, would he? Or is he hiding very far away? But once we go in, he will only have at most about 10 seconds, right? Is there still time? Meanwhile, Ye Ning and 009 were hiding nearby. This Yinglong guy is too cautious. 10 seconds. Luckily, I can use spatial slash to get there. He asked 009. 009, can you get to the basement within 10 seconds without damaging the building and without making any noise? I can teleport instantly within 1 kilometer of you, my lord, but the price is losing this ability for 10 days. As long as you can get in. Losing the ability for 10 days means we will have to be extremely careful once inside. Ye Ning looked towards the entrance. Time is running out. He rushed out of his hiding spot, purple spatial energy exploding, spatial slash. He jumped into a blue teleportation gate right above the dungeon entrance. Entering the dungeon, he was sucked into a spatial vortex. Oh, so dizzy. He fell into a dark room. He stood up and looked around. Did 009 not follow me in? That's impossible. I clearly felt her teleport right behind me the moment I entered the dungeon.
Could it be that we were separated after entering the dungeon? A voice rang out in his earpiece. I'm already in, don't worry. Once I confirm my location, I will meet up with you, sir. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief. Good, as long as she made it in. A system screen appeared. Enter dungeon, ghost battlefield. Dungeon difficulty, A rank. Current area level, D rank, extremely low danger.
If you exit halfway, 90% of your income will be deducted. The final reward for this dungeon is a mysterious epic grade set. Ye Ning analyzed, Mode A dungeon, encountering monsters on every floor as you descend and receiving equipment dropped by them. It is similar to Hellgate. The difference is that exiting halfway will lead to a huge loss, and the final reward is an epic grade set, which is very rare in this world. Yinglong probably came personally for this set. He smiled. Having no mission time limit meant he had enough time to set up his deceptive plan. This room is a single room, and the area's danger level is low, so it must be a human survival area. Yinglong and the others must be on the same floor as me, right? He saw a card on the table. What is this? This is the ID card the system assigned to me. I am a rookie ghost hunter. He looked at the information on the card. Name, Ye Ning. Occupation, freelancer. Gender, male. Age, 18. Social relations, orphan. Ghost hunter, D rank, tier 1. An orphan. How convenient. Creak, the door suddenly opened. Ye Ning turned around, shouting, Who? A beautiful woman with a well-proportioned body walked in, snapping grumpily. You're awake?
Don't you know today is the ghost hunter exam? Stop wasting time. Come with me quickly. If you miss it today, you'll have to wait until next year. Yi Ning thought to himself, a dungeon guide NPC? What identity is this? My girlfriend? She placed her hand on his forehead. Are you scared, stupid? I told you not to go downstairs. Did you encounter a ghost? I heard ghosts have appeared in the main city. In District B, they found lingering corpses. She continued. Yi Ning, I know you want to improve your strength and avenge your parents. That's why you thought about exploring the lower levels early. But it's too dangerous. If you hadn't met me last time, did you think about the consequences? If you die, everything ends. Yi Ning thought, are these lines assigned by the system? Explaining my background? Not like a girlfriend, more like a companion. So she must be a guide NPC. Here, killing ghosts can enhance one's strength, which is similar to reality.
He analyzed. This girl's energy intensity is equivalent to Tier 2. The Ghost Hunter exam, following her might help me get the relevant qualifications. Then I can go to the underground city to farm monsters. Giving me a beautiful guide and some combat power, this dungeon is quite thoughtful. Do you have a family? He asked. Huh? Didn't I tell you that my family also died at the hands of ghosts? He asked how long the exam usually takes. She replied, I told you this before. It takes about a day to complete.
Once you obtain the qualification, I can take you to low difficulty areas to test your skills. Ye Ning, you seem very strange today. He leaned close to her face and asked the final question. Do you want to sleep with me? She blushed and stammered. What are you saying, Ye Ning? How can I sleep with you? That is something between lovers. Unless… Ye Ning's eyes glowed red. Oh, then I apologize. She was bewildered. What do you mean? You don't want to sleep with me, so you must be a ghost. He launched a surprise attack, knocking her away. Huh? He stood before her. I'm truly sorry, but time is running short. I don't have time to follow the normal route with you, so I will have to frame you as a ghost. Please die right before my eyes. If I have a chance to come back, I promise to date you and follow the plot properly. / Defeated a key ghost. Obtained 1-star ghost core fragment. Collect 10 fragments to assemble a complete ghost core. Ding! Defeated key ghost early. Reward, plus 13% dungeon progress. Ye Ning was astonished. What the hell? It actually worked? I was just kidding, he muttered. Right. After all, this is an A-rank dungeon, but this guide NPC's disguise was too easy to take down. Tss, it was a big trap from the start. Having a ghost by your side means you'll never know how you died later on. It seems that pouring all efforts into calculating against Yanglong is still very dangerous. He sensed the core fragment. The sword god system sensed it. This ghost core fragment is exactly the material needed for upgrading. But it takes 10 pieces to put it back together, and not every ghost drops this thing. He looked down at the corpse. She was a key ghost, and ghosts do not have reproductive systems. He suddenly realized something. Huh? Wait, that's not right. How could she? He used his sword to slash open the corpse. I have to dissect her to understand clearly. Same internal organs, same bones, but indeed there is no reproductive system. That thing was a simulated prop pasted on. In other words, to verify if someone is a ghost or not, just pulling down their pants and looking with your eyes is not enough to know. He found a human tooth in her stomach. There was a human tooth in her stomach. Did she eat human flesh before this? This is… 009 suddenly appeared at the door. You're here? Did you meet any ghosts or guide NPCs over there? No. Then it seems they are assigned in groups. If that's the case, Ying Long should also have one. I wonder if his level of vigilance allows him to detect it. If he hasn't detected it yet, then that is a good trump card. 009 took out a map. I found the structural map of this underground city. It is huge, equivalent to 2 large cities. The human shelters probably go down to the 12th floor. The first 3 floors are completely safe. The further down you go, the more dangerous it becomes.
We are currently at the intersection of the ghost invasion on the 6th floor, Section C. Legend has it that below the 12th floor is the real ghost battlefield. Got it. Were there any surveillance cameras on the way here? Yes, lots of surveillance cameras. Visual, infrared imaging. Although old, they are widely distributed. Ye Ning smiled. I probably have a deception plan already. Li Fugui, Master, what are your orders? I am happy to serve. You go first, then later. Yes, Master. Rest assured. I was born to deceive. After it's done, I will give you 10,000 points as a reward. 10,000 points? Dear Master, I guarantee to complete the mission. 009, let's go. First, take control of the surveillance system to monitor Ying Long's activities. Then, earn money, recruit people. This deception plan requires a large number of NPCs to cooperate. He smiled sinisterly. Purple energy threads appeared on his hand. With the surveillance system, with NPCs, and with Shay Ying as an insider, if I still can't trick Ying Long out of his human-faced talk, then something is truly wrong. At the exam site in District B, a person reported to Ying Long, My lord, the others have been notified to gather at the District B exam site. They are on their way. By the way, my lord, did those who entered the dungeon last time also encounter a guide NPC right when they entered? Yes, my lord. They said the following process was fine, but the difficulty increased later, so they exited halfway. To be safe, send word to Shay Ying. Ask her to help probe this NPC again when she arrives. Understood. A man approached Ying Long. Ying Long, we need to hurry.
If we miss this exam, we'll have to wait until next year. All right, Brother Zhang. The man accidentally bumped into Lin Lan. He hurriedly helped her up. Miss, are you all right? Sorry, I fell and bumped into you. Lin Lan replied hesitantly. I'm fine. No problem, Ying Long asked. Miss Shui Ying, are you injured? Good. So you two know each other? Ying Long, time is running short. Let's get to the exam first. All right, Ying Long thought to himself. It seems he really is just a guide NPC, not a ghost. To be cautious, following him should be the safest way to clear the dungeon.
Lin Lan was worried. There was still no message from the communication item that Ye Ning had given her. Could it be that he really didn't make it in? Entering in the last 10 seconds, that was truly too difficult. If he didn't make it in, she would just have to treat this as a normal dungeon run. A message appeared in Lin Lan's mind. Are you on the 6th floor too? Which area? Have you met the NPC arranged by the system yet?
She was secretly astonished he had actually managed to get in. She replied, "We are on the 6th floor, District B, just connected. Yinglong has met the guide NPC. We are currently following the NPC to take the exam." Excellent. It seems Yinglong trusts him. There's a plan to follow the procedure. I have at least half a day to prepare. When do you plan to act? What is the plan? You don't need to worry about that. The less you know, the safer you are. Just do as you are told. All right. Ye Ning checked his credit balance. Beep, your credit balance, 16 points. Beep, your credit balance, 19 points. Beep, your credit balance, 690 points. He sighed. Yeah, apart from the ghost girl having a little money, both of us are broke. This little bit of money is far from enough to do anything. Yinglong's personality is very cautious. Li Fugui will only have one chance to appear, and it must succeed on the first try to catch a big fish. He had to provide enough different baits and get them used to biting the hook. Besides money, a large amount of equipment resources from this world was also necessary, so that they wouldn't raise suspicion when used as rewards.
And better equipment resources should be in the hands of high-ranking human military officials. He turned to 009. 009, we will split up from now on. I will be responsible for money, people, and surveillance. You will be responsible for retrieving equipment. As long as I can escape, I can use any means necessary. 009 replied. Understood. Ye Ning looked up at a high-rise building brilliant with lights. North Emperor Club, huh? It looks like a place for the rich to play. Sure enough, no matter what kind of apocalypse it is, as long as it hasn't reached the brink of extinction, human nature remains unchanged. 2 guards blocked him. Welcome to the North Emperor Club. Please show your ID card. A guard returned the card to him. Sorry, based on your identification information, you are not qualified to enter here. Please go to the lower level areas to consume, or come back after upgrading your level. Ye Ning released a powerful spiritual pressure. Peak Tier 2 power. Is this enough? The 2 guards backed away in fear. Yes, yes. They hurriedly bowed. Sorry. You are certainly qualified to enter.
May I ask, my lord, who is your biggest client today? I want to meet him. That is Manager Luo, a big figure from the water supply group for the Underground City project. Are you thinking of... Yes, I want to pledge allegiance to Manager Luo. Then please, go upstairs. Inside, a debaucherous party was taking place. Ye Ning muttered, "Hey, playing quite wild. I didn't even hear the door open." He walked in and shouted, "Everyone, stop. I have something to discuss with Manager Luo." "Who are you?" A muscular, shirtless man turned around. He swung a wine bottle at Ye Ning. "You dare ruin my fun?" Ye Ning easily dodged it. "Hey, you dare to dodge? An unfriendly guest, huh? Guards, protect me." "Yes, Manager Luo." Ye Ning easily knocked down the 2 guards. "Dealing with low-level trash like you doesn't even require skills." Manager Luo screamed in horror. Ye Ning knocked out the 2 women clinging to him. "If you don't want to die, sleep a little longer." Manager Luo trembled. "Is this a Tier 3 person or a ghost?" Ye Ning stepped on him. "I ask, you answer. Make a sound and you die. Speak. I'll tell you everything. Please don't kill me."
Very good. How many credits do you have on you? The unregistered kind. How much can you transfer within 10 minutes? 200,000. My lord, I have 200,000 on me. It's in the back. The password is 47998. Ye Ning stepped on his chest. 200,000? You are not being honest. He leaned close to his face, his voice gritting. Say it again. If it is less than 10 million, I will gouge your eyes out and stuff them into your mouth. No, please let me go. 7 million. I can transfer at most 7 million, my lord. You can kill me, but I don't have 10 million. Ye Ning ordered. Now, transfer it all to an unregistered card immediately. He trembled. Yes, immediately. Also, do you know any officials, like from the Security Bureau? Yes, I know a deputy director from the Security Bureau. Half an hour later, at Director Chen's mansion. In the luxurious office, Director Chen was sitting behind his desk, looking a bit annoyed at the communication screen, thinking to himself, why is that fat guy surnamed Lo looking for me all of a sudden? Is there a problem with the project? I told him not to be too greedy. Through the screen, a man arranged by Ye Ning spoke seriously. Director Chen, I have an extremely important matter to discuss with you privately. It is about the water purification project. Just as Director Chen was calculating, a black shadow suddenly rushed in like the wind. Ye Ning struck as fast as lightning. Director Chen was terrified to the extreme. His face drained of all blood when he realized who was attacking him. He stammered in fear. Who are you? Ye Ning did not answer. He coldly pinned him down on the desk, his voice sharp as a knife. From now on, I ask, you answer.
Dare to make a single unnecessary sound and you will die. Completely overwhelmed by Ye Ning's aura, Director Chen trembled and nodded. Okay, just ask whatever you want. With an evil smile and eyes glowing with a demonic golden light, Ye Ning held out a family photo, his voice full of hidden meaning. You have 2 paths to choose from. One is that I kill you right now, then publicly expose all your bribery records.
He leaned in close, whispering, "Don't worry, I won't let you go alone. Your wife is very beautiful, and your daughter, Chen Kei, is also very cute, isn't she?" The threat aimed at his family was a critical hit that shattered all resistance. Director Chen shouted in panic, "Don't touch my family. I choose the second path. I choose too." Yining patted the guy's shoulder with satisfaction. "Very smart. The second path is very simple. Cooperate with me. Work for me." He reassured him, "As long as you are obedient, nothing will happen. Not only that, the 1 million that Lo Wei promised you earlier, I won't short you a single cent." Yining threw a credit card to him, continuing, "Here is $500,000 deposit, the unregistered kind. I will give you the other half after the job is done."
Director Chen swallowed hard and asked, "Sir, what do you want me to do?" Yining calmly ordered, "Don't be nervous. It's very simple. 1. Give me a copy of the surveillance authority. 2. I need information on survivors whose families were killed by ghosts, preferably those who have money but no way to take revenge themselves." Hearing requests that didn't seem too difficult, Director Chen breathed a sigh of relief. "Is that all?" Yining confirmed. "That's right. Finish it in an hour. No problem, right?" He hurriedly took the card and replied, "No problem at all." Just before leaving, Yining turned back with a sharp gaze. "Oh, right. About Lo Wei's death. You can handle it, can't you?" Director Chen's voice rang out from behind, full of submission. "It's just a small matter. Please don't worry." Meanwhile, at the Ghost Hunter exam location, the atmosphere was boiling with excitement.
Yinglong stood proudly in the center of the arena, his entire body radiating a bright red energy, demonstrating superior power. A notification rang out. Yinglong's exam results, first in speed, first in strength, first overall. The followers surrounding Yinglong ceased their flattery. "Amazing, truly amazing, Lord Yinglong. With your physical strength, no one in the entire Huaxia can surpass you." Yinglong waved his hand, his expression arrogant but feigning modesty. "Stop flattering me. I only showed a little bit of my Tier 2 power." Brother Zong, Yinglong's guide NPC, approached and said, "Yinglong, I didn't expect your talent to be so strong. It seems you're even stronger than me." Yinglong replied, "Brother Zong, recently I secretly went down to the lower floors to hunt ghosts, so I made some progress." Hearing this, the NPC suggested, "Didn't you say you found a place where ghosts gather before? How about we prepare and go down there together?" The NPC seemed extremely excited. "No problem, I'll go prepare right away." He ran off while shouting loudly, "With everyone here, this time will surely be very smooth." Yinglong looked at the NPCs retreating back, secretly evaluating in his mind. This NPC's strength is negligible, but he should be fine for leading the way. Just as Yinglong's group was preparing to set off, a young man with a distressed expression suddenly blocked them. "Hello, are you the ghost hunters who just finished the exam?"
He timidly asked, "Can I ask you guys for a favor?" Yinglong narrowed his eyes, thinking to himself, a passing NPC. He asked, "What is it?" The young Nan, who was Li Fugui in disguise, held up a photo, his voice full of sorrow. "I want to hire you to help me hunt a ghost, to avenge my wife and child. That ghost is a Tier 2. It is hiding in the commercial building on the 7th floor, Section C. I cannot kill it alone. I am willing to pay 2,000 credits to hire you." Yinglong, naturally cautious, coldly refused. "Find someone else. We are not interested." But Lin Lan, Shui Ying, immediately intervened. "Wait a moment. My lord, the place he mentioned seems to be where we are heading as well. Why not do it on the way?"
Another guy chimed in. "Although the rewards for side missions aren't much, they usually help increase dungeon completion progress." Yinglong was still suspicious, "But we didn't receive any notification from the system. That means his actions are spontaneous. Last time you entered the dungeon, did you meet this type of NPC?" A subordinate thought for a moment and then flattered, "I don't think so, but it could also be because your achievements are too outstanding, so it attracted the NPC to seek help. Anyway, you are too strong. The system's arrangement for you must definitely be different from ours." That flattery made Yinglong pleased. He nodded. "All right then, let's just accept this mission, since it's on the way. It won't affect anything anyway." Li Fugui hurriedly thanked him. "Thank you, Ghost Hunter Lord. After it's done, you just need to show me a photo, and I will transfer the money to you immediately." Yinglong still didn't let his guard down and ordered, "Zhongming, go verify and provide support." A subordinate immediately obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Meanwhile, in the central monitoring room on the top floor of the security building, Yanning was sitting and watching every development through a series of screens. He smirked confidently and said to himself, "Very good. The fish has taken the bait for the first time." He looked at the screen showing Zhongming going to scout, his voice full of profound meaning. "Go ahead and verify it naturally. The greatest lie in this world is not half-truth, half-fake, but a chain of truths strung together to form a perfect lie." Suddenly, the guide NPC Brother Zhang stopped, his ears perked up, listening. "I hear the sound of someone being eaten," he said, his voice full of alertness. His eyes flashed as he pointed towards a dark alley. The ghost that guy mentioned is probably hiding over there. Yinglong did not hesitate at all. He ordered with an authoritative tone. Zhang Ming, go.
End it quickly. Zhang Ming, a trusted subordinate with a muscular build, immediately obeyed. Yes, my lord. Zhang Ming rushed into the alley, muscles rippling. Inside, a horrifying scene appeared. A humanoid creature with bloodshot eyes was devouring a corpse. Interrupted by the sudden appearance, it whipped around, roaring in anger. Who is it? Giving it no chance to react, Zhang Ming swung his weapon, creating a brilliant blue energy trail that slashed straight at the ghost. Whoosh! The ghost let out a miserable shriek. Ah! Trying to flee in despair, the ghost staggered to its feet.
But Zhang Ming was a step faster. He jumped high, raised his battle axe, looking down with sharp eyes at the panicking prey, his voice full of mockery. Trying to run? The ghost only had time to scream one last time in extreme terror, "Ah!" before the axe came down, finishing it off. The ghost's body vanished into thick black smoke right before the group's eyes. People around started whispering. Yinglong said, "Is this a ghost? It really looks exactly like a human." Amidst everyone's confusion, Yinglong remained calm and inherently suspicious. He ordered coldly, "Zhang Ming, pull its pants down for me to see." Zhang Ming didn't question it, immediately replying, "Yes, my lord." After checking, Zhang Ming stood up and reported, "Just as predicted, there is absolutely nothing down there." This confirmation solidified the group's belief that they had just destroyed a real ghost. Lin Lan Shuiying took out the communication device that Li Fugui had given, pretending to take a picture of the scene. A subordinate saw this and wondered, "The communication device given by the NPC along with the 2,000 credits in this dungeon are useless to us. Why bother?" Lin Lan replied casually, "I just want to see if there are any system rewards. Anyway, taking a photo isn't much trouble." But immediately after, her expression suddenly changed, and she cried out in surprise, "Ah! What is this?" Yinglong turned around and asked immediately, "What's wrong?" Lin Lan looked at the device, her voice full of astonishment. "The reward from that man in the suit has been transferred, but it's not 2,000, it's 100,000 credits."
Yinglong frowned and asked, So did you receive a notification from the system? Linlon shook her head. "No, but I received an official message. This ghost is on the wanted list, and 98,000 is the official reward. I wonder if this counts as a link to the system." Yinglong looked thoughtful, a smug smile appearing on his lips. "Interesting. Is the system encouraging us to interact more with NPCs?" He stroked his beard and said proudly, "It seems this dungeon has indeed changed a bit because of my presence." Then he asked, "By the way, what can 100,000 points buy?" NPC Brother John immediately explained, "My lord, to answer your question, 100,000 points can probably only buy a very trashy white-grade item."
However, equipment from the dungeon can be brought back to the real world, so it is counted as system equipment. Yinglong waved his hand, showing a lack of interest. Then it's nothing significant. Young Miss Shuiying, you just keep it all." Lin Lan bowed slightly. "Thank you, my lord." The guide NPC then announced, "The next place we are going to is the 7th floor, Area B, where there was a group of Tier 2 ghosts." The group continued on their way, unaware that they were sinking deeper into a trap that had been set. From the monitoring room, Ye Ning watched their every move through the screen. Seeing that Yinglong had completely trusted the missions, he only whispered a single word full of satisfaction. "Good." Just like that, Yinglong's group continuously faced waves of ghosts and random situations arranged by Ye Ning. While they were fighting, another group of survivors saw them from afar and screamed for help. "Are you guys also ghost hunters? Come support us quickly." A survivor knelt down in front of Yinglong amidst scattered covered bodies. His voice was full of despair. "As long as you can avenge us, I can give you anything." All these scenes were under the control of Ye Ning and 009. The two of them were like chess players controlling every move in a complex game. Ye Ning sat with his legs crossed, a confident smile never leaving his lips. 3 days, 6 missions have been sent out. No matter how cautious Yinglong is, he is now used to this. The 9th floor is almost done. The mission reward should be increased right now. 009 stood by and reported that the blue-grade items were ready. Ye Ning nodded in satisfaction. Very good. Although Yinglong might not care about them, his subordinates certainly will. And regarding Yinglong, I just need to rely on his habitual way of thinking. Suddenly, Ye Ning's gaze froze on a screen, his smile fading. What is this? He frowned. There was an unexpected development outside the plan. On the screen, Yinglong was facing off against a significantly stronger ghost. He roared, and the spear in his hand erupted with bright red light. With just one strike, the Tier 3 ghost was destroyed. His subordinates, including Lin Lan, were utterly astonished. Killed a Tier 3 ghost in one hit? Yinglong, could it be that you are also Tier 3? It's unbelievable. Yinglong stood tall, looking at the ghost core fragment floating over the corpse of the ghost that had just dissipated. He turned to the NPC and said, "As you said, Tier 3 ghosts in this dungeon do drop ghost core fragments." Then he sighed. "Alas, it's a pity we didn't collect enough last time, and I didn't know what this thing was used for." NPC Brother Zhang immediately activated a soundproof barrier enveloping the core group while signaling others not to approach.
He lowered his voice mysteriously. I suspect that this thing is related to the disaster 27 years ago. Lin Lan asked with astonishment. Do you mean the legendary reborn corpse demon tide that almost destroyed the entire Far East? The NPC nodded solemnly, holding the fragment. Exactly. He began to explain the most terrifying entities in that disaster, the 4 strongest mutant forms on the battlefield back then. First were the Ripper and the Mountain Destroyer. Images of hideous monsters appeared, the human-faced eagle, and the ghosts too. He explained further, his voice dropping. In reality, ghosts didn't look like humans as they do in this dungeon. They were giant, humanoid mutant forms. He turned to Lin Lan, his eyes flashing with a hint of pride and bitterness. Young Miss Shui Ying, you know that I became famous for killing a human-faced eagle 27 years ago. But what you certainly don't know is that I actually survived after falling into the hands of those ghosts. The whole group, including Lin Lan, was stunned by this revelation.
A subordinate exclaimed in astonishment. Lord Yinglong, were you only at intermediate tier 3 back then, surviving an encounter with a ghost and still having the strength to kill a human-faced eagle? Yinglong nodded, his voice filled with reminiscence. That ghost, although only high tier 3, was even more terrifying than a peak tier mutant. He continued his story, painting a picture of the apocalypse. It is said that before the disaster erupted, people witnessed them emerging from cracks in the ground with their own eyes. After they appeared, the zombies and other mutants followed in droves. Yinglong looked at the fragment in his hand, his eyes full of determination. I have always suspected that these 4 mutant forms harbor unforeseeable secrets. I hope that after collecting all the fragments this time, I can discern some clues. The secret conversation was interrupted by the appearance of the guide NPC, Brother Zhang. He approached, his face full of excitement. Yinglong, what did you just say? I read your lips. I've been watching you fight the whole way. Tell me quickly, are you all tier 3? Yinglong calmly replied, yes. NPC Brother Zhang was delirious with joy. Oh my god, Yinglong.
Would you be willing to go down with me to meet someone? He is also a ghost hunter. He has discovered the secret of the ghosts and always wanted to go to their lair. Since you are all tier 3, perhaps there is hope to wipe out the ghosts in one go. Hearing the word secret, Yinglong's eyes lit up. He smirked, thinking to himself, oh, the secret of the ghosts? After holding back for so long, the main mission line has finally been triggered. At the central control room, Ye Ning, who had been watching and lip-reading them from start to finish, began to piece the information together. He muttered, from reading Yinglong's lips, do tier 3 ghosts also drop fragments? The disaster 27 years ago, 4 types of mutations, and all of them are materials needed to upgrade the Sword God system? What exactly is the connection here? Unable to sit still and wait, Ye Ning turned to 009 with a calculating smile. Comrades, should we split up? 009 looked at him with a puzzled expression. Ye Ning explained his plan. That's right. Tier 3 ghosts might drop fragments. Staying here any longer is just a waste of time. He stood up, patting her shoulder. 009, you stay here to continue monitoring and baiting. I will go hunt ghosts myself. 009 nodded decisively. All right. Leaving the control room, Ye Ning quickly moved to the new target. According to official data, a suspected Tier 3 ghost had appeared on the 9th floor of the sewage treatment plant. He looked at the giant, desolate industrial building in front of him. From the map, it must be here. Standing in front of the building, Ye Ning closed his eyes, focusing his spirit. Spiritual scan. Ethereal purple energy began to spread from his body at full power. His energy swept through every corner of the factory, penetrating through the reinforced concrete walls. He smirked coldly. Quite smart. After eating people, it even knows how to set up the scene and pretend that this place is safe.
But that stench of rotting blood could not be hidden. This must be its source. His spiritual energy focused on a giant tank. The scene inside appeared in his mind, making him shudder involuntarily. Countless human bodies were soaking in a disgusting green liquid. Are they making pickles? These ghosts really have heavy tastes. And then he found his target, hanging upside down from the ceiling right above the tank. Found you. It was a female ghost with long hair and eyes glowing red with hatred. Looking at its expression, it definitely realized he had entered. Ye Ning immediately changed his aura, pretending to be a weak, scared rookie. He staggered along, thinking to himself, I'll pretend to be a rookie first, to avoid scaring it away. The female ghost rushed down with astonishing speed, creating a blur of light. Ye Ning secretly praised, this speed is quite good. He continued to play the weakling, thinking, is it planning to come down and eat me now? But contrary to his prediction, the female ghost suddenly changed direction and ran away.
Ye Ning exclaimed inwardly in surprise. Damn it, no, did it run away? That's impossible. I don't look like a threat to it at all, do I? Just as he was confused, a gentle voice sounded from behind. The female ghost had circled back and was standing right behind him at some point. Hey friend, don't you know it's very dangerous here? Ye Ning turned his head slightly, pretending to be bewildered. Huh? The female ghost approached, her face full of concern. "Where are your teammates? Hurry up and leave here with me." A subtle and meaningful smile appeared on Yining's face. He thought to himself, not only did it not run, it didn't even ambush me.
Instead, it chose to deceive? He continued to calculate while maintaining a fearful expression. Asking me to take it to meet my teammates? It really has some nerve. Good. The closer it gets, the easier it will be for me to kill it. Seeing the prey hesitate, the female ghost continued to seduce. "Are you scared, silly? Come here. Follow me. Let's go find your teammates." Ye Ning immediately acted deeper, his voice trembling. "Sister, my legs have gone soft." Suddenly, a pitch-black hand appeared from the void, along with a strange voice shouting, "Don't believe it, it's a ghost." Both Ye Ning and the female ghost were startled and turned around. Ye Ning thought, what is this now? From the darkness, another girl with a crossbow in her hand rushed out, her face full of worry and urgency. "Danger! Get away from there, quickly!" The strange girl did not hesitate, rushing over to shove Ye Ning aside, while taking the full brunt of an invisible attack. "Ugh!" she groaned in pain. The situation suddenly became complicated. The crossbow-wielding girl stood in front of Ye Ning, facing the female ghost head-on. Ye Ning only had time to utter a sound. "Ugh!" He looked at the girl protecting him, feeling amused in his mind. It seems she really wants to save me. Being interrupted, the female ghost roared in anger. Its beautiful face began to distort, revealing sharp teeth and long claws, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. "Growl!" The girl did not flinch. She raised her giant crossbow, aimed straight at the transforming ghost, and shouted, "Silver Fury Arrow!" A bright silver arrow flew like lightning, embedding itself straight into the female ghost. It hissed in pain. Immediately, the girl grabbed Ye Ning's arm, her voice full of panic. "This is a Tier 3 ghost." The girl hurriedly pulled Ye Ning's hand, shouting, "What are you waiting for? Run!" But Ye Ning stood still, brushed her hand away, and calmly asked, "Why run?"
The girl was stunned, unable to believe her ears. "Huh? Get lost!" Ye Ning shouted loudly, pushing the girl behind his back just as the ghost rushed in to attack. He swung his sword. Intense flames erupted, wrapping around the blade. Furious flame. The attack hit the ghost directly, sending it flying and screaming miserably. "Arg!" Heavily injured, the ghost turned to flee. Ye Ning chased after it, the sword in his hand flashing with icy blue light, his voice cold. Trying to run? Extreme cold. Sharp ice pillars suddenly rose from the ground, freezing the ghost in an instant. It only had time to let out a gulp before being completely frozen. Ye Ning gave it no chance. He swung his sword again, wind blade slash. Countless sharp wind blades flew out, slicing the ice block and the ghost inside into 100 pieces. He stood amidst the shattered ice fragments, dusting off his hands lightly, his voice full of disdain. This Tier 3 ghost defense is truly pathetic. He silently assessed. This ghost was weaker than he thought. Killing a basic Tier 3 ghost cost less than 10% of his spiritual energy. A system notification panel appeared before his eyes. Ding, killed a Tier 3 ghost, received 1-star Ghost Core fragment, Ghost Core 2 of 10. The girl holding the crossbow stood behind him, her mouth agape in astonishment. Are you Tier 3? Good heavens, haven't you not even passed the Ghost Hunter exam yet?" She continued in confusion. "Didn't Sister Anya say that when she returns she would take you to take the basic Tier 1 exam?" Ye Ning heard the familiar name and frowned slightly. "Anya?" The girl muttered to herself, becoming more confused. "Isn't Anya the key ghost from the beginning? Do they know each other?" Ye Ning turned around, facing the girl, and asked a question that couldn't be more irrelevant, his signature test question. "Do you want to sleep with me?" The girl was completely dumbfounded. A few seconds later, her face flushed red with anger and embarrassment. She stepped back, raising her crossbow in defense. "No, you pervert. I would never do that here," Ye Ning thought calmly. No? Ye Ning took a step forward, the tip of his sword pointing straight at the girl, his voice full of pressure. "You don't want to sleep with me? I bet you don't dare. If you don't dare, then you must be a ghost." The girl retreated in fear, hurriedly explaining. No, I'm not a ghost. I can prove it. My teammates are on their way here." "Your teammates prove nothing. If you want to prove it, take off your pants yourself," Ye Ning said with a challenging tone. The girl stammered in rebuttal, her face flushed red. "But that doesn't prove anything either. Didn't you yourself know that the ghosts actually attach a simulated prop? Unless otherwise it can't really be proved." Ye Ning smirked, enjoying her embarrassment. "Oh, then I won't touch you," he said casually. "How about you do it yourself and prove it to me?" The girl's face revealed a look of horror and extreme shame, sweat streaming down her temples. Just then, a group of people ran over from the end of the hallway. "Captain Zhang Ke, are you all right?" The girl Zhang Ke turned to look, secretly breathing a sigh of relief, but still remaining wary of the man in front of her. She thought to herself, who is this person? What is he trying to do? When her teammates approached, she turned to explain, her hand still pointing at Ye Ning. "He is a friend of Anya. His name is Ye Ning.
I wanted to invite him to join us, but now he suspects that I am a ghost. Hearing this, a team member immediately got angry. He pointed straight at Ye Ning's face. You brat, how dare you suspect Captain Zhang? She just killed a ghost today. Another person added, not only that, the captain is the one who discovered the secret about the origin of the ghosts. The word origin successfully caught Ye Ning's attention. He muttered, the origin of the ghosts? The member from earlier, after being whispered something by Zhang Ke, turned to speak to Ye Ning. Ye Ning, although I don't know how you suddenly became a Tier 3, if you are willing, you can join us. The others heard this and were astonished. What? Is this kid really a Tier 3? Zhang Ke regained the initiative. She crossed her arms and looked at Ye Ning. Of course, if you think we are too weak, then forget it. She turned around, pretending to leave. We still have a mission to complete. We need to get going. We won't bother you anymore. Seeing the bait had been taken, Ye Ning immediately spoke up. I will join you. Zhang Ke geared back, a triumphant smile flashing on her lips. Really? Once officially joined, Ye Ning did not hesitate to make a request. First, tell me about the origin of the ghosts. A team member began to explain. On the 15th underground floor, there is a secret research institute.
There is a passage there leading straight to the source of the ghosts. It is said that we can also obtain a method to suppress the ghosts there. Ye Ning asked again to be sure. A direct passage? Does that mean we can skip the large-scale battles with ghosts on the usual routes through the 11th and 12th floors? Zhang Ke nodded. Exactly. But before getting there are still many ghost missions on the 10th floor that need to be solved. We can't handle those Tier 3 ghosts, but you can. A different plan was forming in Ye Ning's mind. After Anya died, his entire process had been thrown into chaos. This Zhang Ke could very well be a replacement character provided by the system. Whether she was human or a ghost no longer mattered now. In any case, this group posed no threat to him. He could just use them to find the research institute first.
Based on the current developments, the trap should be placed at the very end. I will have plenty of time to kill them before that. He continued to calculate his main objective. Yinglong is currently on the 10th floor. Once he reaches the 11th floor, I won't be able to use the surveillance system to arrange any more bait. To ensure the success of my deception plan, I must stay one step ahead to arrange the appearance of Li Fugui. This shortcut is exactly what I need. Meanwhile, on the 10th underground floor, Yinglong was displaying his terrifying power. He created a tornado of red energy, wiping out swarms of surrounding ghosts and zombies in an instant. Whoa! A subordinate exclaimed in admiration. Too strong, truly too powerful. My lord, with that move, I bet even a high Tier 3 ghost would be killed instantly. Lin Lan watched from a distance, astonished. A random attack could instantly kill an intermediate Tier 3 ghost from dozens of meters away. Yinglong was even stronger than she imagined. After the battle, Yinglong turned to his NPC. Let's see what reward this NPC mission gives. The NPC happily reported, My lord, besides credits, there is also official blue-grade equipment as a reward. But my lord, to get this equipment, we must provide 2 ghost eyeballs as proof. A young subordinate cheered excitedly, but Yinglong just waved his hand disdainfully. Ghost eyeballs? Worthless. Just dig them out and give them to them. As for the blue-grade equipment, it's too low level for me. You guys can take turns using it. Once we're done, we will proceed to the 11th floor.
The group of subordinates shouted in unison, Yes, Lord Yinglong. At the same time, Ye Ning's group was cautiously entering another building. He remarked, It seems the deeper we go, the lazier these ghosts get at disguising themselves as humans. Zhang Ke immediately warned, Don't be careless. There are at least 2 or 3 Tier 3 ghosts hiding in this building. We can handle the Tier 2 ghosts here, but we'll have to rely on you for the Tier 3 ones, Ye Ning. A member spoke up, and Zhang Ke raised his crossbow, decisively ordering, Kill. As soon as they attacked, a strange scene unfolded. The ghosts disguised as humans actually killed their own undisguised kind. Ye Ning smirked and thought to himself, Damn it, to maintain the disguise, they actually killed their own kind. If I hadn't accidentally stumbled upon it, I probably would never have suspected they were ghosts, right? By the way, why go through all this trouble just to lure the enemy into a trap later? A giant muscular ghost jumped down from above, swinging a massive battle axe. It's here. Its strength seems a bit higher than the previous one. Ye Ning easily dodged the sky-splitting strike.
But when it comes to agility, I won't lose to you. The ghost roared in anger. Ah! Ye Ning counterattacked with a familiar move, Furious Flame. The fire incinerated the ghost's arm. It howled in pain and called for reinforcements. Come out, surround them. From the darkness, many other ghosts appeared. Ye Ning glanced quickly. Humph, all are basic Tier 3. He moved like a phantom amidst the siege, dodging every attack easily. He leaped into the air, holding 2 swords radiating brilliant light. Kill! He unleashed a new move, creating a giant fire dragon crashing down. Fire dragon! A ghost was swallowed by the fire, screaming miserably. Ah! Zhang Ke's teammates shouted in panic. Danger! Get away fast! A ghost was completely swallowed by the fire dragon, screaming in despair before turning to ash. Are we no match for him?
Realizing the absolute power gap, a leading ghost shouted orders to his panicked cohorts. Split up and run, quickly. He stood still, observing them with a cold smile, thinking to himself, their power is lower than mutants, but their intelligence is much higher. His eyes focused on the ghost running furthest away. I'm just curious to know how strong your spiritual power is. He put 2 fingers to his temple, his eyes glowing with eerie purple light, and he roared, full force spiritual power, crowd control. An invisible and powerful spiritual energy spread out, enveloping everything.
Yining coldly concluded, spiritual power is very weak, assessment complete. The ghosts immediately clutched their heads and writhed, one groaning, my head is about to explode. The attack did not distinguish between friend and foe. Zhang Ke was also affected. She screamed in pain and confusion, Yining, what are you doing? Yining smiled casually, the sword in his hand beginning to gather cold energy. Sorry about that, you got caught in the crossfire. It'll be over in a second. He shouted, extreme cold, and immediately giant ice spikes shot up from the ground, piercing through the bodies of the immobilized ghosts. Ice spikes. A series of system notifications popped up. Ting, killed a Tier 3 ghost, received 1-star ghost core fragment. Killed a Tier 3 ghost, received 1-star ghost core fragment. Killed a Tier 3 ghost, received 1-star ghost core fragment. Ghost cores, 5/10. Just as the battle ended, a ghostly dark shadow suddenly appeared from behind Zhang Ke, emitting a dangerous aura. Zhang Ke panicked and cried for help. Hi, Tier 3! Yining, save me! But before the ghost could act, another figure appeared even faster, a sharp weapon blocking the attack. It was 009. Stop, she is one of us, Yining issued the order.
009 immediately stopped, her scythe held close to Zhang Ke's neck. Yining approached, his expression calm as he asked, do you two know each other? Yes, she is my friend, a high Tier 3 ghost hunter. He introduced 009 perfunctorily. A member of Zhang Ke's team gasped. Yes, Yining, you really are full of surprises. 009 turned to report quietly to Yining, just loud enough for him to hear. Comrade, the equipment has been sent out. They didn't suspect a thing. All the small items they requested have also been provided. Yining concise action, a confident smile blooming on his lips. Very good. The next bait will be Li Fugui. He handed 009 the ghost core fragments he had just collected. These are the things I got from killing the ghosts on the way here. 009 took them and said happily, wonderful. With these I will have 8 fragments. Including what they have, it's probably just enough.
Yining glanced at Zhang Ke's group, while 009 also looked at them with curiosity. Are they ghosts too? He replied mysteriously. We'll know soon enough. Yining stepped forward and urged, don't just stand there, take us to the research institute. She replied curtly, all right. Soon they arrived at the abandoned research institute. The place was desolate and ruined. Ghosts of the past seemed to still linger. Yining remarked, it seems many people died when this place collapsed. He picked up a few documents on the table. Artificial spinal cord project, new blood extraction report. He shook his head and threw them away. Tss, there is no useful information in these documents at all. Zhang Ke, we searched the map of the entire research institute and couldn't find the passage you mentioned. She turned to Yining and asked, no clues in the documents? Are all the computers broken? Zhang Ke began to look confused and panicked. This is impossible. Yining lost all patience. He pointed his sword straight at her throat, his voice cold as ice. What is your purpose in wasting half an hour of my time? Zhang Ke stammered. Her teammate shouted, Yining, what are you doing to the captain? Just then, a man in a white lab coat suddenly walked through the wall, his body translucent like a ghost. He raised his hand, his voice full of authority. Stop, don't fight. Yining turned around, his eyes full of surprise and wariness. Damn it, he walked out of the wall. He asked, who are you? The man introduced himself. I am the administrator of this place.
The wall behind me is the special passage. After you pass through the passage, you must go to the altar and take a stone. He emphasized that the stone is the key to entering the core battlefield of the ghosts, and it is also the item to finally fight the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor, what is its level? Yining asked immediately. The administrator replied decisively. Tier 4. Both Yining and 009 were stunned. Tier 4. A mission notification panel appeared before Yenning's eyes. Ding.
The final mission was issued. Kill the Ghost Emperor. Mission reward and epic grade set component. He thought quickly. The final mission, it seemed Yinglong's faction hadn't received it yet. It could be because he had broken the main storyline right upon entering, causing the mission to trigger early. Moreover, this mission didn't even specify the Ghost Emperor's level. He began to analyze logically. If this Ghost Emperor was truly Tier 4, then the dungeon difficulty should be S-Rank, not A-Rank, unless there was something that could help them win, which was why the old man mentioned the stone prop. That would make sense, but if Zhang Ke was a ghost, then this old man was very likely one too. Then what he said must contain a trap, and that trap must be the stone itself. After all, there was no need to lie about the passage. As for whether the stone was the key to the core, that was very easy to verify, so there was no need to lie about that either. So the only possible trap was that the stone was the item to defeat the Ghost Emperor. He visualized the stone on an ancient altar. Reasoning backwards, the Ghost Emperor was definitely not Tier 4, otherwise the difficulty level wouldn't make sense. Then this stone, I'm afraid not only can it not suppress the ghosts, but perhaps it will restrict our abilities. He stood up, his eyes sharp, with 009 ready for battle beside him. Of course, the prerequisite to verify all this was, he suddenly turned around, swinging a flaming sword slash towards the administrator. Are you guys actually ghosts or not? The administrator was sliced in half to the astonishment of Zonkei's group. She screamed, Ye Ning, what are you doing?
He's not a ghost. Why isn't he a ghost? Why did you kill him?
Ye Ning didn't answer. He only ordered 009. It's not just him, it's all of you. 009 rushed out like a phantom, replying decisively, understood. Why? Zonka screamed in horror and disbelief, right before a streak of light pierced through her body. The others suffered the same fate, screaming miserably. Ah! Looking at the system notification panel that appeared, Ye Ning smirked with satisfaction. Just as predicted, Zonka and the old man were both ghosts, and key ghosts at that. The notification panel stated clearly, eliminated a key ghost, received 1-star ghost core fragment. Eliminated a key ghost, received 1-star ghost core fragment. Ghost cores 10/10. He clenched his fist, saying to himself, whether the other NPCs are ghosts or not isn't important anymore. Another notification popped up. Ghost core fragments have been fully collected. Do you want to synthesize immediately? Without a second of hesitation, Ye Ning pressed the yes button. Yes, synthesize immediately, he shouted in excitement. The system interface displayed. Special materials have been used. Upgrade progress 3/4. Below was the list of required materials. Material 1, Ghost Core 1/1. Material 2, Human-Faced Eagle Bone Fluid 0/1. The list continued to appear. Material 3, Ripper's Vertebrae Beads 1/1. Material 4, Heart of the Mountain Destroyer 1/1. Looking at the list, Ye Ning smiled with determination. Excellent.
Now all that remained was the human-faced eagle. He summoned his trump card, Li Fugui. Come on out, it's time for you to shine. From a blue screen, Li Fugui appeared in the guise of an elegant butler, bowing and greeting. I am here, master. Ye Ning leaned in close, whispering his new plan. Our previous scam plan was too crude. Now we need to optimize it. When the time comes, first you do this, then that, and finally. Li Fugui listened attentively, nodding repeatedly. Understood, understood. Well, are you confident that you can deceive a peak tier 3? Ye Ning asked suspiciously. Li Fugui patted his chest confidently. Don't worry, master. It's just tricking a peak tier 3. He even peeled off a mask, revealing his cunning nature and bragging. Let alone taking his human-faced eagle, I could even trick him into taking off his underwear. Meanwhile, on the 11th underground floor, Yinglong and his group were facing a sea of ghosts. He looked at the crowd, his voice full of power. 22 basic tier 3s, 11 intermediate tier 3s.
It's quite crowded. Everyone, gather around me. All his subordinates immediately formed a solid defensive formation, responding in unison. Yes, my lord. Suddenly, NPC Brother Zong was grabbed by a few ghosts and dragged out of the formation. He shouted for help in panic. Yinglong, save me! I'm surrounded, I can't get out! But Yinglong only glanced coldly and unleashed a powerful move. Blood Shadow Point. A beam of bright red energy shot out from his spear, piercing through rows of ghosts and the screaming NPC. The energy beam created a terrifying explosion, shattering a large section of the wall and leaving behind a cloud of thick dust. When the smoke cleared, NPC Brother Zong, who should have been dead, stood there, but in the form of a ghost, with bloodshot eyes and sharp teeth.
This? A subordinate exclaimed in surprise. He had killed 3 intermediate tier 3 ghosts with just 1 strike. This? Another stammered in horror. Hurry up, if you don't want to die, stand behind Lord Yinglong. Don't block his attack path. One person shouted, and the whole group hurriedly retreated. Yeah, all right. Yinglong took a deep breath, the spear in his hand flaring up with bright red light again. Ah, Blood Shadow Dragon Soul, he shouted, unleashing a giant red energy dragon. The dragon roared, sweeping across the battlefield, burning all the remaining ghosts to ashes. Linlan stood there, stunned by the scene. She thought to herself, sweeping the entire battlefield with just 1 move and looking like it took no effort at all? Yinglong's strength far exceeds my imagination.
Does Yening really have a chance? Just then, a message from Yening transmitted into her head. Shui Ying, are you about to reach the 12th floor? When you get there, find a way to lure Yinglong to the research institute in the central area, coordinates 104.27.11.9. She softly called his name in her mind, Yening. He continued, just say that you have received a hidden mission and the secret to defeating the Demon King is there. She hurriedly replied, Yening, Yinglong's strength is completely beyond imagination. Are you really sure about this detailed plan? Are we acting on the 12th floor? Yening only replied confidently and mysteriously, you will know when you get there. Yinglong saw that she seemed distracted and asked, Young Miss Shui Yang, what's wrong? Are you injured? She was startled and hurriedly replied, Oh, I'm fine, just a bit shocked. Thank you for your concern, my lord. Yinglong laughed loudly. Ha ha, you flatter me, young Miss Shui Yang. This floor is relatively simple. He looked ahead, speaking with anticipation. I wonder if any high tier 3 or peak tier 3 monsters will appear on the next floor. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Lan stepped forward. Lord Yinglong, I just received a hidden mission. It is at the Central Research Institute on the 12th floor. It says that the secret to defeating the final boss, the Demon King, and obtaining a precious equipment set is there. Hearing this, Yinglong's eyes flashed. Oh. But immediately, suspicion arose. He narrowed his eyes and asked, by the way, did only young Miss Shui Yang receive this mission? Why didn't we receive it? He stared at her, issuing a challenging request. Young Miss Shui Yang, would you mind making your system panel public for us to see? Lin Lan was completely stunned, not knowing how to answer. Damn it, Yinglong is starting to suspect me, she thought in panic.
Calm down. I must dispel his suspicion first, then I can worry about other things. Regaining her composure, she faced Yinglong, her eyes sincere. Of course. But Lord Yinglong, this hidden mission was not issued by the system. She fabricated a reasonable story. It was told to me by the last NPC we helped. He said it was an additional hidden mission for us. Yinglong narrowed his eyes. Is that so? A subordinate of Yinglong, who had already been tamed by Ye Ning's plan, immediately spoke up in support. Lord, all the NPCs we helped along the way have given us additional rewards. If we consider all of these as side missions of the system, then it is very likely that they all converge into a clue for the main storyline. Yinglong stroked his beard, his expression thoughtful. That makes sense. Lin Lan flattered. Lord, with your strength, we could probably complete this dungeon even without doing these missions.
Yinglong immediately retorted, No, we have done all the missions along the way precisely to avoid missing anything and failing to obtain the final equipment set. We should finish this one too. After all, it mentions the secret of the Ghost Emperor and the equipment set. Completely persuaded, Yinglong raised his spear high and ordered decisively, Let's go, to the Research Institute on the 12th floor. The whole group responded in unison, Yes, my lord. They quickly arrived at the abandoned Research Institute on the 12th underground floor. According to the landmarks, this was the place. Maintaining his inherent caution, Yinglong ordered, Zhongming, lead a few people to check the surroundings, as well as the inside, to see if there are any traps first. Yes, my lord. Zhongming immediately obeyed. A few of you follow me inside to search. The rest of you check the perimeter outside. Zhongming ordered his subordinates. Yes. A soldier flattered. Yinglong, I didn't expect someone as strong as you, Yinglong, to be so cautious. Yinglong replied with the air of experience. Better safe than sorry. If not for this caution, I wouldn't have the power I have today. The soldier nodded. I truly envy and admire you. The soldier continued. Actually, I have also heard a legend about this research institute. Yinglong glanced at him. I can't be sure if it's true or not yet. Let's wait until we get inside to talk. Zhongming returned to report. My lord, there are no ghosts ambushing here. You can enter now. Yinglong nodded. Good. The group entered, but the place was completely empty. Yinglong muttered. My lord, not only are there no ghosts here, but there's no one and nothing at all. Is the NPC that Shui Ying mentioned not here? Lin Lan began to feel extremely anxious.
Is there absolutely nothing? Then how does Ye Ning plan to make his move? Is he just teasing me? What good would that do him? Yinglong turned to ask her. Young Miss Shui Ying, what do you think? She tried to maintain her composure. Perhaps the information was wrong. If there's nothing here, let's leave quickly and not waste any more time. Just as she finished speaking, a brilliant golden space gate suddenly opened in the middle of the main hall, radiating a powerful energy. From within the gate, Li Fugui stepped out. He wore a magnificent set of royal armor, holding a giant golden scythe in his hand, his aura majestic like a god.
Yinglong's entire group was stunned. What is this? Yinglong analyzed silently. A mysterious NPC? He certainly has the aura of an NPC, but I don't feel like he is an NPC from this dungeon. Couldn't Zhongming and the others detect him? Did he teleport here through space instantly? What level of power is that? Who are you? Yinglong asked, his voice full of wariness. Li Fugui only responded with a soft, arrogant, An impatient subordinate shouted, Lord Yinglong is asking you a question. Are you deaf? Don't be rude, Yinglong shouted loudly. A stream of bright red energy radiated from him, silencing the terrified subordinates. Only then did Li Fugui burst into arrogant laughter. Ha 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 ha! It wasn't easy to get here from the Hellgate. Yinglong was shaken. Hellgate? Isn't that a special underground dungeon in the interior of Huaxia? An NPC actually ran out of a dungeon on his own and ran into another dungeon? What kind of creature is this? Could it be that these two dungeons are connected? They are thousands of miles apart. How is that possible? Li Fugui looked down at them condescendingly. You must be humans from this place, right? Peak Tier 3? I suppose you could be considered slightly stronger insects. He suddenly pointed at Yinglong, his gaze seeming to pierce through his heart. Hey, little insect, it seems there is a problem with your soul. Yinglong froze. What did he mean by saying there was a problem with my soul? Could it be that he has seen through my abnormal spiritual power? Impossible. In the real world, no one can do that.
Not only can he see through the power suppressed by me with just a glance, but he can also see through my spiritual power as well?
Could he be a Tier 4? Yinglong's inner mind stirred. Through the shared vision, Yingning smiled triumphantly. Looking at Yinglong's reaction, he has been deceived by Li Fugui. He continued thinking. The acting was indeed very good. Coupled with the grand entrance and seeing through the spiritual power with just one sentence, Yinglong most likely guessed that he was a Tier 4. A funny image appeared in his mind. Li Fugui's legs were trembling under the cloak, concealed by the rocket boots. Yinglong took a deep breath to regain his composure. He bowed respectfully. About this, sir, you must be joking. May I ask who you are? No, is there anything we can help you with? Li Fugui waved his hand arrogantly, acting according to Yingning's script. Who am I? You are not qualified to know. Help me, with you tiny insects? You will only slow down my speed in killing the Ghost Emperor. He thought to himself. The master said, when facing a cautious expert, the more arrogant you act, the safer you are. Absolutely cannot show fear. Being called insects, Yinglong's loyal subordinates could not stand the humiliation.
One guy roared, "Bastard, who are you calling a bug?" Another shouted along, "Do you know who you're talking to?" Zhang Ming, the most hot-tempered one, stepped forward, gripping his battle axe tightly. "My lord, this NPC doesn't seem to want to give us the mission. I think there's something wrong with him. How about I go test him out first?" Beneath his arrogant exterior, Li Fugui was sweating bullets. Absolutely not, he thought to himself. The moment I get attacked, a pet notification from Ye Ning will likely appear immediately. "Zhang Ming, don't be reckless," Yanglong shouted, stopping his subordinate. "All of you, shut up and stand back." The group immediately obeyed. "Yes, my lord." Li Fugui breathed a sigh of relief, a smug smile appearing on his face. The master was right. The more cautious the experts are, the easier they fall for low-level traps, simply because they think too much and too thoroughly. To prove his value, Yanglong began to channel his energy, a stream of bright red energy enveloping his fist. "Sir, perhaps compared to you, our strength is indeed limited, but we all want to destroy the Ghost Emperor." He released his full aura, creating a storm of red energy that covered the entire hall. "I am confident that I won't be completely useless to you." That terrifying power made everyone, including Lin Lan, tremble in fear. Is this the true power of Yinglong?
Terrifying, absolutely terrifying, he thought to himself. Facing that terrible pressure, Li Fugui was scared out of his wits on the inside, but his outward expression, controlled by Ye Ning, remained unchanged, silently observing. This unusual calmness made Yinglong trust his judgment even more. This NPC was truly very strong. He didn't show the slightest emotional fluctuation when I displayed my full power. He retracted his aura, looked straight at Li Fugui and asked, "Sir, what do you think?" Li Fugui sneered contemptuously, continuing his act. "You do have some strength, but if that's all you have, it's far from enough." However, under the royal cloak, his legs were trembling uncontrollably. "Ugh, damn it, I'm really about to pee my pants," he groaned inwardly. "Do you know what level the Ghost Emperor is?" Li Fugui asked in a patronizing tone. "A mere peak tier 3 is nothing but cannon fodder."
Hearing this, Yinglong felt a speculation rise in his heart. Could it be? His entire group exclaimed in unison in horror. Tier 4? Right at this moment, Ye Ning ordered through the earpiece. "Li Fugui, the time is ripe. You can cast the net now." "That's right. It is Tier 4, Li Fugui confirmed eloquently. "Unless your speed is fast enough, you might have a small role in the battle between me and it. Other abilities are all useless." Yinglong began to deduce logically. The ghost in the real world back then was only peak Tier 3 and almost destroyed the entire Far East. A Tier 4 Ghost Emperor must be an apocalypse-level threat. If there were no clues and assistance from the system, this dungeon could not be completed, and no one could complete this mission. The system never issues unsolvable missions. This NPC must be the key support to completing the dungeon.
Just like the initial guide NPC and the Tier 3 Ghost Hunter who joined the team later, and the side mission NPCs along the way, they were all assistants provided by the system. As the final and greatest support, I need to fight for it myself this time. This can also be seen as a reflection of the mission's difficulty. He was completely convinced by his own logic. He puffed out his chest, confidently boasting, "My lord, my maximum speed can reach Mach 3. Please believe me, I can definitely play a role in the battle." To prove it, he dashed away at a terrifying speed, forming a bright red streak of light. That streak slammed into the wall at the end of the hall, creating a massive explosion. He added, "Not only that, I am also extremely proficient in hit-and-run tactics. I absolutely will not let you down." Li Fugui just sneered in his mind. All flashy and insubstantial, even less scary than Blood Shadow earlier. Yinglong was stunned by the big shot's indifferent attitude. Was he not even impressed by such a perfect strike of his? Just how strong is this NPC? It can't be that I don't even have the qualifications to complete the mission, right? It's just barely acceptable. Not too weak, I suppose.
Li Fugui dropped a cool remark.
But what use is that strike? What I need is speed. For example, have you ever killed an extremely fast monster? Tell me about it. Ying Long felt like he had struck gold. An extremely fast monster? A human-faced eagle. I have killed a human-faced eagle before. Does that prove it? Human-faced eagle? I have heard of it. That little creature is indeed very fast, but empty words are not proof, Li Fugui said ambiguously. Ying Long immediately opened his system inventory. This is the corpse of the human-faced eagle. He held out the monster's spine. When I killed this monster back then, I wasn't even as fast as I am now. Standing from behind, Lin Lan finally understood. Ye Ning had no intention of fighting Ying Long here. He was tricking him. That damn bastard. Is he really planning to scam him? Li Fugui was cheering inside. Success. I'm about to succeed. Li Fugui, don't get excited. This is a critical moment. Keep acting. Ye Ning's voice rang in his head. Tell him you need to verify this material. Li Fugui extended his hand, his tone full of authority. Let me see. If it is the real deal, you will be qualified to fight alongside me. Please take a look, my lord. Ying Long respectfully handed him the skeleton. But the moment Li Fugui's finger touched the skeleton, Ying Long keenly noticed something. Just now did this mysterious expert's finger tremble? That was excitement. Could a powerful being who views me as an insect get excited over obtaining a corpse? He asked directly. My lord, you seem quite excited. Li Fugui was startled. Damn it, did he notice?
Is my hand shaking? I must find an excuse. He hurriedly replied, excited. Hey, I'm just purely curious about this little thing. My collection happens to be missing an item like it. He tried to snatch the skeleton. Give this to me and you will be qualified to go down with me. But Ying Long held it tight. My lord, wait a moment. Ying Long's suspicion flared up violently. Something isn't right. The fact that I could kill a human-faced eagle should have been enough to know. Why take it away? A collection? Although the human-faced eagle is unique, it is only a Tier 3 mutant. As a Tier 4 expert, what is worth collecting about it? Even I only kept it for its commemorative value, and the strength he used to snatch it is also problematic. Sensing the plan was at risk of falling apart, Ye Ning transmitted a final order to Li Fugui. Li Fugui, even if there is a mistake, don't panic, don't try to fix it.
Stay calm, stand your ground, take one step back to take 2 steps forward, and we can still win. Shui Ying, lend a hand when the time comes. If this NPC is exposed, you won't escape either, Ye Ning ordered in her mind. Remind Ying Long about all the NPCs who demanded trivial things along the way. Use the mission to distract him. There won't be any danger. Your system mission will be issued soon. Following Ye Ning's instructions, Li Fugui withdrew his hand, his voice full of disappointment and disdain. Forget it. You lack sincerity. He turned around, looking uninterested. I've decided not to take you along. Fend for yourself. Goodbye, Li Fugui said, then started walking away. Ying Long called out in panic. My lord, wait! Just then, Lin Lan spoke up, her voice persuasive. Lord Ying Long, have you forgotten? Did all the NPCs along the way ask for small items from us? I think this expert probably doesn't actually want to collect it, but is using it as a token, like some hidden rule in this dungeon. If we don't give it to him, we might lose access to the hidden reward. Ying Long fell silent, deep in thought. He muttered to himself, trying to piece everything together.
What Shui Ying said makes sense. I've been too cautious. Before entering here, I had people search this area, and apart from us, there's no one else here. What reason would an NPC have to deceive me? Does he lack strength? Is it because there is no need to show it? Besides, the human-faced eagle wasn't suggested by him. I brought it out myself. If losing such a trivial item causes me to lose the final reward, then it's really not worth it. But one last doubt still lingered in his mind. But if that is true, why hasn't the mission been issued yet? If there isn't a system mission, then nothing is guaranteed. Just as he finished speaking, Lin Lan, who had been forewarned by Ye Ning, immediately spoke up. Commander Ying Long.
I just received a special mission. Mission requirement, kill the Ghost Emperor with the help of a guardian. Ying Long turned around in surprise. Oh, why was it sent only to you again? He asked, his suspicion undiminished. Young Miss Sui Ying, none of us received the mission, a subordinate confirmed. It always coming only to you is truly very strange. Lin Lan spread her hands, looking helpless. Honestly, I'm not entirely sure why it's always sent to me. Perhaps it's because I interacted more with various NPCs along the way. Zhang Ming immediately made a suggestion. That is quite possible, but to reassure Lord Ying Long, why don't you share the mission panel for everyone to see? Fine, here it is, issued by the Guardian of Hell Gate, she said, as she opened a fake system panel created by Ye Ning. Sweat began to bead up behind her veil. Damn you, Ye Ning, I'm about to be exposed here. Think of something, she screamed in her head. Li Fugui pretended to turn and leave to distract Ying Long, as Ye Ning issued a decisive order. I am too tired of watching you insects suspect and put on a show for each other, Li Fugui said with a bored voice.
A complete waste of my time. I can't be bothered with you people anymore. Sir, wait, we are truly very sincere. Ying Long hurriedly held him back. All that is needed is... Just then, the sycophantic soldier suddenly cried out, holding a communication device. So the legend is true? The mysterious laboratory actually hides the secret to defeating the Ghost Emperor? Ding! A series of mission notifications appeared in front of all of Yinglong's subordinates. Mission issued. Kill the Ghost Emperor with the help of an NPC. Mission reward. Collection unlocked. Yinglong was stunned. He looked at his mission panel, then looked at Lin Lan, his mind full of thoughts. A mission had actually been issued, and it wasn't much different from what Shui Ying had received. And because she had deeper interactions with the NPCs, her missions all arrived earlier. Now, handing over the human-faced eagle to this Tier 4 NPC was no longer a big issue. The system mission has finally been issued. Lin Lan sighed in relief. Great. She secretly contacted Ye Ning. When do you plan to make a move on Yinglong? At the Core Devil battlefield. We will assess the situation then, he replied. Bastard, you wouldn't dare betray me, would you? Standing from a distance, Ye Ning muttered. Luckily, my mission came earlier so I could plan ahead, but Yinglong's mission is slightly different from mine. Is it because his initial NPC, Chang'an, didn't die? There's still something wrong. When I first entered the system, didn't it say there were no missions? Just now, their missions seem to be triggered by something Chang'an said, and Chang'an is a ghost. Could it be that the missions in this dungeon are issued by the ghosts themselves? But why would the ghosts issue missions to kill themselves? If that's the case, all these missions might be traps. He shook his head, brushing away the complex thoughts.
Forget it, Li Fugui is about to succeed. I'll think about this later. Leveling up is the top priority. Even if there is a trap, that is a problem for the Devil's Core battlefield. Yinglong finally made up his mind. He approached, bowing respectfully. My lord, please forgive my previous rudeness. Please accept this. Seeing that you have corrected your mistake, I will not blame you this time, Li Fugui said with tolerance, receiving the skeleton. It was done. Li Fugui retreated. Yening ordered. Spatial / reverse teleportation. A purple space gate opened, sucking Li Fugui inside. I will appear when you face the Ghost Emperor. His voice echoed back before the gate completely closed. Success, master! Li Fugui cheered as he returned to the side of Yening and 009. Li Fugui, you did an excellent job. Wah, master, your most loyal servant almost died. Li Fugui hugged Yening's leg, crying miserably. Yening laughed, patting his head. Enough, all right. You won't be missing any part of the reward I promised. Hearing this, Li Fugui immediately stopped crying and exclaimed, Wah, thank you, master. Go rest now. In 2 years, I will give you a long vacation, Yening said. Li Fugui happily flattered him. Wonderful! You are the best master in the world. When Li Fugui had left, Yening picked up the human-faced eagle skeleton, his gaze focused. Spiritual suppression. A stream of purple energy wrapped around the skeleton, causing it to shatter into pieces, completely crushed. A stream of shimmering blue liquid flew out from the skeleton and entered Yening's body. Whoosh! A giant notification panel appeared in front of him. Received Sword God System upgrade material, human-faced eagle bone fluid.
Detected that all materials for upgrading the Sword God system have been collected. Initiate upgrade. Upgrade, he shouted, clenching his fists in extreme excitement. System upgrading. Opening new transmission channel. A notification appeared as a massive burst of energy exploded from Yening's body. Growl! He braced himself against the intense pain as the energy regenerated his body, screaming out. Ye Ning, 009 called his name in worry. 009, maintain soundproofing, he roared through gritted teeth. 009 immediately took action, creating an orange energy barrier wrapping around her blue soundproof barrier. 3 minutes later, the upgrade process was finally complete. A notification panel appeared. Sword God system upgrade complete. Ye Ning panted heavily, soaked in sweat. 009 rushed over. Ye Ning, what just happened? Were you attacked by some mysterious power? He waved his hand. I'm fine. Absorbing the materials was just a bit unbearable. I'm okay now. He stood up, turned to her and said, 009, thank you for standing guard and keeping this area safe. She smiled back. Of course. A series of notifications regarding rewards and new features appeared. Mission accomplished. Received 1,000 spiritual energy points as a reward. The power of all sword skills has been increased, with current power corresponding to the actual combat power of Monarch rank. Sword skill cooldown reduced to 12 hours. Skill fusion feature unlocked. Available fusion attempts, 1. Combine 2 skills into 1 and receive equivalent enhancement. Ye Ning pondered deeply. The cooldown time is now only half of what it was before, and I can fuse 2 skills to free up a slot. The most interesting part is that all sword skills can finally be enhanced by my own attributes. Another unexpected notification appeared, shocking him to the core. Ding, mission completion time recalculated to 3 months.
Milestone reward. Choose a skill to upgrade to SSS-Rank. He shouted, SSS-Rank. If I choose to upgrade God's Wrath, can it change from summoning a pseudo-tier phantom to a real tier 4 entity? Of course, I will choose the strongest one to upgrade, raising the combat power ceiling. A warning appeared. Note, the upgrade process is irreversible.
Because the artifact skill will become too powerful after upgrading, there is a small chance a trigger condition will be added. Please choose carefully whether to upgrade or not. Yes? No? He smirked. Being able to summon a tier 4, even with a small trigger condition added, was completely acceptable. Yes, upgrade.
He pressed the confirm button. A giant eerie red phantom appeared behind him. He felt a surge of unprecedented power. So this is the feeling of Tier 4, too powerful. The new skill information panel appeared. God's Wrath has been upgraded to SSS-Rank, capable of summoning a Tier 4 phantom for 1 second. Trigger condition, enter combat state, continuously accumulate rage value, receive the Berserk effect, and kill 10 enemy targets of the same level or higher to unlock this skill to summon the Tier 4 phantom. Skill feature, consumes all current spiritual energy to deal a massive amount of unmitigated, unblockable damage to the target. Can be cast immediately, cooldown is 12 hours. After reading it, Ye-Ning was boiling with anger. Damn it, is this what is called a small trigger condition? It's clearly a huge one. 10 seconds became 1 second, and I have to kill 10 enemies of the same level first to summon it.
All spiritual energy will be consumed. Basically, it is unusable except for the free attempts. Did this system just scam me? But with such harsh conditions, its power must surely be. He tried to reassure himself. Forget it, it's no use dwelling on it. I'll see how it works in actual combat. If it can instantly kill a peak Tier 3 opponent, then it is acceptable. Luckily, I can still fuse 2 sword skills to free up a slot. Which 2 should I fuse? There is only one chance, so I have to choose carefully. He began to weigh the options. Heaven-splitting light sword storm. Thousands of heaven-splitting slashes attacking instantly within the area of the sword storm. Spatial/Heaven's Fall, instant teleportation, breaking through space, blowing up a large area. Or perhaps fuse Living Hell. Forget it, Living Hell is already a powerful move. Its initial activation conditions were quite harsh. If it develops new activation conditions after fusion, that would be a disaster. It is more practical to fuse weaker skills early into a strong one. Which one should I choose? Damn it, this is too hard. He scratched his head in frustration. A message from Lin Lan cut through his train of thought. Ye-Ning, we are approaching the final level and heading to the altar to get the stone. Where are you? When do you plan to act? In front of him was the system mission panel. You can only enter the final core after obtaining the stone. In the final battle, they cannot enter halfway, so if they want to ambush, they must get there first. He muttered to himself. Although I could have escaped, with my current strength, I can compete for the final equipment set. Where are you? Say something. You're not planning to retreat, are you? What about me? Are you trying to get me killed? Lin Lan's anxious voice rang in his head. He replied reassuringly, I'll be there, don't worry. Fusing skills right on the spot felt like cheating.
When the time comes, I will merge what I need, he thought, then rushed forward like an arrow. 009 followed, heading towards the laboratory, going straight to the core battlefield. Yes, she replied, and quickly chased after him. Both rushed into a space gate, teleporting to the altar area. They appeared in a vast cave. In the middle was an ancient altar with countless oval-shaped stones piled up. This must be the altar mentioned in the mission. The stone must be the one glowing on the wall over there. He took 2 stones from the wall and gave one to 009. Remember, once we are inside, throw the stone away. All right, she replied. Both stepped into the gate leading to the core battlefield. As soon as they entered, an invisible and powerful pressure came crashing down. Danger, move, 009 shouted. Ye-Ning swung his sword, creating an energy shield to resist the pressure. Don't panic, it's just pressure. The scene that appeared before them was a giant hall leading to a stone bridge. On the bridge was a massive army of ghosts, standing motionless like statues. At the end of the bridge, on a suspended altar, was a giant black shadow. Look ahead, on that suspended altar. That must be the Ghost Emperor, Ye-Ning said. It's not moving? It's dead? But it still emits such pressure? 009 wondered.
Ye-Ning analyzed. It is not dead. Perhaps it is in a dormant state or sealed. After we entered here, its guards did not move at all. They are probably waiting for Yinglong's group to arrive to wake it up. Let's hide first. When Yinglong's group arrives, we'll see what happens, he suggested. 09 nodded in agreement. All right. Not long after, Yinglong's group also arrived at the altar area. Li Fugui's voice rang in his head. Yinglong, pick up the stone and you will enter the core battlefield. Once inside, do not throw the stone away. That stone suppresses the ghosts and the Ghost Emperor. Okay, Yinglong replied. He turned to ask Lin Lan. Young Miss Shui Yang, has your mission information changed? Has that Tier 4 NPC appeared yet? She replied. There is no clear information.
I guess it will be like before, and he will teleport instantly here, joining the battle halfway. That is a Tier 4 Ghost Emperor. We will need to be more cautious. Yinglong nodded, but then he noticed something unusual. Why are there 2 stones missing here? Could someone have entered earlier? Lin Lan's heart skipped a beat. Damn it, maybe Ye-Ning took them, and he only brought 1 person. Is that an NPC? Yinglong is about to realize it. How do I cover this up? The sycophantic soldier spoke up again at the right time. Perhaps it was like that from the beginning, or maybe other ghost hunters took them, or that mysterious Tier 4 person did it. Lord Yinglong, do not hesitate. Quickly take the stones and get ready to fight. Lin Lan breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, fortunately this guide NPC is even more impatient than us. All right, you make a valid point, Yinglong agreed. Everyone,
take your stones and prepare for battle. Yes, the group shouted in unison. As they entered the battlefield, the ghost army immediately awakened. 12 high Tier 3 ghost guards, Yinglong said, and over 100 low and intermediate Tier 3 ghosts. I will handle the guards. The rest are yours.
Yinglong roared, "Everyone hold tight to your stones. Attack!" Yes, continuous attacks were launched amidst a chaotic battle breaking out. Sure kill! Lightning chains, ice spikes, lightning strikes, blood shadow dragon drill. Yinglong unleashed a powerful move, forming a giant blood dragon rushing towards the guards. Whoosh! His attack was so strong that it knocked away even the high-level ghost guards. The ghost was sent flying, screaming in pain. Ah! From the hiding spot, 009 analyzed. Yinglong's team has 10 low Tier 3s, perfect for activating God's Wrath. 6 melee, 3 long range, 1 elemental support. Yingning muttered, "If I use Spiritual Storm first for hard crowd control, then fuse Spatial Slash and Heaven-Splitting Light, maybe I can wipe them out in one move." He narrowed his eyes, focusing on the main target. Yinglong was still troublesome. I might have to use God's Wrath to kill him, but the Ghost Emperor, if it wakes up, I'll be in danger too. It's better to wait and watch them fight each other to exhaustion before I make my move. Meanwhile, the battle became increasingly strange. A soldier was torn apart by an NPC ghost. By the way, those NPC ghosts around Yinglong are really confusing. We are nearing the end, so why pretend anymore? They are risking their lives to kill their own kind. What is the goal? The last one, Blood Shadow Drill. Yinglong roared, finishing off the final guard. Huff, huff, huff. Lord, we are almost done.
Our people are still standing. Only 2 ghost hunters remain alive, Zhang Ming reported, while Yinglong was also panting. Just as they finished speaking, the Ghost Emperor on the altar began to move, emitting a terrifying pressure. Such intense pressure, Yinglong shouted. The sycophantic soldier panicked. Yinglong, hurry up, hold the stones tight. Everyone, release all your power onto the Ghost Emperor. It's about to wake up. Everyone, charge with me, Yinglong ordered. Yes, all the survivors gathered their energy, shooting powerful beams of light toward the Ghost Emperor. It formed a green barrier wrapping around itself. The attacks were blocked. Quick, attack with everything. Break its barrier, otherwise it will revive, Yinglong roared. Ye Ning observed from the shadows, finally understanding everything.
These NPC ghosts are acting strangely. Everyone's focus is entirely on the battle. They don't notice the connection between the stones they are holding and the Ghost Emperor's barrier. The stronger the attacks, the more both the barrier and the stones glow. Damn it. Now I understand their plan. Too vicious. He gritted his teeth. These ghost invaders never planned to backstab at the last minute. They are tricking us into attacking. That barrier isn't a defensive shield at all. It is an energy collection field for people, or a seal. The stronger the attacks, the more energy the Ghost Emperor absorbs, or it will break its seal faster. That means it will wake up faster. The Ghost Emperor is a truly sealed Tier 4. It's almost impossible to kill once awakened, but this dungeon is A rank. Therefore, the key to clearing this dungeon is not to kill an awakened Tier 4, but to see through the plot and kill the Ghost Emperor while it is still sealed. There is no other choice. I must stop them immediately. Otherwise, once it wakes up, we will all die.
Yening made up his mind, gripping his sword tightly, ready to rush out of the darkness. The frenzied battle continued. The survivors poured all their strength into attacking the green barrier, unaware that they were digging their own graves. Yening told Shui Ying to pretend to accidentally drop the stone, while simultaneously trying to knock Yinglong's stone away. Yening's urgent order resonated in Linlan's mind. She was startled. Huh? Just do it, he emphasized. Without hesitation, she threw her stone away like an arrow. She rushed towards Yinglong, feigning a loss of balance and slamming into it, causing the stone in his hand to fly out. Thump! Yinglong reacted extremely quickly. One hand caught Linlan, while the other snatched the stone. "Miss Shui Ying, are you all right?" he asked. She held onto his arm, pretending to be dizzy. My lord, I feel a bit dizzy." "Miss Shui Ying, your level is too low. This battle is not suitable for you," Yinglong said with concern. "Hurry back to the bridgehead and rest. Staying here will only distract others." Linlan nodded weakly, covering her face to show embarrassment. "Yes." As she walked away, a silent dialogue took place. "Yening, if you don't give a valid reason, I have no way to make Yinglong throw the stone away," she reported. "Forget it, I can't explain it to you right now. It's better for you to stay away for a bit," he replied, realizing the initial plan had failed. Yinglong, after the recent incident, became even more cautious. He turned to the disguised NPC ghost and shouted, "Chang'an, to make fighting easier and prevent the stone from falling accidentally, can we stuff the stone inside our clothes?" "Yes, as long as it touches the skin."
The NPC replied, and Yinglong immediately ordered, "Hurry up, everyone follow the instructions."
From his hiding place, Ye Ning witnessed everything, thinking to himself, Yinglong has been completely fooled by the NPC. Cutting off the connection is basically impossible now. Even if I ask Shui Ying to tell him the reason, he won't believe it. It will only increase his suspicion. I have to act. First, I must take down 10 of Yinglong's subordinates to activate God's wrath. He made up his mind. To strike right in front of them without being detected, he needed to use a skill with an instant stealth effect. Only Heavenly Shadow Flowing Light and Dimensional Slash met the conditions. A system panel appeared before his eyes. Do you confirm skill fusion? SSS-Rank Heavenly Shadow Flowing Light, SSS-Rank Dimensional Slash. After fusion, the original skills will disappear. Please choose carefully.
Without any hesitation, he shouted in his mind, "Confirm fusion." Fusion successful. Current new skill, Dimensional Impact. The skill description panel appeared. Skill effect. After activation, enter a dimensional space accelerated by 1000% for 1 second. Can conduct 8 consecutive attacks within the dimensional space, each attack lasting 10 seconds. The 8 attacks will explode simultaneously when the time ends. The attacks carry spatial effects and can be triggered multiple times. Ye Ning couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After fusion, although it was still SSS rank, it must be on the same level as human Rome Yama. After entering the dimensional space, he could attack continuously for 10 seconds while only 1 second passed in the outside world. In the dimensional space, regardless of whether he attacked first or last, the final explosion time would be synchronized. This was truly a perfect assassination divine skill, he silently marveled. Suddenly, a terrifying burst of dark energy exploded from the direction of the Ghost Emperor. What is this? Has the Emperor awakened? Yinglong shouted in horror as the dark energy swept past, killing a few of his subordinates.
But he quickly realized no, it hadn't fully awakened yet. There was still time. Hurry up, kill it while we have the chance, the others shouted, attacking frantically. Yinglong hurriedly stopped the ghost NPCs. Zhang On, don't go throw your lives away. The Ghost Emperor's glowing red eyes opened, looking straight at those who dared to disturb its slumber. A massive beam of dark energy shot out, sweeping through the remaining survivors, easily annihilating them. Everyone step back, I will take the lead, Yinglong roared, his entire body erupting with red fighting spirit flames. From his hiding spot, Ye Ning observed and analyzed the situation. That light shield had shattered. It must have been a seal. It needed to borrow external force to break the seal. The aura it was currently displaying, while powerful, was definitely not yet at Tier 4. It was even weaker than Yinglong, which is why Yinglong showed no fear. So do we make our move now? Onar 9 asked. Ye Ning shook his head. Let's watch a bit longer. Let the Emperor and Yinglong wear each other down for another round before we talk. The more they exhaust themselves, the safer it is for us to strike. Up until now, the strange devils are still sacrificing their lives as bait, which can only mean that fishing is still necessary. If I'm not mistaken, there is still another seal inside the Emperor's bide. We will strike before the next seal is unraveled. Ye Ning turned to instruct Onar 9. When I make my move later, you just stay well hidden and don't move.
Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not act hastily. After all, once exposed, let alone the variant Ghost Emperor, even passing this obstacle of Yinglong will be very difficult. 00 nodded. He continued to calculate. My God's Wrath can only be activated once. If I can destroy both the variant Ghost Emperor and Yinglong at the same time, that would be best. If I have to choose one, then kill the Emperor first. After all, it has the equipment set reward. On the battlefield, Yinglong rushed up to face the Ghost Emperor directly. He thrust his spear forward, shouting loudly, "Strike!" Boom! His spear collided with an invisible barrier, unable to advance further. Movement restricted? What ability is this? He was astonished. Dare to disturb this deity. Die! The Ghost Emperor roared, grabbing Yinglong with one hand. Yinglong roared, mobilizing all his power, his eyes glowing red. Sky-reaching blood shadow. A giant eerie phantom appeared behind him, roaring back against the Ghost Emperor's pressure. He shouted, "Break for me!" He poured all his energy into the spear, forming a giant blood drill. Blood, soul, spear. Break! The blood drill stabbed straight into the Ghost Emperor's chest, piercing its armor. Grah! The Ghost Emperor roared in pain. Ye Ning observed from afar, unable to help but admire.
Yinglong's strength is indeed unfathomable. Even among peak Tier 3, he is considered top tier. But surely an Imperial Ghost isn't limited to just this much power. I can't help but feel it's still acting, perhaps luring the enemy in? Heavily injured, the Ghost Emperor roared in fury. "Insect, you have successfully angered me." A brilliant green light radiated from the wound on his chest. It shouted, "Flesh and blood regeneration," and a surge of green energy wrapped around its arm. Its wound healed rapidly, as if nothing had ever happened. It laughed savagely. Kick, kick, kick. Yinglong was stunned. Regeneration ability. This Emperor is indeed not easy to deal with. It seems I have to use my ultimate move. Yinglong roared, unleashing the skill Blood Shadow Body Integration. Man and shadow merged. Red energy enveloped his entire body, fusing with the phantom behind him. He rushed forward, his speed and strength multiplied. The Ghost Emperor was not outdone, throwing out the Emperor's fist, an earth-shattering punch. Two terrifying forces collided, creating a massive explosion, and the stone bridge began to collapse. The bridge can't hold much longer. Everyone get to the main altar quickly, someone shouted. Blood Shadow Storm. Yinglong spun his spear, creating a tornado of blood to attack the Ghost Emperor. The Ghost Emperor was heavily injured by the attack. The tip of Yinglong's spear glowed with a bright red light and slowly cracked. Yinglong panted heavily, looking at the Ghost Emperor lying motionless on the ground, wondering in doubt, did I win?
Suddenly, a low growl rang out from the enemy, indicating it had not yet been defeated. Astonishment appeared clearly on Yinglong's face, and he shouted, "What? Still have a breath left?" Without a moment's hesitation, he swung his spear high, roaring with killing intent. Then die! He rushed forward like a red bolt of lightning, pouring all his strength into the spear tip, determined to finish off the Ghost Emperor with a single strike. His spear was blocked by an invisible barrier, the backlash force knocking him far away. He realized in horror, still haven't won? This aura, could it be about to break through to Tier 4? He gritted his teeth, the sense of helplessness surging. I fought hard for so long, and this is only the second phase? He calculated anxiously. His energy had been consumed quite a bit. If it really broke through to Tier 4, would that mysterious NPC come to help me? But then he quickly brushed that thought aside, his eyes becoming determined. No way. I absolutely cannot completely rely on an NPC. He turned to his subordinates, ordering decisively, "Hurry up, everyone join forces, break this protective shield for me." "Yes, my lord." His subordinates responded in unison and rushed forward to attack. From the darkness, Ye Ning emerged with his sword glowing with purple energy, his gaze sharp. He secretly exclaimed, "The second seal has appeared. My opportunity has finally come." He made up his mind. "All right, first I have to kill a bunch of them to activate God's wrath." He growled softly. "Activate the newly fused skill, Dimensional Impact." He smiled smugly as he saw everything around him slow down. Inside this dimensional space, all enemies were so slow they looked like they were frozen. Only I move at normal speed. He thought with amusement. How is this different from slashing at wooden stakes? He swung his sword, aiming at the first target. Done with the first one, he glided past another enemy, the sword drawing a deadly arc. On to the second one. Figures flashed by, a cold count echoing in his mind. 3, 5, 8, and finally 10. He glanced at the time, a bold thought popping into his head. Still 3 seconds left. Should I use Zhong Ming and even Yinglong to test the power of this move? He crossed his arms, focusing energy for the finishing blow, speaking decisively. Finish hitting them, then rest. After finishing, he quickly left, feeling a bit regretful. It's just a pity that inside the space of dimensional impact, I cannot use other moves. To hide his tracks, he smiled cunningly and ordered via the communication channel. Just in case, we still have to put on a show.
Li Fugui, quickly prepare short-distance teleportation and stealth props right now. Li Fugui's cheerful voice rang out. Yes, master. As soon as the time in the dimensional space ended, invisible slashes exploded simultaneously, sending fresh blood spraying into the air. One of Yinglong's subordinates screamed in shock, hurriedly activating defense. "Arc, activate full defense!" But it was too late. A sharp cut had pierced through the defensive layer, slashing deep into his neck. At the same time, Yinglong exclaimed in astonishment. "My passive defense! It was actually triggered!" Yinglong turned around in stupor as he saw his trusted subordinate fall. He called out the name in panic. "Zhang Ming!" He rolled his eyes in horror as he saw others suffering the same fate. Familiar names blurted out of his mouth. "Huang Yuan! Even Hong Dao too!" He muttered in confusion. Large-scale attack all at once, and the source of the attack cannot be seen? Could it be that the Imperial Ghost has recovered?
He looked around suspiciously. Could it be that some force was secretly preventing him from breaking this light shield? Suddenly, he sensed a new stream of energy. He exclaimed in horror, "What is this aura? Is another Tier 4 aura rising up?" Fear invaded his mind. I don't have much spiritual energy left. If I get attacked from both front and back, it would be too dangerous. Should I run away? A sly ka laughter rang out. A figure in golden armor appeared in the blinding light, mocking him. "Hey, you little bug, looks like you've been having a hard time fighting, huh?" Yinglong looked up, realizing the newcomer was the mysterious NPC. He asked in surprise, Is it your excellency?" Li Fugui declared, "Since you can't handle this monster, then let this deity handle it." Yinglong was as overjoyed as if he had struck gold, hastily replying, "Really? That's great." He clasped his hands, showing gratitude. "Then I must trouble your excellency."
Then he picked up the injured Zhong Ming. "My subordinate is injured. Allow me to take him for treatment first." However, in his head, he had another plan. To prevent any mishaps, I'll just sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight first. Once I see the situation isn't right, I must retreat immediately. He smirked secretly.
And if the situation is favorable, I will rush up and deal the finishing blow. Shui Ying ran over anxiously and asked, Lord Yinglong, how is Zhongming? Yinglong replied while walking, I have temporarily sealed his blood vessels. His life is not in danger, but he needs immediate treatment. Lin Lan stepped forward, placing her hand on Zhongming. A stream of green healing energy enveloped him, and she stated decisively, leave it to me. While treating him, she couldn't help but think endlessly. That sword chi just now looked very similar to Ye Ning's technique. Could it be that he made the move? Since when did he become this strong? She glanced at the NPC again. And that NPC, isn't he just a scammer? Then whose tier 4 aura is behind him? Could it be that it is also Ye Ning? Did he use a stealth item? In an instant, Li Fugui, clad in golden armor, raised his scepter high, confronting the fiery phantom summoned from Ye Ning's power head-on. Ye Ning gritted his teeth tightly, veins bulging on his forehead, growling in pain. This violent energy is about to exceed my endurance limit.
The tearing sensation spreading throughout his body made him scream. It hurt so much. He focused all his willpower, raised his head, and let out a roar that shook the sky, his hands tightly gripping the sword raised high, summoning a gigantic divine phantom burning like the sun behind his back. A cold system notification panel appeared in his mind, signaling entry into the God's Wrath state. In 3 seconds, the Tier 4 phantom will be summoned. Please lock on to the target. He frowned, a bit dissatisfied. It's the final activation stage, yet there's still a 3-second startup delay? At that moment, the Ghost Emperor also exploded with a terrifying aura, black energy, its eyes glowing red with killing intent. Ye Ning inwardly cried out that it was bad. It's over. This imperial strange devil isn't pretending anymore. Is it planning a mutual destruction scenario? He had no time to hesitate, hurriedly shouting an order. Li Fugui, prepare to attack immediately for me. Li Fugui immediately responded decisively. Yes, master. Li Fugui raised his scepter high, facing the Ghost Emperor who was rushing forward madly. An earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Ye Ning roared, pouring all his strength into the phantom. God's wrath, he shouted loudly, unleashing all his energy. Summon Tier 4.
A gigantic, fiery divine phantom descended. The phantom unleashed a slash like a meteor, colliding head-on with the Ghost Emperor in a terrifying explosion. Golden light swallowed the night. Destructive power spread, crushing everything in its path. The Ghost Emperor was completely overwhelmed. Engulfed in the divine sea of fire, the Ghost Emperor only had time to let out a miserable shriek. Grrrrah! Li Fugui stood there, sweat streaming down his forehead, his face dazed with shock at the destructive power he had just witnessed. Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief, smiling with satisfaction. So this is the power of Tier 4. Indeed extraordinary. Even if the activation conditions were even harsher, it would be totally worth it. He glanced towards Yinglong with a hint of regret. It's just a pity that Yinglong is too cunning. If I could have gathered them all and killed them in one go, nothing would have been more satisfying. In the distance, Yinglong and all his subordinates were dumbstruck, their mouths gaping in astonishment. He stammered, One move to finish off an emperor? This NPC is terrifying. His strength is just too horrific. What is going on here? Yinglong turned to Lin Lan, his face filled with overjoyed delight, and patted her shoulder. That item given away back then was truly valuable. If I hadn't given it then, right now we wouldn't just be fleeing, we might have been dead for sure. He laughed triumphantly. If it weren't for you, this Tier 4 NPC wouldn't have appeared.
Yinglong, indeed a person with heavenly luck. Lin Lan humbly replied, My lord, you flatter me. It is all thanks to your wise and brilliant leadership. Lin Lan frowned slightly and asked worriedly, But my lord, we didn't get the final kill, so will the mission be counted as completed? Yinglong also felt a bit guilty. Well, an NPC wouldn't take the reward, would he? Lin Lan shook his head, but we really haven't received any notification from the system yet. Yinglong couldn't sit still. He strode aggressively towards Li Fugui, his face full of determination. No, this matter cannot be let go so vaguely. He thought to himself, I have spent so much time, so many people have died. If I don't get the equipment set now, it will be a huge loss. He approached Li Fugui and asked tentatively, This lord, may I ask if the Imperial Boast is really dead? Our reward? Li Fugui let out a terrifying laugh. He, then glanced at Yinglong with a look of disdain. Can't you tell if it's dead or not? Or are you blind? Yinglong asked hesitantly, his eyes still full of doubt. It is really dead? Then what about us?
Li Fugui burst into a terrifying laughter. His tone full of arrogance. That is only natural. With this humble one taking action, what difference is there between a puny emperor and a mere ant? Li Fugui turned around, crossed his arms, and looked at Yinglong condescendingly. What are you still standing there for? This deity saved your life, and even helped you deal with this monster. He held out his hand, his tone full of implication. Don't tell me you don't intend to show a little sincerity to thank me. Yinglong could only stammer. This? Yinglong gritted his teeth, anger flaring up in his heart. He snatched my final kill right, and now he wants to extort more benefits? Is he ultimately trying to blackmail me? But then he reassured himself. Or perhaps this is the final step to complete this mission. He took a deep breath, tried to squeeze out a respectful expression, bowed and said, presumptuously asking my lord, "What do you need?" Then he timidly added, "By the way, may I ask, does my mission this time count as completed?" Li Fugui grinned mischievously. Behind him was the faint silhouette of Yan Ning with glowing purple eyes. "Whether it counts as completed or not depends on what you can give me." Li Fugui's eyes flashed with a magical purple light, and he sneered contemptuously. "Looking at your dirt-poor appearance, I bet you can't bring out anything good anyway."
He waved his hand as if bestowing a favor. "Just give me 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits. Consider it nourishment for me to get by." Yinglong's eyes widened in shock. 100 high-grade spiritual energy fruits? He screamed in his mind. A single high-grade spiritual energy fruit could increase Tier 3 attributes. Even with money, one might not be able to buy it on the market, let alone 100. Even if he sold his own ass, he couldn't exchange for that much. Yinglong's eyes glowed with bloodshot veins. He clenched his fists, his inner self torn violently. This was clearly blatant extortion. What the hell was this damned NPC? He hesitated. What to do now? To strike or not to strike? If he attacked, would he still receive the equipment set? And that terrifying move just now, could he withstand it? From afar, Lin Lan witnessed the whole event and couldn't help but sigh. This was too absurd. Could it be that Ye Ning didn't intend to kill Yinglong, but just wanted to scam him one last time before leaving? She gritted her teeth. This bastard. Had that one move just now drained all his spiritual energy? She decided, to ensure safety, she absolutely could not add fuel to the fire. Meanwhile, Zhang Ming was lying down healing, trying to operate on a virtual system panel. A message appeared on Yinglong's control panel. "Commander, I suspect that our equipment set reward will be settled at the end of the dungeon, but it is highly likely that we must first meet this NPC's requirements. Perhaps because our performance was not good enough, the NPC making a request is to make up for the score we are lacking." Lin Lan glanced over, unable to help but laugh inwardly. Injured to this extent, yet he could still deduce things like that.
To be deceived to this extent was truly too pathetic. She silently marveled. Yi Ning's calculations were indeed too vicious. Yinglong read the message over and over again, his expression pensive. He nodded. Perhaps what Zhang Ming said made some sense. He made up his mind and took out a spatial box filled with items. Yinglong laid out countless treasure chests and precious items, speaking subserviently. "My lord, my high-grade spiritual energy is not enough. Could you please see if these things will do?" Li Fugui grabbed a weapon and smirked. Blood was still oozing from the corner of his mouth. "Fine, that will do."
Seeing that you are sensible, I won't make things difficult for you anymore. He acted superior. Out of consideration for your filial respect, I will give you one final clue. Your dungeon progress is still missing the objective of killing 100 Tier 3 strange devils. Yinglong's eyes lit up with joy. As expected, he clasped his hands and thanked profusely. "Thank you, Senior, for the guidance." Immediately, a series of system notifications appeared. Defeated the Imperial Ghost. Dungeon completion reached 65%. System evaluation increased by 1 grade. Defeated the final dungeon boss. Received the Ba Ling Mi component. Defeated the final dungeon boss. Received the Ba Ling Chi Quan component. Received the epic grade equipment Nether Scepter. Received the epic grade material Heart of the Imperial Ghost, Sealing Chains. Received 300 reputation points. Received the title Emperor Star. At the same time, Ye Ning and 009 had fled far away. He urged, "Run quickly, while Yinglong and the others are looking for the Tier 3 strange devils." He added, "Let's go back to the 6th floor to wipe out those zombies first, to avoid Yinglong coming to his senses and returning to investigate." 009 calmly replied, "Are you talking about those NPCs we contacted on the 6th floor? Before coming down here, I already dealt with them all."
Ye Ning turned back in surprise and asked, How did you deal with them?" 009 replied coldly with one word as the image of a sky-high sea of fire appeared. "Burn." Ye Ning gaped in astonishment. "Do you know that doing so might destroy this entire dungeon?" 009 looked at him with a puzzled gaze. "Everything that needed to be taken has been taken. Isn't it better to destroy it?" Ye Ning sighed helplessly. "Fine, forget it." He opened the control panel. The urgent matter now is to escape this dungeon first. The notification panel popped up. "Detected incomplete dungeon. Do you want to exit now? Exiting the dungeon now will affect the final evaluation." Ye Ning did not hesitate, grabbed 009's hand, and shouted, "Exit! Exit!" He pressed the confirm button. Confirm. 009 opened a space gate. Ye Ning thought to himself, "Absolutely cannot be greedy. If we wait until Yinglong reacts, I'm afraid we will lose our lives here." As the two stepped through the gate, a series of final reward notifications appeared. Dungeon settlement. Dungeon completion, incomplete. Current completion, 84.1.
Yending happily said, "With so many rewards, it'll probably take me half an hour to sort them out." He ordered 009, "Go find an abandoned building nearby to stand guard." 009 immediately replied, "Yes." Both disappeared into the night of a city submerged in ruins. Yan Ning sat on a block of rubble,
holding a glowing blue glove. He pondered and evaluated. Epic-grade equipment skull-breaking claw? It comes with a skill to cling to objects for rapid movement, very useful for agility-type users. He smiled. It's a pity it doesn't suit me. I'll consider giving it to Lin Rao when I get back. He picked up a vial of green liquid and frowned slightly. Strange devil marrow fluid. Using it can enhance the strength of strange devil transformation. He shook his head and put the vial away. For now, it really has no use at all. He looked at the dazzling lucky wheel in front of him, his eyes filled with excitement. Draw blue equipment. Draw skills. He grinned, clenching his hands in anticipation. Hopefully this time I can draw a powerful sword technique set. The wheel stopped, and a series of notifications appeared. Draw successful. Received Mad Bear Helmet blue. Draw successful. Received Dragonthorn blue. Draw successful. Received Frost Ring blue. Draw successful. Received Blood-Sucking Giant Axe blue. Draw successful. Received Phantom Gloves blue. Draw successful. Received Fire Resistance Armor blue. Among the items, a dagger emitting a mystical blue light floated in front of him, catching his attention. Dragonthorn. An information panel appeared. Dragonthorn. After eliminating a target, it absorbs the enemy's energy. When accumulated to a certain amount, it will summon a dragon phantom once.
Accompanying the armor-breaking and bleeding effects, it causes a suppression effect and area of effect damage to surrounding targets. He closed his eyes, focused his spirit, and reached out to control the dagger, initiating a spiritual control attack. The dagger shot out like a purple laser beam, piercing through countless rocks and creating a blinding streak of light in the air. He caught the dagger as it flew back, smirking with satisfaction. It was quite sharp indeed. Using it for assassination would not be bad at all. He tucked the dagger into his belt, deciding that it could finally replace his old dagger.
He glanced at the remaining pile of equipment and waved his hand. The other items weren't of much use to him, so he would sell them or give them away later. Holding a pile of weapons, he called out loudly, "Li Fugui, hurry up and pack these things away carefully." A familiar figure appeared with a fawning smile. "Yes, master." Next, a skill panel appeared. Draw successful. Received A-rank skill, Earth Flame Eruption. Skill effect. After consuming 3,000 points of spiritual power and psionic energy, it triggers an Earth Flame attack within a maximum range of 100 meters around the user, causing high-temperature fire damage to enemies above. Note, on special terrains, damage will be increased and a chain reaction will be triggered. Yanning gritted his teeth, his face full of disappointment. This thing is called an A-rank skill? What a waste of my expectations. He analyzed in frustration. Activating Earth Flame, 80% chance it has a casting time. The eruption also has a delay, and it spews from the bottom up without a target locking effect. The consumption is high, and there are no special effects. The so-called damage increase on special terrain, which is the only useful part, is too limited. He made a final conclusion. Overall evaluation, trash. Immediately, Li Fugui appeared, holding the skill book, and bowed sincerely. "Master, I am your most loyal trash can." Yanning ignored him, his eyes shifted to a glowing treasure chest icon. Most of the dungeon rewards were useless, so it was better to check the equipment set. He touched the chest, and a detailed information panel appeared. Set piece, Ba, Spiritual Mind Protector. Equipment description, Special Type Helmet, Fusion. Equipment attributes, Willpower +9, Spiritual Power Recovery Speed +200%, Spiritual Power +75%, Resistance to negative effects like Fear +75%. Equipment skill, Ba, Spiritual Mind Protector. Consumes a large amount of spiritual power to inflict equivalent spiritual damage on the target. Ignores defense, instant cast, no maximum damage limit.
All spiritual damage caused is calculated as true damage, rule level. Yanning couldn't help but be astonished. A stream of purple energy enveloped him. He silently compared, turning spiritual power into physical damage, even more useful than the spiritual storm. He analyzed that although the spiritual storm has chaotic effects and group attacks, it cannot be used multiple times in a short period, and its accuracy is insufficient. With this thing, I no longer need to consider the spiritual storm as my trump card. He raised the item, his eyes full of determination. Fuse. A mysterious stream of purple energy poured out from the item, wrapping around Ye Ning and then burrowing into his forehead. He gritted his teeth, enduring the pain of fusion. He touched his forehead, where a purple mark was fading. He felt the change. Before equipping it, his spiritual power was very chaotic and disorderly. After equipping it, all spiritual power was concentrated in his forehead, as if always in a state ready for combat. He smiled with excitement, as if there was a gun in his head, and his eyelids were the trigger. He opened his eyes, and a beam of purple spiritual energy shot out from his forehead like a laser. He shouted, "Spiritual blast!" The energy beam destroyed a ruined building, creating a massive explosion. Ye Ning couldn't help but exclaim, "Good heavens!"
With this effect, in the future, if I see someone I don't like, just a glance can blow up the opponent's head. The eye on his forehead slowly closed. He pondered. The only drawback is that there is no damage increase effect. He calculated, with his current total spiritual power, at most he could kill 3 enemies of the same level before running out. But immediately after, he realized another use for it. It is better he use it to fight low-level monsters, especially to destroy ordinary enemies and zombies. An image appeared in his mind. He was wiping out a sea of zombies. Just a single thought could blow up tens of thousands of heads. He said excitedly, "Let's check the next item." A mysterious green crystal appeared before his eyes. The information panel of the second item appeared. Component, Ba Ling Chi Kwang. Equipment description, special type helmet, fusion. Equipment attributes, constitution plus 15, vitality plus 15, stamina recovery speed plus 100%, enhances self-recovery ability.
Equipment skills, Ba Ling Light, fixed anchor. Spiritual light, consumes spiritual power, creates a halo on the ground, strengthening all teammates within range. The effect is doubled. Haste light, increases the reaction speed of oneself and teammates. Brute force light, increases strength. Fortitude light, increases defense. Note, only one halo can exist at a time. Fixed anchor, can immobilize oneself or the enemy team within a certain range, lasting for 10 seconds. He did not hesitate, starting the fusion process with the crystal. A stream of green energy wrapped around his body. Fusion. He smiled with satisfaction. 15 constitution points, completely enough to compensate for his weakness. Spiritual light? After using it, it can increase X for the whole group. If I activate the halo after reaching tier 4, wouldn't ordinary people be able to turn into tier 3s? He clenched his fist tight, activating one of his skills, brute force light. A green halo appeared above his head. He felt his power. Under the effect of the halo, his strength was increased by 6 points.
Not much. He suddenly realized something, his eyes lighting up. But perhaps this halo... Yining stood there with his arms crossed. The halo above his head still hadn't disappeared. He called out loudly, "Li Fugui!" Immediately, Li Fugui appeared with a cheerful face. "Master, is there something you need me for?" Yining reached out towards Li Fugui, and the halo slowly moved from his head over to him. He asked with anticipation, "Li Fugui, do you feel anything?" A green halo hovered over Li Fugui's head. He panicked, raising both hands to support it, and whined, Master, I haven't even taken a wife yet. Why did you put this green ring on me?" He hurriedly explained, "Don't look at my small size. Inside my bones, I am actually a real man." Yining lost patience and snapped, "Stop talking nonsense," he ordered decisively. "Show me your current strength attribute immediately." The halo spun around, and Li Fugui was startled, crying out, "Whoa!" An information panel appeared in front of Li Fugui. He pointed at the strength line. 19 points. So happy he couldn't believe it. 19 points!
I actually have 19 strength points now, he exclaimed. Clearly he only had 5 points before. Li Fugui clenched his fists, boasting excitedly, "Master, I've become stronger." Yining looked at him, the answer already in his heart. It was indeed so. This halo had hidden information. The weaker the strength, the greater the increase. He himself only received an increase of 6 points, while Li Fugui received an increase of up to 14 points. He looked at the surrounding space, calculating silently. The current maximum range of the halo was 20 meters. Although not large, it was enough room for a few dozen people. Under the effect of the halo, a peak tier 2 person could almost turn into a tier 3. Although it didn't increase spiritual energy, combat power could also skyrocket by a level. This was absolutely a battlefield divine skill, truly a battlefield divine skill. Yining reached out towards Li Fugui, activating another skill. Green energy chains appeared, connecting the two of them, locking their minds. Li Fugui tensed his muscles, his bulging muscles tearing through his suit vest. He roared in a berserk state, "I am so strong! I am the strongest!"
Yining thought with satisfaction, the second skill, Thought Lock, will probably be even more useful for my own people. Locking the berserk state is equivalent to possessing an army that will absolutely never betray me. 2 streams of purple and green energy erupted simultaneously from Yining's body. He decided to test the combined effect. The equipment set was powerful not because of the strength of individual items, but because the combined effect was the strongest factor. A system notification panel appeared. Detected component, Spiritual Devouring, activating set effect. Set effect activated, received 1,000 spiritual energy reserve points, received set effect 27, received exclusive set ability Undying Legion. Undying Legion, after locking onto a target, converts the target into an immortal and receives doubled efficiency. Current maximum controllable number, 10. Each time control level increases by 1, the number increases 10 times. Special requirement, Undying Voluntary Soul Offering. Note, if the locked target has strong spiritual resistance, the conversion will fail. Converting teammates will retain a portion of their original talents and increase loyalty. Yining smirked, his eyes flashing with interest. Converting into a strange devil? This skill is a bit too domineering. Yining's eyes glowed with purple light as he stared at Li Fugui, who was in a berserk state. Li Fugui trembled and stammered, "Master, you? Why are you looking at me like that?" Yining crossed his arms and turned away coldly, the effect on Li Fugui also vanishing. He said, "Nothing, never mind. You are still too weak. It would just be a waste of a slot." Li Fugui stood there looking ragged, with a pained expression. "Ugh, Master, that really hurts my feelings." He slung towards a space gate, muttering, "Fine, I'm going. Suddenly, Yining felt a massive surge of energy rising within his body. He exclaimed in surprise, This is..." A column of blue light exploded from him, the terrifying power causing him to roar, "Grah!"
A system notification panel appeared. Level up. Current level, intermediate tier 3. Spiritual energy reserves, doubled, totaling 114,000 points. Ye Ning knelt on one knee, panting amidst the smoke of energy.
He thought to himself with joy, this dungeon trip was truly a huge bargain. Leveling up means I can convert 100 strange devils. Doubled spiritual energy means that besides God's wrath, I can continuously use sword skills at least 10 times. At this speed, perhaps in less than half a year, I can rush to tier 4, much faster than in my past life. Beep, beep, beep. An emergency call appeared on his control panel. The image of a man with a face full of wounds appeared. It was Xiao Hai. He asked anxiously, Commissioner Ye Ning, when will you return to the capital? Something happened to our spiritual energy mine. He continued to report in resentment, and the image of an attack appeared. Lu Tianming's Third Army Group has robbed our mineral resources. They even beat me and Wang Tian. If not for Captain Cheng's escort, we would have all been captured. They not only robbed the action department's equipment, but even the share that Commander Chen allocated to you was snatched away. The man's face contorted with anger. After robbing the spiritual energy mine, they secretly sold it externally at a high price. To the public, they even claimed your subordinates embezzled, harming national interests. Ye Ning limbed calmly, his voice cold as ice. I know.
You just focus on recovering well. I will demand justice for you all. Saying this, he ended the call. Ye Ning's eyes glowed with a golden light filled with killing intent. He gritted his teeth as the image of a cunning old man appeared behind him. Lu Tianming, you truly have gall big enough to cover the sky. You are afraid I am improving too fast, so you want to find some trouble for me to deal with. At the Blood Shadow safe zone, Tianlong's stronghold, Ye Ning returned, standing before 2 guards wearing white cloaks. Inside a dark room, Lin Ro was sitting on the bed. She sensed something. Has he returned? Ye Ning stepped into the room and asked, Lin Ro, I heard Uncle Huang say that for the past few days, you haven't stepped out of your room at all?
Lin Rao looked up and replied, Didn't you tell me to wait here for you? Ye Ning went straight to the point. So, have you thought it through? Do you want to follow me and work? Lin Rao curled her lips in a sneer. Follow you to work? Do what? Do who? She looked straight at him, her voice full of bitterness. A big shot like you, what do you need me for? Serving tea and pouring water, or being your canary? She lowered her head, her voice trailing off. Besides these things, I really can't think of what value I have to you. Ye Ning smiled meaningfully and placed a large bag in front of her. You really want to become strong, don't you? He opened the bag. Inside were countless precious equipment, weapons, and items. He said, resources, equipment, skills, I can provide them all to you. Lin Rao was stunned. She threw the bag back to him, her voice full of suspicion. These things are not something a canary can have.
What exactly do you mean? Ye Ning calmly replied, It is very simple. I want to solve the problem of Yuanzhang, and I need a subordinate. There is only one requirement. You must obey orders from me alone. Lin Rao exclaimed in surprise. Only obey your orders? Do you know what it implies for someone of your status to say such words? Ye Ning looked straight into her eyes, his golden eyes shining with determination. Of course. Lin Rao stood up abruptly and questioned. Why me? What exactly do you see in me? Do you not know what I want to do? Ye Ning drew the sword from his back, his voice steely. You do not need to care about what I see in you. Hand your life over to me, and I will let you take revenge. Isn't it just about killing that motley crew? There is no need to endure for the sake of the so-called big picture anymore, is there? He pointed the sword at her, emphasizing every word. Kill. Kill as many as you want. After you are done killing them, become the sword in my hand. Lin Rao stared at the sharp blade, her eyes flashing with fierce determination. She repeated his words like a vow. Become a sword in your hand? Lin Rao grasped the sword tightly, the sharp blade close to Ye Ning, her eyes shining with resolve. She gritted her teeth. I don't care anymore. As long as I can get power, I can do anything. Ye Ning lay there, smirking with satisfaction. Very good. Saying that, he turned and walked away, leaving behind a reminder. In about half a month, I will return here. He didn't look back, calling out, I hope that when I return next time, you will still be alive. Meanwhile, in another place, Lin Lan, Shui Ying, was extremely worried. She continuously sent voice messages. Ya Ning, have you escaped the dungeon already? She screamed into the communication channel, but the only response was silence. Ying Long was still inside the dungeon, searching for Tier 3 strange devils everywhere. If he returned and discovered he had been tricked, he would definitely suspect me. Bastard, answer me, answer me. Finally, Ye Ning's voice rang out over the phone. He explained calmly, Sorry, Shui Ying. However, before leaving, I arranged for Li Fugui to step forward, which actually cleared the suspicion for you. He added, With the survival ability of a smooth operator like you, I believe you are capable enough to protect yourself. Lin Lan was stunned. What? Ye Ning smiled cunningly over the phone. Furthermore, the dungeon is in the process of total collapse. This point is advantageous for you. Specifically, how to utilize it depends on your own wisdom and luck. Lin Lan angrily shouted into the phone, "Yan Ning, you are a bastard." Yan Ning hung up, turning to 009 with a confident smile. 009, let's return to the capital.
009 asked with an emotionless expression, "Are you sure Shui Ying will be all right?" Ye Ning looked out at the ruined city beneath a fighter jet, unsure. He added with a faint smile, "But I am sure of one thing. With no woman in my heart, drawing my sword naturally makes me a god." 009 remained silent. At the Special Operations Command of the Capital Military Region, a man in military uniform stepped forward to welcome Ye Ning. It was Captain Cheng Jin. He said, "Ye Ning, you're back? It doesn't matter if you didn't get that thing. The army will help you find a way." He patted his shoulder. "It's good that you're back. We recently discovered a particularly interesting incident. Are you interested in participating?" Ye Ning looked straight into his eyes, his voice firm. "Uncle Cheng, you don't need to beat around the bush with me. You know exactly why I came back." He asked directly, "Can you give me a list of those who snatched the mineral mine?" Cheng Jin whispered his name in worry. Ye Ning. Another man stepped forward and advised sternly, "Ye Ning, the Supreme Commander and Commissioner Hu have both gone abroad for work. Vice Commander Fang is also in the northwest. You absolutely must not act rashly this time. Impatience in small matters will spoil great plans." He continued, "Moreover, this time Lu Tianming took the minerals in the name of the army, so procedurally there is no problem at all." Ye Ning questioned with a face full of disbelief. "So you mean the entire army centered around Lu Tianming has a problem?" Cheng Jin hurriedly reassured him. Ye Ning, calm down. This battle must definitely be fought, but not right now. At least wait for the Supreme Commander and the others to return and discuss it thoroughly. Besides, for a gentleman, 10 years is not too late to take revenge. Wait until you become a peak tier 3 or even a commander. Ye Ning cut him off, his eyes burning with anger. 10 years.
A gentleman's revenge is only a matter of time. Tomorrow, I will begin a death match with Lu Tianming. The man was stunned, cold sweat streaming down his forehead. What? Ye Ning looked straight at Cheng Jin, his tone persuasive. "Uncle Cheng, don't you guys want to take this opportunity to strike at Lu Tianming and his forces? Just think about the future civil war. This is an excellent opportunity." Cheng Jin hesitated and replied, "That may be so, but you're thinking too simply. Lu Tianming's strength is not to be trifled with. You cannot—" Ye Ning smirked arrogantly, leaning close to Cheng Jin's ear. "To kill him, one strike is enough."
Cheng Yuan could only remain silent in astonishment. At Lu Tianming's mansion, Lu Tianming was standing by the window, holding a cigar. He took a long drag and exhaled a plume of white smoke, muttering, "After Lin Lan left, there has been no news. She most likely died in Yuanjiang. A useless piece of trash. Her death is not worth pitying. Compared to waiting 3 months for Ye Ning to mature, it's better to provoke him into coming to find me for a death match sooner." A subordinate hurriedly ran in to report, "Commissioner Liu, we just received news that Ye Ning has returned to the capital. He went to the Special Operations Command." Lu Tianming sneered. "Oh, sure enough, he has returned. Looks like he went to snitch." He turned around and asked, "Well, has his strength improved any?" The subordinate replied, "The insider said they couldn't tell. In just 1 short week, there couldn't be any major breakthrough. That kid seemingly went to Yuanjiang to find some materials, but perhaps he didn't find them either." Lu Tianming laughed loudly. "True enough, I still overestimated him." His subordinate added, "However, Commissioner Liu, Ye Ning's expression upon returning was incredibly calm. It didn't look like—" Lu Tianming waved his hand, ordering ruthlessly, "Just keep watching him for me. Conveniently arrange for some people to actively provoke him. Haven't the banners been made? Send them right to his house."
Just say thank you to Ye Ning for supporting our army. I don't believe this kid can still endure it." "Yes, sir." The subordinate saluted solemnly and turned to leave. Beep, beep, beep. An emergency call rang out. The subordinate hurriedly answered the phone, his face changing color. He reported in horror.
"What did you say? Commissioner Liu, that kid Ye Ning has directly submitted an application for a death match to the military department. The time is tomorrow."
Lu Tianming burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, this brat must be mad with anger. A death match tomorrow? If he wants to seek death that much, then I will fulfill his wish." At Ye Ning's mansion, a young soldier named Ming La was handing him a file. "Commissioner Ye Ning, this is the document about Lu Tianming that Captain Zhang asked me to send to you, hoping it can help you." Ye Ning took it and replied, "Thank you for your hard work, Ming La. Just call me by my name." Ming La said worriedly, "Ye Ning, although I know you are very strong, facing a peak tier 3 and fighting a death match in such an exposed situation."
Ye Ning calmly replied, "It's fine, just trust me." Ming Luo sighed. "Fine, all right then. Ye Ning, the documents we obtained are actually from 6 years ago. At that time, he was still a high tier 3, but a very strong one among high tier 3s. Ming Luo continued to explain as an image of Lu Tianming with dual blades appeared. Strength and constitution type, A+ rank talent, proficient in dual blades. Moreover, he seems to possess a dual defense skill.
Ming Luo added, as an image of Lu Tianming giving a speech to a crowd appeared. Since Lu Tianming became a standing committee member 6 years ago, there have been almost no records of him taking action. I only heard that he was specially promoted to peak Tier 3 a year ago. Yining wondered, what does special promotion mean? Ming Luo explained, his normal attributes haven't reached the peak yet, but it's because his talent is very special. Yining asked further, what talent? Ming Luo replied, although it's not public, it is speculated that he can switch between offensive and defensive attributes at will. Ming Luo raised a finger, emphasizing, in other words, when he defends, his defensive power is more than double that of someone at the same level. The same goes for attacking. To some extent, his combat power is equivalent to 2 high Tier 3s combined. Yining smirked understandingly. So that's how it is. He picked up the file and said, this document says that swinging the dual blades outward is an offensive stance, and retracting them inward is defense. It also says his speed is average. Ming Luo hurriedly said, these are probably all stereotypical impressions he intentionally left for others. If you really believe them, it's dangerous. Yining just asked softly, is that so? Ming Luo scratched his head, continuing to analyze anxiously. Thinking in reverse, his offense and defense might be able to switch naturally.
His speed might not be a strong suit, but his explosive power certainly isn't lacking either. Yining leaned back in his chair, speaking indifferently. But it doesn't matter anyway. After all, one sword slash is enough to finish it. Ming Luo exclaimed in surprise, huh? Yining rested his chin on his hand, his eyes gleaming with calculation. The only thing I need to consider right now is... The next day at the military training arena, the stands were packed with people. A soldier said, although there's no suspense, being able to see Commissioner Lu take action again is worth it. Another chimed in, that's right, I bet Commissioner Lu wins in a heartbeat. Someone else sneered, I don't know who gave Yining the courage, haha. He must have been blinded by fame recently since he's been rising so fast. A man dressed like a merchant stood up and shouted, brothers, the betting pool is open. Anyone want to play a little?
A notification panel appeared. The 6 great chambers of commerce had united to open a betting pool. Capital guaranteed, fair to all ages. A bald soldier questioned, what pool? Are you from the military? How did you sneak in here? The merchant chuckled, buddy, I know the death match is organized by your military, but there's no limit on spectators. He leaned in closer, winking mysteriously. They say it's not to be publicized, but who knows what the death match is really about? Rest assured, since I managed to sneak in, it means my superiors... He held out a betting board. The amount wagered on Lu Tianming was a colossal figure, while Yining's was just mere pocket change. He coaxed. Let's not talk about that anymore, buddy. Interested in placing a bet? The odds are 1 to 84. If you bet on Commissioner Yining to win, 10,000 credits will explode into 840,000. Even robbing isn't that fast. The bald soldier roared in anger. You guys actually dare. The merchant pointed upwards, smiling confidently. Don't worry, superiors. Absolutely safe. The soldier looked at the terrifying disparity on the betting board, unable to help muttering, "Tss, this disparity." The merchant's eyes flashed with a red glow as he continued to entice. 1 to 90 now. How about it? Want to quickly bet on Commissioner Yining winning? 10,000 turns into 90,000. Buddy, this is a godsend bargain. The soldier smirked. Tss, godsend bargain. With odds this high, even a fool knows it's giving money away. The bald soldier declared loudly, I am from the army. For this, I'm definitely betting on our own to win. 10,000 points on Commissioner Lu.
Winning or losing doesn't matter. It's just to cheer for our commissioner. He decisively handed over the card. 100,000 points. Swipe it. The merchant took it, smiling, and said, all right. But in his heart he thought, this guy looks brainless, but he's actually quite sharp with his calculations. Another soldier asked worriedly, you guys won't end up having no money to pay, right? No one is betting on Commissioner Yining to win, so where will you get the money to pay us? The merchant patted his chest and guaranteed, don't worry. Our 6 great chambers of commerce are joining forces. We won't lack money. He coughed and whispered, actually there are other options, and quite a few people are betting on them. He explained, for example, Commissioner Yining lasting no more than 1 minute. Odds are 1 to 80.
30 seconds, 1 to 40. 10 seconds, 1 to 132. There are also bets on the degree of injury, whether the defense can be broken, and even whether Commissioner Yining will forfeit the death latch. The bald soldier roared in anger. Damn it, why didn't you say so earlier? I want to choose again. Another soldier hurriedly shouted, change mine to lasting no more than 10 seconds. I bet 170,000. Another person sneered, 15 seconds? Heh, you overestimate him. At most 10 seconds, 200,000. Just then, a purple-haired man stepped forward, holding out a card decisively. I don't think it'll even take 10 seconds. 1.6 million, all in on 8 seconds. The merchant was shocked. Bastard! Wang Lu, are you crazy? Where did you get so many credits? Wang Lu lifted his chin and replied, I am a dignified tier 3, so what if I have some savings? I just happened to kill a mutant recently, so I'm flush with cash right now. A soldier whispered to his friend, how could a normal tier 3 have that much money to bet? I heard he's in charge of exchanging equipment for our whole team. His friend replied, borrowing a chicken to lay eggs is normal. If it were me, I'd do the same. Would you refuse free money? The bald soldier agitated, roared, and bet his entire fortune. I'm betting it all.
3 million. I bet that brat can't even withstand a single blade. I believe in Commissioner Liu. I believe in Commissioner Liu. His eyes glowed with blue light, his inner self screaming, Ye Ning, I've bet my entire fortune and life on this. You must lose to him quickly for me. The more miserably, the better. A man wearing a luxurious military uniform with a fur cloak stepped onto the stands. It was General Mu. An adjutant hurriedly greeted him. General Mu, are you also interested in this? General Mu replied sternly. Interested? I think I should send someone to manage this. A commissioner deathmatch? Creating such a reputation? Those chambers of commerce really have guts. If the commissioners find out, they'll all have to face the consequences. The adjutant leaned in close and whispered, General Mu, these matters are actually involved by Commissioner Liu. Commissioner Liu intends to sell some face to everyone, you understand? General Mu gave a slight hump. The adjutant continued to explain. If Ye Ning lasts for 1 minute, it means Commissioner Liu went easy on him and didn't want Ye Ning to lose too miserably, but then no one would make any money. 30 seconds, a bit dangerous, means the battle is very intense and everyone can make some money.
5 seconds, 3 seconds, that's an instant kill. Everyone can earn a lot, the adjutant explained with a sly smile. If Ye Ning is seriously injured, the odds will be higher. After all, although it's called a deathmatch, the military will certainly intervene to protect our genius. Therefore, if Ye Ning unfortunately breaks an arm or has a leg chopped off, the odds will be shockingly high. General Mu was stunned, finally understanding. So that was it. In other words, the odds of Ye Ning dying in the arena were actually equivalent to the odds of him winning. With the military's protection, who would believe that Ye Ning would actually die in the arena? Cold sweat streamed down General Mu's forehead as he realized the entire conspiracy. A cunning phantom of Liu Tianming appeared behind him. Commissioner Liu's calculation was truly too vicious. Lowering his status to open betting was clearly both to rack in wealth and to use substantial benefits to exchange for support. The adjutant continued to paint a terrifying picture. Think about it, sir. If a certain referee, or even an entire faction, bet together on Ye Ning being seriously injured, what would they do? Just by delaying the rescue a little bit, that would be hundreds of millions, or even tens of billions flowing into their pockets. Although those at the truly high level won't care, what about their descendants and relatives? He spoke with a gloomy expression, an image of Ye Ning being torn apart by dollar bills appearing in his mind. Before this betting pool existed, these people basically wouldn't care who won or lost, nor would they care about Ye Ning's life or death. But when the entire deathmatch was tied to huge interests, everything had mutated. The adjutant leaned in close, persuading. General Mu, do you want to support Commissioner Liu a little bit? To be honest with you, half of the Tier 3 experts in Huaxia and the major chambers of commerce have already placed their bets. Those private forces are acting even more ruthlessly. He raised a finger. The betting amount outside the arena has now broken through 1 trillion.
General Mu exclaimed in horror. 1 trillion? General Mu bowed his head in contemplation, his face full of gravity. To be so generous, such deep scheming? No wonder Liu Tianming has so many supporters behind him. I'm afraid this chess game started from the very first day Ye Ning proposed the deathmatch. Darkness engulfed General Mu, his eyes flashing with a crimson light. This so-called betting pool is a big gift that Liu Tianming is sending to certain people. Whoever stands on the same side as him, he will let them make a fortune. General Mu asked, how should I place the bet? The adjutant officer smiled mysteriously. How to bet is up to you, sir. But I heard Commissioner Liu intends to teach that brat a lesson he'll never forget. With 1 slash, there must be at least some blood. General Mu's eyes flashed with a cruel glint, and he held out a card. Good. 10 million, plus my treatment quota for the next 10 years. All in on the match ending in 7 seconds, with his limbs severed. Meanwhile, in the stands, Chang Jin was extremely furious. What kind of tricks are those people arranging the seating playing? I clearly asked the military to sit with Feng Hao in the bottom row, to make it convenient to assist.
Why is the result still ranked at the highest level? Manhwa explained. I asked the person in charge. They said the military has mobilized 20 defensive high Tier 3 experts to jointly protect the match. They also prepared the most luxurious defensive props, guaranteeing they can save Ye Ning immediately. Chang Jin replied irritably. Fine. Although unhappy, Chang Jin asked worriedly, has Feng Hao not arrived yet? The deathmatch is about to start. Where is Ye Ning? Manhwa replied, Commander Feng said he is flying over, and will definitely arrive before the deathmatch starts. But Ye Ning, I really don't know where he ran off to, and he isn't replying to messages. Manhwa sensed the unusual atmosphere, and continued, Corps Commander, why do I feel like so many people have such great malice towards Ye Ning? I hear them talking, and at the slightest provocation. Chang Jin ordered, go check it out, see what exactly is going on. Manhwa immediately stood up. Yes, I'll go look right away. Chang Jin watched him go, looking pensive. Is this trend in public opinion Liu Tianming playing tricks? A while later, Manhwa hurriedly ran back, reporting,
Captain Cheng, someone is opening a betting pool. Many people are betting Ye Ning will lose, and lose miserably. Chang Jin looked at the betting board, unable to believe his eyes. 18 billion against 1,300 points. The odds are 1 to 698. Min Law asked worriedly, Corps Commander, do we need to support Ye Ning?
The situation was looking quite ugly now. Chang Jin fell silent, then sighed. Bet 1,000 points. At least it's spiritual support for him. Ming La hesitated. Then I'll bet 100 points. Is that too little? There's also the mineral quota that Ye Ning helped us claim. Chang Jin snapped irritably. It's precisely because I care about the kid that I'm betting little. The minerals he brought back were long ago divided up by those bastards. If we throw money out now, what will we do when we're short on funds later? That brat spends money like water. That researcher girl's surnamed son he asked us to look after is like a gold-swallowing beast. She's already devoured so much of our capital. Ming La sighed. Eyes, you're right. Chang Jin suddenly had an idea. That's right. Tell that brat Fang how to bet big. He has money. Damn it, tell him to bet 100,000 points just for show. He implies all day that Ye Ning resembles him when he was young, so how can he not support him now? At the same time, at the Capital Military Region Hospital, Ye Ning was visiting Xiao Hai. He asked, Uncle Xiao, has everything been arranged? Xiao Hai replied, Sir Ye Ning. Ye Ning asked further, how big is the betting pool grown? Xiao Hai looked at the screen and reported in astonishment, 1,440 billion.
The whole of Huaxia has gone crazy. Almost all Tier 3 experts are betting. Moreover, Lu Tianming is indeed, as you said, standing behind pushing the whole thing. According to the intelligence we gathered, Lu Tianming himself has also invested a huge amount of capital. Ye Ning calmly said, 1,400 billion, too little. Wait until 3,000 billion, we will enter. He ordered, notify Wang Tian, Chen Kailai, and all capital sources you can contact. Xiao Hai replied decisively, Roger. Ye Ning gritted his teeth. The image of Lu Tianming appeared in his mind. Daring to rob my things, and even injuring my people. Your dog life is not enough to pay for it. A betting slip appeared. Ye Ning ending Lu Tianming with one sword strike, odds 1 to 13,300. At the North China Military Region Command, tarot cards were laid out on the table. Chen Zhao anxiously asked her brother, General Chen Kai, brother, do we really have to trust Ye Ning? Chen Kai was decisive. Sister, say no more. I want to trust him, and I also trust grandfather's judgment. His words were very clear. We have no choice, nor do we need to choose. Chen Kai stared intently at the cards. Regardless of winning or losing, whoever follows him in this hand belongs to his side. This isn't just a matter of whether we trust him or not, but it is also him filtering us. Chen Zhao spoke fearfully. Last time, grandfather almost lost his life helping him. This time, he's betting his entire retirement savings, even embezzling the Corps' public funds. When something happens, our family going bankrupt would be getting off lightly. The whole family might even have to face a military court. I am truly very scared. Chen Kai spoke gently. Little sister, you don't understand. Perhaps even I don't fully understand. He looked into the distance, an image of a battlefield appearing behind him. Do you remember the incident at the ruins battlefield? Some time ago, I even went back to that village for a visit to inquire about the descendants of those soldiers.
I don't know about other things, but I know Ye Ning is truly a good person, he continued, an image of the burning East Sea battle appearing. Grandpa took a huge risk helping Ye Ning save the East Sea, but he doesn't regret it at all. He said he saw in Ye Ning a kind of courage that has long disappeared in most people, or rather, a sense of responsibility that is hard to imagine. Chen Kai looked at his sister and said sincerely, Sometimes I ask myself, if we were the people of the East Sea, who would stand up and shoulder such great pressure to save us? Compared to Ye Ning's pressure, what is this little pressure of ours worth? Besides, people like Lu Tianming are pests. We can't change them, but perhaps Ye Ning can. Chen Yao fell silent. Chen Kai smiled confidently. Moreover, don't forget, Ye Ning was only Tier 2 back then, yet his combat power could already match Tier 3. Maybe he can really win. Chen Yao bowed her head and whispered, Yes. A man named Wang Zheng appeared at the door. Chen Yao asked, Wang Zheng, did you bet everything too? Wang Zheng replied, Yeah, even the supernatural dungeon embryo we got together last time has been wagered. My dad said he trusts Your Excellency Ye Ning. Wang Zheng, Wang Tian's son, added with a serious expression. However, he also said that Your Excellency Ye Ning is very likely doing this to integrate resources to deal with a greater disaster. At the Capital Military Region Hospital, Xiao Hai reported in horror, 2,996 billion, Your Excellency Ye Ning. It's hard to imagine that the Awakeners of Huaxia have so much money. Xiao Hai said in indignation, It's obvious they are so wealthy. Why are the people below still suffering so much? If this money were used for construction investment, I'm afraid dozens of safe zones could be built, arming millions of people.
You have to know that to arrange for the East Sea refugees, the government could only shell out 10 billion. Ye Ning replied calmly. It's very normal. Since the apocalypse broke out, resources have increasingly concentrated in the hands of strong individuals.
You ask them to take out their supplies to build a safe zone or save ordinary people. That is no different from suicide to them, but under the instigation of profit, let alone 3,000 billion, they could even take out 30,000 billion. Yening asked, let's not talk about these things anymore. Has our capital arrived yet? Xiaohai replied, currently we have gathered 37 million. Based on the odds, it is enough to sweep this entire betting pool. Yening said decisively, good, place the bet in 3 minutes. Yening stood on a high-rise building, virtual bills floating around him. He said to himself, it's time for me to take the stage. He recalled his past life, remembering that after the disaster broke out, the government had called for action not just once, pouring all efforts into saving the survivors, but without exception, everyone chose to protect themselves. No one responded. Even when relief funds were issued, they were skimmed layer by layer, with not a single cent reaching the people's hands. He recalled the horrifying scene. Under the attack of the zombie tide, millions of people didn't die at the hands of monsters, but starved to death. A dry skeleton appeared in his mind. Those with the ambition to save the world, without resources or supplies, became nothing but empty talk. He thought of the irony. Even more sarcastic was that as the major war zones fell one by one, in the warehouses of many forces and high-ranking officials, stockpiled supplies and equipment were all molding away. He analyzed that clearly, after 30 or 40 years of recuperation, humanity should be much better off now compared to the early days of the apocalypse era. But under the high concentration of wealth and resources, it was actually worse than back then. Clearly, if they just distributed unused equipment and resources to the lower class, humanity's strength could soar. But under the corruption of capital and power, they were like leeches, latching onto humanity and sucking blood. Ye Ning glided between the buildings, concluding bitterly that compared to the monsters who no longer actively attacked the city, these humans were the real monsters. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred. They even prohibited the distribution of protective medicine to the lower-class awakeners. The cost behind this was nothing more than tens of $billions, and one of the ringleaders had almost killed him in both his past life and this one.
In my past life, I actually had many opportunities to retest my talent, but I, a dirt-poor pauper, basically couldn't scrape together enough money for the test. He recalled his fateful moment. In this life, I risked my life rushing into the testing ground without any protective medicine. Wasn't that gambling with my life? After all, no one knew if a person testing 2 years earlier than in the past life, like me, would have their body exploded by spiritual energy or not. A call came from Wang Tian. Wang Tian worriedly asked, Commissioner Ye Ning, do we really have to bet so many credits? Even though I believe you will win, but after winning, what if we offend everyone? Ye Ning replied decisively, necessary. He flew into the air, explaining, even though I personally don't lack it, the ultimate fortress, the aircraft carriers, and the supernatural corps all need it. Even without this incident, I would still find a way to gouge this money out of their mouths. He rushed towards the arena, his voice full of killing intent. As for the consequences, it doesn't matter.
If they are not convinced, just continue the death match. It is merely killing another bunch of people. In the lounge of the military arena, a subordinate was reporting to Lu Tianming. Commissioner Lu, everything has been arranged properly up and down, guaranteeing no mistakes. However, the only worry now is that he might forfeit. Ye Ning just entered the arena, and people from Cheng Yuan and the Supreme Commander have already gone to persuade him to quit. Lu Tianming lay on the bed, laughing complacently. It doesn't matter. If this brat dares to quit, he won't be able to achieve anything in the future. He, Ye Ning, will forever wear the hat of arrogant megalomania, a cowardly husband. He stretched, speaking with disdain. Even if he becomes a peak powerhouse in the future, a cowardly husband, a useless person, I'd like to see who would support him to be the Supreme Commander. The subordinate flattered. That's true, Commissioner Lu is indeed brilliant. However, if he really goes on stage, you need to win within about 7 seconds for our benefits to reach the maximum level. Lu Tianming sneered. The majority of people bet on 15 seconds. They think that this great one's fighting style doesn't specialize in speed. Thinking I don't specialize in speed makes them all fools. Otherwise, whose money would I earn? Lu Tianming's eyes flashed with bright red light, and he ordered, the time is close. Go take all the capital we've mobilized and bet on that kid being crippled. End the match in 7 seconds and conveniently send a big gift to some people. The subordinate responded decisively. Yes. At the arena, a blue energy barrier enveloped the fighting stage.
The announcement rang out. 2 minutes until the deathmatch begins. Both sides are invited to make final preparations. Cheng Jin grabbed Ye Ning's shoulder, trying to persuade him one last time. Uncle Cheng, it's time for me to go up. This brat, why are you so stubborn? I've been talking to you all day, and not a single word has gone in. Ye Ning smiled and turned back. Uncle Cheng, Do you remember the words I said to you before? If you trust me, then trust me to the end. Bet on this sword strike with me. Cheng Jin and Ming La were stunned, speechless. The referee began to announce, 60 seconds until the deathmatch begins. Both sides please prepare. Now reading the rules. In the deathmatch arena, there is no limit on the use of any equipment, abilities, or props. This deathmatch is unlimited, with no time limit, and life or death is determined by the outcome.
If there are any special situations, we will intervene. The referee raised his hand and the countdown began. Lu Tianming stood there, enveloped in purple energy, speaking with a condescending air. Ye Ning, I know you are young and arrogant, but there is always someone better than you. If you want to regret it, it's not too late. Just kneel down and sincerely apologize to me, and I, Lu, will not hold a grudge against you. Ye Ning swung his sword, a blazing red aura erupting. Old man, are you done talking? Today, between you and me, only one person will walk out of here alive. As soon as the match began, the two energies, red and purple, collided, creating a terrifying explosion. Lu Tianming roared in astonishment. Intermediate Tier 3. You actually reached Intermediate Tier 3 already? Cold sweat streamed down Lu Tianming's forehead. He thought in panic. Only 1 month and he went from low tier to intermediate tier? The speed is too absurd. Fortunately, the deathmatch was pushed forward. Otherwise, in a few more months, wouldn't he be at the same rank as me? He roared furiously. Is this your confidence? Just reached intermediate tier and you dare to challenge me? Truly laughable. Ye Ning just curled his lips in a contemptuous smile. Old man, you're talking too much nonsense. On the stands, a few people started whispering. Intermediate Tier 3? Does this kid have some trump card? But Ye Ning knew their thoughts clearly. They thought it was impossible. In Tier 3, a difference of 1 level meant the strength gap was not just 10 times, let alone a difference of 2 levels.
Even if he has reached the intermediate level, he can't achieve anything significant. Ye Ning glanced at the referee bench, calculating in his mind. Under normal circumstances, the referees present here could activate the spiritual energy shield at any time, instantly blocking an attack of peak Tier 3 level. But now that they have placed bets, they will certainly delay the timing to save me. This implies nothing, but if Lu Tianming encounters danger, they will definitely rescue him immediately. He gripped the sword hilt tightly, his eyes shining with determination. A sword strike surpassing the power of peak Tier 3. I cannot do it, but I can. Suddenly, a figure rushed onto the arena like a tornado. It was Commander Fang Hao. He screamed in despair. Ye Ning, stop the deathmatch! He stood between the two, trying to stop them. You insolent brat, hurry and follow Uncle Fang. The situation is out of control. We won't accept the deathmatch anymore. Fang Hao looked at Ye Ning in astonishment, sensing his energy flow. Wait, you've reached intermediate Tier 3? No, damn it, you're about to reach high Tier 3. How is this possible? Weren't you always at the far border chasing girls? The referee hurriedly flew over, reminding him, Commander Fang, this is a deathmatch. Please pay attention to your status.
The death match has already begun. How can it be stopped arbitrarily? Lu Tianming sneered triumphantly. Commander Fang, this death match was proposed by Ye Ming himself. Are you acting this way now to use your status to bully others? Fang Hao was so furious, his face turned red. He roared. Everyone shut up for me. Don't think I don't know what you people are calculating. I want to talk to Ye Ning. Whoever dares to interrupt again, I will smash their mouth with one punch. The referee was stunned into silence by his aura. Lu Tianming was also stunned, unable to speak. Fang Hao turned to Ye Ning, earnestly advising, admit defeat. Once you get on the stage, just admit defeat. Where there is life, there is hope. Ye Ning, there are some things... Ye Ning interrupted him calmly. Uncle Fang, I understand. In this deathmatch, someone will definitely die, but the one dying will definitely not be me. Ye Ning placed his hand on Fang Hao's shoulder, smiling with confidence. Uncle Fang, that this betting pool could be opened is partly thanks to you. I have a trump card in my hand. If you believe in me, go bet on my one sword now. Fang Hao just stood there frozen. Then, Fang Hao flew out of the arena, roaring one last time. The deathmatch continues.
While his eyes never left Ye Ning, Lu Tianming laughed loudly. Ha ha, not bad, not bad. Young people have spirit. Heaven has a path you do not take. Hell has no door, yet you barge in. The referee raised his hand and shouted, Deathmatch continues, starting in 3 seconds. 3, 2. On the stands, Fang Hao roared in anger, throwing out a card. Damn it! Since I couldn't stop you, I'll bet with you this once. 200,000 retirement savings. Bet on Ye Ning for one sword for me. 1. Deathmatch begins. Lu Tianming immediately activated a series of skills. Blood Boiling, Metal Berserk, Max Speed, Divine Blessing, 3-dimensional defense. Ye Ning smirked, observing calmly. Lu Tianming had at least 300,000 points worth of consumption buffs on him. The setup was indeed grand.
Completely unlike his outward appearance suggesting an easy victory, he was truly insidious. He flashed, disappearing on the spot, and rushed towards Ye Ning. Lu Tianming roared, heaven-breaking, furious slash. Ye Ning's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He had seen through the opponent's intentions. This old man had indeed been hiding his true strength. The angle of the blade on the right of the furious slash was off. It seemed he was worried I would launch a spiritual shock. Being so careful with the very first slash, does he still want to probe what my trump card is?
Ning activated a hexagonal energy shield that appeared, Water Heaven Defense. Lu Tianming easily pierced through the shield, his voice full of mockery. Is this your defense? Just this little bit of strength? Lu Tianming continued to shatter the second defensive layer, growling, "Too weak." He launched a final strike, completely destroying Ning's defense, heaven-chasing second stage. From the ground, Lu Tianming unleashed a slash, and Ning, wrapped in a stream of bright red energy, soared into the air. Lu Tianming looked up, roaring furiously. "Wanna run? You think hiding in the air means I can't hit you? Ridiculous." He swung his dual blades, creating countless purple energy blades weaving together, forming a tight cage, heaven-encompassing blade net. He poured all his strength into the move, growling, "Strangulate!" The giant blade net covered Ning, leaving him no way out. Lu Tianming laughed savagely, extremely smug. With this blade covering down, even if Fang Hao wanted to save him, there's no angle to interfere. On the stands, the crowd cheered in excitement. Is the match over? It's only been 3 seconds? This is absolute crushing. Even if Ning wants to admit defeat now, it's too late. A soldier who had placed a bet shouted angrily, "What a master move!"
No matter who wants to save him, they must wait for him to withstand this move before they can intervene. Damn it, I bought 15 seconds. Ning is truly a piece of trash. Feng Hao stood on the stands looking up at the arena in horror. Damn it, this is too insidious. Surrounded by a net of blades, Ning merely smirked. His eyes flashed with a bewitching purple light. He gave a low growl. Dimensional impact. In the blink of an eye, Ning's body transformed into a purple phantom, easily gliding past the sharp blades. The audience in the stands erupted in astonishment, while Feng Hao was dumbfounded, unable to believe his eyes. Inside the dimensional space, time seemed to stand still. Ning had appeared behind the motionless Lu Tianming. He coldly pronounced the sentence, "Die." He swung his sword, aiming at the fatal weak points. First was a slash to the vitals. A sword strike pierced through Lu Tianming's head, penetrating the skull. Countless other strikes stabbed into his body, heart, liver, spleen, lungs, kidneys. He continued to attack the limbs and body, both arms.
Legs body, Ning hovered beside Lu Tianming, strands of dark energy wrapping around his body. He thought to himself that once the skill ended, the effect would surely be shocking. But this old man looked arrogant, yet was actually very cautious. The armor on his body was stacked with too many layers. His gaze sharpened. If he couldn't break through his defense in an instant after the skill ended, with his reaction speed he might survive. God's wrath had conditions that were too harsh. It couldn't be used here. He planned the next step. After getting out, he could only unleash the Sword Storm current in a split second to ensure it looked like a single finishing sword strike. If he failed to finish him off and this old man still had some trump card, then he would surely lose. He observed the motionless Lu Tianming. Dimensional Slash had 3 seconds left, which was 0.3 seconds in the outside world. Lu Tianming might have sensed the danger, retracting his blade and switching to a defensive stance. A bold idea flashed in his mind. What if he launched Dimensional Impact one more time? After unleashing the Sword Storm current, timing another 10-second impact wave would still look like a single sword strike. He made up his mind. Let's give it a try. He had nothing to lose anyway. Ning smiled confidently, quickly leaving the dimensional space and retreating. Back in the arena, Lu Tianming looked at his net of blades. He looked around in confusion. He had vanished without a trace. Is it a stealth prop or spiritual power shielding? If he drags this out for 10 seconds, even if I win, the losses will be heavy. He roared, a surge of purple energy erupting powerfully. He slashed countless more blade paths. A purple energy explosion erupted. He screamed and rolled out, covered in ashes. On the stands, Fang Hao exclaimed in horror, Ning has disappeared.
This, even if one wanted to save him, they wouldn't know from which direction to intervene. Some spectators seemed excited. It hadn't even been 4 seconds yet. Commissioner Lu would absolutely not let him escape. Ning, well done. Just like that, survive for another 10 seconds. This shockwave of blade energy basically had no blind spots. It was impossible to dodge. Suddenly, Ning appeared right above the bewildered Lu Tianming. He swung his sword, creating a fierce blue sword chi storm, sword flow storm. Just as the sword chi storm was about to touch Lu Tianming, Ning once again activated a skill, Dimensional Impact. Inside the dimensional space, Ning smiled with satisfaction. Great.
The two attacks, front and back, overlapped perfectly. Even the effect of the sword storm current was timed to perfection. He swung his sword, creating wind blades filled with cold energy. Elemental wind blade, ice. He aimed at Lu Tianming's weapons. First, he had to freeze your dual blades before they could talk. The icy blades continued to attack the gaps in Lu Tianming's armor. No matter how many layers of armor you stack or how good your defense is, you would never think to protect your fingernails, right? Wait for the effect to erupt. You just wait there and writhe in pain. He detected an abnormal energy flow in Lu Tianming's legs. These legs were up to no good. It looked like a movement skill was about to erupt. He unleashed even more ice blades. Want to run? No way. These 6 or 7 strikes are enough to freeze you in place for half a second. He switched to the fire element, elemental wind blade, raging flame. He glided behind Lu Tianming, attacking from all sides. The rear could not be neglected either. The main point was to attack 360 degrees without any blind spots.
Inside the dimensional space, Ye Ning smiled triumphantly as he unleashed a barrage of attacks. So this was the correct way to use dimensional impact.
If I combined it with Spiritual Blast midway, it would be no different from standing still and farming monsters. It's a pity that the time interval this time was too short to activate more abilities. I can study in more later. He unleashed a final strike, confidently declaring, Ice and Fire Double Heaven. 4 waves of SSS-Rank sword skills with nearly 100 slashes. Even a veteran peak Tier 3 would have to take the full brunt of it, let alone a newcomer to the peak like Lu Tianming. If he can keep even a single strand of hair, consider it my loss. Back in the arena, Lu Tianming looked around warily, muttering in suspicion. Just now, that brat seemed to flash above my head for a moment. Did he unleash a skill and then disappear? He looked at the blue sword chi storm hovering in midair, even more confused. The skill has stopped too, it hasn't erupted. Cold sweat began to pour down Lu Tianming's forehead, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. Damn it, what kind of trick is he playing? Why do I feel like I'm being surrounded by something? He decided he couldn't wait passively. No, to ensure safety, I must prepare to teleport instantly first.
Wait for him to reappear, and I will use my talent to lock him down. 1 slash to kill, he roared, releasing a stream of purple energy to disperse the sword chi storm. Get out here! Just as he intended, Ye Ning suddenly appeared right in front of him. Lu Tianming shouted, Here you are! The sword flow storm, which had stopped, suddenly exploded. Countless blue sword blades rushed towards Lu Tianming. He exclaimed in horror, Sword flow storm? The skill had stopped, yet it activated again. He tried to activate his teleportation skill, but discovered his legs were frozen. Teleportation, huh? Frozen! He looked down in horror. The dual blades in his hands were also covered in ice and snow. He struggled to break the ice layer, but immediately, countless slashes from the attacks Ye Ning had accumulated in the dimensional space erupted simultaneously, creating a rain of interwoven red and blue sword chi. Ye Ning coldly pronounced the sentence, Go to hell. Lu Tianming could only howl miserably. Urga! A sharp sword pierced through his eye. He screamed in despair, trying to activate his final defense. Defense! Urga! But it was all too late. An earth-shattering explosion swallowed Lu Tianming, blue and purple light illuminating a corner of the sky. Ye Ning observed from afar, smirking. Wanting to rely on spiritual power to mobilize all spiritual energy to stall for time? Ye Ning's eyes flashed with purple light, and he unleashed his final trump card, Spiritual Suppression Blast! A gigantic column of spiritual energy, spiraling like a drill, rushed straight towards the center of the explosion. Lu Tianming was completely submerged in the storm of destructive energy. He screamed in despair, Gru! Amidst the rain of sword chi, he desperately cried for help. Help! Save me! Ah! A beam of purple energy shot straight through his forehead. He only managed to let out a choking sound. Urgh! Finally, his body was torn into shreds. On the stands, General Mu and the referees stood up in horror, screaming, Commissioner Lu! Save him! Save him quickly! The referees rushed forward, trying to activate the protective shield. Quick! Activate the spiritual energy shield! One referee suddenly remembered, his face turning pale. The spiritual energy shield was tampered with earlier. Activation will be delayed! He cursed. Damn it, how could I forget this? The head referee ordered, Attack directly! Block as much as you can! Ye Ning stood there, watching the crowd acting out their play, and couldn't help but sneer. If my skills weren't a notch higher, the person they would be trying so hard to save right now would be me, wouldn't it?
Now, bringing trouble upon oneself aside, having to continue the act is truly ridiculous. He looked at the shield finally being erected and sneered. Lu Tianming had long ceased breathing. This shield was at most just to protect his fragments from being blown away. This kind of protection, were they planning to use glue to paste him back together? Suddenly, someone ran over. At this moment, a burly figure shattered the fragile energy shield and rushed into the arena. This person was the commander of the 3rd Army Group, Wang Feng, a peak Tier 3 powerhouse. He shoved aside 2 people blocking his way, roaring in pain. Tianming! Then he turned to yell at the surrounding crowd. You useless trash! Everyone get out of my way! One person tried to explain. Commander Wang, Commissioner Lu, But Wang Feng cut him off, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Get the hell out! Later I will punish you all for your inadequate protection. The people around backed away in fear, only daring to whisper, Yes, Commander Wang. Upon seeing the bloody scene of minced flesh on the arena, Wang Feng froze, exclaiming in horror, Is this even more tragic than Ling Qi? Is this something a human could do? His face contorted in pain, his trembling hands reaching forward. Tianming! For you to meet such a tragic end, how am I supposed to explain this to your father? The pain quickly turned into fury. Wang Feng whipped around, a terrifying energy exploding towards Ye Ning. Ye Ning! You have some nerve. You actually dared to kill a standing committee member. Ye Ning faced him calmly, the corner of his mouth curling into a sarcastic smile. Oh, certain, Commander. You aren't joking, are you? This was essentially a death match. Life and death are not discussed. Everything relies on ability. Wang Feng roared, disbelieving what he heard. Rely on ability? You are just an intermediate Tier 3. How could you kill a peak Tier 3 with one sword strike? There was absolutely cheating involved. Speak. Who secretly helped you? Ye Ning sneered, his eyes full of provocation. What? Did you also place a bet? Can't afford to lose, refusing to accept it?
Or do you want to renege on the debt? Or do you also want to have a death match with me? Provoked to the breaking point, Wang Feng roared, you, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit. Then he threw a thunderous punch towards Ye Ning. Just as the fist was about to touch Ye Ning, a white-gloved hand blocked it. Feng Hao coldly spoke up. Stop it. Wang Feng was startled. Feng Hao stood in front of Ye Ning, his voice steely. Battle, you must accept the loss. If you get beaten, stand firm. Pushing him back a step, Feng Hao continued to press forward. Not convinced? 1. Fight me. 2. Wait for the Supreme Commander to return and make a decision. Wang Feng could only gulp. Wang Feng screamed in frustration, dragging up old stories. Feng Hao. Don't use the Supreme Commander to scare people. Don't forget how the Supreme Commander ascended to this position back then. He continued to scream. If it weren't for the old chief, if Tianming's father hadn't yielded his position, could the Supreme Commander have reached that spot? Feng Hao didn't want to argue further. He turned around. I am not clear about the things you were talking about. I also don't have time to argue with you. Ye Ning, let's go. Ye Ning politely replied, Yes, Uncle Feng. Watching the two of them leave, Long Feng gritted his teeth, snarling every word. I advise you not to be too arrogant. This isn't over yet. At this moment, the people in the stands finally regained their senses, looking at each other in shock. He's dead.
Commissioner Liu is dead? How could this happen? Elsewhere in the arena, a soldier sitting in the control room jumped up from his chair, eyes wide with disbelief. Ye Ning? An instant kill with one sword? I must be dreaming. As he left the arena with Feng Hao, Ye Ning glanced at the chaotic crowd behind him, laughing coldly in his heart. Hee. Looks like I need to wake these people up a bit. He slightly curled his lips, his enchanting purple eyes flashed, and an invisible stream of spiritual energy spread out, spiritual televasis. At this moment, Wang Feng was still getting a headache looking at the pile of mashed meat on the ground. Smashed like this? Even if I wanted to piece it together, I couldn't. How am I supposed to bring this back? Even if I put it in the storage space? Suddenly, all the fleshy fragments on the arena began to float up, wrapped in a stream of purple energy. Wang Feng exclaimed in surprise. Oh! Those fragments quickly gathered into a gruesome ball of flesh and blood, then soared into the air. Wang Feng looked up at the sky, screaming in despair. Tiang Ming? From afar, Ye Ning smiled, his eyes cold as ice, as he executed the final skill to destroy the corpse and eliminate traces. Celestial Maiden scatters flowers. Pop! The ball of flesh and blood exploded in midair. Countless fragments of flesh and blood splattered down onto the stands, causing the crowd to scream in panic. A soldier looked up at the mottled bloodstains on the protective glass, his face drained of all blood. This is... He raised his hand to cover his mouth, trying to suppress the nausea rising in his throat. Rhett? This is Liu Tiangming's corpse. He knelt on the ground, completely collapsing. He's dead. I can't live anymore either. The stands were submerged in chaos, wailing sounds echoing everywhere. Ugh, my life savings are all gone. My entire fortune, my life. I bet it all on that.
Another person breathed a sigh of relief. Phew, lucky I was cowardly and didn't dare to bet. An officer looked at the backs of Ye Ning and Feng Hao, muttering in extreme astonishment. One sword. Before he said one sword, did he really use exactly one sword? The soldier next to him said regretfully, If I had known earlier, I would have bet everything. Now I only won over 1,000 points. The officer patted his shoulder to comfort him. Corp Commander, 1,000 points is plenty. Be content. The most important thing is that Ye Ning is safe. Feng Hao put his arm around Ye Ning's shoulder, laughing heartily. Ha ha ha, you crazy brat, you really have skills. Counting the outside bets, you helped this old man win 10 billion. He nodded in satisfaction. Being willing to bet is good. Suddenly he looked at Ye Ning with a probing gaze. Why are you so calm? That's not right. Speak up quickly. Did you brat also bet on yourself? How much did you win? Ye Ning calmly replied. Not too much, just under 4,000.
Feng Hao was astonished. 4,000? Is that all? You didn't just bet a few points, did you? Feng Hao frowned, calculating. That's not right. Based on the outside odds, 4,000. Betting 0 point something? There's no such way to bet. Wait, the 4,000 you little brat mentioned is... Ye Ning raised a finger to his lips, smiling mysteriously. 4,000 billion?
Feng Hao's jaw dropped. Ye Ning continued. Actually not quite 4,000, only 3,800. Feng Hao was completely petrified. At the same time, at the headquarters of the old Bay Air family, a figure in a cloak and a white mask was reviewing the match on an energy screen, a gloomy voice resonating. Tsk, this sword strike is somewhat interesting. Even that third eye and the black beam of light are quite interesting. A subordinate bowed and asked, Old Chief, do we need to go avenge Lu Tianming? The masked man replied indifferently. No rush. He was just a piece of trash anyway. He chuckled softly. Besides, doesn't he have a father who was a former vice commander? In the northern combat zone, at the military administrative headquarters, a middle-aged man in uniform was roaring in fury, purple energy exploding around him, shaking the entire room. Ah, my Minger! He gritted his teeth, articulating every word. Ye Ning, I want you dead. This was Lu Tianming's father, Lu Kongshan. Lu Kongshan slammed the table and ordered, All troops, listen up.
Advance into the capital with me. A series of soldiers below responded in unison. Yes, Commander Lu. In a luxurious room at a hotel in Country B, two old generals were sitting opposite each other. One side, although Country B has agreed to help us contain Country I, Country B's own strength may not be able to hold out for long. The other person said worriedly, Psst, originally we still had 3 months to deploy, but now with the death match between Ye Ning and Lu Tianming, I'm afraid the big storm will be pushed forward. Li Xuanguo slammed his hand on the table, saying angrily, Damn it, it is a blessing, not a curse, but a curse cannot be avoided. That damn brat Lu Tianming is clearly openly robbing resources. He just wants to force Ye Ning into a deathmatch early. He continued with a face full of indignation. Those resources were all won by Ye Ning risking his life. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to swallow this anger either.
Compared to the big picture, I am now more worried about Ye Ning's safety. Council Commissioner Hu hurriedly waved his hand to comfort him. You shouldn't worry too much, sir. After all, we've prepared adequate protection measures. Moreover, Feng Hao and Cheng Yuan are both present there. Nothing major will happen in the deathmatch. Just then, a female officer walked in. Supreme Commander, we just received news. Something big has happened at the deathmatch. The Council Commissioner, surnamed Hu, immediately jumped up from his chair, his voice trembling with anxiety. Who got into trouble? Is it Ye Ning? Is it serious? Supreme Commander Li Xuanguo also angrily slammed his hand on the table, roaring, Are those in charge of protection a bunch of useless trash? The female officer hurriedly reported, her voice still filled with shock. It's Commissioner Lu, sir. Commissioner Lu is dead. He was killed by Commissioner Ye Ning with a single sword slash. Both old generals were stunned, exclaiming in unison, What? The Supreme Commander couldn't believe it. He questioned, How is that possible? Lu Tianming is a peak Tier 3 after all. There were so many high Tier 3 guards at the scene. How could Ye Ning kill him? Speak quickly. What exactly happened?
Was it Feng Hao and Cheng Yuan who secretly intervened? The female officer shook her head decisively, holding up an electronic screen. No, Supreme Commander. It was truly Ye Ning who did the killing. This is the recording from that time. After watching the footage, the Supreme Commander pondered, his eyes full of complexity. Disappearing midway, leaving only a single sword strike and no corpse remains. What kind of talent skill is this? In just a short week, he has gone from low tier to intermediate. What on earth happened during this period? The adjutant beside him spoke up softly, his eyes full of implication. Supreme Commander, do we need to question 009 a bit? The Supreme Commander waved his hand, dismissing the thought. Compared to clarifying these matters, the most urgent thing right now is Lu Kongshan. He stood up abruptly, ordering decisively. Ye Ning is in danger. We must return immediately. The female officer immediately gave a military salute. Yes, I will arrange it right away. Suddenly remembering something, she hurriedly reported. Supreme Commander, there is one more thing. Before the deathmatch, betting pools were opened everywhere in the capital, and Ye Ning is the biggest winner. The Supreme Commander cursed angrily. Damn it! No wonder the defense was so lax. Something big is about to happen. He waved his hand, issuing an urgent order. Quick, notify Feng Hao and Cheng Yuan to move Ye Ning to the defensive basement of the National Assembly Hall.
Follow closely. Do not leave a single step. The adjutant immediately obeyed. Yes, Supreme Commander. At the defensive basement of the Parliament Hall, Feng Hao crossed his arms and said with a serious tone, Ye Ning, before the Supreme Commander returns, you are not allowed to go anywhere. Do not leave our sight for half a step. Your family is already being protected by 009 and Minlaw's group. Ye Ning shrugged, somewhat puzzled. Is that Lu Kongshan really that scary? Scary enough to mobilize this many people? Feng Hao said, Ye Ning, you don't understand. Lu Kongshan is one of those who fought since the early days of the apocalypse outbreak. Feng Hao continued, his tone full of apprehension. Lu Kongshan used to be one of the vice commanders, leading the Northern Combat Zone, the same rank as me. No, based on the military system of that year, his rank was even higher than mine. He was also the most reputed successor to the Supreme Commander at that time. He is not like Lu Tianming. He is a genuine peak Tier 3 veteran. I grew up listening to legends about him. Ye Ming was a bit surprised. A genuine peak Tier 3? Could it be that Lu Tianming wasn't?
Fang Ho explained in detail. Actually, Lu Tanming's essence was only high tier 3, but because his talent was special, his combat power could rival a peak tier 3, so he always claimed to the outside world to be peak tier 3, but you should know the difference between the real deal and a fake. Ye Ning silently reevaluated the situation, his heart feeling a bit heavy. If he had to confront Lu Canstran, with his current condition, he feared he would have to risk his life.
The unconsumed sword chi only left human realm Yama and God's wrath, and the remaining spiritual energy was enough to launch one-dimensional impact. Chengwan placed a hand on Ye Ning's shoulder, his voice full of determination. You don't need to worry. With me and Fang Ha here, even if Lu Kang-san comes, he can't do anything to you. You just finished a fight. Go rest first. Ye Ning nodded slightly. Yes, sir. Ye Ning sat down, closed his eyes and began to channel his energy, thinking to himself, I'll just use spiritual light to quickly recover my physical stamina and spiritual power first. If Lu Kang-san Lily comes, I can still use this ability to withstand damage. Fang Ha and Chengwan looked in surprise at the green energy enveloping Ye Ning. Fang Ha muttered, what a peculiar way of resting. Chengwan narrowed his eyes and commented, this energy flow, it feels like some kind of equipment with a recovery function. At the same time, in the night sky of the capital, a series of modern stealth fighter jets were roaring in. Below on the streets, the crowd looked up in commotion. One person exclaimed in astonishment, it's already 3 in the morning. What is this rumbling noise? Another pointed, look over there, so many fighter jets. Another panicked, damn it, why are so many Tier 3 experts mobilized like this? Could it be a zombie siege? At the military airport, the capital's air patrol team was solemnly looking towards the approaching squadron of fighter jets. The commander roared at the soldier beside him. How long until Lu Kang-san arrives? How many people did he bring?
The soldier hurriedly looked at the tablet and reported, 7 minutes left until they reach the capital's restricted air defense line, sir. There are a total of 40 Tier 3 powerhouses, including 6 high tier, 14 intermediate tier, and 20 low tier. The commander asked, what about the other units? Didn't you say there were signs of infantry mobilization earlier? The soldier replied, there is no mobilization for now, sir. There were signs of gathering earlier, but old General Lu stopped them. The commander sneered. Worthy of the older generation, clearly carrying the momentum of forcing a concession, but still acting the part for the sake of the big picture. Another soldier sighed in relief. It's good that they didn't mobilize the soldiers.
Otherwise, if we rely only on the few of us, we won't be able to hold out. The other person grumbled irritably. Sigh, it's all just nonsense. Isn't it all caused by that brat Ye Ning? He continued to yell in frustration. In our great Xia, since the appearance of Awakeners, among so many geniuses, is there anyone like him who causes trouble wherever he goes? If not for the army's protection, he would have died 10,000 times already. Now it's great, he killed Commissioner Lu, and we still have to go clean up this mess for him. Another officer patted his shoulder and said, all right, Brother Huang, the Supreme Commander only ordered us to stall old General Lu for a while. Clean up the mess? Relying only on us? You're overthinking it. In a corner, another soldier took a long drag on his cigarette, his bloodshot eyes full of resentment. He killed my good friend Lu Tianming, causing me to lose both my capital and profit. Ye Ming, a brat still smelling of breast milk, on what grounds is he protected like this? This world is truly unfair. On a leading fighter jet, a subordinate officer reported, General Lu, we are approaching the capital's restricted air defense zone ahead. Do we need to reduce speed? It wouldn't be good if there's a misunderstanding. Lu Kangshan roared, misunderstanding? What misunderstanding?
Do they misunderstand that I, Lu Kang-san, am rebelling? Full speed ahead. Let me see who dares to stop me. The officer hurriedly replied, yes. The capital's air defense system immediately blared alarms. Warning, warning, fighter jet B-988 has crossed the restricted air defense line without permission. The ground commander shouted loudly, all soldiers, listen to orders. Activate the anti-aircraft formation. Scramble fighter jets. Intercept them. You few, follow me over there to negotiate. An officer reported, General Lu, we have been intercepted. Should we open fire? Lu Kang-san coldly replied, just see what they want to say first. The capital's commander flew forward, trying to speak politely. General Lu, it is so late, and you came from the northern combat zone. You must be very tired, right? We have prepared a room for you. Or perhaps you should go to the military region to rest a bit. Tomorrow morning, you can catch up with the Supreme Commander. Lu Kang-san suddenly appeared outside the cockpit, his whole body wrapped in purple energy, roaring, cut the crap, where is Ye Ning? The commander was surprised. Ye Ning? Did you come here to find Ye Ning?
It's like this, General Lu. There are a few matters... Boom, Lu Kangshan burst out with energy, interrupting him. I asked you, where is Ye Ning? Tell that little bastard to get to hell out here. What, you want to stop me? Or is Tianming's death also related to you people? The commander was pushed back by the aura and hurriedly explained. Old General Lu, please calm down. We truly do not know Ye Ning's location, but please rest assured, the Supreme Commander will definitely give you an explanation. Lu Kangshan sneered. Explanation? Is the military's explanation to hide him away? He was about to say something else, when suddenly a ding sound rang out and an electronic screen appeared in front of him. The screen displayed a clear line of text.
Ye Ning is in the defense basement of the Parliament Hall. A vicious smile appeared on Lu Kongshan's face, and he roared at his subordinates. I'm going ahead. You handle the landing and then follow my coordinates. The crowd responded in unison. Yes, General Lu. The commander looked on in astonishment. What is this situation? It seems he already knows? Could someone have leaked the news? From a distance, a man with a mustache was watching everything, smiling maliciously. Ye Ning, your day of death has arrived. As long as you die, whether the betting pool results count or not is another matter. Lu Kongshan turned into a beam of purple light, rushing straight towards the Parliament Hall. He smashed through the roof of the building, diving straight down to the defense basement, his angry roar echoing throughout the space. Little bastard, get out here and die. Seeing Lu Kongshan rushing in, Feng Hao immediately stepped in to block him, a burst of blue energy exploding as he roared. Get lost. Cheng Yuan hurriedly retreated, standing in front of Ye Ning, shouting loudly. Ye Ning, be careful. He secretly exclaimed in his heart. The aura of this peak tier 3 is truly extraordinary. Feng Hao faced Lu Kongshan, his voice full of anger. General Lu,
You are making a move here. Do you intend to rebel? Lu Kongshan sneered, his tone full of sarcasm. Hehe, I didn't expect there to be 2 door gods here. It seems that bastard Li Xuango doesn't intend to give me justice. Feng Hao warned in a stern voice. General Lu, please watch your words. Lu Kongshan roared, no longer maintaining his calm or propriety. When my son died, why didn't anyone talk about propriety? If you know what's good for you, get the hell out of my way. He pointed straight at Yang Ying, his eyes bloodshot with killing intent. Killing Yang Ying with my own hands. That is my propriety. A terrifying burst of purple energy erupted, and Lu Kongshan threw his head back and howled. Tian Ming!
My son in heaven, watch carefully. Boom, father will now avenge you. He rushed towards Ye Ning like a meteorite, his roar echoing throughout the basement. Ye Ning, die! Feng Hao roared in anger. Lu Kongshan, do you really dare to attack in the National Assembly Hall? Then don't blame me for not showing mercy. He unleashed a powerful move, an energy azure dragon roaring as it rushed forward. Azure Dragon Shining Sun. 2 earth-shattering energies collided, creating a terrifying explosion. After the explosion, Feng Hao was slightly surprised. Why does Lu Kongshan's spiritual energy talent have a corrosion effect? Ye Ning observed from a distance, silently admitting that this old man and Lu Tianming were indeed not on the same level. He continued to analyze, but Uncle Feng seemed to have withdrawn his spiritual energy just now, only defending and not attacking. I should just watch a little longer. Lu Kongshan growled. Feng Hao, have you determined to oppose me? Feng Hao gritted his teeth, trying to restrain himself. Lu Kongshan, that's enough. Don't force me to really fight you. Lu Kongshan sneered provocatively. Fight me? If you aren't afraid of offending my superiors, then come at me. Feng Hao clenched his teeth, thinking to himself, now is not the best time to cause a civil war. Moreover, if I strike too hard, public opinion will be unfavorable. I must restrain myself. Damn it, I can't go all out, yet I can't let anything happen to Ye Ning. Lu Kongshan unleashed a new move, countless purple phantoms rushing out. Feng Hao.
You think you can stop me with just yourself? Aurora Split Slash! The clones separated. Half attacked Feng Hao while the other half rushed straight towards Ye Ning. Lu Kongshan roared, let me see how you protect him. Feng Hao hurriedly blocked the frontal attack, cursing, damn it, how insidious. Seeing a clone rushing towards Ye Ning, Cheng Yan hurriedly shouted, Ye Ning, activate your defense immediately. Ye Ning reacted instantly, a red armor layer wrapping around his body. Type 3 magical modified defense. At the same time, Cheng Yan summoned his weapon, Imperial Hammer. He created an orange-yellow energy shield, blocking in front of Ye Ning and himself, layered hammer guardian domain. Lu Kongshan's clone collided violently with the shield, causing it to crack and then shatter. Cheng Yan roared, his eyes full of defiance. You want to break my defense? He swung his dual hammers, creating a massive energy explosion, heaven-hammering, earth-shattering blast. The explosion completely destroyed Lu Kongshan's clone. Ye Ning looked at Cheng Yan with astonishment. Wow.
Uncle Cheng's strength isn't bad either. It makes sense. They are all peak tier 3. 2 against 1, how could they let that old man gain the upper hand? Ye Ning patted Cheng Yuan lightly on the shoulder and laughed provocatively. Old man, you're slacking off. My defense was almost wasted, you know. Lu Kongshan was trembling with rage, roaring in extreme resentment. Ah, you bastards! Why do you all want to stop me? He pointed straight at Ye Ning, screaming like a wounded beast. Let me kill him! I must kill him! Feng Hao stood in front, his whole body wrapped in a stream of turquoise energy. Lu Kongshan, do you really want to risk your life? Then I have no choice but to offend you. Lu Kongshan didn't say much, launching a destructive move. Soaring Sky Void-Breaking Slash. Feng Hao showed no weakness either. He unleashed an earth-shaking punch, 800 dragon fists. Countless energy fists appeared, condensing into one body, colliding heavily with Lu Kongsan's soaring sky void-breaking slash. Feng Hao threw another giant punch, carrying terrifying power. 10,000 fists returned to one. The giant punch collided head-on with the purple slash, shattering it. The punch continued to fly towards Lu Kongsan. A terrifying explosion occurred, shaking the entire basement. Lu Kongsan was knocked back, staggering before he could stand firm.
Gulp! Yanning gasped in surprise, filled with admiration. Previously, he only knew that Uncle Feng represented the peak strategy of Great Xia, but he didn't expect him to be this formidable. Feng Hao calmly stepped forward to advise. General Lu, stop. If you continue fighting, you will really lose all face. Lu Kengshan roared. Stop! My son's bones aren't even cold yet, and you tell me to stop. Just then, Lu Kengshan's subordinates arrived. General Lu, we have arrived. Lu Kengshan smirked viciously. Just in time. Kill Yanning for me. The soldiers responded in unison. Yes, General, and rushed toward Yanning. Feng Hao roared in anger. Damn it, do you know what crime it is to actively attack a commissioner? That is treason, punishable by death. The soldiers froze, cold sweat breaking out. Lu Kengshan bellowed to reassure them. Killing a mere honorary commissioner. I can handle that little consequence. Kill. Feng Hao shouted loudly. Cheng Yuan, quickly take Yanning and break out of the encirclement. I will hold them back. Cheng Yuan immediately pulled Yanning. Yanning, stay close to me. I'll get you out. Yanning smiled, a deadly light flashing in his eyes. Aren't these Tier 3 experts meant to be sacrifices for God's wrath? With spiritual suppression blast added in, none of them will escape today. He turned to Cheng Yuan and asked calmly, Uncle Cheng, if I kill them all today, would it be considered self-defense? Cheng Yuan was astonished. What? Yanning raised his glowing sword, preparing to unleash a skill. Spiritual. Boom! A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, freezing everyone in place. The figure behind roared, and everyone stopped. Ye Ning felt this powerful aura. He was shocked in his heart. The pressure was truly strong. This is... Supreme Commander Li Shuanger and high-ranking officials arrived. Commander, the Supreme Commander calmly stepped forward. Old General Lu, do not be angry. How about we change to another place to talk? The military will definitely give you an explanation. Lu Kongsan roared. Explanation? What explanation? I don't believe Ye Ning could kill Tianming. Hand over everyone involved. I want these people to pay with their lives. The Supreme Commander replied calmly. Old General Lu, Ye Ning and Lu Tianming fought in a fair deathmatch. There is a video recording as evidence.
On the deathmatch stage, life and death are not discussed. You must be very clear about this rule. Lu Kongsan threw a board to the ground, screaming like a tantrum-throwing child. I don't care about rules or no rules. Tianming endured him for the sake of the big picture, yet he used underhanded schemes and cruel methods. The Supreme Commander looked at him with disappointed eyes. You, Lu Kongsan began to list his merits. It was truly laughable. I, Lu Kongsan, have shed blood for the country for 30 years, establishing great merits for Huaxia. My son worked hard and diligently, serving the country. In the end, he was killed by a brat whose mouth still smells of milk and abandoned by the military. I just ask one question. What does this kid have to compare with my son? What has he contributed to the nation? On what basis do you cover for him? I refuse to accept this. I refuse. Yanning stepped forward, sneering. Great merit? For the country? Refusing to accept? You really are shameless. Lu Tianming embezzled and took bribes, obstructed the East Sea rescue, plundered my resources, and harmed my subordinates. Why didn't you mention these things? Let me tell you, old man, Lu Tianming deserved to die. If I had to do it 100, 10,000 times more, I would still kill him with mercy. He pointed straight at Lu Kongsan's face, his tone full of contempt. You old trash who only knows how to occupy a seat without doing anything. Didn't you feel your son was very capable and I couldn't kill him? Come here, deathmatch with me right now. Do you dare to accept? Lu Kongsan was so angry his face turned red. You little beast. Say that again if you have the guts. Yanning gritted his teeth. Say it again? Are you too old and deaf? Do you accept the deathmatch? I allow you to bring 10 people. I will fight all 11 of you alone. Lu Kongsan completely lost his reason. Little beast, you want to die. I will kill you right now. Feng Hao hardly took action. A stream of blue energy spread out, roaring. Stop, all of you. War God domain. Bind. Trapped in the domain, Lu Kongsan roared in surprise. Feng Hao, you! Yanning hurriedly held Feng Hao's hand back, shouting, Uncle Feng, don't stop me. Now is a good time to kill this old man.
Feng Hao shouted sternly, Ye Ning, don't act recklessly anymore. Lu Kongsan paid no heed, unleashing a powerful slash at the domain, void-breaking slash. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Hao's domain shook violently under the slash. At that moment, Supreme Commander Li Xuango acted. He roared, Everyone stop! This is the National Assembly Hall, not a place for you all to fight. An ancient scroll was opened, radiating blinding light. Confinement scroll.
Immediately, everyone froze on the spot. Yining did not flinch at all, stretching his neck and shouting, "I said a deathmatch is a deathmatch. Announce it to all of Huaxia right now. Let's go to the arena." He pointed straight at Lu Kongsan. "Old man, do you dare to accept?" Lu Kongsan also roared in response, "Little beast, don't think I dare not kill you. If you have the guts, arrange it now. Whoever is afraid is a grandson." Supreme Commander Li Xuango frowned slightly. The adjutant beside him quickly leaned into his ear and whispered something. He reported, "Supreme Commander, just received news from the Secretary. According to the records from 009, Yining seems to have summoned a Tier 4 Phantom." The Supreme Commander exclaimed in astonishment. "What?" The Supreme Commander suddenly changed his attitude. He smiled profoundly. "If you insist on a deathmatch, then I must speak the ugly words first. Both sides voluntarily enter the deathmatch. On the deathmatch stage, life and death are not to be discussed. Afterwards, no one is allowed to seek revenge." Yining was a bit surprised, thinking to himself, "Humph, why did the Supreme Commander suddenly change his mind? Does he not care about the big picture anymore? Well, it's fine. Having the military's backing is beneficial to me anyway." Lu Kongsan became suspicious. Something is wrong. This Li Xuango was originally protecting Yining, but now he agrees to the deathmatch. Could it be that Yining has some trump card I don't know about? Or is the military setting a trap? A subordinate hurriedly advised, "General Lu, don't be fooled. That brat knows for sure that you are injured and your spiritual energy is running low." Lu Kongsan snorted coldly. "Little bastard. Out of respect for the Supreme Commander, this old man will send you on your way in 3 days.
These 3 days, consider it letting you live a bit longer." Bam! A loud noise rang out. Lu Kongshan flicked his sleeves, leading his subordinates. "Let's go." Yaning looked at their retreating backs in bewilderment. "What the hell? Just leaving like that?" Supreme Commander Li Shuangwell smiled meaningfully. The adjutant beside him muttered, "Old fox." Council Commissioner Hu patted Yaning on the shoulder, smiling kindly. "Yaning, come to my office tomorrow morning. Just rest well for today." Yaning obediently replied, "Yes." When everyone had left, Yaning analyzed silently. 3 days. It looks like an opportunity, but it's actually not beneficial to me. It will be very difficult to activate God's wrath on the deathmatch stage. A duel is not as good as a group fight. Fortunately, I still have 1 sword skill slot left. I must quickly learn an S-rank sword skill. At Yaning's mansion, a man hurriedly ran out to welcome him, Lord Yaning.
"You have finally returned, sir," Yaning said. "Let's talk in the study, lest the family sees and gets worried." Inside the study, the man respectfully handed over a report. "My lord, this is our harvest from this time. After deducting the system tax, the total is 3,770 billion. Of that, 2,400 billion is in credit points, and the rest is equipment, skills, props, and even slave contracts. It will take roughly a month to liquidate all of these." Yining looked over the report and said, "I understand. You all have worked hard during this period. From this amount, 10 billion for Chen Kai, 10 billion for Shanghai, and the remaining 10 billion is yours." The man stammered, unable to believe his ears. 10 billion? Is that too much, sir?" Yining smiled and waved his hand. "Compared to the amount you all should have won, this is nothing. Just accept it with peace of mind." The man's eyes welled up with tears, and he said emotionally, "My lord, following you was truly the most correct choice of our lives." Yining sat down and issued new instructions. Use this money, on one hand, for Sun Leeching's Transcendence Plan, and on the other hand, to recruit talent to build the aircraft carrier. Additionally, as I said before, quickly recruit a group of people from among the East Sea refugees.
"I hope that within 2 months you can gather an army ready for combat," the man solemnly replied. "Understood." Yaning added, "Right, remember to help me check if we can purchase an S-rank sword skill book, okay?" The man was surprised. Sword skill? He suddenly remembered something. "I recall a private faction contacted me once, saying they wanted to use an S-rank sword skill book to settle a debt of 9 billion. 9 billion was too absurd, so I didn't agree at the time." Yaning immediately sat up straight, his eyes shining. "Really?" Yaning ordered decisively. "Contact him right now. Tell him to bring the sword skill here tomorrow for me to see. If it's suitable, 9 billion is not a problem." The subordinate immediately saluted in military style. "Yes, I will get on it immediately." The next day at the Supreme Commander's quarters, Yaning walked in and softly called out, "Supreme Commander." Supreme Commander Li Shuanggo looked up and said, "You've arrived. Sit down." The Supreme Commander went straight to the point. "Yaning, I called you here for 2 things. One is about Lu Kanshan." He paused for a moment, then continued. "The other matter is..." Yaning immediately stood up, his tone full of determination. "Lu Kanshan? Supreme Commander, do you regret it? Do you want to persuade me to give up the deathmatch?" "I apologize, but I have already made up my mind." The Supreme Commander waved his hand. "Sai, listen to me first. I have no intention of stopping you."
Yaning, originally there were some matters you were not qualified to know, but since things have reached this point, I cannot help but explain clearly to you. He revealed a shocking secret. First, regarding the peak Tier 3 powerhouses of the Huaxia war zone, in reality there are 93 of them. Yaning exclaimed in surprise, What
Wasn't it said that even counting Yuanjiang, the whole country only has a dozen or so people? The Supreme Commander added, in fact, if we count the peak Tier 3 powerhouses hiding in private forces, this number would be even higher. Yanning fell silent, a huge doubt rising in his heart. With so much peak combat power, the apocalyptic battle in his past life couldn't possibly have been so tragic. The Supreme Commander sighed. Yanning, you are still too young. Many things that your generation knows have been covered up. More than 60 years ago, in the early stages of the apocalypse outbreak, the survivors in Huaxia were truly less than 1 in 10. He continued, but since the appearance of Awakeners, our strength has increased exponentially. Around the 13th year, safe zones everywhere took shape. By the 30th year, our population had skyrocketed to over 7 billion, and Awakeners had also broken through the 20 million mark.
Peak Tier 3 powerhouses also appeared continuously. By the 40th year, the number had broken through 100. Yanning immediately asked, "That's not right. With this development momentum, why is Huaxia's situation getting worse and worse now?" The Supreme Commander looked straight into his eyes and asked back, "Yanning, have you ever heard the story of the 33 Tails of Silver? In this world, not only do zombies eat people, but people also eat people." He explained, 33 Tails of Silver was a type of tax in ancient times, a tax that a wife had to pay throughout her life. It was a very cruel, very hidden, and very clever method of exploitation. While squeezing out a person's surplus value, it could still make that person maintain their greatest effort, making them mistakenly believe that as long as they worked hard, they could live better. Similarly, this type of taxation method also appeared after the apocalypse, and all of this stemmed from the first batch of peak Tier 3 powerhouses. When the zombies were relatively stable, the corruption of vested interests also began to arise. In the following 30 years, the resources accumulated by the military were almost completely drained by those people. The first generation of peak Tier 3 powerhouses and their families were like leeches sucking blood on the entire war zone, and this also led to the military's combat power and financial resources becoming empty, a vicious cycle. Yanning slammed his hand on the table in anger. Sucking the military dry? Then didn't these people start exploiting the survivors, monopolizing spiritual minds, suspending industry, and even stopping the distribution of awakening potions to the lower classes?
Have you never resisted before? The Supreme Commander said bitterly. Of course we resisted. More than 10 years ago, we even launched a great peak Tier 3 war, but unfortunately we failed. Furthermore, the assassination of Ye Mo forced the old chief to abdicate. The first generation of peak Tier 3s also retreated behind the scenes. I endured humiliation for many years and finally climbed to my current position. Yanning questioned, if you harbor such great ambitions, why haven't you done anything after taking the position? The Supreme Commander sighed. Because my power is largely controlled. I have the will, but not the strength. Take an example. Remember the Asian competitive dungeon before? Before you, it wasn't that there were no suitable Tier 3s to enter, but without exception, they all refused. This is how they restrain me. If I want them to act, I have to pay a corresponding price. Yanning suddenly understood. As beneficiaries, they do not provide combat power. On the contrary, they force the military to disperse its limited forces for the sake of the big picture. They target me because I broke the balance. The Supreme Commander nodded. That's right. Lu Tianming and Lu Kongshan both belong to the veteran faction. Yanning recalled, his mind suddenly enlightened. The army I saw in my past life, I'm afraid it was the final result after the two sides slaughtered each other. That is why there were many peak combat powers I had never seen. The Supreme Commander looked at him with serious eyes. Yanning, killing Lu Kongshan is synonymous with completely declaring war on the veteran faction. Look at me and tell me, your current combat power is enough to rival a peak Tier 3, right? He continued, your talent is definitely not what you claimed, right? Yanning remained silent and did not answer. He exhaled softly. Yanning asked, if I participate, what will I have to face? The Supreme Commander replied, in this national war, each country will send out at least 6 peak Tier 3s.
If the veteran factions do not send anyone, the army can at most mobilize 4 peak Tier 3s. Yanning clenched his fists, his eyes full of determination. So if I kill Lu Kongshan, in the national war a month from now, I will have to face at least 2 peak Tier 3s. This price, I, Yanning, can still bear. The Supreme Commander said, I don't ask for too much. As long as you can hold off the opponent, we won't lose too miserably. As long as the ranking isn't too low, we can still endure the system's punishment. Yanning confidently held out his fist. Supreme Commander, I believe in my strength a month from now. The Supreme Commander smiled with satisfaction, his eyes filled with appreciation. Good brat. This old man indeed didn't judge the wrong person. At Yanning's study, a subordinate ran over excitedly, offering a book with both hands. Lord Yanning.
The sword skill has been obtained. Please take a look, sir. Yanning exclaimed in delight. This is great. He accepted the book and read the skill name, Sword of Judgment. He smirked. The name sounds very domineering. An information screen appeared before his eyes, listing details about the S-Rank Sword of Judgment skill.
Skill effect, consumes 6,000 points of spiritual energy and spiritual power, summoning the divine power of judgment. Casting time is 3 seconds, during which one automatically gains super armor, absorption, and tracking effects. After casting is complete, a supersonic strike is launched, summoning the Sword of Judgment. This summon will receive effects such as armor break, high temperature, stun, slow, and penetration. Note 1. This skill simultaneously possesses 50% defense against all spiritual attributes.
Note 2. The skill is 3-stage strike. During activation, it can lock onto and track the target. Yanning nodded in analysis. The effect wasn't bad, especially the ability to break stealth, meaning all hidden energy of the opponent would become useless. The supersonic strike also guaranteed a sure hit on the target. He frowned slightly. It was just this 3-second casting time, exactly like God's Wrath, which was a bit annoying. Suddenly, a thought flashed through his mind. Wait a minute, doesn't this also mean the effect of this skill is as domineering as God's Wrath? If I use Sword of Judgment first, then stack Dimensional Impact twice, the 3-second casting time, I can almost stack them together. He turned to the subordinate, smiled, and said, "Uncle Wong, I'll keep this sword skill book." The man asked worriedly, "Are you sure, sir? It costs $9 billion. This sword skill doesn't look very practical, otherwise its previous owner would have used it themselves." Yanning replied decisively, "I'm sure. If there's nothing else, you can go about your business." The subordinate bowed. "Ah, yes, all right." After the subordinate left, Yanning turned and closed the door. To ensure safety, he carefully created a layer of soundproofing shield. He placed his hand on the book and shouted loudly, "Sword skill volume, system enhance." A huge swirling blue energy enveloped his entire body. A red system notification appeared. Sword skill enhanced successfully.
Current skill, SSS-Rank, Final Judgment. Yanning was surprised. Final Judgment? This information panel doesn't seem like the previous ones. It looks quite bizarre. He read the description carefully. Final Judgment, an SSS-Rank exclusive skill. Activation conditions, consume 40,000 spiritual energy points, 20,000 spiritual power, and 70% stamina. After the skill is activated, all vitality will be deducted. If insufficient, the cooldown time is 12 hours. After successful activation, enter the initial judge state. He couldn't help but sigh. These activation conditions, except for God's Wrath, could be considered the harshest in history. The screen continued to display information about the new state. Initial Judge. Effect 1, all attributes plus 10. Effect 2, receive massive movement speed amplification. The current limit is 3 times the speed of sound. Note, the effect will increase according to strength, while simultaneously granting immunity to all negative status effects. Effect 3, receive 50% damage reduction and simultaneously remove all existing negative effects. Effect 4, attacks are accompanied by an arc-shaped explosive effect. All attacks deal area of effect damage. Effect 5, apply suppression on enemies within a 100-meter range. Has a probability of causing enemies to fall into a state of fear and chaos. Effect 6, forced lock. All locked targets cannot leave the line of sight. This rule ignores spatial abilities. Yanning was so astonished his jaw dropped. Wow, these effects are too much, too domineering. Is this only the initial judge state? He read the final part, Ultimate Judge. Skill, 3 to 10 hours after the initial judge state ends, can unleash 1 Divine Punishment plane attack.
Divine Punishment summons a Sword of Divine Punishment, inflicting damage on the target that cannot be ignored, blocked, or healed. This damage is equivalent to 30% of the target's maximum vitality. The Sword of Divine Punishment is traceless and shadowless, invisible and formless, and comes with no accompanying visual effects. He was astonished to realize, Divine Punishment, isn't this the replacement version of God's Wrath? He muttered in excitement. The enhancement effect this time is much stronger than before, 10 times stronger, in fact. Sure enough, the higher the base tier, the better the enhancement effect. He clenched his fist, his eyes full of eagerness, only he didn't know what the actual power would be like. He had to find an expert to test it out. At the military region's underground training area, Fang Hao crossed his arms, looking at Ye Ning with a not-so-happy expression. "Ye Ning, you brat, don't tell me you think I'm easy to bully. Why didn't you go find Cheng Yuan but came to me instead?" Ye Ning smiled fawningly. "Uncle Fang, you are the strongest one after all."
Using Uncle to practice, only then will I have more confidence to deal with Lu Kangshan later. Fang Hao stroked his beard and smiled complacently. That is true. Among the peak powerhouses of Huaxia, my strength can definitely be ranked in the top 10. Not to exaggerate, on a real battlefield, I would take at most 10 seconds to slash Lu Kangshan to death. He narrowed his eyes at Ye Ning. "You might not even be able to withstand a single second. You must think it over carefully." Ye Ning's eyes burned with fighting spirit. "Uncle Fang, I want to try." Fang Hao laughed loudly, showing appreciation. "Good kid. Then come on." As soon as the words fell, both of them released a terrifying aura, spiritual pressure. Ye Ning braced himself to resist, gritting his teeth and saying,
Ugh, as expected of a top-peak Tier 3 expert, the spiritual pressure is truly strong. Feng Hao smiled and said, "That goes without saying. Ye Ning, you make the first move. Although I am not a defense type, if you can cause damage to me, even just a little..."
That should be enough to confront Lu Kongshan. Ye Ning didn't hesitate at all, shouting, "Then here I come." He immediately unleashed a familiar move, Sword Flow Storm. Feng Hao was startled and yelled, "Damn it, I haven't finished speaking yet." He quickly regained his composure and laughed loudly. But this old man really likes your style of walking the talk. Green Scale Shield." Inside the shield, he calmly analyzed. Area of effect attack. This damage force for an intermediate Tier 3 can already be considered extremely strong. An ordinary high Tier 3, if hit by all these strikes, would likely die with regret. However, this intensity cannot break my defense, he roared. "Still far from enough. Green Scale Shock." A column of green energy shot straight up, shattering Ye Ning's attack. After neutralizing the attack, he provoked, "Ye Ning, is this little skill all you have? Use it, that disappearing move of yours from last time." Ye Ning didn't say much, immediately executing Dimensional Impact. Feng Hao exclaimed in surprise, "He really disappeared?" In the dimensional space, Ye Ning appeared behind the motionless Feng Hao, saying, "Uncle Feng, pardon my offense. Since we want to verify combat capabilities, we must treat this seriously." He swung his sword, continuing, "Although I trust your strength, Uncle, I am also very curious whether Dimensional Impact can actually hit a peak Tier 3 or not." Back in reality, Feng Hao looked around in confusion. "I completely cannot sense his aura anywhere. Is it not the stealth ability I thought it was before?"
Why do I feel like I'm being inexplicably attacked? What exactly is going on? Sensing the potential danger, Feng Hao dared not be careless. He roared, "This move is truly wicked. I cannot be complacent. Azure Dragon Tornado Dual Defense, open." Inside the dimensional space, Ye Ning continued to attack. Feng Hao could only exclaim in surprise when he saw him vanish again, Dimensional Impact X2. Feng Hao frowned, immediately realizing Ye Ning's intention, flashing and vanishing again, exactly like when he killed Lu Tianming. Ye Ning gave his opponent no time to think. He unleashed another move, Elemental Wind Blade Extreme Cold 3000 Slashes. Feng Hao felt the streams of energy gathering around him. He muttered, "Vanished twice. There are signs of faint spiritual energy fluctuations around me. It feels like countless sword gleams are hiding, unreleased, waiting for the final moment to erupt simultaneously." He finally understood. That's right, it is a delayed burst.
"I finally know how Lu Tianming died." Feng Hao quickly analyzed Yan Ming's next steps. What is next? Spiritual shock? Spiritual energy interference? In the moment my spiritual energy is stagnated, 2 sword skills will erupt simultaneously, breaking my defense. He gritted his teeth, confident in his defense. This chain of attacks is indeed formidable, hard to guard against, but with this level of sword skill, it surely hasn't broken my defense yet. Just then Yan Ning shouted, "Open!" Boom, boom, boom. All the accumulated attacks erupted simultaneously, creating a sword key prison trapping Feng Hao. He gasped in astonishment. "Ugh! This!" Feng Hao looked in horror at the sword strikes attacking him from all sides. Terrifying. This is truly an area of effect attack. Brat. Every move targets a vital point. He felt attacks even from within his body, unable to stop himself from roaring. There are even slashes from the inside out. Berserk Wing Chi. He released his full power, creating a third layer of defense. Heavenly Wing Body Protection, External Wing Chi Surge. After successfully neutralizing the attack, Feng Hao panted. "Whew, good brat, to think you could consume so much of my spiritual energy. Damn it, with this power, Lu Tianming didn't die in vain at all." He laughed provocatively. "It's just a pity. It seems you didn't use spiritual shock on me. Why? Afraid I couldn't handle it?"
"I'm telling you, even if I take another spiritual shock, you won't be able to break my second layer of defense," he said sternly. "It won't work. Like this, at most, you can only injure Lu Kongshan." Ye Ning smiled, the sword in his hand glowing red. "I know this move might not necessarily kill Lu Kongshan, but what about this sword? Final Judgment." A colossal, 3-eyed phantom, full of evil, appeared behind Ye Ning as he began to channel the move. Final Verdict. Feng Hao was terrified. What is this phantom? Damn it, why is this pressure so terrifying? Ye Ning slashed a powerful beam of sword chi and shouted, "Uncle Hong, take this move." Ye Ning's sword chi rushed forward. Feng Hao hurriedly reinforced his defense. "Azure Scale Guardian Shield, guard!" Crack, his defensive shield shattered. He only had time to grunt. He braced himself, summoning the power of the dragon. "Azure Dragon Defense, block it for me." Ye Ning launched a second sword strike. One more sword. Feng Hao was sent flying, screaming in pain. "Ah! Ah!" He staggered to his feet, filled with astonishment. "Kid, good!"
"I am dignifiedly one of the 4 great Vice Supreme Commanders, yet I am being suppressed by you." He laughed loudly, his eyes burning with fighting spirit. "Next, I won't go easy on you anymore. A giant azure dragon appeared behind him. Azure dragon descends. Yanning was not afraid at all, his eyes glowing with red light. Lock! Surrounded by the red energy stream, Feng Hao was surprised. Am I locked by a mysterious force? He didn't hesitate, launching a powerful attack. Azure Dragon Wing Fist. He was horrified to discover he was still locked. What? I actually can't break free from the lock state? Yanning rushed forward like a lightning bolt, his whole body ablaze. Burning heaven fire! Feng Hao couldn't help but be amazed. Such fast speed. Boom. Two streams of energy collided. Feng Hao only had time to grunt. He was hit. Feng Hao roared, exploding with energy, pushing Yanning away. Feng Hao laughed and said, "Haha, good brat. You actually managed to hurt me. What kind of ability is this? Didn't you still have one sword strike left unleashed?" Yanning hesitated and replied, "Yes, I was afraid." He thought to himself, the description of divine punishment is too perverted. Even if it doesn't kill Uncle Feng, it could seriously injure him. Seeing Yanning's expression, Feng Hao shouted angrily, "What's with that look on your face? Are you afraid of killing me?" He cursed in frustration. "Damn it, wait here. I'm going to find the Supreme Commander." Yanning smirked, saying confidently, It seems killing Lu Kongshan won't be a problem at all." Beep, beep, beep. A call from Wang Tian appeared on his wrist device. "Lord Yanning, I just received news. Something happened with Sun Li Cheng's Transcendence Plan over there." Yanning exclaimed in surprise. "What?" At the Undead Research Institute, a group of scientists rushed out to welcome him. "Commissioner Yanning, you arrived just in time." One person introduced himself. "I am senior researcher Zha Wu. That guy Sun Li Cheng can cause explosions more than 10 times a day."
He is a scammer. Please don't be deceived by him anymore. Yanning asked, "Where is Sun Li Cheng?" Zhao Wu pointed. "Ah, it's that room emitting smoke over there." Inside the room, Sun Li Cheng was tied to a chair and cried out in surprise, "Commissioner Yanning." Yanning turned back and asked the group, "Did you people tie him up?" Another person hurriedly replied, "That's right, he is a scammer. If this continues, sooner or later he will blow up the entire research institute." Zhao Wu continued, "I heard that you previously specially approved tens of millions in funding for this scammer to conduct research. Look at how many talents our research institute has. Whatever you want done, why not assign it directly to us?" Zhao Wu listed his crimes. "He truly deserves to die. You don't know. Within these 2 weeks, he has already burned through 9 million of your funds." Sun Li Cheng hurriedly cried out, "Commissioner Yanning, please listen to my explanation."
Zhao Wu interrupted, "Not to mention the equipment he destroyed. The total must amount to tens of millions." Yanning walked up to Sun Li Cheng. He used spiritual energy to cut the binding ropes and asked, "Sun Li Cheng, are you all right?" Sun Li Cheng stammered in response, "No, I'm fine." Zhao Wu continued speaking incessantly. "Commissioner Yanning, he basically isn't doing research. Instead, he is finding every way to waste resources on nonsense. If we hadn't refused to supply him with more materials, your losses would likely be much greater." Yanning coldly asked back, "Helping me save budget, are you?" Yanning asked with a sharp tone, "When was the funding cut?" Zhao Wu replied, 3 days ago, but yesterday he dared to go to the warehouse to steal. Science and technology is a serious art."
"And he used to be just a janitor sweeping floors in the research institute, a piece of trash." He pointed at Sun Li Cheng. "Ask him, has he ever received professional training? Who is his teacher? Does he have any papers? I even suspect that the amount of spiritual energy he reported as consumed was all embezzled by him." Sun Li Cheng hurriedly shouted, "No, I didn't embezzle anything." He turned to Yanning, pleading, "Lord Yanning, I also don't know why it was just a little bit short. If the next batch of materials still fails, I will pay with my life. Is that okay?" Yanning smiled, patting his shoulder. "It's okay. Tens of millions are indeed too little. I don't blame you." Sun Li Cheng was surprised. "What did you say?" Yanning looked straight into his eyes, speaking firmly. "I said, stand up. I trust you. Is adding another 10 billion enough for you? If not enough, then 100 billion. Sun Li Cheng was moved to tears. The rest of the scientists were stunned. "This?" Zhao Wu hurriedly said, "Commissioner Yanning, do you still not understand our point? Hand this research project over to us. I guarantee there will be results within a year." "That's right, he is just a scammer. We are the ones who truly have qualifications." Zhao Wu spoke in a condescending tone. "Commissioner Yanning, forgive me for speaking bluntly.
You don't understand technology, so being deceived is quite normal. But if you correct your mistakes, we are very willing to accept your sponsorship. Leave it to us, and later we will split the profits 50-50. Right, Zhao Wu is right." Yanning roared. A powerful aura exploded, knocking everyone away. "Shut up, all of you." He looked at the people lying on the ground with contemptuous eyes. "Don't think I don't know what you are plotting. Those with real ability have already followed the old professor to research new technologies. Everyone here is just a bunch of good-for-nothings who only want to swindle money." Zhao Wu tried to retort. "Commissioner Yanning, I admit you are very powerful in combat, but do you understand technology?" That's right. When it comes to technology, who among us isn't better than that scammer? He continued to scream. Hateful brute holding power. Aside from threatening us, what else do you know? You were deceived, but dare not admit it. Isn't it just fear of losing face? Stupid. Incurable. Ye Ning stepped in front of him, smiling coldly. He, truly an image of someone unafraid of power. Do you think that by saying this, I will actually admire you? Ye Ning placed his sword against his neck. Zhao Wu asked in fear, "What do you want to do?" Ye Ning smiled wickedly. "Since you are so brave, I will give you 2 choices. 1. Withstand 1 strike from my sword, and I will hand this project over to you. 2. Pack your bags and get out immediately. Don't ever dream of stepping foot in the Research Institute again in this lifetime." Gulp. Ye Ning began to count down. "I'll give you 3 seconds. If you say nothing, it defaults to choice 1. 3, 2. Zhao Wu said in panic, "I'm just a researcher. How can I withstand it?" Ye Ning shouted. "Understood. You choose 2. Then he kicked him out with a single strike. Thud. Ark. He turned to the remaining people. "What about the others?" They screamed in terror. "We resign right now." Sun Lisijing stammered. "Commissioner Ye Ning, Ye Ning put his arm around his shoulder and said, "Kid,
Can you be a bit more confident and tough in the future? With me backing you up, what are you afraid of?" At the Supreme Commander's quarters, Fang Hao ran in hurriedly. "Commander, something big has happened. I discovered that brat Ye Ning still has a trump card. Look at my wound. He can truly kill Lu Kanshan. We must act first." The commander interrupted. "I already know, but he won't be able to kill Lu Kanshan." Fang Hao was surprised. "Why?" The commander replied, "Lu Kanshan has canceled the deathmatch." Fang Hao, "Huh?" The commander's face turned gloomy. "Canceled the deathmatch, but he is using an even more disgusting method to kill Ye Ning." Fang Hao hurriedly asked, "What do you mean?" After leaving the laboratory, Ye Ning walked while calculating the project he just invested in. His eyes gleamed with satisfaction. Based on Sun Lisijing's current progress, in no more than 3 months, the Transcendence Plan will succeed.
By the end of the year, the combat power of the Huasha war zone will increase significantly. By then, the initial model of the Sky aircraft carrier should be visible. However, stepping out under the gray sky, his expression darkened, starting to worry about his own situation. The key issue right now is, after killing Lu Kangshan, how do I avoid the siege of the old faction? To win the national war, where should I go to level up? Ye Ning walked beneath the dilapidated high-rise buildings, the wind blowing his coat, frowning as he pondered the situation. Unfortunately, after killing Lu Kangshan, the old faction is making moves. I can no longer act alone. Facing 2 peak-tier opponents in the national war, with my current strength, it's a bit of a stretch. Painful memories of his past life came flooding back, a close-up of Ye Ning's face appearing gloomy and grave as he recalled the bloody history. The great Dasha of the past life was destroyed by natural disasters, foreign aggression, and internal trouble. I absolutely cannot tread the same path. Although the commander is mentally prepared, losing the national war means facing system punishments related to national destiny, including but not limited to reduced spawn rate of awakeners, increased monsters in war zones, and geological disasters. The national war is inherently a mandatory system for countries to participate in. Refusing to join means total failure. Although temporary punishments might be bearable, the chain reaction will directly affect the level of subsequent disasters. To reduce natural disasters and foreign aggression, the national war must be won. Let other nations bear the national destiny punishment. In the national war, cripple them. After the national war, raise them to the ground. Deep in his tactical planning, suddenly a blue virtual screen appeared in front of him, interrupting his train of thought. Ye Ning exclaimed in surprise. "Huh? Shui Ying, you're already out of the strange devil battlefield?" On the small screen, Shui Ying screamed for help. "Help me kill Ying Long. I know you can do it."
"It wasn't easy for me to contact you. Hurry up and agree." "Where are you? Have you been captured?" Hearing Ye Ning ask that, Shui Ying's face filled with anger as she shouted, "Stop playing dumb. I helped you get the materials. You took the equipment set too, didn't you? What about what you agreed to?" In the dark cellar, Shui Ying knelt on the cold ground, her hands locked tightly in chains. She stared in shock at the virtual screen before her, her voice trembling. Ying Long struggled so hard to kill 100 strange devils. Not only did he not receive the equipment set, but he also discovered that this dungeon has already been destroyed. Outside, the sky glowed a blood-red hue, and the light of fire from the ruined buildings cast upward into the air, signaling a terrifying rage engulfing the area. Atop the highest building, Ying Long looked up at the sky, his muscles bulging as if ready to explode, roaring madly. "Ah! Where is my reward? Where is my equipment set?" He whipped around, his bloodshot eyes staring straight at the harsh reality, his teeth grinding ferociously. "Fake! It's all fake! Who exactly dared to trick me?" In his frenzy, Ying Long rushed forward and strangled Zhang Ming's head, lifting his subordinate into the air and roaring his interrogation. "Who is plotting against me? Is it you, Zhang Ming?" Zhang Ming, his skull crushed by the giant hand, his face distorted in pain, could only manage intermittent whimpers of despair. "No, it's not.
Witnessing the brutal scene, Shui Ying stood trembling in the distance, cold sweat pouring down as she heard Yinglong continue to roar in hopelessness. "Damn it! Who is it?" Suddenly, Yinglong stopped, his sharp, suspicious gaze boring straight into Shui Ying. He stepped closer, his voice low and threatening. "Speak. Young Miss Shui Ying received the reward, didn't she?" Facing the suffocating pressure from the madman before her, Shui Ying's face went pale, her lips trembling, unable to speak. "No, I didn't." Deep down, she was both terrified and filled with hatred, silently cursing the person who had pushed her into the situation. "If I hadn't used the self-inflicted injury scheme earlier, I'm afraid I would have been killed already."
Yanning, you heartless man, you make me suffer so much. Do you have any conscience left at all? Through the communication screen, Yanning smiled mockingly and calmly replied, "Conscience? Oh, sorry, it hasn't grown yet for the time being. Besides, Yinglong didn't kill you. It's absolutely not as simple as you say, is it?" Shu Ying choked up, looking at his cold face with pleading eyes. "Yinglong hasn't killed me yet because he hasn't found evidence yet. Are you really that cruel?" Hearing the word cruel, Yanning just raised his eyebrows slightly and repeated it emotionlessly, making Shu Ying scream in anger. "Bastard! Yanning, you are indeed a bastard through and through." Yanning laughed heartily at her anger. He intended to end the conversation. You're right. If there's nothing else, I'm hanging up." "Wait," Shu Ying hurriedly called out, lowering her voice mysteriously to lure him in. "I know Yinglong's weakness, his real weakness. If you kill Yinglong, you can get huge benefits from him." Yanning started to feel interested. He signaled her to continue. "Right, now that's something worth talking about. Yinglong's real weakness, isn't it that he has no spiritual power?" Shu Ying nodded, explaining the origin of his suspicious power. "The reason Yinglong has no spiritual power is because he has a prop on him."
It is the blood shadow. It can convert willpower attributes into physical strength in the blink of an eye. Yinglong is actually not peak tier 3, but pseudo-peak. She continued to reveal a shocking truth. His own talent is extremely poor. His entire combat power relies on this item. Yang Ning exclaimed, "Wow, this is indeed significant news." He reached up to rub his chin in calculation, his eyes flashing with light. Converting willpower, doesn't this have the same effect as his own Linon ring? However, the Linon ring's tier 3 conversion is limited to 10 points, but that blood shadow item has no limit. Yang Ning channeled his power, his whole body covered in a powerful bright red aura. His current willpower attribute points far exceeded his other attributes, plus the 100% increase for 3 seconds from the spiritual storm talent. If he obtained the blood shadow, wouldn't his current physical body be comparable to peak tier 3? However, he still appeared extremely cautious and continued to question her. "Shi Yang, I can kill Yinglong at any time. Why must it be now? What benefit do I get from saving you?" Shi Yang raised a finger, seriously warning about the price to pay. Yinglong's blood shadow item has an irreversible conversion side effect. Only I know how to remove that side effect. Yang Ning shrugged, maintaining a skeptical attitude toward the offer. "How do I know you aren't just deceiving me to survive? How about you tell me the method first, and then I'll consider saving you?" Hearing this, Xu Yang angrily scolded, "Bastard, on what basis should I trust you?"
Ye Ning calmly replied with a brutal truth. "I have killed Lu Tianming. I have also sent people to take care of your 2 little sisters." Shui Ying was stunned, a tear rolling down her cheek. She gritted her teeth and decided, "Fine, I will tell you." She lowered her head, her voice trembling as she revealed the heartbreaking truth. "Actually, the Blood Shadow safe zone belongs to me. Yinglong killed my father. The Blood Shadow was originally my father's talent. That Blood Shadow item was made using my father's bones." Ye Ning was stunned. He stared at her through the screen with a gaze full of suspicion. "What did you say?"
"Explain it clearly. Is he your father or Shui Ying's father? Isn't your true identity Lin Lan?" Lin Lan shed tears, removing her final disguise in misery. "Lin Lan is just a fake identity of mine. The previous Shui Ying was impersonated by Big Sister Xiaoyan to protect my safety and intelligence. It's a long story, but in short, I am the real Shui Ying." She screamed in despair, offering her final promise in exchange. "Kill Yinglong. The Blood Shadow safe zone will be yours. The Blood Shadow props will be yours. Even I, Shui Ying, will be yours." Ye Ning looked at her extreme expression, sighing softly as all the information clicked into place. So that was it. Everything matched now. "I have given you everything I can. Will you save me or not?" After a moment of silent calculation, Ye Ning calmly ordered, "Wait for me to make some arrangements." As soon as the connection was cut, Shui Ying slammed her hand on the ground, furious at his ambiguous attitude. Damn it, did he agree or not? Standing alone in the street, Ye Ning pondered deeply. Although I am truly tempted, at this moment it really is troublesome.
The day after tomorrow is the life and death duel with Lu Haishan. If I finish this before going there, I'm afraid it will be too late. Or maybe I should ask Uncle Fong to go in my stead.
Suddenly, the virtual screen popped up again, and a grave-looking commander announced, Yining, something big has happened. I have to urgently go guard the border. You go find the Supreme Commander immediately. He will explain it to you. Yining hurriedly arrived at the Supreme Commander's office. Yining, Lu Haishan has canceled the life-and-death duel. At the same time, the old faction has launched a silent mutiny. He asked in surprise, a silent mutiny? What does that mean? The Supreme Commander replied, the West, the East, the South, plus 12 military regions like Fuxin, Shancheng, and Qinggan are all showing abnormal personnel movements. Those are all places where our control is weakest. Yining frowned and assessed, is this them openly wanting to declare war? The Supreme Commander sighed, rubbing his forehead. Not quite yet, but the situation is truly terrible. The Tier 3 forces of the old faction at the border are all using poor health as an excuse to take leave or resign. Yining saw through their conspiracy. Using a blunt knife to cut meat, they still don't want to show their true colors? So what is their goal? The Supreme Commander gritted his teeth. The goal is to force us to choose, either hand you over and force you to your death, or force us to give up the national war, bringing down the military and all of Great Doxia. Hearing this, Yining asked coldly, so what is your choice? The Supreme Commander pointed his finger, affirming firmly, Yining, don't overthink it. Once we have chosen you, we will definitely stick with it to the end. Yining smiled confidently and stood up to leave. So the current difficulty is that there are no peak forces to participate in the national war? Just let me go alone. The Supreme Commander slammed his hand on the table and shouted worriedly, Yining, thinking like that plays right into their hands. They want to force you to die in the national war, then smear you by saying you died because of arrogance. They want to kill you without shedding a drop of blood. He continued with a determined voice, we would rather give up the national war to plan for the long term than let anything bad happen to you.
They dare to do this because they have a hold on the fact that we care about the people more than they do. Yining waved his hand, reassuring him with an extremely calm attitude. Supreme Commander, don't get agitated. First, I must definitely go to the national war. Second, I have full confidence in winning. The Supreme Commander stared into his eyes and asked once again, are you telling the truth? Yining clenched his fist and placed it on his chest, his eyes shining brightly. Absolutely true. Please believe in me. Then he laid out a condition. But right now, grant me a group of high Tier 3 personnel. I need to make a trip to the border region immediately. Yining had already outlined a plan in his head. As long as I kill Yinglong and seize the Blood Shadow items, my physical body will be as strong as a peak Tier 3. He turned and walked away, leaving behind an arrogant declaration. National war, it's nothing but a bunch of trashy small countries. Wait for my return. I alone will kill them all. In the remote border region, amidst the sunny and windy Kazakhstan desert, a mysterious army was silently assembling. Yinglong led his corps. He stood in front of the cave entrance and shouted loudly, this is the territory of the Blood Shadow Corps. You are not welcome. Get lost back to where you came from immediately. A man named Hakachi, leading the opposing faction, stepped forward and replied with a cunning smile, Commander Yinglong.
You Huaxia people have an old saying, a guest from afar should be treated well. Besides, I came here to discuss cooperation. Yinglong gritted his teeth, questioning their conspiracy. Cooperation? You call breaking into my territory to steal mineral ores cooperation? That guy Hakachi sneered, putting on a humble front. That was all a misunderstanding. Commander Yinglong, we didn't know this was your territory before. As long as you agree to cooperate, we don't mind compensating for the previous losses. He held out a tempting bright red crystal. As far as I know, you have always been purchasing resource items that can enhance willpower attributes. Although this blood crystal is not of high grade, it should still be useful to you. He continued to offer a lucrative proposal. As long as you agree to share this spiritual mine with us, we can provide you with an unlimited supply of our country's unique blood crystal stones.
I admit, I really need this. Yinglong curled his lips, pointing out the harsh truth. But your purpose isn't just the spiritual ore, is it? You want to occupy this place as well. This is the border. There are troops stationed nearby. You've miscalculated. Hakenshi laughed with contempt. The army, they can't even take care of themselves. Why must Commander Yinglong deceive himself? Even if the army wants to move against you later, with the support of my home country, they won't be able to do anything to you. Yinglong emitted a crimson killing intent and roared. The cooperation you speak of is treason in the eyes of the army. No matter what, I am still a Huasha Awakener. Hakenshi narrowed his eyes and smiled meaningfully. Must Commander Yinglong really put on such an act? Is the number of army personnel who have died at your hands really that small? He held out a virtual screen and concluded with a pragmatic sentence. Treason? In the face of great enough benefits, what does the nation count for? Under Hakenshi's pressure, Yinglong began to waver and named his price. Let's be decisive. I want a 40-60 split.
Blood crystal stones must be sufficient. With our help, helping you establish a nation is not a problem. Yinglong brandished his fiery weapon, smiling with satisfaction. That sounds acceptable. However, before we officially cooperate, you must wipe out that construction army to show your sincerity. Hakechi immediately agreed, ordering his subordinates hovering in the air. No problem. Happy cooperation. Suddenly, the space shook from a surprise ambush. Yinglong, you dare ambush me? Hakechi, you dare surround and kill me?
Ye Ning rushed down from above with his elite troops, attacking the Blood Shadow Corps first. Yes, Commissioner. Ying Long, horrified, ordered his soldiers, "Scatter, open energy shields." Extremely powerful energy beams tore through the barriers. They were all high tier 3, people from the military. Ha Kei-chi turned pale, hurriedly ordering a retreat. They are targeting Ying Long. All teams listen to the order. Fall back and observe. Ying Long swung his spear straight at Ye Ning. Ye Ning, daring to sneak in here? You're looking for death. Blood Dragon point spear. Ye Ning quickly dodged the attack. Ye Ning ordered his army. "You guys scatter. Take those high levels away. I'm here to kill Ying Long and the intermediate ones." Roger. When the two weapons clashed powerfully, Ye Ning smiled and greeted. "Long time no see, Commander Ying Long." Ying Long braced himself to defend, asking in astonishment, "Who are you?" He became angry seeing his opponent's rank. A mere intermediate tier 3 dares to provoke me? Truly absurd. Ying Long leaped into the air, his sharp eyes counterattacking. "Regardless of who you are, today you must die."
In my eyes, you are nothing but a corpse. He waved his hand forward, radiating a powerful golden light. You don't know me, but you should recognize him. From Yenin's space, Fugui emerged, standing behind Yening with an arrogant smile. "Hello there, little bug." Ying Long screamed in panic upon seeing such an irrational existence. Is this that Tier 4 NPC? How can an NPC appear in reality? Yening seized the moment to unleash a decisive strike. Right now, while you're dazed, I'll take your life. He activated his ultimate skill, creating countless phantoms that attacked incessantly. Dimensional impact, 10 consecutive slashes. Yening continued to enhance his attack to end the battle. All the remaining power, I give it all to you. Take this. Elemental power exploded around the opponent as raging fire and extreme cold combined perfectly. Ying Long was horrified to see Yening's phantom vanish. That guy disappeared. Was this NPC really summoned by him? A Tier 4? How could it be summoned like a pet by an intermediate Tier 3? There must be some trickery. He hurriedly activated all defenses. Blood Shadow full release, full defense activation, spiritual protection. He swung his weapon and madly rushed towards Fugui. Feigning gods and devils, die for me! What? Master, save me! Yenin reappeared with the finishing move. Collect. Everything ends here. He reached out and ordered the ultimate skill to activate. Dimensional impact, open. Beams of energy tore through Ying Long's subordinates, causing him to scream miserably. What is this? It turns out that in the dungeon, my subordinates were all killed by you. Ying Long only managed to utter a choked sound before being covered by the energy rifts. The final attack tore through all his defensive layers. The Blood Shadow defense completely collapsed. Yenin poured all his power into the target-locking strike. God's Wrath locked on to the Tier 4 summon. He swung his sword straight down to the opponent's head. Shatter for me! Facing the Tier 4 Phantom, Ying Long hurriedly used a defensive skill. Blood Shadow Body Integration, Human Shadow Fusion. Ying Long screamed for help in despair. "Hakechi, help me!" The foreign leader stood watching in horror. This move is too bizarre. If I go to help, is this transaction worth it? At the same time, Yenin radiated a purple light from his third eye, issuing a stern warning with Spiritual Blast. Dare to help, and I'll kill you too. Hakechi panicked and retreated. What? This kid still has a trump card. Ying Long is probably done for. Better to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight. See if I can pick up any bargains. Ying Long was knocked flying, fresh blood spurting from his mouth. He desperately cast his final secret technique, burning his physical body.
Blood God descends, protect my body. A beam of brilliant golden energy tore through his final protective layer, causing Ying Long to scream miserably. Ah! Yening suddenly rushed forward to deliver the decisive blow, his eyes flashing with a dangerous purple light. End this, Spiritual Blast. Ying Long coughed up blood, his face distorted with horror as he realized the power suppressing him. Cough. What is this? Is this a component of the Imperial Ghost's equipment? A powerful collision exploded, blasting everything away and ending Ying Long's resistance in a thunderous boom. Witnessing that scene, the Foreign Legion and their leader Ha Kei-chi stood rooted to the spot, stunned and speechless. Ha Kei-chi quickly regained his composure, looking at Yening with a calculating, probing gaze. "Little brother, how should I address you? How about we become friends and discuss some cooperation?" Yening smirked sarcastically, his eyes still shining with defiance. "What a coincidence. I also want to discuss cooperation with you." The foreign leader began to offer lucrative terms to recruit talent. "Little brother, I see your strength is extraordinary. How about joining us? Not only will the treatment be generous, but I can also promote you to vice commander immediately. You just need to sign this contract." Yening calmly interrupted him with a sharp question. "Wait, aren't you saying that backwards?"
Do you think you are stronger than Ying Long, that you can withstand my ultimate move? Ha Kechi laughed arrogantly, confident in his own rank as he analyzed the situation. Ha ha ha. Although I am not equal to Yinglong, I am still a peak Tier 3. For an intermediate Tier 3 to unleash such a move is indeed surprising, but the truth is your spiritual energy is depleted, isn't it? He raised a powerful purple energy sphere high, delivering a final psychological blow. I am a dual system of willpower and agility. Your spiritual attack just now won't work on me like it did on Yinglong, so now I give you one last chance to keep your life. Ha Kechi held up the purple lightning sphere, his face full of ferocity and confidence as he issued the ultimatum. So now I give you one last chance to keep your life. Either submit or die. Facing that threat, Ye Ning suddenly burst into arrogant laughter, as if he had just heard something incredibly absurd. Pfft, ha ha ha, this joke is enough to make me laugh for a lifetime. He suddenly erupted with a massive crimson spiritual energy that tore through space, causing Ha Kechi to retreat in horror. Dying of laughter.
Who told you that my spiritual energy was depleted? Ye Ning's eyes flashed with murderous intent as he coldly revealed the truth about his strength. I didn't even bother using spiritual energy for that move just now. Ha Kechi broke out in a cold sweat, his pupils contracting in disbelief at his own senses. How is this possible? The spiritual energy reserves of an intermediate Tier 3 are actually greater than a peak Tier 3? Not giving the opponent time to recover, Ye Ning soared into the air, the sword in his hand shining brightly along with giant energy wings, locking onto the judge. The terrifying pressure from the attack caused the entire Foreign Legion to stagger and fall to their knees. Ha Kechi could only groan in pain. Looking at the energy sphere being crushed in his hand, he trembled as he realized the terrifying truth. My lightning sphere, this aura and pressure, is it exactly the same as the move that killed Yinglong? Ye Ning raised his sword high amidst the sky burning with blood-red spiritual energy, his voice gritty as he delivered the final ultimatum. Now it's your turn to make a choice.
Submit or die? Ha Kechi gritted his teeth in fury, his face distorted with rage as the pride of a strong man was trampled upon. Don't be ridiculous. I am a dignified peak Tier 3 expert. How could I possibly submit to another? Ye Ning growled with murderous intent, swinging his sword to create a stream of bright red spiritual energy that swept through everything. Refuse, then go to hell. Faced with that destructive power, Ha Kechi retreated in terror, raising his hands in desperate defense. No, don't! Wait a moment! Ye Ning raised an eyebrow slightly, pausing his attack, and looked at him with a gaze full of suspicion. Ha Kechi immediately knelt down, trembling as he pulled out a contract scroll and pleaded, My lord, I admit I am afraid of death, but truth be told, even if I agreed to submit, would you truly trust and feel at ease with me? How about you spare our lives? I can sign a confidentiality contract, guaranteeing that I will not disclose what happened today. Seeing Ye Ning remain silent, he hurriedly offered more lucrative benefits with a pleading look. Besides, whatever you want, you can have.
All the equipment and props on my body, I can offer them all to you. Ye Ning sheathed the sword over his shoulder, smiling confidently and mysteriously. You worry too much. I have a way to ensure your loyalty. Ha Kechi broke into a cold sweat, his face revealing anxiety mixed with curiosity about the opponent's trump card. Huh? What way? Ye Ning's whole body suddenly radiated a strange green spiritual energy. He commanded with authority, Just answer me. Submit or die, or after I beat you until you're critically injured, I will force you to submit. Sensing a terrifying spiritual pressure enveloping the space, Ha Kechi exclaimed in horror. This is... Ye Ning's eyes coldly locked onto the target, issuing a final warning. If you don't answer, I'll assume you chose the latter. Under the pressure of 1,000 pounds, Ha Kechi and his legion completely collapsed in will. They all knelt on the ground in servility. I choose to submit. However, while bowing his head to the ground, Ha Kechi's eyes still flashed with cunning calculation. I must survive first, then figure things out. Anyway, I can find a way to dissolve any kind of contract. Ye Ning sneered coldly, unleashing a terrifying green spiritual energy to envelop his opponent. Spiritual devouring, equipment set, activated. A stream of gloomy aura rushed straight into Ha Kechi's brain, causing him to scream miserably in pain. Strange devil transformation. Ah! Ye Ning spread his arms, radiating absolute pressure over the trembling remnants of the army. And the rest of you too, it's time to change masters. He looked at the new slaves with the eyes of a predator calculating his prey. 2 high tiers, 6 intermediate tiers, 8 low tiers. The low tiers can be used as cannon fodder, while the intermediate and high tiers will be saved as sacrifices. Ha Kechi's subordinates panicked as they saw their spirit beasts and power being stripped away. Screams echoed throughout the cave. Ah!
My lord, why did my spirit beast disappear? My Ha Kechi. Oh God, I am still a virgin. In the distance, the elite troops of the army heard the strange noise and looked anxiously towards the cave. Could something have happened to Commissioner Ye Ning? Let's go back and see.
Ye Ning appeared amidst the ruins, ordering his subordinates who were about to swing their swords to stop. "I'm fine. Don't kill these high-level guys. Leave them to me," causing the soldiers to exclaim in surprise. "Commissioner Ye Ning!" After having fully controlled the situation, Ye Ning calmly waved his hand to order his troops to withdraw. "You are no longer needed here. Return to the capital immediately to report the results to the Supreme Commander." "Yes, sir."
Ye Ning stood authoritative, focusing his power. A stream of gloomy green spiritual energy erupted from his body. Spiritual devourer, strange devil transformation. The foreign soldiers screamed in agony as their bodies were invaded by the evil energy and completely transformed. Ah! Ye Ning coldly raised his hand high, controlling the swirling spiritual energy to retract into a mysterious item. Linan ring, collect. After finishing, he smiled slightly with satisfaction, his eyes gleaming with calculation. The harvest this time is truly rich. With these sacrifices in hand, I can activate God's wrath at any time. Meanwhile, Hakechi collapsed on the ground, his face covered in tears, crying miserably. "Boo-hoo, my fish, my little Keiichi, boo-hoo." Seeing the new slave acting so pathetic, Ye Ning annoyedly swung his hand and slapped him straight in the face, knocking him over. "It's just a fish. What's the big deal? Ugh." He growled threateningly with a fierce expression that terrified the leader. "A dignified peak expert, yet you have no future prospects at all. Utter one more word, and I'll sew your butt shut." Ye Ning stood with his arms crossed, ordering him to check his new strength. "Open your attribute panel and see, have you become stronger?" Hakechi trembled and hurriedly obeyed. "Oh, all right, master." He stared at the virtual screen, astonished to realize the drastic changes in his body. "My willpower attribute has decreased slightly, but my strength and constitution have increased significantly. I told you so. This is completely just using one's strengths to make up for weaknesses." Finally, Ye Ning raised his hand, emitting a light to recall the entire legion. "All right, everyone go back to the storage space and stay there. I'll call you when there's a mission." "Yes, master." Ye Ning waved his hand, creating a brilliant green spiritual energy vortex, gracefully cleaning up the last remnants on the battlefield. Inside the storage space of the Linan ring, Hakechi immediately started acting like a big shot, bossing around the new recruits as soon as he entered.
"New here, huh? Call me Big Brother first. As long as you understand the rules, I'll arrange a room for you later." Returning to reality, Ye Ning walked over to Yinglong's corpse, pondering the instructions. According to Shui Ying, the blood shadow prop was embedded by Yinglong into the muscles of his back, like a small energy supply device. Very easy to find. Ye Ning's eyes turned sharp and cold. He decisively swung his sword, stabbing hard into his opponent's back to extract the mysterious prop. After searching for a while, he picked up a glowing red triangular crystal and exclaimed in surprise, "This seems to be it." Immediately, the system screen popped up a notification. Obtained unowned extreme blood shadow prop, special prop, S-Rank, with the ability to drain spiritual power and convert it into attributes, creating a 10,000-point shield, but it also comes with a warning about an uncontrollable curse. Ye Ning looked at the treasure in his hand, nodding in satisfaction. It was indeed as Shui Ying had said. This thing allows for cross-tier transformation. Yinglong was only a high tier 3, yet he could rely on it to become a peak tier powerhouse. I can do it too. He raised his hand to activate his spatial ring to retrieve all the loot, his eyebrows slightly raised in calculation. It's just this curse. The price is truly too high. I'll pack up first, go find Shui Ying, and then figure it out. Ye Ning's eyes shone with ambition as he outlined his next plan. If he could truly break the curse, fighting peak tier 3 opponents would be much easier for him. Then use the strange devil transformation to create a peak army of my own. When that time comes, sweeping through the national war will be a trivial matter. At the same time, at Yinglong's villa, the silence was broken by the sound of footsteps, click, 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 echoing along the corridor leading to the cellar holding Shui Ying. Hearing the strange noise from the corridor, Shui Ying was startled. She anxiously wondered, there are footsteps outside. Who is coming? Is it Ye Ning or Yinglong? She gave a self-deprecating smile, bowing her head in sorrow at reality. What am I dreaming of? Leaving aside the fact that Ye Ning never promised for sure that he would save her, even if he really came, he couldn't possibly be this fast. The more she thought about it, the more despair surged within her. She painfully accepted her fate. Yinglong never allowed anyone near this place, so it must be him returning. As the day of my death finally arrived. Outside, Ye Ning walked forward calmly, only to be blocked by the guards, who shouted aggressively, "Stand back! Who are you, having the audacity to barge into Lord Yinglong's manor? Don't talk nonsense with him. Lord Yinglong has ordered that anyone who comes must be arrested immediately." Ye Ning smirked, raising high the treasure he had just seized, causing the soldiers to exclaim in horror. "Do you recognize this? It's Lord Yinglong's Imperial Guard command token." Inside the dark dungeon, Shui Ying looked up in shock at the figure stepping through the prison door, her eyes widening in extreme astonishment. "Ye Ning!"
Ye Ning casually rested his sword on his shoulder, looking at her with a meaningful gaze. What's wrong? Who did you think was coming to save you? Shui Ying was stunned. As the chains on her body were severed, she tried to struggle up. No, I just couldn't believe it. Ye Ning threw the item taken from Ying Long onto the ground in front of her. Shui Ying stared at it in consternation. Is this Ying Long's item? He calmly replied, correct. Witnessing that truth, Shui Ying covered her mouth with her hand, tears streaming down ceaselessly in an outburst of happiness. I have finally waited for this day. Painful memories from the past flooded Shui Ying's mind. Amidst the raging fire, her father screamed, entrusting her to his close friend. Old Zhang, I leave Ying Ying to you. Please take good care of her. The sound of weapons piercing flesh rang out dryly, and using his last bit of strength, her father shouted in despair. Ying Ying, run. Don't look back. Returning to reality in the dark dungeon, Shui Ying clenched the memento in her hand, tears falling as her grievances were washed away. Father, mother, that traitor is finally dead.
Although you didn't die by my hands, I consider myself to have done my best. I hope the two of you can rest in peace. Overwhelmed with emotion, she rushed in and hugged Ye Ning tightly, sobbing to his surprise. Boo-hoo, thank you, Ye Ning. Ye Ning could only freeze and utter, Immediately, Ye Ning gently pushed her forehead away, his expression becoming serious and pragmatic. If you want to thank me, then hurry up and tell me the method to break the curse on the blood shadow prop. He looked straight into her eyes with an impatient look, not giving her time to calm down. Hurry up, I'm in a rush. Shui Ying was stunned, her teary eyes not yet dry. She looked at the man in front of her with a confused gaze. Ye Ning raised the glowing red crystal, nonchalantly proposing bizarre hypotheses that made her freeze. See how this thing needs to be repaired?
Is it like in those melodramatic novels? Do you need virgin blood or to have sex or something? Or are you saying I have to resolve your father's resentment? He spread his arms wide and lay back on the ground, acting nonchalant as if doing something obvious to speed up the progress. If that's the case, to save time, you take the initiative. Call me when you're done. Shui Ying blushed scarlet with shame and anger. She gritted her teeth, silently cursing his insensitivity. Why on earth is there such a man who doesn't understand romance and is also this perverted? Shui Ying stood confused, looking at Ye Ning, who was lying leisurely on the floor of the cellar. She hesitated, breaking the silence. Before that, I still have a question. Ye Ning glanced at her, replying indifferently. What do you want to ask? Seeing her hesitation, Ye Ning narrowed his eyes suspiciously. His voice became cold, as if wanting to see through her soul. Or are you saying you're tricking me? Is there actually no method to break it from the start? Shui Ying panicked and waved her hands to explain, her face showing urgency to maintain trust. No.
I'm not lying to you. I really can dispel the curse. But there are a few things that are truly important to me. Ye Ning sighed and asked patiently again. So basically, what do you want to ask? Shui Ying's eyes gleamed with calculation as she hurriedly voiced her questions regarding future benefits. Ying Long is dead. How do you intend to handle the Blood Shadow safe zone? Will the military take over this place? Will this border region be reclaimed? And most importantly, can I meet the great figure who killed Ying Long? Ye Ning sat up, a meaningful smirk playing on his lips as he saw through the girl's ambition. You want to take back the Blood Shadow Corps? Want to replace Ying Long as the commander? Are you trying to negotiate terms with me? Or do you want to seek out the military to bargain? Shui Ying lowered her head, hesitating. Ye Ning's voice hardened as he asserted his position, his eyes shining with pressure that made Shui Ying tremble. You have no right to negotiate with me. I killed Ying Long for you. You helped me break the curse. We are even. As for the military, they won't make a move for the time being. And that great figure you want to meet, isn't he right in front of your eyes? Shui Ying was stunned. She covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in horror as she realized the unbelievable truth. What do you mean? Could it be that you are the one who killed Ying Long? Ye Ning stepped closer, the smile on his lips filled with menace and coldness. Exactly. So you'd better not test my patience.
If you proactively lift the curse, I will consider your requests, but if you plan to use it as a threat, I have more than enough means to force you to hand it over. Shui Ying's face flushed red with embarrassment. She gathered all her courage and shouted the earth-shattering secret. The way to break it is to sleep with me. Using the blood after I fall pregnant can break the curse. Ye Ning froze, his face utterly speechless at this information. It really turned out to be such a melodramatic method? He frowned, grabbing her collar and warning sternly. Don't think you can use the child to threaten me later. I am not someone with many emotions. Besides, waiting for you to get pregnant, wouldn't that take several months? Shui Ying hurriedly explained the special ability. It won't take that long. Awakeners only need to combine, and conception can happen within a day or two.
Shui Ying gently let go of his collar, looking at Ye Ning with a gaze that was both playful and sincere, and confessed, "You bastard. That method was obviously a lie to trick you, but since you are so strong to capture your heart, I was forced to use this desperate measure. As for the actual method, I will silently help you handle it properly." In the quiet space, the lush green grass swayed in the wind, carrying prayers for purification and a peaceful world after the bloody slaughters. 2 hours later, inside the cellar, the atmosphere had become intense. Shui Ying tiredly leaned against Ye Ning's solid chest, panting in frustration. "Huff, you bastard. Didn't you say you were in a hurry earlier? Then do it faster." Ye Ning looked up at the brilliant streak of light tearing through the night sky, his eyes revealing determination as he thought about the big picture. "Fine, for the sake of world peace, I have no choice but to sacrifice myself a little bit right now." The next day, a stream of crimson spiritual energy erupted powerfully from the blood shadow crystal, signaling that the miraculous repair process was being activated. Ye Ning held the gem, which was emitting intense rays of light, in his hand, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. The repair had begun. He held the gem and looked toward Shui Ying. Behind him, Shui Ying reverently muttered an incantation. "God of the vast desert, using Father's flesh and blood, holy spirits of the sages, cleanse this, remove the curse." Ye Ning glanced over to observe, his mind quickly analyzing the secret behind it. Perhaps the true method to dispel the curse was her blood combined with the incantation. But it didn't matter. As long as the curse was removed, it wouldn't affect him. Suddenly, a chime rang out for the system interface, accompanied by a notification that made Ye Ning extremely excited. "Beep, repair complete. The nameless curse has disappeared."
"Do you choose to install?" Ye Ning chatted. "Install!" As soon as the prop was installed, a burst of crimson spiritual energy erupted violently, causing Ye Ning to tense up in pain and groan. "Urgh!" The power exceeded the limit, causing him to lose control, looking up at the sky and screaming amidst the terrifying energy storm. "Ah!" The terrible shockwave from the room threw everything into disarray. Shui Ang, are you all right?" Shui Ang hurriedly wrapped a blanket around herself and retorted annoyedly. "Aside from almost being blown to death by you, I'm fine for now." Having just regained her composure, Shui Ang immediately questioned the massive power disparity. "Why is your blood shadow so much stronger than Yanglong's?" Ye Ning calmly explained. "Have you forgotten? I am a willpower type awakener. My innate spiritual power is already stronger than other types." But she was still unconvinced. How could an intermediate tier 3 be stronger than a peak tier 3? Ye Ning suddenly froze, narrowing his eyes at her suspiciously as he discovered a contradiction. Peak tier 3. Didn't you say Yinglong was actually just high tier 3? Shui Ying felt guilty and lowered her head, looking full of remorse and trying to avoid his sharp gaze. "Oh, just pretend I didn't say anything. After all, I didn't expect you to actually kill Yinglong." Under Ye Ning's pressure, she had to confess her deception. "All right, actually Yinglong was a genuine peak tier 3. Before, I was afraid that if you saw he was too strong, you wouldn't come to save me, so I had to lie like that." Ye Ning smiled deeply, looking at the flustered Shui Ying. "So that's how it is. Seeing as you helped me break the curse, I won't hold it against you." He casually tossed a command token to her. "This is Yinglong's command token. Take it. The Blood Shadow Core is temporarily entrusted to you. I hope your ability is worthy of your ambition." Shui Ying took the token, her eyes widening in surprise as she asked, "Are you really willing to hand over the Blood Shadow Core to me?" Ye Ning asserted in a gritty voice. "Don't misunderstand that I have feelings for you. I just need an assistant, or to be precise, a loyal subordinate." Shui Ying stood up, wrapped the blanket around herself, and looked at him with skeptical eyes. "Besides admitting that I am your woman, the mother of your child, how else can you be sure of my loyalty? Aside from the contract." Suddenly Ye Ning burst forth with gloomy green spiritual energy, his eyes glowing with pressure. "I can also make you unable to bear children for the rest of your life, turning you into a strange devil eternally loyal to me." Shui Ying exclaimed in horror. "Is this a strange devil equipment set? You mean you can turn me into a strange devil?" Ye Ning's face was hidden behind a layer of evil energy. He smirked cruelly. "Why? Do you want to try a little?" Shui Ying backed away in fear, her face pale as she hurriedly waved her hands. No. Even without any constraints, I would never betray you." Ye Ning retracted his pressure, waved his hand to throw out a series of treasure chests and resources. "These equipment and spiritual fruits, I don't need them anymore. Take them and use them. Besides, I will leave you a sum of money and a few high-tier 3 strange devil subordinates to help you manage the border region. Also, I will arrange for 2 people to help you, one named Lin Rao and one named Tong Hai." Shui Ying narrowed her eyes, observing Ye Ning. She understood the deep meaning behind this arrangement. With this help and force, even if the news of Yinglong's death spreads, the Blood Shadow Cores will not be able to cause trouble anymore.
"You arranged these things purely to guard against me, didn't you?" Seeing Ye Ning start packing his belongings to leave, Shui Yang asked in astonishment, "Wait, do you mean you have to leave the border immediately?" Ye Ning calmly replied, "Yes, I told you, I am in a hurry." "Are you just going to be so heartless?" Ning coldly turned his back and walked out of the room, dropping a final piece of advice for Shui Ying. Yes, so instead of wasting feelings on me, it would be better to put your effort into making your career stronger. Faced with such ruthlessness, Shui Ying could only stand there in a daze, watching his retreating figure, her lips moving but unable to utter a word. Stepping out into the villa's main hall, Ning looked towards the wide-open main door with overflowing confidence. With Blood Shadow in hand, his current combat power could match a peak Tier 3 even without using sword skills. Before the war began, he could totally go to the border and make a big haul. The corners of his mouth curled up in an ambitious smile as he outlined a crazy plan. Whether it was peak Tier 3 transformation, dungeons, secret realms, equipment, or sword skills, he had to sweep them all up. Ning walked alone into the dilapidated and desolate neighborhood, his eyes determined on the goal ahead. Before going abroad, he had to arrange everything properly in this border region. While moving under the dilapidated high-rise buildings, from above a mysterious sniper had gotten into position and aimed straight at him. The ambusher was a purple-haired girl with a sharp gaze. She raised her crossbow and barked an order. "Stop right there."
Who goes there? Ning calmly looked up, without the slightest flinch. He slightly curled his lips and remarked, although you chose this ragged place, the security doesn't seem loose at all. The sniper girl gritted her teeth, her finger preparing to pull the trigger upon seeing the opponent's arrogant attitude. Here to provoke us? Then don't blame me for being impolite. Stop! Suddenly a figure appeared, causing the girl to panic, lower her weapon, and exclaim in surprise, "Commander!" Seeing her sniper about to attack, the mysterious female commander hurriedly mushed out to intervene and ordered in a stern voice, "One of us. He came to find me. Stand down." Hearing the order, the sniper girl immediately dropped her weapon, standing in attention to obey the order in astonishment. "Roger, Commander." Ning smiled with satisfaction upon seeing an acquaintance. He approached to observe and then praised. "In such a short time you have already promoted to Tier 3, and even managed to form a faction. Well done." The girl responded humbly, "If not for the resources you gave last time, I wouldn't have today." Not wasting time, the girl went straight to the point with sharp eyes. "Skip the greetings, speak directly. Who do you want me to help you kill?" Ning secretly evaluated. Smart and decisive, indeed a seed for a queen. Ning waved his hand, calmly explaining his current plan. However, the current mission is not to kill people.
Shui Ying has temporarily taken over the Blood Shadow safe zone. You should lead your people to find her. Hearing the name Shui Ying, the girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she realized the massive shift in power. So Shui Ying is also your person, and she can take over Blood Shadow? Then Ying Long, don't tell me he's been killed by you? Ning saw through her sharpness. He leaned close to her ear and asked profoundly, "I know smart. Then tell me, what happens after you find Shui Ying?" He gritted his voice, entrusting a top-secret and cruel mission, surveillance. If she remains loyal to me and works effectively, support her in holding power. Conversely, kill her on my behalf. Ning smirked confidently, raising his hand, which was emitting a gloomy green spiritual energy that tore through space. Of course, with your current strength and team, you still can't do that. Immediately, he unleashed his power to summon a mighty army from the void, terrifying the girl. So this time, I'm bringing you some equipment, supplies, money, plus a group of absolutely loyal Tier 3 subordinates. 8 low Tier 3s, 2 high Tier 3s. That should be enough for you to cope, right? Seeing the female commander receive such massive reinforcement, all the new subordinates simultaneously knelt to salute. "Greetings, Commander Lin," causing the sniper girl behind her to exclaim in astonishment. "People from the alien race corps?" Ning smirked with deep meaning, continuing to reveal more trump cards to consolidate power for her. "If these are still not enough for you to cope, then the 4 high Tier 3s of the Blood Shadow Corps that I left beside Shui Ying are also our people." The female commander narrowed her eyes at Ning, secretly admiring his terrifyingly thorough arrangement. It was truly watertight with no loopholes.
"If I'm not mistaken, these people are absolutely loyal only to you, right?" Ning gently put a finger to his lips in a gesture of secrecy, his eyes gleaming mischievously. "Shh, you know it, but don't say it out loud." The female commander smiled confidently, standing tall amidst the ruined streets, and boldly affirmed her loyalty. "Ning, although I find everything unbelievable, I don't want to ask how you achieved it. I just want to tell you that I will never betray you." She looked up at the high-rise buildings ahead, her eyes revealing excitement for the path forward. "Working with you, this is the first time in my life I felt this exhilarated." Meanwhile, Ning just silently watched her with a pensive expression. The scene shifts to Tianlong Hall in the Songlong safe zone, where tension hangs over the majestic architecture. Inside the hall, a strong warrior stands reporting the situation with a harsh expression. "Isn't it just a trade with a foreign race? Father, you are already so old, can't you decide for yourself?" Sitting on the throne is Muladili, the former commander of the Tianlong safe zone. The old man in imposing armor roared in anger. "Do I still have to personally come here at my age?" The current commander of Tianlong stood before his father, seriously explaining the gravity of the matter. "Father, calm down. This matter is truly extremely important."
Tong Hai said, Hakechi emphasized that both father and son must be present. Furthermore, he said that besides the iron ore transaction, there was also an equipment set. Hearing about the big bargain, Muladalili gritted his teeth in excitement. An equipment set? Then there truly is a reason for me to personally come here for a trip. However, just as the old man finished speaking, the palace doors were suddenly pushed open, attracting the attention of the current commander standing in the middle of the hall. Hakechi and his subordinates entered with beaming smiles. He spread his arms in an enthusiastic greeting. Commander, former commander, I, Hakechi, have arrived. My friend Sanglang, old commander, long time no see. Right behind him, Ye Ning silently stepped forward. He raised a finger, making a gesture to control power from a distance, causing the palace doors to slam shut with a boom. The sudden appearance and strange action of the stranger caused Commander Sanglang to ask suspiciously,
Young master, what are you planning to do? Ye Ning just smirked dangerously and replied, close the door and beat the dog, causing him to exclaim in surprise, Huh? Muladili slammed the table and stood up abruptly, his face flushed with anger as he pointed and shouted, Ha Keki, this subordinate of yours doesn't seem to understand etiquette very well, does he? A subordinate daring to be so arrogant. Where is your sincerity for cooperation? Ha Keki hurriedly waved his hands, sweat pouring down his face, but his eyes revealed a look of respect towards Ye Ning. He is not my subordinate, but my master. His affirmation was like a thunderclap in a clear sky, causing the old commander, the young commander, and the surrounding subordinates to widen their eyes in horror and scream, What? Ye Ning calmly stepped forward, arrogantly introducing himself amidst the shock of the entire auditorium. Let me put it straight. I am Ye Ning, an honorary commissioner of the Huasha military.
Today, I am here to take over the Kanglong safe zone. I hope you all cooperate a little. A noble standing behind trembled, sweat streaming down his face. Good heavens, Ye Ning, Feng Hao, you bastards are going to get me killed. What should I do if the commander investigates this to the end? Witnessing the situation turn too quickly, the noble panicked, clutched his chest, and fell to the ground, pretending to be in pain. Yeah, my heart disease has relapsed. I have to play dead first and figure it out later. Meanwhile, the young commander of Kanglong took a stance with his dual battle axes, turning to speak anxiously to his father. People from the military? Father, we've been tricked. The comers are not friendly at all. Ye Ning still maintained a calm appearance. He extended his hand in a gesture full of benevolence. If you can be like Hakechi, seeing eye to eye and becoming my subordinates, then the Kanglong safe zone will still be commanded by you. What do you say? That offer was like adding fuel to the fire. The young commander roared with contempt, swinging his battle axe vigorously. In these times, any riffraff dares to stand up and bark nonsense. What's so great about the military? So what if you're a commissioner? You're just an intermediate tier 3 brat who still smells of mother's milk. He unleashed a powerful pressure, rushing to attack Ye Ning with blind confidence. I am a dignified peak tier 3, the commander of District 1. The Kangling commander unleashed a lightning slash from above, screaming in fury, How could I submit to your control? Ye Ning smirked slightly, his eyes glowing red with killing intent as he activated the treasure he had just seized, Blood Shadow full release. A blast of blood-red spiritual energy exploded violently, easily repelling the opponent's attack and knocking away every obstacle in the Great Hall. Seeing the familiar move, the Kangling commander knelt down in horror, propping himself up with his axe in astonishment. Blood Shadow, isn't that Yinglong's ultimate skill? Why can you use it? Sitting on the throne, the old commander Muladili could no longer maintain his composure. He glared and shouted a question. What exactly is your relationship with Yinglong? Ye Ning unleashed red killing intent surrounding his body, looked straight at old commander Muladili, and calmly admitted a terrifying truth. I killed him. The young commander of Kanglang gritted his teeth and roared in extreme disbelief. What? That's impossible. Yinglong was the top among the peak tier 3 masters. You were just an intermediate tier 3. How could you do it? Seeing the other party still didn't believe it, Hakeki hurriedly stepped forward, waving his hands while affirming respectfully. How is it impossible? I saw it with my own eyes. Otherwise, why do you think a peak tier 3 like me would willingly become his servant? Below the hall floor, the noble who was faking a heart attack secretly opened one eye to look, sweat pouring down in fear. Good heavens.
Did young Master Ye really kill Yinglong? If this is true, then it is fortunate that I have always treated him with utmost courtesy. Hakechi stood proudly beside his master, raising his voice with authority to persuade the Kanglong faction. I advise you all to accept the master's offer. Otherwise, you will only be beaten to a pulp and eventually have to accept it anyway. Furthermore, after submitting, although you will lose your freedom, your own strength will certainly advance by leaps and bounds. Commander Kanglong widened his eyes in surprise upon noticing the anomaly on Hakechi. What? Losing the spirit beast? Why did things turn out like this? Ye Ning began to feel annoyed. He swung his hand and slapped the servant who was rambling too much right in the face, barking out an order. Enough, you fool, you're talking too much. You all will understand soon enough. Hakechi hurriedly replied. Oh, yes, master.
Commander Kanglong swung his battle axes and rushed forward, his face contorted with anger and contempt. Ridiculous. What kind of man are you without the power of a spirit beast? Hakechi, how dare you still be so smug?
This is absurd. Rather than submitting just to live a cowardly life, I would rather choose death. Yanning coldly retracted his gaze, resting the great sword on his shoulder, exuding the suffocating pressure of the blood shadow. It seems with this posture of yours, you prefer the forfeit wine over the toast wine. Are you sure you are stronger than Yinglong? Commander Tunalong and his father roared in fury. Both erupting with powers, they charged at Yanning with a death wish. Strong or not, we'll know after a fight. Even if we aren't as strong as Yinglong, we absolutely don't believe a brat like you can do anything. Yanning smirked arrogantly, assigning combat targets to Hakheki with a confident expression. Hakheki, the young one is yours. Leave the old one to me. Hakheki bowed to accept the order. Understood, master. Immediately, Yanning unleashed his full power, creating a massive crimson energy column that pierced through the roof of the hall, soaring blood shadow. The battle exploded violently as Yanning and the father-son commander duo clashed powerfully, the sound of weapons clashing echoing through the space, Conglong shattering peak, blood shadow blade release. The pressure from the collisions caused the noble to panic and activate a purple protective shield, his mouth trembling amidst the rubble. He clutched his head in terror, seeing the terrifying power of the battle crushing everything around. This energy flow. Damn it. The young commander Conglong struggled to withstand Hakheki's attack, gritting his teeth and screaming as he felt the terrain was disadvantageous.
It's too cramped here to unleash full power. Let's switch to another location to continue fighting. Hakechi decisively replied. Agreed. Meanwhile, Yanning was still confronting the old commander Muladilili head-on, both sides fighting over every inch of ground with eyes burning with killing intent. Yanning erupted into an extreme state, his eyes turning blood red as he activated his ultimate skill, full attribute conversion. Willpower attribute, 153 points. Strength attribute, 94 points plus 153 points. He swung his great sword, delivering a heaven-crashing blow onto his opponent, a stream of red spiritual energy covering the entire field of vision. Blood, shadow, and mountain collapse. The old commander could only roar in despair. Facing the completely overwhelming power, the old commander was forced to pour all his spiritual energy into his armor, creating a glowing purple protective layer in hopes of survival. Mystic Wolf Marrow Armor Protection. The old commander strained to withstand the attack, his eyes rolling back in terror as he felt the crushing pressure of 1,000 pounds. You're just an intermediate tier 3. How can you possess such immense power? Yanning smirked arrogantly, his eyes glowing with red spiritual energy as he replied. That is naturally because I am a willpower type favored by the heavens. Old man, are you convinced yet? Muladilili roared madly, swinging his battle axe and unleashing a purple pressure to counterattack. Convinced your head.
A willpower type brat wants to compete in strength with a dual strength and constitution type like me? My 80 years of training are not just for show. Immediately, the old commander activated his ultimate skill. A giant purple wolf phantom appeared, engulfing the space. Lone wolf shocking shadow. Facing the beast, Yanning calmly unleashed crimson spiritual energy surrounding his body, ready for a head-on confrontation. Full constitution conversion. The soul wolf rushed forward and clamped down on Yanning, creating a violent explosion of light that shattered the surrounding debris. Amidst the smoke and dust, Yanning looked at the old commander with sharp, contemptuous eyes. Is 80 years of power only this much, old man? He waved his hand, creating flaming windblades that slashed through the wolf's illusion. Elemental windblade, raging flame. The old commander did not flinch, continuing to summon a series of wolf phantoms to besiege Yanning from all sides, blood wolf howling at the moon formation. Yanning clenched his fists, his whole body exploding with crimson blood-red killing intent as he activated the strongest state of the blood shadow full release, strength conversion. Yanning stood tall in the middle of the great hall, crimson spiritual energy surrounding his body to form the shape of a mysterious, imposing great demon. Judge in position. He leaped into the air, swinging his great sword to deliver a fatal blow that tore through the opponent's formation. Blood Shadow Judgment. Streaks of crimson spiritual energy pierced through the series of wolf phantoms, causing them to scream in agony before dissipating into smoke. Old Commander Mulaladili was horrified to see his strongest defense shattered. He strained his body and roared in despair.
Conglong Iron Wall. A beam of red energy light from Yanning's sword shot straight into the center of the old commander, creating a violent shockwave that engulfed the purple glowing figure. The pressure was too great for the old commander to withstand. He collapsed, fresh blood spraying from his mouth, tearing through the atmosphere. On the other side of the battlefield, the son, seeing his father critically injured, frantically swung his dual battle axes and rushed over to reinforce. Konglong shattering peak. Hakechi glided over to block the path. He swung his staff, creating a stream of purple lightning, looking full of mockery as he saw the opponent's weak strike. The same move, but your force is far inferior to your father's. The servant erupted with immense thunder power, surrounding the young commander in a deadly cage. Thunder Light Illusion Prison. Pierced by the extremely powerful current, the young commander of Konglong screamed miserably amidst the burning lightning bolts. Ah! Under the terrifying pressure of the attack, the father and son commanders were flung far away, only managing to utter painful groans as they were completely defeated.
Psh! Ye Ning stood towering in the middle of the great hall, his entire body radiating a gluey aura as he activated the terrifying equipment, Spiritual Devourer. Equipment activated. He spread his arms wide, unleashing a sinister transformation skill. A stream of green spiritual energy surged straight into the brains of the commander father and son. Strange devil transformation. In extreme agony as their souls were altered, both Muladali father and son had no choice but to kneel on the ground, trembling as they accepted their fate. Greetings, master. Ye Ning withdrew his pressure, smiling with satisfaction, and waved his hand to give an arrogant order. Now that's more like it. All right, go back and heal your wounds quickly. The Chonglong safe zone is still waiting for you two to manage it in my stead. Although his heart was still filled with resentment, being controlled, the old commander could only bow his head in resignation and reply, "Yes, master." Ye Ning breathed a sigh of relief and turned to praise Hakechi now that the plan had succeeded perfectly. With this, the problem in the border region can be considered resolved. Hakechi, you did well. The servant hurriedly flattered. Thank you for the praise, master. I will continue to work even harder. However, deep down, Hakechi wore a bitter expression and mocked himself. Why do I feel like I'm becoming more and more like a dog? Have my dignity and arrogance disappeared along with my spirit beast? Below the hall floor, the noble stole a glance at Ye Ning's back with a stunned and terrified expression. This young Master Ye? Is Ye Ning even human anymore? Witnessing Ye Ning's absolute authority, another subordinate standing nearby trembled and sweated profusely, his mind struggling fiercely. What should I do now? Surrender and submit? Or find a way to escape? Will I be turned into a strange devil by him too?
Ye Ning coldly approached the trembling noble and softly called out, "Uncle Tong," causing him to stammer in terror. "Yes, Ye Ning." Overwhelmed by the power he had just witnessed, the noble immediately knelt down, kowtowing repeatedly and begging, Don't transform me. I beg you, sir. I swear I will die to be loyal to you." Ye Ning could only exclaim in surprise, "Huh?" Seeing that the opponent had completely submitted, Ye Ning smiled, reached out to help him up, and said with deep meaning, "You're too polite, Uncle Tong. You took such good care of me. I haven't even had time to appreciate it yet." The noble replied joyfully, Thank you, young Master Ye. No, thank you, Lord Ye Ning." Ye Ning looked around the ruins and gave a decisive order. "However, Uncle Tong, look at this Tianlong Hall. It's ruined anyway, so don't rebuild it. As for those girls from before, if they should be released, just release them all." The man hurriedly nodded repeatedly. Yes, I will listen to everything, my lord." Compared to enjoyment, keeping one's life in the root of life was more important. Ye Ning continued to arrange personnel to stabilize the situation. "From now on, you will still be in charge of supplies. If there's anything needed on Shui Ying's side, try your best to support her. Also, the news of Yinglong's death, absolutely do not let it leak out, understand?" The noble stood at attention and replied, "Understood." The noble ran off happily, cheering, "I'll go contact young Miss Shui Ying right away," leaving Ye Ning standing alone in the silent hall. Looking down at the hand wearing the spiritual energy ring, Ye Ning pondered his own strength. With the blood shadow enhancement, my physical body can indeed briefly match the peak tier. However, due to the willpower attribute being too high, using blood shadow consumes too much energy. It is estimated that within a day he could only transform 3 or 4 times at most. He stroked his chin, thinking about the upcoming large-scale battle. With his current strength, dealing with 2 ordinary peak tier 3 opponents simultaneously would not be a big problem. But if he had to deal with a few or even dozens of peak experts simultaneously in the battle, it certainly wouldn't work. He must use these remaining 20 days or so to quickly improve his strength to succeed. Ye Ning observed the world map displayed on the virtual screen, his eyes gleaming with determination. The situation within the country is relatively restricted. Which country should he go to next to level up?
The country Y war zone is the closest to here. The estimated number of peak tier 3 individuals is equivalent to Huasha. The risk is a bit high, but the harvest will certainly be substantial. While he was deep in thought, a communication signal suddenly rang out. The image of a man appeared on the virtual screen, reporting, "Master Ye Ning, didn't you ask me to look for high-grade sword skills before? I received news that Country L is organizing a Divine Warrior selection plan." The system screen displayed details about the Divine Warrior selection plan, a competition for geniuses in the Country L war zone. The level limit is under Intermediate Tier 3, with the first-place rewards being the S-Rank sword skill Amaterasu and the Divine Artifact sword Amano-Murakumo. Ye Ning narrowed his eyes, pondering this information. He remarked to the contact, "The Divine Warrior clan? Isn't this just a copy of the Huasha sequence?" The man on the screen hurriedly explained, "That's right. Because of your performance in the Zombie Nation dungeon and your first-place position in Huasha, they mistakenly believe your strength is solely due to national resources, so they want revenge." The contact's face became serious as he emphasized, "Country L has gone all out this time. The goal is to create a Divine Warrior in a short time who can oppose you, to wash away their previous humiliation." Ye Ning crossed his arms, smiling confidently, and ordered, "Excellent. This truly feels like it was tailor-made for me. Uncle Wong, arrange it for me immediately. Also, do not reveal this to anyone." The voice on the other end responded respectfully, "Understood, Master Ye Ning." Looking at the reward list, Ye Ning calculated silently as his current skills were filling up. The S-Rank sword skill and the Amano-Murakumo sword were both good things he needed, but unfortunately, his 6 sword skill slots were already full. Just then, a new mission notification popped up. Sword God System Mission. Achieve first place in the Divine Warrior plan.
The rewards, 1-star skill fusion, and unlocking a 1-star skill slot made Ye Ning shout in excitement. "Great! This mission is truly a timely reign. This Divine Warrior first place, I must definitely get it." Afterwards, Ye Ning connected via communication with the military supreme commander. The old man asked in surprise when seeing him on the screen, Ye Ning, are you about to return to the capital?" Ye Ning smirked, stating a special request. "I won't be back temporarily, but I need to secretly leave the country for a trip to prepare for the national war."
Does our military have any national-grade disguise props, the kind that even a peak Tier 3 cannot see through? The Supreme Commander pondered. There is indeed one item. It's just... He nodded affirmatively to reassure the leader. "You don't need to worry about my safety. Just hand that prop over to Wang Tan." The Supreme Commander sighed and agreed, his eyes showing trust. "All right, as long as you can ensure your own safety. If you don't want to discuss the specific details, I won't ask any further." Standing amidst the ruined hall, Ye Ning coldly calculated his next move. Before the National War, besides using the authority of the Zombie Nation dungeon to wipe out a group of intermediate and low-level strategic forces of Country L, he could also openly take down another batch within the Divine Warrior Project. That night at the border port of the Jichun War Zone, Wang Tian led Ye Ning to meet a secret partner and reported, "My lord, the contact this time is a smuggling force in Country L. They have their own safe zone, and their leader is a high Tier 3. Arriving tonight is a squad of Awakeners consisting of 3 low levels and 1 intermediate level." Wang Tian explained further about his meticulous arrangements as they walked. They had the qualification to recommend Divine Warriors directly without going through the first 3 selection rounds.
To avoid exposing his identity, relying on the guarantee of a major power was the safest method. Ye Ning nodded slightly in satisfaction. "Good." He glanced at the containers stacked high like a mountain and asked calmly, "What did you tell them? Using military supplies to exchange for spiritual iron ore?" Wang Tian smirked and replied, "That's right, my lord. If I didn't say that, they wouldn't even bother with us." Approaching the side of the boat where the ship was anchored, Wang Tian gestured to introduce the contact person for the transaction. This route was provided by this old friend of mine. A gray-haired man with a beaming smile stepped forward to greet them. "Greetings, my lord. This lowly one is Wang Dekun." Ye Ning replied calmly, "It seems you've worked hard," causing the man to bow in gratitude. "Working for my lord is this lowly one's honor." Suddenly, a strange noise came from above. Wang Dekun hurriedly reported, "My lord, they are here. The leader is named Hirata Jiro, in Intermediate Tier 3. Hirata Jiro and 2 subordinates jumped down from the ship's railing. He gritted his teeth with impatience. "Wang Tian-kun, you made me wait too long." With a fierce face full of killing intent, he loudly greeted the other party. "Why the rush this time? Do you know how dangerous it is to march hastily at night?" Hirata Jiro coldly stated his final condition. "If this situation happens again next time, simply raising the price won't be enough."
Making Wang Tian hurriedly wave his hands to explain, Apologies. This batch of military supplies needs to be moved urgently. We are also bearing huge risks here." Wang Dekun smiled with wicked intent, approached Ye Ning and solicited, "How about this? After the great lords finish the transaction, I will arrange a place for you to have some real fun." Hirata Jiro smirked, revealing jagged teeth, and gritted his voice to make a perverted demand. Remember to arrange some clean ones for me, a bit young, preferably Awakeners." The leader of Country W suddenly turned to look at Wang Tian, coldly announcing a price increase. "Oh, right, the price of this iron ore batch has gone up. You have to give me another 30%.
Wang Tian was stunned, covering his mouth in shock and exclaimed, "Huh? What?" While Wang Dekun, standing next to him, also turned pale at this flip-flopping. Witnessing that scene, Ye Ning slightly curled his lips in a contemptuous smile, muttering a sentence full of killing intent. Too weak. Hirata Jiro angrily pointed at Ye Ning and shouted, questioning Wang Tian, "Is this your subordinate? What does he mean by saying too weak?" Not letting the opponent react in time, Ye Ning burst forth with purple spiritual energy from his eyes, waving his hand to create a massive energy vortex, spiritual storm. Hirata Jiro and his subordinates screamed in horror, clutching their heads as the wave of spiritual power attacked directly into their brains. Ambush!
Ah! The entire squad of Country L Awakeners knelt on the ground in pain, trembling amidst Ye Ning's deep purple energy vortex. Ah! Ack! Ah! Ye Ning looked at the people writhing at his feet with a cold gaze. Do you understand what too weak means now? Strange devil transformation. At Chenji Safe Zone in Country L, high-rise buildings stood close together under a cloudy sky, where a fighter jet was roaring past. Just as they stepped to the gate, Hirata Jiro and Ye Ning were blocked by guards asking suspiciously, "Hirata-kun, why back so fast this time? Didn't you usually take a few days?" Another soldier smirked, teasing Hirata Jiro. "Didn't find any girls to play with? Did they not treat you well?" Hirata Jiro roared, intimidating the guards to clear the path for Ye Ning. "Cut the chatter. Move. I have important matters to report to the leader." Entering the dimly lit study, Hirata Jiro bowed before the leader sitting up high, who coldly interrogated, "Hirata, what exactly happened?" Dong-Yang Hao, the leader of Chenji Safe Zone, a high Tier 3, frowned and asked anxiously, "Did something go wrong with the transaction? Did they not agree to our price?" Hirata Jiro hurriedly waved his hands to explain and looked towards Ye Ning. "Leader, is our recommendation slot for the Divine Warrior project still available? I have a very important person I want to recommend." Dong-Yang Hao looked troubled, spreading his hand to signal refusal. "That slot is no longer available. I have already given it to another potential seed within our safe zone. Why do you suddenly want to recommend an important person?" The leader narrowed his eyes at the young man standing silently behind Hirata Jiro and asked suspiciously, "Could it be this brat beside you?"
Is there anything special about his talent? Ye Ning suddenly stepped forward, his eyes blazing with a bright purple spiritual energy full of pressure that made the room shake. Whether it's special or not, just test it and you'll know right away. Suddenly attacked by an extremely powerful stream of spiritual energy, Dong-Yang Hao clutched his head and screamed in pain as his soul was torn apart. "Ah, this is—" Ye Ning stood cold and imposing, his great sword pressed close to the opponent's neck with a steel-hard threat, either submit or die. Facing imminent death, Dong-Yang Hao panic-strickenly raised his hands to surrender, his face distorted with terror. "Don't! Let's talk this over slowly." Ye Ning smirked, his eyes blazing with green spiritual energy as he cast a control technique. "Talk slowly, then just voluntarily submit." The transformation process ended. Dong-Yang Hao trembled as he prostrated on the ground to pay respects. Dong-Yang Hao pays respects to master.
Ye Ning calmly sheathed his sword. "All right, stand up." This made the man simply bow his head. "Thank you, master." Ye Ning immediately ordered his new subordinate to prepare for the next plan. "Go find the person you intend to recommend here. Also bring me all the documents related to the divine martial artist." Dong-Yang Hao obediently replied, "Understood, master." 10 minutes later, inside the spacious study, Ye Ning sat majestically on the main seat, calmly waiting for the potential seed of the Changji safe zone to appear. A brown-haired young man walked in with a confident smile. He respectfully asked his leader without knowing the situation had changed, "My lord, did you look for me for something?" Dong-Yang Hao stood aside, pointing his hand to introduce Ye Ning with a serious face. "That's right, someone wants to compete with you to vie for the only recommendation slot." The young man narrowed his eyes at Ye Ning, his face clearly showing contempt and suspicion. "Looking at his age, I'm afraid he hasn't even reached Tier 3 yet, right? Wanting to duel with me? Surely you're not joking, are you?" Ye Ning glanced at the opponent's information and silently evaluated with a smug look. A-rank talent, dual willpower and agility type, specializes in using buff skills, short burst duration. Aside from strength, his constitution is a bit weak, the rest are okay. Facing the young man named Ye Ziming, Ye Ning calmly provoked, "Ye Ziming, you use swords? Dual swords? What a coincidence. So do I." The young man from Country L shouted angrily, "Brat, didn't anyone teach you basic etiquette when facing the strong?" Ye Ning bowed slightly, giving a dangerous and cold smile as he asked back, "Etiquette." Suddenly, Ye Ning drew his sword and unleashed an extremely fast slash that tore through space. "Is this the kind of etiquette you mean?" Causing Ye Ziming to scream in horror and pain. "Ugh!" Witnessing that scene, Dong-Yang Hao stood by sweating profusely, his pupils shrinking in terror. Hiss! An instant kill with one sword? Is he really a peak Tier 3? The leader from Country L trembled, screaming internally in fear. Luckily, I knelt fast. Luckily, I still have some value to be exploited. Ye Ning calmly sheathed his sword, looked at the opponent's corpse lying on the ground, and dropped a casual remark. The appearance is passable.
Then he raised his hand to activate a mysterious item radiating bright blue light surrounding a white mask, the Infernal Mask. Ye Ning pressed the mask onto the corpse's face, starting the ruthless information extraction process. Collect. Sample. Ye Ning held the white mask in his hand, red spiritual energy surrounding it as he began the disguise ritual. He pressed the mask to his face. Transform. A red aura enveloped Ye Ning's entire body, causing his physique to gradually change to adapt to the new identity. After the process was complete, Ye Ning looked down at his hand and affirmed confidently, "From now on, I am Ye Ning."
Even if I encounter a peak tier 3 or high-level anti-disguise props, they won't be able to see through me. Dongyang Hao hurriedly presented a large mirror, bowing respectfully. "Master, please." Gazing at the face of Ye Ziming in the mirror, Ye Ning smirked coldly. "Ye Ziming, although you are dead, at least your name will win first place in the Divine Warrior selection. With this kind of honor, you can rest in peace even in death." Immediately after, Dongyang Hao presented a thick file and reported, "Master, this is the list of all participants, as well as documents about the competition. Please take a look." Ye Ning took the file printed with images of muscular martial artists, and he began to flip through it with a thoughtful gaze. Skimming through the lines about the goal of training geniuses and restoring glory to Nation L, he chuckled sarcastically. Selecting divine warriors, nurturing top-tier geniuses of Nation L's war zone, recreating glory. Ye Ning crumpled the page, his eyes glowing with spiritual energy as he outlined a sabotage plan. "This time, let me help you guys recreate it for a bit." In his new body, Ye Ning swung his sword, creating a powerful arc of deep blue spiritual energy, and declared with murderous intent, "S-Rank sword skills, National Treasure Divine Sword, promotion selection round. It's all a deathmatch. The low-level hunt begins." The scene shifted to the vast Nakata arena, where the sound of loudspeakers echoed throughout the crowded stands. "Welcome everyone to watch the promotion selection round of the Divine Warrior Project." On the main stage, the beautiful MC Maisie waved to the audience with a radiant smile. Host Maisie will be reporting live for you.
Today, we will proceed with the first round of the 1v1 Arena Duel Tournament. Standing backstage looking out at the arena, Ye Ning quietly observed the scale of the event along with his subordinate. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his eyes revealing skepticism as he pondered the current situation. Live broadcast? Doing this kind of thing in this apocalypse era is truly baffling. Is the situation in Nation R's war zone so good that the populace still has the mind to watch TV? Noticing his master's confusion, the subordinate approached and bowed, asking, "Master, are you curious about the live broadcast and the situation in Nation R's war zone?" Ye Ning nodded slightly. Tell me about it." The subordinate raised a finger and explained with a scholarly air. "First of all, the live broadcast isn't something every survivor can watch. It is organized for collective viewing under the control of safe zones and major power organizations." He continued to reveal details about this strange entertainment industry. "Secondly, our entertainment industry has always been very developed. Even after the apocalypse, people still worship idols, and on that foundation, Awakener idols have even appeared." Explaining further about the political purpose, he said, "Nation R has always had severe class stratification. Descendants of the upper class will always be upper class, and the plutocrats will always be plutocrats. This easily causes dissatisfaction among the bottom class."
Therefore, the higher-ups believe that creating Awakener idols will help stabilize their rule. Turning individual strong ones into idols can divide and disintegrate the collective consciousness of the lower class. It turns out this trick is to alleviate the pressure from class solidification, but this move probably only treats the symptoms, not the root cause. Ye Ning smiled confidently as he observed the crowded arena. Wanting to use divine martial artists to create stars, but they never dreamed that this year's rising star is me. Female MC Maisie on the arena waved excitedly to the audience. Match number 76 was truly brilliant.
Kimura's performance was mesmerizing. Do you guys love him? Next up is Arena 3, Match 77. Maisie waved her hand to introduce the character who had just walked out amidst the cheers. The person stepping onto the field right now was the genius representing the Changji safe zone, Ye Ziming. She continued to point towards the opponent walking forward with a cold expression. The one facing him was the genius representing safe zone number 1, Hanzo Ichiro, the most elite extreme ninja of the country L war zone. Hanzo Ichiro brandished his dual kunai in a professional stance, while Maisie winked playfully to remind the audience, "Everyone, please give me lots of pics. I will definitely bring you all a visual feast." A small reminder that the images will be a bit bloody, so those who are faint-hearted shouldn't watch. Ye Ning looked at the opponent posing and whispered scornfully, "This guy really has a severe case of Chunaview. Does he really think he's an idol star going on a talent show?" Maisie stood between the two fighters, raising her voice to ask the audience, "Both are tier 3. I wonder who you think will win."
Although they seem evenly matched at a glance, Maisie thinks Lord Hanzo will be stronger. After all, Lord Hanzo looks more handsome. Hehe. Ye Ning's face darkened upon hearing this, gritting his teeth in annoyance. A serious matter like a death match feels like a joke in this place. It truly lives up to the reputation of Country L. Is this supposed to be the place selecting hope? No wonder when the apocalypse exploded in his past life, this place was destroyed so quickly. Suddenly, the loudspeaker boomed, ordering the start of the battle, as both sides got into position, ready to fight. This match was a death match. Anyone who did not want to die could admit defeat and leave the arena halfway. Hanzo Ichiro bowed ceremoniously, but his hand still gripped his weapon tightly. Hanzo Ichiro, looking forward to your guidance. Ye Ning only replied indifferently with a single sound. Oh. Hanzo Ichiro narrowed his eyes in annoyance at his opponent's attitude and asked in a gritty voice, Kid, do you not even understand the most basic etiquette? Ye Ning gave a slight, arrogant smirk and replied, Oh, sorry, my back is naturally a bit stiff. I'm not very good at bowing. Hanzo Ichiro angrily pointed his kunai straight at Ye Ning's face and shouted, Bastard, disrespecting the strong, I will make you suffer punishment. But he just calmly replied, Oh, okay. Ye Ning silently calculated his tactics to conceal his true strength. Based on the data, killing him was absolutely no problem. But the key to this match was not winning, but fighting beautifully to attract fans.
Even though I could instant kill this kind of trash, I should still try my best to restrain myself. I shouldn't appear too shocking, lest it leads to unnecessary trouble. The loudspeakers echoed throughout the arena. The match began. Immediately, Hanzo Ichiro leapt into the air to execute his skill, Phantom Leap. The ninja created multiple shadow clones, simultaneously diving down from above with sharp kunai. Die! Female MC Maisie shouted excitedly in support from the stands. Everyone pay attention, this is Lord Hanzo's ultimate move. She opened her eyes wide in shock as she realized something unusual was happening. This is... Amidst the smoke and dust, Ye Ning appeared mysteriously behind his opponent. He delivered a powerful knee strike, sending Hanzo Ichiro flying in pain. The entire arena fell silent as they witnessed Hanzo Ichiro being knocked away, crashing onto the arena floor in the astonishment of all the spectators. Ye Ning looked at his fallen opponent, gritting his teeth and muttering to himself, I knew you were weak, but this is too weak. I haven't even activated attribute conversion yet. Just one knee strike and you're done for? On the stands, the audience began to stir in horror at the unexpected result. What happened? Hanzo was kicked to death by a single knee strike? Too fast. I haven't even seen the move clearly yet. So brutal. Even for a death match, it's rare to see someone actually die like this. Female MC Maisie clutched her head in panic, her face distorted with fear. Wah, wah, wah. So scary. I want to go home. Boo. To soothe the situation and hide his true strength, Ye Ning waved to the audience with a confident smile. This is my special instant burst skill. I have to find a reason that sounds plausible. The crowd began to discuss to reassure themselves. Turns out it's an instant burst skill. No wonder it was so fast. Sigh. Hanzo was too careless, only caring about showing off, so he let the other guy take advantage. Half an hour later, the next match was announced on the loudspeakers as the opponents stepped onto the field. Match number 113.
Ye Ziming from the Chanji safe zone faces off against Fujino Hiroshi from the Nagamitsu safe zone. The host shouted excitedly to warm up the atmosphere, believing that many people were still shuddering after watching Ye Ziming's performance in the previous match. Who knows if he can win with such an overwhelming stance this time? Let's wait and see. As the shout to start the match rang out, Fujino Hiroshi held his dual short swords, assuming a cautious defensive stance before a Ye Ning who stood observing calmly. Fujino Hiroshi gritted his teeth and rushed forward to attack. Ye Ziming, come at me. Let me see what you've got. Ye Ning smirked. Here I come. Immediately, a sharp sword slash tore through the air, creating an explosion of sand and rocks that enveloped his opponent. Ye Ning closed in and threw an extremely fast punch that shattered Fujino's weapon, forcing the opponent into a dead end. Seizing the opening, he followed up with a thunderous punch that pierced through the defensive layer right in the middle of the enemy's chest. Fujino collapsed on the spot, causing the stands to shake with cheers at the terrifying performance. So satisfying.
So strong. Another instant kill. My god, our selection area has actually produced a killing god. However, sharp-eyed spectators began to scrutinize his bleeding hands. But look at his hands. He's injured this time too. His burst skills are powerful, but is his defense very poor? Yanin looked at the wound on his hand, smiling smugly as his deception plan had succeeded. Enduring a little pain to erase the feeling of being heaven-defying in their eyes was worth it. He stood silently in the middle of the arena, secretly calculating tactics for the next matches. Although this competition is like chopping vegetables to me, it's not without its difficulties.
I have to kill with one hit so the opponent can't admit defeat, while also acting so that everyone believes my defense is not strong, making it my weakness. From above, the supervisors narrowed their eyes and looked down with concern. Yiziming's performance was indeed brilliant, but killing people like this would make it hard to answer to the superiors. The person in charge of the competition immediately turned and ordered his subordinate to change the situation. Go notify the referee, secretly modify the competition rules, cancel the matches against agility types, and arrange for Yiziming to face experts of the dual strength and constitution type. The subordinate bowed and accepted the order. Yes, my lord. Half an hour later, the host enthusiastically announced the next match, along with a new title. Match 144. Entering the arena this time is the Blood Hand Corpse Shatterer, Yiziming. Yiziming was slightly stunned when he heard this. Have they already started giving me nicknames? The opponent this time was a burly giant, carrying a battle axe and a heavy shield on his shoulder. The loudspeaker announced, fighting against him is the berserker from the Dongjang safe zone, Hiroshigoro. Yiziming observed the massive opponent and secretly evaluated. Dual strength and constitution type. Did they secretly change the types?
It didn't matter. Any type was the same. Hiroshigoro hid behind his giant shield, confidently mapping out a plan. As long as he could withstand his opponent's birth skills, he could drag him into close combat and entangle him. He might be able to bully agility types, but facing him, his defense wouldn't hold up. The advantage belonged to Goro. When the referee shouted start, Ye Ning immediately rushed forward at high speed with a thought. I'll give him some face in this match. I'll use dual swords for a bit. Hiroshigoro immediately activated his strongest defensive skill, covering the shield with a layer of brilliant golden energy, Golden Rock Shield. Ye Ning swung a sword horizontally across the protective layer, creating sparks that flew everywhere. He closed the distance, his eyes revealing calculation as he clashed with the shield. First, don't use too much force, just put on a show and calculate later. Seeing the attack blocked, the giant thought smugly, sure enough he can't break through. Hiroshigoro roared, swinging his battle axe down from above to counterattack. Then it's my turn, Berserk Axe Slash. The host shouted excitedly on the stands, Yiziming has finally met his match.
Indeed, all things counteract each other. It seems this will be a fierce battle. The outcome of this match is extremely suspenseful and dramatic. Who knows who will win? Facing the 1,000-pound axe strike, Ye Ning dodged to the side and smirked contemptuously. Relying just on this, Ye Ning leaped high, his dual swords glowing with blue spiritual energy as he unleashed a decisive move, Dual Swords Falling Void Slash. He delivered a fatal blow that shattered the opponent's defense, instantly breaking the esoteric art, causing Hiroshigoro to scream in horror. Shield! The powerful slash tore through the shield, and Ye Ning coldly unleashed the finishing move, Intersecting Tiger Slash, leaving the enemy only enough time to stammer, I surrender. Witnessing his opponent fall into a pool of blood, he muttered with murderous intent, Surrender? Oh, sorry, you spoke a bit too late. I couldn't retract the move. The stands fell into dead silence. A female spectator covered her face in shock. Even a dual strength and constitution berserker couldn't withstand a single instant move from him? Ye Ning coldly turned his back and waved to the organizers. Continue to the next match. No need to rest. Let's save time for both sides.
However, the remaining contestants fled in panic, screaming as they ran. I give up, I quit, I concede, I withdraw. The host raised his hand to announce amidst the audience's frenzy. Because Yiziming's performance was too terrifying, the subsequent opponents have all forfeited. Lord Yiziming will advance directly to the second promotion round in 3 days. Ye Ning crossed his arms arrogantly, sneering with contempt. I already tried to restrain myself, yet this bunch is still so cowardly. Boring, truly too boring. Returning to the VIP room at the Dongjang safe zone, Dongjang Hao respectfully reported the new situation to Ye Ning. My lord, there are currently many people who want to meet you. There are even some who want to form a marriage alliance with you. Dongjang Hao excitedly pointed towards the door, where girls were waiting. They have even brought their daughters along. Holding a spiritual energy crystal in his hand, Ye Ning calmly gave orders without even looking. We can accept the resources and agree to any promises they ask for, but there is no need to meet the people. He sneered calculatingly while looking into the void. Anyway, as soon as I get the divine martial artist first place rank, I'll slip away immediately, so whatever I promise doesn't matter. Ye Ning tilted his head slightly, wondering about the strange proposal earlier. As for the marriage alliance, what's with the daughters? What does that mean? Dongjang Hao explained with a fawning smile. My lord, that is just a trick of those Tier 3 Ronin. They don't have any background backing them, and only rose to Tier 3 thanks to luck. The leader continued to reveal the harsh truth about those girls. The only path for them is to become henchmen or find awakeners with potential to form a marriage alliance.
Those who claim to be daughters are actually mostly adopted orphans. If you are interested, my lord, you can just play with them and discard them afterwards. It doesn't matter. Hearing this, Ye Ning closed his eyes and waved his hand in disgust. Forget it. I have no interest. Send them all back.
He muttered with contempt. The class system in this place is truly rotten to the core. He fingered the glowing crystal in his hand, focusing on the main goal. There is nothing to do for the next few days. I'll just use the resources they offered to focus on leveling up. But I can't level up too fast, shouldn't reach high tier to avoid exposing myself. Just staying at the peak of intermediate tier to increase basic attributes is enough. 3 days later at the arena, the host enthusiastically waved to welcome everyone. Welcome back everyone to the second selection round. This round is a melee maze dungeon with a total of 300 participants. Only the top 30 will be selected for promotion.
This is a death match. Anyone who surrenders halfway will be immediately teleported out of the dungeon. Yining stood high above, observing the crowd of contestants below, and silently evaluated. A battle royale, chaotic melee mode? This is interesting. Taking the top 30, does that mean I just need to kill until exactly 30 people remain to end it? Down on the field, the contestants began to make a commotion, disgruntled upon seeing factions allying with each other. Those people from the Extreme Mountain Society actually formed a team directly. Shouldn't a talent selection be an individual battle? It's so unfair. Another person sneered coldly and replied, "Fair? Ridiculous. High-ranking descendants naturally have to bring a bunch of bodyguards to ensure their promotion." In the middle of the crowd, a worried contestant whispered to his companion, "I even suspect that the final position of the divine martial artist has already been rigged internally." The person next to him quickly hushed him in warning, "Shh, don't talk nonsense about things without proof."
Then someone suggested, "How about we form a team too? If we unite, the chance of winning will be greater." Hearing those words, the leader of the Kyokusan Alliance crossed his arms and sneered in contempt. Only thinking about teaming up now? Truly stupid beyond words. He nonchalantly ordered his subordinates, "Don't mind them. The urgent matter is to reaffirm our plan of action." A subordinate hurriedly presented the detailed combat plan. "After entering, we will take Master Shinichi as the core. He carries a special assembly item, so we can all see his coordinates." Then he lowered his voice. "After gathering, we will sweep directly from one side." Another person in the team pointed at the priority target list. "The targets we need to deal with first are Fukuda Kuwahara Kanha and Yezaming from the Dongjiang district." The Kyokusan Society captain raised a finger to remind them with a serious expression. "Pay special attention to this Yezaming. His strength is extremely powerful. Everyone must be careful." But a grunt shrugged dismissively. "Captain, I've watched the recording of him. He just has a bit of explosive power, but that's limited to the arena only. In the maze, the time it takes for him to rush over is enough for us to focus our firepower and shoot him down in one go."
And added a fatal remark. "Not to mention, his defense is extremely poor. If we act together, we will definitely instant kill him." Standing not far away, Yanning secretly observed them, his eyes glowing with bright purple spiritual energy, accompanied by a wicked smile. These people had better team up. Banding together to wait for death makes it even better, he secretly rejoiced. Only then will my slaughter be truly exhilarating. The loudspeakers echoed throughout the arena, announcing the moment of war, and the battle officially began. Contestants started teleporting into the field. The drop locations were random. The host excitedly explained the tracking mechanism to the audience. Although due to the dungeon's limitations, we cannot broadcast the actual visuals live. Based on the sensor red dots and code numbers, we can still monitor the battle. At the same time, he emphasized, a disappearing red dot means giving up. A red dot turning black means death. The radar screen displayed the center of the maze with code numbers moving rapidly, and the commentary rang out. Currently, the person teleported to this central maze area is number 147, Ino-kun. Although his strength isn't high, his speed is extremely fast, giving him a not-so-small advantage in the maze melee. Then, a warning. Currently, number 259, Okamoto, who is also of the agility type, is closing in on Ino from a corner. Ino was critically injured, Okamoto, because he couldn't widen the distance to kite, after which he was forced to withdraw from the competition.
Okamoto also met with bad luck shortly after, encountering a 3-man squad at the same time and being killed. The host announced that number 7, Ye Zeming, had been teleported to a dead corner of the maze. Yaning reached out to touch the stone wall and silently assessed it. The wall material seemed to be specially made with extremely high hardness. Non-peak Tier 3 cannot destroy, meaning if one has not reached peak Tier 3, they cannot destroy it. Not only that, this wall could also weaken spiritual detection. He smirked confidently. If I used my full strength, I could have blasted a path, but that would attract too much attention. As for spiritual detection, shortening the range from a few hundred meters to a few dozen meters doesn't matter much. Ye Ning walked calmly through the gloomy maze, strolling leisurely and killing anyone he met on the way. I'll wait for the teams to gather in full force, then I'll find them and kill them all at once. On the map, red dots disappeared continuously as Ye Ning passed by. Ye Zeming-kun's movement path was extremely precise, single-handedly overcoming obstacles and slaying generals. Too strong. In a solo fight, bumping into him means absolutely no winning chance. Ye Ning quietly observed a group of opponents through the mist and exclaimed, finally found a squad. That's great. Killing them one by one is truly too boring.
The host was shocked to see him initiate an attack. Huh? Ye Ming-kun is charging straight into a three-man squad? That's not wise at all. No matter how strong an individual is, they can't fight against a group. This match, I'm afraid. Ye Ning swung his swords, creating deadly slashing paths that tore the enemies apart. Ah, dual sword continuous slash. The host looked at the radar in horror and screamed. What, a team wipe? Is Ye Ming really human? Ye Ning continued to sweep through the maze. Ye Ming did not stop. He killed another four-man squad, then ambushed a third squad of 6 people, winning cleanly every time. He is not human. He is the killing god of Country L. The audience held their breath as they saw Ye Ning heading toward the strongest opponent. Ye Ming seemed to have killed until his eyes turned red and was now charging toward the Extreme Mountain Alliance.
This time, I'm afraid it is truly dangerous. The Extreme Mountain Alliance not only has over 30 people, but also possesses an intermediate Tier 3 powerhouse. The crowd is discussing the leader of the opposing faction. Their core figure is Shinichi, the son of the leader of the Extreme Mountain Safe Zone. His strength and equipment are both top-notch. Does Ye Ming intend to attack them single-handedly? A supervisor sighed and remarked, I can only say that no matter how strong one is, once they become too arrogant, it is very easy to lose their life.
Eyes, a rising superstar is about to fall, truly making people regretful. The Kyokuzone Alliance captain ordered, all members gathered, everyone protect Shinichi Dono in the center, start sweeping. The subordinates responded in unison, yes, captain. Yan Ying appeared arrogantly in front of the entire army. Finally gathered, I've been waiting for you all for a long time. Shinichi narrowed his eyes, laughing with killing intent. Haha, I was looking for you, but you delivered yourself to the door instead. Everyone, no need to fear. We have so many people, killing him will be like killing a dog. He immediately ordered a general attack. This person is very strong. Do not be careless. Everyone concentrate firepower immediately. Ice seals, spiritual spears, red fire. Facing the rain of skills, Yan Ying curled his lips in boredom and silently evaluated. What a pity. Clearly using Sword Flow Storm could kill them in one move, yet I still have to pretend to fight very hard. Yan Ying dodged and jumped into the air, calculating silently. 30 people, I must fight for at least 6 minutes to be reasonable. I have to make the outsiders feel the battle is intense, while also preventing the opponent from surrendering and withdrawing. But fortunately, the outside cannot see the actual image, so I might as well use this move. Then he suddenly jumped high and shouted, Kill! Yan Ying's eyes glowed with bright purple spiritual energy as he activated the wide-range skill, Spiritual Storm. The spiritual shockwave swept through, causing the entire Kyokuzan corpse to clutch their heads and scream in pain. Arg, 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 what is this? Yan Ying swung a sword stroke that tore through space, calmly calculating the killing speed. 6 minutes, 30 people, averaging more than 10 seconds to kill one brat is enough. He curled his lips in a demonic smile, his eyes flashing with dangerous purple light. The remaining time cannot be left empty. I must make these guys struggle. Yan Ying executed a control technique, causing the crowd to float and spin around him like puppets. Mental manipulation. All of you, spin around me. Outside the arena, the host excitedly looked at the radar and cheered. Although Ye Ming struck first, killing one person,
but right now he was surrounded layer upon layer by the Kyokuzan Alliance. Even with wings, it would be hard to escape. Inside the maze, Ye Ning looked at his watch and nodded slightly. The time was about right, almost enough. He swung his sword to finish off 2 opponents at once and silently reminded himself to act realistically. On average, a dozen seconds per person, but it couldn't be perfectly precise to the second, otherwise it would look too fake. For example, this time killing 2 people simultaneously in 15 seconds, the next time killing after 30 seconds. Later on, he would also need to show an appearance of struggling more as the fight went on. Ye Ning continued to control the puppets, ordering them to struggle more vigorously to deceive the audience. Quick, everyone fight a bit more intensely for me. Outside, the host shouted excitedly at the unexpected development. Ye Ming-kun used an instant attack form to kill 2 people again.
Too strong. But at the same time, this has triggered the rage of the Kyokuzan Alliance. Their counterattack is starting to get serious. The battle situation is becoming increasingly fierce. I don't know how much longer Ye Ming could hold on. Wait. It seems another alliance squad of 20 people is heading this way. Will this turn into a massive, chaotic battle? Ye Ming is fighting alone. He is thoroughly beyond saving. Lin Sen-ching, number 38, leading the new squad, hid behind a wall to observe and ordered his cohorts. I hear fighting ahead. There are definitely teams battling. Let's quickly go there and observe secretly. Wait for them to wound each other so both sides suffer damage, then jump out to harvest and clean up. Understood, Captain Sen-ching. Meanwhile, Ye Ning in the center of the maze realized the appearance of the new group and smiled with a demonic charm. Another squad has arrived. The number isn't small either. It looks like I can unlock some new ways to play. Lin Sen-ching raised his hand to signal his teammates to stop so he could scout ahead alone. You guys don't act rashly. Acting without thinking, let me observe first. I'll note these 2 phrases down as homework for you guys. Hey. Peeking through a crack, he exclaimed in surprise. It's the Kyokuzan Alliance surrounding and killing Ye Ming. Is it just him alone?
Lin Sensheng narrowed his eyes at the strange scene before him and evaluated with suspicion. Strange. With so many people killing one person, it should have been very easy.
But why did they just keep moving back and forth without making a move, just surrounding without killing? What kind of tactic was this? He broke out in a cold sweat as he noticed something abnormal on the faces of the Extreme Mountain people. No, that's not right. Why were there people in the Extreme Mountain Alliance with their eyes closed? Lin Senting was shocked to realize the terrifying truth as he looked closely at the opponent's expressions. At a glance, it looked like they had lost consciousness. Lin Senting watched the scene before his eyes in horror. This Ye Ming was killing them casually with a single sword stroke, with no resistance? How was this possible? He hid behind a wooden pillar, sweat pouring down his face as he watched Ye Ning swinging his sword, slashing continuously. Slash, slash. Suddenly, Ye Ning glanced toward his hiding spot, causing him to jump in fright. Discovered.
Not good. Yezeming definitely has a problem. Could it be that those people were actually all controlled? He gritted his teeth, muttering to himself with a face full of disbelief. Could it be that he is a hidden high Tier 3 expert, or even peak Tier 3? A subordinate, seeing him running back in a panic, asked worriedly, "Captain, your complexion looks very poor. Are you okay? What did you see?" Lin Zhenxing didn't have time to explain, only managing to shout loudly, ordering the whole team. "There's danger! Everyone run quickly! Hurry and find somewhere to hide!" The subordinates ran after him in confusion, asking repeatedly, "What exactly happened?" He just screamed, "Move! Follow the captain! Hurry up!" Suddenly, Ye Ming appeared, blocking the team's path with a devilish smile. "Where do you guys want to go?" Causing Lin Sensheng to gasp in shock. "Ye Ming." Ye Ming smirked, giving a thumbs up provocatively. "What's wrong? Facing the Extreme Mountain Society, don't you want to ally with a strong person like me?" Facing the offer, the members of Lin Senjing's team shouted arrogantly, "Whew, you're only one person. Bumping into us is seeking death. Captain, we have 20 people against him alone. What are we afraid of?" Meanwhile, Lin Senjing was still trembling and stuttering. Don't. Not letting the opponent resist, the whole team rushed forward instantly. "Kill!" Lin Senjing panicked, raising his hand to order a retreat in hopelessness. No, quick, retreat! Ye Ming smiled devilishly, his eyes glowing with bright purple spiritual energy controlling the opponent's minds. Want to retreat? Too late. Spiritual blast. The entire 20-man squad of Lin Senjing was knocked into the air, screaming in pain as their souls were attacked directly. Ah! Ye Ming stood tall amidst the swirling deep blue energy, coldly ordering the transformation. Strange devil transformation. Go and kill the entire Extreme Mountain Alliance for me. Outside, the host excitedly watched the radar screen and cheered. Ye Mei has finally escaped. He chose to ally with number 38 Lin Senjing's 20-man squad.
What a twist of events, a complete turnaround. Currently, the Lin Senting team is fighting fiercely with the Extreme Mountain Squad. With the addition of Ye Ming, the Lin Senting team has completely gained the upper hand. The Extreme Mountain Society is about to be wiped out. Inside the maze, Ye Ning and the Lin Senting squad swept through the tunnels. Ye Ming and the Lin Senting team moved along the maze tunnels, clearing out everything. They successfully annihilated 6 other squads. Unfortunately, the Lin Senting team also suffered casualties, leaving only 6 people remaining. Ye Ning looked at the corpses lying scattered at his feet and silently assessed. The Lin Senting squad is almost exhausted. Let a few more strange devil squads come. Let everyone tear each other apart. It's best if, apart from me, no one can leave here alive. The host watched the fluctuation in numbers on the map in astonishment. Other squads had also begun to encounter each other and started slaughtering.
The death toll in the maze had suddenly skyrocketed to 153 people. In the observation area, those in charge of the competition stood in silence, their faces showing clear shock. The person in charge of the maze trembled as he looked at the soaring death statistics and screamed in confusion. "It's so strange. Why did the death rate suddenly jump so high? Why would these contestants rather die than choose to withdraw from the competition?" He stared wide-eyed at Ye Ning's position and broke out in a cold sweat. And that Ye Ming, too. Has he alone killed dozens of people from the start until now? It's too bizarre. Doesn't he know fatigue? Is his spiritual energy infinite? The more he thought, the more terrified he became, sweat streaming down his face as he realized the consequences. If they continued dying like this, it wouldn't be good. At this rate, he feared that the young and middle-aged generations of this entire war zone would be wiped out. He immediately turned to his subordinate, shouting an order in a state of emergency. "You, hurry up and report, clarify the situation, and ask for an order to terminate the competition immediately. At the same time, report every detail of Ye Ming's movements to the higher-ups." Half an hour later, a shocking announcement resonated throughout the maze. Due to special reasons, the maze selection round will terminate in 10 seconds. Rankings will be calculated based on the number of people defeated.
All contestants will be forcibly teleported out. Please cease fighting and prepare to leave the dungeon. Ye Ning stood proudly amidst the pile of corpses, slightly twirling his lips in a sarcastic smile. Ending the selection.
It seems the organizers can't handle it anymore. Oh well, the estimated number of people remaining probably isn't much anyway. His eyes flashed with a cold light as he plotted his final scheme, no longer pretending. Taking advantage of the gap during the teleportation, I'll kill another wave, then let this teleportation take the blame for me. Ye Ning unleashed his power, dual swords swinging with brutal slashing paths, finishing off every target around him, and ordered his subordinates. Except for a few strange devils to bear witness for me, leave no survivors among the witnesses. Meanwhile, at the State Council in Xinjing, Country L, a high-level emergency meeting was taking place in a tense atmosphere where Ye Ning's image was being projected for the leaders to review. In the meeting room, the vice chairman of the National Assembly of Country L, Yuan Teng, announced, "Members of Parliament, 1 hour ago, the Nakata Joint War Zone sent back an urgent piece of information." He pointed to the screen displaying Ye Ning's image and continued, "They claim that within their selection area, a super-class awakener unprecedented in history has appeared."
As you have seen, this is Yaze Ming from the Dongjiang War Zone. In the second round, he single-handedly killed nearly 70 contestants. A counselor slammed the table in shock and stood up abruptly. 1 against 70? Even a high Tier 3 couldn't possibly do that. Has the Nakata Zone made a statistical error? According to the information they released, is this even a human? Another person also yelled out in disbelief, "Chairman, forgive me for being blunt, but I would rather believe they are faking the data. The other selection zones have just started, yet the Nakata side has almost killed everyone off. This is clearly groundless." Yuan Tang raised his hand to signal everyone to calm down. "It is not as you imagine. Look at the photos. When he left the dungeon, he also bore quite a few injuries. According to the accounts of the survivors, Yaze Ming not only possesses extremely powerful personal explosive capability, but also understands the art of vertical and horizontal alliances. His actual strategic ability has likely reached the limit of an intermediate Tier 3. Yuan Tang clenched his fist, his eyes suddenly burning. Of course, even so, this is still hard to imagine, but it is known that the military has sent high-ranking Navy officials to Nakata to investigate Yaze Ming.
I believe we will know the truth soon enough. He stood up straight, his voice firm with conviction. Assuming he didn't actually cheat, or isn't a high-level awakener in disguise, then there is no doubt he is the super genius we need to recruit. The entire meeting room instantly erupted in excited cheers from the council members. Gentlemen, think about it. If this is truly the case, then our previous failure in the Zombie Nation dungeon can be completely reclaimed in one go by relying on him. Yuan Tang raised both hands high, full of expectation. That's right, the chairman is absolutely correct. If this is true, our great country L will rise. One super genius is worth the sum of hundreds of thousands of mediocre people. Meanwhile, at the main hall of the Dongjiang safe zone, Ye Ning was leisurely sitting on the main seat. Dong Yang Hao rushed in to report, causing Ye Ning, who was sitting on a pile of crystals, to fall into contemplation. "My lord, the Navy Chief of Staff of the Coastal Navy has arrived and hopes to meet you in person." He silently wondered, "Oh, here to investigate the situation, or here to recruit me beforehand?" The subordinate continued to explain with excitement. "Both are possible. After all, your performance in the second round was truly too dazzling. Currently, the entire country L is buzzing with discussion. Your die-hard fans have even established fan groups."
Ye Ning sighed softly, looking out the door of the main hall. The commotion this time was a bit too big. Oh well, if it's a blessing, it's not a curse. If it's a curse, it can't be avoided. Let him in. Before the other party entered, Ye Ning turned to instruct Dongyang Hall with a sharp gaze. "Later, you all return to your places. Remember not to reveal any flaws." He respectfully replied, "Yes, master." A dashing naval officer entered, saluting properly according to military protocol. "Sei Ming-kun, I am the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Naval Army Group, Yornye Hao. It is our first time meeting. I look forward to your cooperation." Ye Ning remained seated calmly in the main seat, crossing his arms and asking back with a wary look, "May I ask, sir, is there something important you are looking for me for?" This attitude made Yornye Hao secretly evaluate. His eyes and aura are truly sharp. Yornye Hao placed a device on the table, smiling to appease him. "The situation is this, Sei Min-kun. It's not that the military suspects anything about you, but for the upcoming selection, we need to re-verify your talent level a bit." The Chief of Staff explained further about his current status. "Sei Min-kun, you are currently positioned by the cabinet in the top 10 divine warriors. If your test results are outstanding, this ranking could even increase." Yornye Hao bowed and politely presented the measuring device to him. "Now, please cooperate a little, Sei Min-kun. I am also just acting on orders." Observing the other party's attitude, Ye Ning secretly evaluated. This person is a bit too respectful. It is not easy to refuse, but he quickly regained his confidence. It doesn't matter anyway. After all, I really am an intermediate Tier 3, so I'm not afraid of being tested.
Yanning pondered as he stood before the measuring device. Furthermore, listening to his tone, if my talent level is high enough, perhaps I can receive a special promotion. This is a good thing.
It's just that talent grades are supposed to be fixed. I rose from A rank to SSS rank, so I must have a new explanation. Besides, isn't SSS rank too shocking? Plus, the fact that I also use a sword, will it make them make a connection? Opposite him, Yuan Hao narrowed his eyes suspiciously when he saw him hesitate. Words had already reached this point, yet he still didn't dare to measure. Could it be that he secretly used some special props to achieve such performance? He raised his eyebrows and reminded Yanning. Zeming-kun, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Yanning quickly waved his hand with a natural smile. Oh, nothing. Just as long as I control my talent at S rank or SS rank, then find an excuse, it should be fine. He took a deep breath and decisively reached out towards the measuring device. Then let's measure the level first. As soon as Yanning placed his hand on it, the machine screen immediately displayed glowing green text. Level Intermediate Tier 3, approaching High Tier 3. Yuan Hao screamed in astonishment and excitement. As expected, no wonder Zeming-kun performed so well. It turns out to be peak Intermediate Tier 3 strength. There is also the talent test. I am really looking forward to it. Yanning began to throw out bait to legitimize his power. Chief of Staff, Your Excellency, surely you have seen my previous documents. My talent is A+ rank.
But my talent seems to have undergone a mutation in a mysterious dungeon after reaching Tier 3. It might be different from the beginning. As for the current specific rank, I'm not too sure myself, he explained ambiguously, making Yuan Hao believe him even more. The Chief of Staff hurriedly replied, I didn't expect Zemin-kun to have such a fortuitous encounter. I'm mentally prepared. Please go ahead and measure. If Zemin-kun rises to greatness in the future and can lead people to explore that dungeon, it would be a blessing for our great country L. Yanning curled his lips slightly. That's good then. Then he channeled spiritual energy into his palm, causing the measuring machine to emit strong blue lights accompanied by violent vibrations. The machine shook continuously, numbers jumping as the talent stats exploded beyond imagination. Current talent level, S+ rank. Current talent level, SS+ rank. Current talent level, SSS+ rank. Yanning looked in shock at his hand radiating glowing blue spiritual energy, secretly assessing in astonishment. What is going on?
I clearly suppressed my talent down to S rank, so how did it still measure as SSS rank? He stared intently at the light beam on his hand and questioned himself. Could it be that Country L's measuring machine has different values than Great Xia's? Or has my talent level changed compared to my past life? Or perhaps it upgraded along with the growth of my strength? Suddenly, the measuring machine emitted a glowing red warning, unable to withstand the pressure. Energy overload, immediate cooling required. Energy overload, immediate cooling required. Yuan Ha's eyes widened, his mouth agape in extreme shock at the displayed result, SSS+ rank. Did I hear that wrong? The Chief of Staff collapsed to the floor, his face distorted with overwhelming astonishment. In the great country L Warzone, has an awakener of this level ever appeared in history? Seeing the other person panic, Yanning hurriedly withdrew his hand and feigned concern, asking, Sorry, Your Excellency, Chief of Staff, are you all right? Yuan Ha could only stammer, No. Yanning internally assessed with regret upon seeing the man's exaggerated reaction. Damn it, a moment of carelessness and I showed off too much. Look at the way he's looking at me. It's like he's looking at a descended deity. Yuan Ha held his face, laughing maniacally in sheer excitement. Zeming-kun, this is truly shocking. This is a miracle unprecedented in our country L. To cover up the truth, Yanning scratched his head, feigning innocence, and gave a forced smile. To be honest, I was startled too. I didn't expect this at all. Yanning reached out to support the other man and pretended to advise him. Your Excellency, Chief of Staff, please stand up first, then we can talk.
But Yunwei Hao still knelt prostrate on the ground and replied, No, please, sir, let me bow in submission at your feet. The Chief of Staff looked up at him with eyes full of reverence and pleaded earnestly, Zeming-kun, you must join our Imperial Army. He slammed his head hard onto the floor, cracking it, swearing loyalty. Restoring the glory of our war zone relies entirely on you, sir. From this moment on, I, Yunwei Hao, am willing to be your loyal dog. Looking at his opponent kneeling and begging, Please, sir, agree to accept me, Yanning assessed with irony. Tsk, this mentality of worshipping the strong in country L's war zone is truly well deserved of its reputation. Before it was Huasha shaken twice, now it's country L's turn. Sigh, it's all just trouble. He looked at the man's crazed expression and silently assessed, Look at this mad appearance of his. If I don't agree, I'm afraid he might just bang his head until he dies right here. Transformation into a strange devil?
Forget it. Occupying a slot while being too scattered is hard to control and easy to expose flaws. It's better to just temporarily deal with it and figure it out later. Yanning had to appease him by placing a hand on the other's shoulder. All right, I agree with you, okay? Hurry up and stand up, causing Yuan Hao to cheer in delight. That's great. Thank you, Excellency Siming. The Chief of Staff hurriedly stood up, grasping Yanning's hand and instructing with deep concern. Excellency Siming,
You must stay here and protect yourself well. I will immediately return to the military to report. I believe the military will soon send people to protect you. He simply replied indifferently. Oh, okay. 3 hours later, in the sky above Xinjiang, modern fighter jets and transport spaceships tore through the clouds, rushing into the dark night. At the Prime Minister's office of Country L, the Prime Minister sternly asks his subordinate, "Is it confirmed to be SSS plus talent with absolutely no issues?" The subordinate bowed his head and affirmed, "Yes, Your Excellency, Prime Minister, we have confirmed it for the second time." Cabinet Prime Minister Lin Senbin stroked his beard in contemplation, a calculating look appearing in his eyes. A genius, truly a genius.
However, it seems this isn't even the highest level. It is said that according to Huasha's testing standards, it should be SSS+. The Prime Minister's assistant enthusiastically affirmed, "Your Excellency, Prime Minister, I understand what you mean, but we don't need to be humble. I believe our super genius is absolutely no weaker than Ye Ning of Huasha. Their evaluation standards only look at the strongest talent and completely ignore combat practicality." He continued to analyze confidently. "We are different. Our comprehensive evaluation is the most standard. Ye Ziming is extremely suitable for actual combat. In the future, if he encounters Ye Ning on the battlefield, he will definitely be able to win completely." This made the Prime Minister nod slightly. What you say makes a lot of sense." The Prime Minister of Country L stroked his beard thoughtfully and evaluated silently. "I heard this person has no special background. Fortunately, I launched the Divine Warrior Project. Otherwise, wouldn't a talent have been buried?" The assistant smiled fawningly and added, "That's right, my lord. This time you personally reached out. You will definitely be able to recruit him under your command." However, he also reminded him of a weakness. "But my lord, based on Ye Ziming's latest data, his combat power after mutation is extremely extreme, belonging to the typical type of strong attack and weak defense." The Prime Minister heard this and smiled cunningly. "That's even better. This is truly a good blade." He immediately ordered a special arrangement. "For this Divine Warrior project, just rank him in the top 3 first. Exempt him from the 3rd round, let him advance directly to the finals. We'll see the reaction from all sides then. Giving him the 1st place position is not impossible." Meanwhile, at the Huasha commander's office, the commander was reading a report with a doubtful expression. "Ye Ziming, SSS plus rank talent, in Country L's Divine Warrior project, has the potential to win the championship." The female assistant reported seriously, "Yes, Commander. This news was sent back by the military's undercover agents ambushed in Country L's Ministry of Internal Affairs. This person seems to have fallen from the sky. Country L's military claims he is a person with mutated talent." She continued to flip through the documents and silently evaluated. "Although this person is intermediate tier 3, his strength is approaching high tier 3.
His combat ability is extremely strong, and it is very likely he will participate in the next competitive dungeon. We must be prepared." The commander looked at Ye Ziming's photo and began to suspect. SSS plus rank uses a sword, strength surpassing his level. Why does this sound so familiar? This sounds too much like a copy of Ye Ning. He narrowed his eyes at the composite photo of Ye Ning and Ye Ziming, shocked to realize the truth. Wait, Ye Ning.
He previously mentioned going abroad and even asked me for high-grade disguise props. Could this Ye Ziming actually be Ye Ning? Could it be that he ran over there to participate in the competition? The Supreme Commander looked at the video, pondering. Although this killing method isn't the same, the ruthlessness is very similar. He began to feel excited as he connected the events. If it really was Ye Ning doing this, slaughtering everywhere in Country L and being revered as a genius, and even tricking them out of Country L's national treasure artifact, just thinking about it made him crazy with joy. Seeing the Supreme Commander laugh smugly, the assistant asked worriedly, "Supreme Commander, are you all right? We still need to prepare for all situations. Please don't let the pressure get too great." He simply replied calmly, "Oh, I'm fine." Immediately, the Supreme Commander ordered the assistant with a calculating look, "Send people to keep staring at that place. If there is any news, report it immediately." The assistant firmly accepted the order. "Yes, Supreme Commander." After the assistant left, the Supreme Commander interlaced his fingers, reflecting cautiously. "Even if my guess is true, for Ye Ning's safety, the fewer people who know about this, the better." Meanwhile, at the Dongjiang safe zone, Ye Ning stretched wearily after a turbulent night. Unexpectedly, even the cabinet prime minister personally came to recruit him and even gave him a special slot straight into the finals. Coping with all sorts of high-level officials this night was truly more tiring than killing mutants on the battlefield. Now he could finally go rest. On the way back to his room, a surge of killing intent suddenly tore through space, rushing straight towards Ye Ning. He started and turned his head sharply, his eyes narrowing with vigilance. Realizing there was an intruder, Ye Ning felt the immense pressure and silently evaluated. This aura, it's a peak tier 3 expert.
Not only could he avoid the layers of military guards and evade the army surveillance, but he could also elude my sensory force and perception power, teleporting close to me. The comer is unkind, and the kind do not come. He immediately drew his sword and assumed a defensive stance, asking in a gritty voice to the stranger hiding in the smoke, "Who are you?" The stranger in the black cloak spoke respectfully, yet mysteriously. "Lord Zemin-kun, it is a pleasure to meet you. Please forgive my presumption and abruptness. I have come this time to bring you a great benefit. Please join our Shanyi society." Ye Ning smirked with interest and asked back, "Oh, a benefit? If I join you, can you help me win the first place of the Divine Warrior?" The assassin affirmed firmly, accompanied by an underlying threat. "As long as you agree to marry our guildmaster's granddaughter, with our support and that of the cabinet ministers, I guarantee you can secure the #1 Divine Warrior position."
Otherwise, you might very well die in an accident before the finals take place. Just then, from behind the man in black, a beautiful young girl stepped out under Ye Ning's observation. The girl bowed her head slightly and greeted him with a gentle voice, "Zemin-kun." Ye Ning glanced at the girl and responded indifferently, "Ziying," a very pleasant-sounding name. The girl smiled shyly, "Zemin-kun, my name is Ziying." The man in black continued to throw out alluring offers. Young Miss Ziying is the one who makes hearts flutter the most among the dozens of descendants of the Lord Chairman. There have been quite a few descendants of the high-ranking class who came to propose, but they were all rejected by the chairman. He smiled cunningly, gesturing towards the girl as if she were a gift. "Zemin-kun, from now on, young Miss Ziying belongs to you. How is it? Is Zemin-kun satisfied?" Ye Ning silently observed the other party and secretly evaluated with high vigilance. This person spoke and acted very respectfully, but his bones revealed killing intent. It is estimated that once I refuse, he will immediately make a move on me. According to his previous tone, it is either join or die. Finally, Ye Ning shook hands with the representative of the First Society and inwardly sneered at the corruption of the political arena. This cabinet prime minister really has some tricks up his sleeve.
He just finished playing the white face and immediately sent white gloves to threaten and entice. It seems this political move runs deep. Ye Ning smiled at the black-robed man on the surface, but calculated in his heart. In reality, even if we were to fight now, I wouldn't be afraid of him, but there is no need to cause trouble. If agreeing with them brings infinite benefits, pretending to bow a little is fine. So what about Miss Ziying tonight? The man smiled slyly and affirmed, "Of course she stays with you. She is already yours. You can do whatever you want." To add to the temptation, he continued to suggest, "Of course, if you prefer a crowd, I can arrange a few desserts for you. They know how to please men very well and will guide you and Miss Ziying through a wonderful night." Ye Ning immediately scooped Ziying up in his arms, to the girl's surprise, and decisively refused. "That won't be necessary. Having Miss Ziying is enough for me." Ziying only managed to utter, The black-robed man laughed aloud, then cast a teleportation spell and vanished. "Ha ha, a moment of spring night is worth 1,000 gold. I shall not disturb the two of you any longer." Ye Ning gazed in astonishment at the remaining purple smoke and silently evaluated. He disappeared instantly. His aura can't be sensed beyond 10 meters. Besides teleportation, he can also use stealth.
This person's strength cannot be underestimated. Wait until I obtain the Divine Warrior title. I definitely must kill him. In his arms, Ziying bowed her head in sorrow and muttered to herself. Becoming a tool for a marriage alliance for the clan had always been her fate. But fortunately, he looked young and handsome. The girl blushed shyly, observing Ye Ning's resolute appearance. But being young also meant very strong explosive power. Could her body withstand it? Entering the room, Ziying gently sat down on the bed beside Ye Ning and spoke softly, "Zemin-kun, let me help you take off your shirt." Ye Ning held Ziying's shoulders and asked with a concerned expression, "Ziying, are you very nervous, tense?" The girl trembled and stammered in response, This is my first time." He moved closer, smiling to reassure her. "Don't nervous, just turn around," causing Ziying to ask back in bewilderment, "Huh?" The girl knelt on the bed with a flushed face, thinking in astonishment, "So direct like this? Others taught me that it had to be done step by step, slowly." Ziying bowed in resignation and pleaded earnestly, "Zemin-kun, I hope you can be gentle and tender with me." He raised his hand and nodded affirmatively to reassure her. "All right, you can rest assured." Suddenly, Ye Ning delivered a lightning-fast chop to the back of her neck, causing Ziying to only let out an "ah" before fainting. He calmly muttered, "I was very gentle and tender." Looking at the girl slumped on the bed, Ye Ning stood with his hands on his hips and silently evaluated. "With this physical constitution, I'm afraid she couldn't withstand a single explosive shock without losing her life. Besides, I'm not in the mood for this nonsense right now."
He covered her with a blanket and told himself the plan. You just sleep here for a few days first, to avoid being physically examined upon return and causing unnecessary suspicion. Wait until I get the Divine Warrior reward, and you will be completely liberated. Ye Ning reached out and created a purple light covering the bed, chanting, "With this minor spiritual energy shield, this small spiritual protection layer, it is enough for your body's needs in the coming days." Finally, he stood pensive, calculating the next step. Currently, many eyes are staring at me. It is not convenient to go out before the finals. The spiritual crystal energy absorbed earlier was a bit too fast, leading to some instability. I might as well take advantage of these few days to compress and purify that spiritual energy once and for all. A week later at the Shanyi Society in Xinjing, the chairman stroked his pet cat while somberly announcing, "The situation is changed. Ye Ziming will not get the first place." The black-clothed assassin asked in surprise, "Huh? What happened, Lord Chairman?" He replied with a calculating look. The son of the general, Daito Jun, has been specially admitted to the top 3 to participate in the finals, and has been internally decided to win the first place. Looking at the arrogant image of Daito Jun, the chairman analyzed further. Although his talent is SS rank, not equal to Ye Ziming, he has been nurtured with massive resources since childhood. Currently, he has also approached high tier 3. With that strength, parachuting into the finals is not blameworthy. The black-clothed assassin was still unconvinced, growling in protest. "I know Daito Jun's strength well. It is absolutely not equal to Ye Ziming."
Lord Chairman, to be honest with you, Ye Ziming could even sense my movements. Although only within a range of a few meters, given the level difference between us, this is truly unbelievable. He continued to emphasize the supporting factions. Even though the opponent is the son of a general with overwhelming authority, everyone from the cabinet ministers to the vice chairman of the parliament is supporting Ye Ziming, in addition to our Shanyi Society. The chairman of the Shanyi Society shook his head and sighed helplessly. Impossible. Besides holding military power, the general is also a member of the royal family. Their power is ultimately a level above ours.
Moreover, the Murakama sword was originally their loot. Being able to offer it as a reward is already their limit. If we really let the person we chose win the reward, do you think they would be willing to accept that? I have already discussed this matter with the cabinet prime minister and the vice chairman. It is better to just give up on it. But Lord Chairman, the finals are taking place before the eyes of so many people, and they even declared it to be fair and just. Daito-kun's strength is inferior to Ye Ziming, so how can he possibly win first place? The chairman of the Shanyi Society curled his lips in a sneer at his subordinate's naivete. "You are still too young. How can you not understand such a simple problem? When it comes to the finals, the government will use the excuse of minimizing losses to change the combat rules." He pointed at the tournament chart and revealed the conspiracy. Besides Ye Ziming and Daito-kun, there is another genius who came up from the elimination rounds to maintain the appearance of fairness for the public. In the finals, the 3 of them will not fight each other directly, but will be placed in separate special environments to fight mutants on their own. The chairman of the Shanyi Society continued to reveal the injustice in the new rules. For Daito and that other genius, the requirement is to kill an intermediate tier 3 mutant. As for Ye Ziming, he must survive for more than 3 minutes against a high tier 3 mutant, or even one approaching the peak. It looks very fair at a glance, doesn't it?
The black-clad assassin broke into a sweat, silently assessing the danger level. That's right. Even though Ye Ziming's difficulty level seems the lowest at a glance, wanting to survive for 3 minutes under the pursuit of a high tier 3 mutant is practically no different from killing it. This is completely intended to force Ye Ziming to voluntarily admit defeat and yield the first place. The chairman gritted his teeth, his face revealing a ruthless calculation. That's right. If the situation cannot be salvaged, we can only go with the flow. Do you know what to do now? The black-clad assassin bowed his head to accept the order, but still looked concerned. This subordinate understands. Currently, keeping Ye Ziming alive to serve us is more important than winning or losing. But Lord Chairman, what if Ye Ziming insists on fighting? The chairman smiled coldly, lazily stroking the cat in his arms. Then just let him go seek his own death. Someone who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, following us will sooner or later cause a great disaster. Meanwhile, at the Xinjing duel arena, the loudspeaker boomed, drowning out the audience's cheers. The winner of this round is Tenglong Yi. He has consecutively defeated 28 people, becoming a divine warrior candidate worthy of the reputation. The host continued to stir up the atmosphere as Tenglong Yi walked away arrogantly. Next, after the medical team helps him recover his spiritual energy, he will proceed directly to the finals, together with 2 other extremely hot contestants, Dating Jun and Ye Ziming, to compete for the divine warrior throne. Ye Ning stood on the stands, quietly observing the newly appeared opponent, evaluating him with suspicion. Who is this Tenglong Yi?
The previous matches were unheard of. Parachuting in? I'm afraid his identity isn't simple. Suddenly, a black shadow approached from behind, causing Yan Ning to glance back warily and ask, who is it? Respectfully speaking, Zeming-kun. The black-clad assassin leaned in close and whispered into Yan Ning's ear. Zeming-kun, The situation has changed. Something has come up. Ye Ning curled his lips in a confident smile and replied, So that's how it is. So does it mean that as long as I take the lead and meet the requirements, first place is still mine? The man in black warned sternly. That is correct, Zenming-kun. However, I can clearly confirm to you that to prevent accidents, the high-tier mutant you will face possesses strength far beyond your imagination. If you force yourself to hold out, you will likely die. Ye Ning remained calm, quietly looking out at the arena and replying indifferently. I know. Go back and tell the chairman of the First Society that his granddaughter is very fine. I like her very much. Leaving the assassin stunned. 3 hours later, the announcement loudspeaker echoed throughout the arena. The final match of the Divine Warrior Project has finally arrived.
The heavyweight rewards, the big items, are in position. The camera starts panning to the final contestants walking out. This time, let's give the warmest round of applause to invite the 3 participating players. First is Tanglong Yi, appearing gallantly amidst the crowd's cheers. Tanglong Yi, the one who has overcome all obstacles to get here. Next is Ye Ning with a mysterious expression. Ye Ming-kun, the one with outstanding performance and was specially promoted. Finally, Daito-kun walks out arrogantly, and also the heaven's proud son. Truly Daito-kun, your excellency. Ye Ning looked towards the podium and silently evaluated. Luckily they were willing to bring out good rewards. If I could just pack them up and take them away directly, that would be great. Unfortunately, there are at least 6 peak Tier 3 experts or above at the scene. Forget it. The second and third place rewards are absolutely not worth the risk. The loudspeaker announcement rang out loudly across the arena. In 10 seconds, the 3 participants, the contestants, will be teleported to the single-player confrontation space. Everything inside the confrontation space will be fully displayed through the projection screen. To minimize losses, this competition phase will arrange missions based on the 3 people's ability characteristics. The battle began when the first opponent was revealed on the screen. Tanglong Yi versus the intermediate Tier 3 mutant, the Steel Destroyer. Next was the challenge for the Royal Heir, Daito-kun, versus the intermediate Tier 3 mutant, the Armored Rhinoceros. Finally, the most difficult challenge was announced for Ye Ning, Ye Ming, versus the high Tier 3 mutant, the Human-Faced Worm. The audience held their breath watching the arrogant appearance of the players through the broadcast. Who can shoulder the final glory of the great country L Warzone? Let us wait and see with eager eyes. However, the blatant unfairness caused the crowd to start murmuring. It's not a duel, but fighting against mutants? Didn't they say it was to minimize losses? All 3 of them are heaven's chosen. If they were to die in the match, it would be a great pity. This isn't fair. Shouldn't all 3 of them face mutants of the same level? In charge of the finals, Hoshino hurriedly spoke up to appease public opinion with a fake smile. It is very fair. The difficulty of this round is the same. Although the monster levels are different, Tanglong Yi and Daito Jun need to kill the mutants, whereas Ye Ming only needs to survive. Seriously speaking, Ye Ming's difficulty is the lowest. The Awakeners below the stands immediately angrily expose the lies. Is this official rhetoric trying to fool ghosts? The viewers here are all Awakeners. Who couldn't see the tricks and schemes inside?
This setup, trickery, and obvious internal rigging can only deceive the survivors who don't know the truth. Shh, speak less, be careful, or trouble will come from your mouth. They began to discuss the fixed results. Daito is fighting a normal mutant, while Tanglong Yi is fighting a special mutant. Daito is sure to win. That's right. The only suspense left is whether Ye Ming will forfeit directly or not. He will definitely forfeit. If he doesn't, is he waiting to die? In the gloomy competitive space, Ye Ning stood tall facing the giant human-faced worm that was writhing threateningly, preparing for a real life-and-death battle. Ye Ning looked around and silently assessed. A simulation of a one-time scene. This match is broadcast live throughout. I cannot use my elemental windblade. He calmly drew his dual swords, confident. However, to deal with a high Tier 3 mutant, these 2 swords should be enough. Below the stands, the Awakener shouted in surprise.
Not running? Does he not know what his victory condition is? Looking at this stance, not only is he not running, he actually wants to fight. The chairman of the First Society angrily turned and asked, "Did you not explain it clearly to him?" The man in black trembled and replied, "I explained it clearly, but he seems determined to fight." The chairman silently watched the screen, his face hardening with an unfathomable expression. Suddenly, the giant monster began to attack, causing the audience to panic. It's coming! The human-faced worm has started to act. If he doesn't run now, Ye Ming is dead for sure. Ye Ning burst forth with powerful spiritual energy, sneering coldly. Enough posturing. The human-faced worm bared its sharp teeth and charged directly at Ye Ning. A contestant widened his eyes in horror. Damn, such speed! Is this human-faced worm approaching peak Tier 3? The crowd cheered in shock as they saw him rush straight at the opponent. Look quickly! Ye Ming actually charged straight in. His speed is also very fast. The chairman of the First Society looked at the screen and gritted his teeth, cursing.
Crazy, truly crazy. Does he really think he can win? The assassin in black broke out in a cold sweat, explaining the opponent's power in horror. The claws of this human-faced worm are enough to tear through tank armor easily.
Within a few seconds, relying on speed and strength, it could tear through the defense line of an entire army group. Unless it was a crushing difference in rank, the best method was to use long-range firepower for suppression. Rushing straight in like that now, Ye Ziming's guts would be ripped out. General Daito watched the scene on the screen, revealing a cruel smile and silently evaluating. Heh, I originally planned to wait until the competition ended to let my son Daito-kun recruit this Ye Ziming under our banner. General Daito glanced with disdain, his face full of arrogance. I didn't expect him to be so tactless, truly stupid as a pig, seeking his own death. Vice Chairman Yuan Tang clasped his hands anxiously, his face distorted with tension as he spoke to the Prime Minister. Ah, to recruit him, we even personally went to meet him. If this continues, I'm afraid we will sooner or later become a laughingstock in the high-level circle. If it really doesn't work out, call a stop when appropriate. Ignoring the gossip, Ye Ning closed in on the monster with terrifying speed. He silently activated the full agility attribute state. He swung his sword, creating a trail of glowing blue spiritual energy that tore through the air, calmly calculating. Full strength attribute added. Although this sword isn't sharp enough, breaking its legs should be possible, right? The giant human-faced worm stared with glowing red eyes, baring sharp teeth as it charged directly at Ye Ning amidst the thick smoke and dust. Ye Ning leaped high, a stream of spiritual energy enveloping his body, as he executed the agility conversion technique, launching the decisive strike. Ye Ning exploded with glowing green spiritual energy as he activated the strength conversion state. Sharp spiritual energy slashes interwoven to form a giant net of light surrounding the human-faced worm. With lightning speed, he dodged the monster's hideous legs and swung his sword to execute devastating slashes. Ye Ning shouted powerfully, pouring all his strength into the decisive strike. "Flip over for me!" A loud explosion rang out, the burst of spiritual energy flinging the massive body of the human-faced worm into the air. The monster screamed miserably as it was knocked down, dust and rocks splashing everywhere in the space. Outside the arena, the atmosphere suddenly fell silent before the shocking scene displayed on the screen. "This!" An awakener widened his eyes, trembling as he exclaimed. "Damn it! Too fast! Can anyone tell me what happened? I only saw Ye Ziming moving very fast, dodging left and right. The human-faced worm suddenly stopped moving, and then suddenly it got flipped over." Manager Hoshino slammed the table and stood up, his face distorted with shock as he roared. "What is the situation?"
Ye Ziming, the human-faced worm isn't motionless for no reason. Its limb joints were all broken by Ye Ziming at extreme speed. If it were me, I wouldn't dare choose such a risky fighting style. The black-clad assassin broke out in a cold sweat, staring at Ye Ning in horror. This kind of combat consciousness, is he a monster? Does he not know nervousness or fear? At the very least, his high Tier 3 speed, instant burst, and controllability are almost comparable to a peak Tier 3. Person in charge Hoshino shouted excitedly while watching the match. This kind of combat consciousness, this kind of technique, this kind of talent, he really is a genius. Another high-ranking official was equally astonished, slamming the table and standing up. The situation is reversed. The situation is reversed, causing the person next to him to remind him. Don't be noisy, focus on watching. In the simulation arena, Ye Ning stood before the motionless monster, causing the audience to silently calculate. The human-faced worm isn't moving now. Isn't this the perfect time to hide? Just wait for 3 minutes. But instead of hiding, Ye Ning erupted with purple spiritual energy surrounding his body, shocking the crowd. Wait, is he... Don't tell me he wants to kill the human-faced worm right here? He dodged the monster's attacks perfectly, making the viewers exclaim, "Oh my god, is Ye Ziming dancing on the blade's edge? How does he do it? He manages to dodge just in time every single time." An awakener stared with trembling eyes as he saw Ye Ning swing his sword. You have to realize, if he gets hit just once, he'll die.
At this rate, it was uncertain whether the human-faced worm would actually be ground to death by him. The audience cheered wildly. It was unbelievable. Truly unbelievable. This was indeed a textbook-level battle. The crowd excitedly raised their fists high and chanted, "Perfect, precise, ruthless. This is the true art of combat." If everyone had combat skills like this, no matter how terrifying the monsters were, they wouldn't be worth mentioning. Faced with such an outstanding performance, General Daito's subordinate reported anxiously, "General, if the human-faced worm is actually killed by Ye Ziming, then young Master Daito." General Daito stared at the screen with sharp, calculating eyes, remaining silent without saying a word. Finally, he gritted his teeth and ordered his subordinate with a tense expression, "Go find the person in charge of the finals. Ask if we can end the match and declare a draw." The subordinate decisively accepted the order. "Yes, General." Manager Hoshino stared at the screen with a worried look, sweating profusely. Huh? With the current situation, how can it be a draw? Doing that would enrage the crowd. He looked up at the other projection screens and silently compared them with disappointment, especially comparing it to the combat situation of the other two. It was truly unbearable to watch.
Currently, the match had been going on for less than 10 seconds, yet Ye Ziming had already entered a white-hot battle. On Teng Longyi's screen, he was still awkward in front of his giant opponent. Teng Longyi was still acting like a clown, making feints to probe. Meanwhile, the general's son wasn't doing any better, constantly dodging. Daizo Kon was even worse, jumping up and down completely like a monkey, basically having not entered combat at all. Returning to Ye Zining's battle, he leaped into the air, swinging his sword to slash out sharp streaks of spiritual energy that tore through the monster's shell. Witnessing Ye Ziming completely dominating, Hoshino screamed in horror. "Are you kidding me?"
Ye Ziming is about to kill the human-faced worm. If we declare the match stop now, will the military have any face left? Caught between two forces, Hazino trembled, calculating a way out. Although it cannot offend the general, I also do not want to be a scapegoat. Fortunately, standing behind Ye Ziming is a cabinet minister plus his superclass talent. To delay the unreasonable order, he decided to put on an act, clutching his throat and starting to foam at the mouth. The only way now is to buy time. Faking an epileptic seizure seems like a decent choice. Hazino collapsed onto the arena floor amidst the astonishment of those around him. Causing a staff member to run over in panic. "Lord Hazino!"
"What is wrong with you, sir? Come here, quickly. Where are the medics?" General Daito angrily slammed the table and stood up, his face grim and full of viciousness. "Insolent, useless trash." Cabinet Prime Minister Lin Senben observed quietly, assessing with calculation. This person in charge of the finals is actually quite smart. Meanwhile, in the arena, Ye Ning sat on the head of the monster, sneering coldly. Looks like it's about time to end this. Instant cross-slash. He swung his sword, creating two intersecting slashes of brilliant blue spiritual energy, causing the human-faced worm to scream in agony. Instant cross-slash. With lightning speed, Ye Ning flipped in midair, continuing to unleash devastating slashes that tore through the monster's body. He dove straight down from above like a blazing shooting star with the move aerial diving stab. Ye Ning shouted powerfully, channeling all his spiritual energy into the decisive strike. Die! A massive explosion resonated, the burst of power engulfing the giant human-faced worm's head amidst thick dust and smoke. Standing tall on the body of the weakly thrashing monster, Ye Ning glanced coldly and assessed silently. Struggling in vain. He channeled raging spiritual energy into his hand, preparing to deal a final finishing blow. Strength conversion. Ye Ning burst with raging spiritual energy, focusing force into the glowing red sword and shouting, "I'll let you struggle to death."
"Borrow power to slash and break for me." With a powerful swing of his sword, he coldly declared, "Final strike," tearing through space. A bright red light covered the entire arena as he unleashed the skill Instant Cross Slash. The sharp sword path cut the human-faced worm's neck in the blink of an eye. He said in a low voice, "Sever head." The giant monster's head separated from its body, falling to the ground amidst the thick smoke and dust. Ye Ning landed steadily. He quietly observed the surroundings and calculated silently. "It's over. I have to create some wounds on my body, so I won't be exposed when I go out." Standing amidst the rubble, looking at the monster's pool of blood, he told himself, "This human-faced worm's blood has a certain corrosive property. I can definitely make use of this." Ye Ning began to execute his disguise plan. He silently chanted, "Completely deactivate defense." He clutched his head and screamed in pain to deceive the monitoring eyes. On the large screen at the arena, a glowing notification appeared. Special space ended. High Tier 3 mutant, human-faced worm deceased, leaving the audience below in shock. The audience below the arena screamed in extreme excitement. He really killed it! A kill beyond his level! Furthermore, suppressing an opponent nearly 2 tiers higher and ending the battle in just 19 seconds, such terrifying efficiency is truly unbelievable. The black-clad assassin stared wide-eyed in horror, giving up all defense to pursue speed and power. He couldn't even withstand the most basic corrosive blood. Too reckless. The chairman of the Shangi Society smiled with satisfaction, clenching his fists in triumph, seeking victory in a perilous situation, decisive killing, truly a model for the new generation. Cabinet Prime Minister Lin Senben also couldn't hide his excitement, his face beaming. "That's right, we really chose correctly. I must hold a grand banquet to celebrate." In contrast to that joy, General Daito lowered his eyes in disappointment, muttering to himself, "All my arrangements were in vain, but I have no choice but to accept it. In the face of absolute talent, there are things that ultimately cannot win." He stood up and turned to leave, coldly ordering his subordinate, "Let's go. It's powerless to turn the tide now. Let's head back." The soldier asked in confusion, "Are you not watching the young master's performance anymore?" General Daito gritted his teeth in contempt. "There's nothing worth watching anymore. In front of Ye Ziming, his performance is no different than trash." In the arena, Ye Ning collapsed amidst the swirl of spiritual energy, screaming in pain to continue the act.
While clutching his face and writhing, he squinted slightly to look around and calculated silently. If acting, one must go all the way. An official rushed over in panic, running and shouting for help. Zemin-kun, how do you feel? Medical team, get up here quickly. The chairman of Shangi Society ran quickly to Ye Ning's side as he knelt down. He whispered, Chairman, I want to rest. The chairman hurriedly replied, Okay, Zemin-kun, you go rest immediately. Prime Minister Lin Senben stood up high and shouted clearly, Everyone, I declare that the #1 Divine Warrior position this time belongs to Ye Zeming.
I believe none of you have any objections, right? The entire audience stood up in unison, cheering wildly. Ye Zeming was truly worthy of this title. The Prime Minister personally went to the stretcher to instruct Ye Ning. Zeming-kun, later I will have someone bring all the rewards to you. After you finish healing, you must participate in the glory ceremony to receive the honor you deserve. Immediately after, he turned to order his assistant. You immediately send a squad of men over there to protect Ye Zeming-kun. The assistant decisively gave a military salute. Understood, my lord. The medical staff giving first aid to Hoshino were suddenly stunned to see him mumbling, Ye Zeming-kun is truly amazing. He only made me fake my illness for 10 seconds. Hoshino jumped up, waving his hands and sighing with relief in front of the bewildered gaze of the rescue staff. Whew, no need for emergency aid anymore. My epilepsy is cured. On other screens, the battle continued, causing Hoshino to secretly compare. Daito-kun and Tanglong-yi are only now starting to chase and toy with each other. Actually, under normal circumstances, the match between these two would be considered spectacular, but now with Ye Zeming as a comparison, these two look like trash no matter how you look at them. 4 minutes later, Daito-kun tiredly leaned on his sword beside the monster's corpse, panting. Uff, finally killed it.
Exit. He wiped his sweat smugly, smiling complacently. This performance of his was truly a super-level display, killing the mutant without suffering any injuries while also being highly aesthetic. After getting out, he would surely receive a warm welcome, believing that his father would definitely be proud of him. Hehe, some people think I relied on my status to be internally designated as the #1 Divine Warrior, but this time it can certainly prove that I inherently am the strongest. This first place is what I deserve. He walked out of the virtual space with a cry of muck, but immediately froze in confusion. Why is no one cheering? Why are everyone's expressions so strange? Is it because my performance was so excellent that everyone is stunned?
Where is my father? Why don't I see him? Daito-kun hurriedly ran over to question Hoshino. Hoshino, sir, I was the first one to walk out. Didn't I win? Why are you all so silent? Hoshino scratched his head, awkwardly replying, Apologies, Sir Daito-kun. Congratulations on achieving 2nd place. Hearing the word 2nd place, Daito-kun's eyes widened, screaming in shock. What? 2nd? Did I mishear you? Hoshino wiped his sweat, timidly explaining. Sir. Just a moment ago, Ye Zemin-kun successfully killed the human-faced worm. The royal young master's jaw dropped in horror, scolding back. Killed? Killed it? Are you kidding me? Hoshino pointed to the projection screen, which still displayed the image of the monster's severed head. He really killed it. He actually killed that monster. Daito-kun collapsed onto the arena floor, his face distorted with jealousy and resentment. Meanwhile, at the office of the Huasha Supreme Commander, the assistant seriously reported, Supreme Commander, the first Divine Warrior Ye Zeming, who was just selected in the Country L War Zone, seems to have strength not inferior to Ye Ning. Do we need to take any measures to react? The Supreme Commander flipped through Ye Zeming's combat record and smiled meaningfully. I know. On par with Ye Ning, you say? That is obvious. They are essentially the same person. The Supreme Commander looked at the report and calmly ordered the assistant, Temporarily do not make any reaction, nor is there a need to deploy any action. Just maintain close attention. The assistant responded blankly. Huh? She continued to report anxiously. But, Supreme Commander, after receiving the news, the group of older generation peak Tier 3 experts chose to have diplomats stand up and express congratulations. The Supreme Commander angrily slammed the table, crumbling the document in his hand. What? They actually dared to make an announcement in the name of the government? Congratulate what? Congratulating that the pressure on the domestic border is getting greater? The female assistant further analyzed the opponent's conspiracy. Supreme Commander, I suspect they did this simply to target Ye Ning.
Or perhaps it could be said that they are targeting us. Their point is probably that there are many geniuses in this world, and among them there is no shortage of those stronger than Ye Ning. He only replied in silence. Oh, is that so? The Supreme Commander gritted his voice, deciding on a new strategy. We will not express our attitude for now, otherwise it will easily allow external forces to take advantage, affecting stability. Go and notify the 1st Aerospace Corps to successively return to the capital, monitoring the movements of the great military regions around the capital. Compared to a national war, a civil war is something that absolutely must be guarded against. The assistant solemnly saluted, accepting the supreme order.
Yes, Supreme Commander. After the subordinate left, the Supreme Commander clasped his hands together, his eyes glinting with a deep coldness. Congratulations.
Ye Ning won the title of Divine Warrior. It is indeed worth celebrating. Just wait and see. Wait until the truth is fully revealed. I want to see if they will go crazy or not. Meanwhile, at the top national hospital of Country L, officials flock to visit Zeming-kun. This is nutritious food personally sent to you by the Prime Minister and the Vice Chairman. Zeming-kun, please recuperate well, and don't forget to participate in the glory ceremony. When you recover, I hope you can come to my residence as a guest. When the room finally became quiet again, Ye Ning lay on the hospital bed and breathed a sigh of relief. Whew, those people visiting and trying to recruit me are finally gone. He jumped out of bed, looked at the pile of gifts, and secretly felt excited. Finally, he could study the rewards a bit. A blinding light burst forth as Ye Ning opened the gift box, and a system notification appeared. Received epic grade weapon, Murakumo sword. Received S-rank sword skill, Amaterasu. Ye Ning tensed with excitement as he saw the mission completion panel. Mission completed, won first place in the Divine Warrior project. Rewards received, skill fusion, 1. Unlock skill slot, 1. That's great, I can add a new skill again. He held the glowing Murakumo sword in his hand and looked at the stats. Murakumo sword, epic grade. Equipment attributes, strength +9, agility +9, willpower +9. Characteristics, equipping in the left hand increases attack speed by 100%. Equipping in the right hand increases bonus damage by 30%. Equipment skills, Batajutsu, Iaigiri, Kamikaze. Ye Ning proudly stood with his hands on his hips, evaluating the treasure. It is indeed a national treasure artifact. It is much sharper than any weapon I have ever seen before.
Although it was also epic grade like the elemental wind blade, its effect was much more lethal. No wonder it had to be rigged internally. If it were me, I wouldn't bear to give it to anyone else either. He quietly observed the sword and calculated silently, just not knowing what the skill was like. The skill detail panel appeared before his eyes. Sword drawing technique. Releases an instant sword chi attack, gaining a 1000% attack range bonus. This attack is guaranteed to deal a critical hit. Effect has a probability of ignoring the enemy's defense and severing limbs. Cooldown, 12 hours. An illustration appeared showing Ye Ning executing the move to chop off a monster's head, and he nodded silently. This move was very suitable for dealing with arthropod mutants like multi-legged worms.
It doesn't consume spiritual energy, but it has a cooldown? This 12-hour cooldown, is it because the skill's effect is extremely powerful? He continued to study the second skill, Saw Combination Slash, instantly unleashing a physical attack that creates a 50% defense-ignoring effect. Upon hitting the target, it causes a tear and has a probability of triggering a dismemberment effect. Once dismemberment is triggered, it ignores the target's regeneration ability, resulting in a sure kill effect. Cooldown time, 1 hour. A bright golden cross slash tearing through a monster's body appeared in his mind. Ye Ning smiled with satisfaction. This dismemberment effect could ignore regeneration, truly a sure kill ultimate technique. The cooldown time was also barely acceptable. Finally, there was the movement support skill, Divine Wind. After activating the skill, enter an untargetable state lasting for 1.5 seconds. During that time, gain a 100% movement speed bonus and ignore obstacles. After the skill ends, the next attack creates a windstorm surge, dealing additional damage to the target. Cooldown time, 30 seconds. Ye Ning was amazed by the practical combat effectiveness of the new skill when seeing the illustration of a white sword path tearing through the ground. 1.5 seconds of being untargetable while moving at high speed, and it can also enhance the next attack.
The cooldown time is also very short. Using it well is no different from a divine skill. He frowned as he read the green text displaying the special effects. The buff added for this war zone was far too limited. I can't stay in the Country L war zone forever anyway. Forget it. Having these 3 skills is enough. Ye Ning gently ran his hand over the jet black sword hilt, his eyes gleaming coldly, even though it wasn't like other types of swords with flashy skills. However, instant burst, armor penetration, high speed, and being unlockable, it was completely tailor-made and designed specifically for him. Standing before the glowing selection panel for equipment A and B on the screen, he pondered deeply. The left-hand equipment increased attack speed, while the right hand increased power. Although the left-hand equipment seemed to offer slightly higher bonuses, if you wanted to pursue a one-hit kill, the right hand was still the better choice. A ding rang out, and the system confirmed his choice with a notification. You have selected the right-hand equipment Murakumo sword, binding complete. Ye Ning raised the sword high. A stream of golden spiritual energy surrounding it filled him with confidence. In the future, when facing large numbers of trash mobs and small fry, I'll just use elemental wind blade to clear the field. Facing peak tier 3 experts, I'll use the Murakumo sword to execute them. Whether it's AoE attacks or single-target combat, I no longer have any weaknesses. His gaze suddenly shifted to the burning purple magic book hovering nearby. Next, let's look at the S-rank sword skill. This is the main course, Amaterasu. Hearing the name, it seems related to mythology. Could it be a phantom summoning skill?
The book opened to the Amaterasu manual, and Ye Ning attentively read every line of the complex effects and skill efficiency. After activating the skill, it enters a 30-second ritual phase, and each subsequent phase requires 10 seconds to upgrade.
During that time, every time a creature is sacrificed, the buff effect after the ritual ends will increase. After the ritual concludes, it enters the God's Descent phase, during which attribute bonuses are continuously received. He crossed his arms and looked at the book with suspicion. This looked quite similar to God's Wrath at first glance. It also required a wind-up time, preparation movements, and sacrifice. Only this 30-second preparation time was a bit too long. The system notification panel began to list the terrifying stages of the skill. Descent Stage 1, all attributes plus 3. After 3 seconds, all attributes plus 6. After 9 seconds, plus 9. Descent Stage 2, increases attack speed, movement speed, and body recovery speed. Descent Stage 3, gain additional spiritual energy reserves, spiritual power reserves, and bonus damage. Descent Stage 4, enhances combat consciousness, reaction, and pain tolerance. Descent Stage 5, opens a domain. Targets with lower attributes will fall into a state of fear. Descent Stage 6, gain divine body, greatly increasing defense and crowd control immunity. Descent Stage 7, gain divine power, greatly increasing destructive power and exhaustion immunity.
Descent Phase 8, summoning the Amaterasu Phantom, becoming a reincarnated demigod, obtaining Tier 4 power, ignoring rules. Ye Ning stared at the new skill description and silently evaluated. Indeed, it was also a summoning type. Although powerful, summoning the Tier 4 form required nearly 2 minutes in total, and it was too complex. This was truly a bit like chicken ribs. He continued reading the glowing blue warning lines on the system screen. Note, after entering the final descent phase, the body will fall into a state of collapse upon completion. Please use with caution. Note is limited to this war zone only. After leaving the war zone range, the skill will automatically end after 10 seconds in Phase 7. Note, after the learner of this skill dies, the skill will automatically drop. Ye Ning crossed his arms in thought, his face showing astonishment. Gosh, the price to pay is truly wicked. Body collapse, isn't that just death? And one cannot leave Warzone L?
Even after death, it can drop for the next person to use. For Warzone R, this is indeed a good card to play. He smirked calculatingly, his eyes scanning the existing skills, although at a glance it overlapped a bit with God's Wrath. But this one, after all, hasn't undergone the Sword God system's enhancement yet. In any case, I have God's Wrath, Final Verdict, and Blood Shadow on me. Betting on one round won't hurt. Making a decisive decision, he reached out and touched the virtual control panel, first fusing the two relatively weaker skills from before, freeing up a skill slot to deal with later. A confirmation notification panel appeared before his eyes. Confirm skill fusion. Current fusion skills. SSS-Rank Swordflow Storm. SSS-Rank Heaven's Fall. After fusion, the original skills will disappear. Please choose carefully. Ye Ning smiled confidently and shouted, "Confirm fusion," causing a stream of pale green spiritual energy to start swirling violently around him. Light exploded furiously as the red and green skill icons collided, creating a massive energy vortex within the hospital room. A powerful new attribute panel appeared. Fusion successful. Current new skill. SSS-Rank Heaven's Fall Windscape. Usage 1, no cost, 12-hour cooldown. Usage 2, consumes 20,000 spiritual energy points, 6,000 spiritual power points, triggers once. Skill effects, defense. After being attacked, automatically opens an omnidirectional Lotus Sword defensive fortress. Attack. After defense ends, automatically flies up to an altitude of 10,000 meters, descends from the sky, creating a sword chi attack range within 3 kilometers, high impact damage. Ye Ning clenched his fist in excitement, his face beaming. This fusion skill is simply too perfect for defense and AoE attacks, directly expanding the 150-meter range of Swordflow Storm to 3,000 meters. Ye Ning reached out to touch the glowing purple magic book, an aura enveloping his body as he announced the learned sword skill. Deep purple streams of light poured from the book, flooding into his eyes and mind, causing Ye Ning to exclaim in surprise. Deep purple light, the feeling is really special. He braced himself to receive the new stream of power, while silently comparing it with previous skills. The God's Wrath skill before had a blood red color, carrying a sense of berserk fury. The Final Verdict, on the other hand, possessed a mysterious and unpredictable black color, carrying a supreme suppressive force. Ye Ning silently observed the purple spiritual energy dancing on his hand and secretly evaluated. So in reality, SSS-Rank sword skills also have a hierarchy. The stronger the skill, the more it represents a certain emotion or state. He turned his back and walked towards the virtual control panel, his mind still pondering endlessly. So what does this purple color represent? Evil God Ritual. Just hearing the name sounds very evil. The detailed attribute panel of the skill shone brightly. Evil God Ritual, SSS-Rank sword skill. Effect, after activation, designate an area as a sacrificial ground. All creatures that die within this area will be automatically sacrificed.
Sacrifice successful. The vitality of the deceased units will be stored within the ritual. Based on the amount of stored vitality, you will receive different levels of evil god power. Ye Ning's eyes widened as he read the most domineering effect line, grinding his teeth in shock. Hiss, it's actually a resurrection ability? This is simply too heaven-defying. He sighed in relief, his face revealing a look of smugness as he realized the value of this treasure. With this skill in hand, why would I even need defense power anymore? Yanning excitedly visualized a scene where he stood amidst a siege of giant monsters. With no cooldown time, as long as the number of dead creatures in the area was sufficient, he could revive hundreds, even thousands of times. I could even hug a nuclear bomb and treat it as a normal attack, blowing up a group, then reviving at will, and then blowing them up again. He raised his fist high with arrogance, a stream of bright red killing intent leaking from his eyes. With this skill in hand, theoretically I don't need to pursue any other skills. As long as my burst power is strong enough to take down the opponent before I die, then I am invincible.
The human wave tactic will be completely ineffective against me, unless some expert can kill me cleanly in a sparsely populated area. Yanning stood by the hospital window, looking down at the guarding army, and thought to himself, I really want to go out and test it right now, but unfortunately there are heavy troops guarding everywhere. He crossed his arms, pondering the price of this new power. All things considered, does this final evil god vessel imply mutual destruction, annihilating all living entities in the area? Isn't that failing to distinguish between friend and foe? Perhaps I should still be careful when using it, otherwise something truly terrifying will happen. Looking out at the night sky bright with city lights, he silently calculated the time. The National War is only a week away. After returning and advancing to High Tier 3, the National War, the Civil War. Just you wait and see. However, before leaving, I should try my best to scavenge some resources. After all, my subordinates will only increase in number. 2 days later at the Shangyu Society headquarters, the chairman sat on the high seat and asked Yanning suspiciously, Ziming-kun, do you mean you need to enter a special secret realm? Is your strength actually closely related to that secret realm? Yanning confidently explained to the chairman, that's right, in there I can exchange specific resources through sacrifice for a rapid increase in strength.
This is a special reward belonging to me alone. I spent a lot of time to clear it. The black-clad assassin standing next to him quickly suggested, currently we need to prepare a spatial ring for you, then bring a large amount of resources into the secret realm. Wait until you become a high tier 3, then next time you can bring people in. Yanning nodded in feigned agreement to lure the opponent. Correct. Although throwing any high-level equipment or props into the altar in the secret realm can grant a buff, it is still best to use rare items that can advance tier 3 attributes. The effect will be much better. Chairman Shanyi rested his chin on his hand in thought, his face revealing a deep calculation. After a moment of consideration, he slammed the table decisively. Good, Ziming-kun, regarding resources, you can rest assured. The chairman smiled promisingly, but didn't forget to add a condition. In 3 days, our Shanyi Society will go all out to mobilize enough resources for you. It's just the candidates accompanying you next time. Yanning continued to persuade. Chairman Shanyi, according to Ziying's seniority, I should call you grandfather. As a grandson-in-law, who I bring along next time will naturally be up to you. Hearing this, Chairman Shanyi laughed triumphantly. Ha ha ha, it seems Ziming-kun really likes that little child Ziying. I feel very relieved and honored. Afterwards, at the Xinjing cabinet meeting room, Yanning sat opposite the ministers to make a new request. The vice chairman of the parliament exclaimed in surprise, Ziming-kun, do you mean you hope the military will provide you with 10,000 sets of standard equipment? Prime Minister Lin Senbren frowned and asked back, regarding the level requirement, in a 7-piece set there must be at least 2 pieces of blue-grade equipment? Yanning calmly replied, that's right. Lin Senbren warned with a stern voice. Ziming-kun, do you know that this amount of equipment is enough to arm an elite Tier 2 army group of 300,000 people? Yanning maintained his firm demeanor and explained, Your Excellency Prime Minister, rest assured, after using this equipment I will return it in full.
The main issue is that the secret realm has a floor with a massive corpse-tied army. I need equipment to arm the NPCs there, otherwise I have no chance of winning. The ministers fell into silence. Lin Senbin worriedly scratched his head in calculation. He broke into a cold sweat and whispered to his colleague, This request is really too much. If by any chance an accident happens and they can't be brought back, what then? With such a huge loss, even we will be held accountable. Yanning quietly observed their expressions, his eyes glinting with a cold, calculating look. It seems they still can't bear to cough up all their capital, huh? Then I'll add more fuel to the fire. To reassure them, Yanning continued his psychological attack. If your excellencies are worried, I can also bring 2 peak Tier 3 experts with me this time. However, the rewards of the secret realm are calculated based on the strength of those who enter. He stood up, boldly affirming the future. Your Excellency Prime Minister, after coming out this time, my strength will be at least high Tier 3. If I have the support of you and the military, becoming a peak Tier 3 will only be a matter of time. I, Ye Ziming, swear on my national honor that in the future I will definitely repay you and the great country L war zone. Hearing this, Lin Senbin immediately waved his hand, his face brightening up considerably. Ziming-kun, you've misunderstood our intentions.
You are the first divine warrior, originally the subject we poured all our efforts into nurturing. If you have needs, we will certainly support you to the end. The vice chairman of the parliament sighed softly, but still tried to arrange things. It's just that 10,000 sets of elite equipment is truly too many. Our influence in the military is limited. Even if we replace them from active units, we estimate we can only gather a maximum of 8,000 sets. Yening lowered his head slightly, revealing a look of concern. Oh my, 8,000 sets will have to barely suffice. At worst, I'll just have to risk my life a bit. However, deep inside he smirked cunningly. It seemed the limit had indeed been reached. Quit while ahead. After all, it was all pure profit anyway. He looked up, smiling as he concluded. Then we set off in 3 days. I'll have to trouble you all to coordinate with united hearts. Lin Senben and the vice chairman raised their hands in farewell, full of expectation. Zeming-kun, rest assured, believe that everything for us will go smoothly. Walking down the corridor, Yening's eyes flashed with a cold, bright red light. 3 days later, time to slip away.
Besides this pile of equipment and resources, I also recruited 2 more peak tier 3s. National War, Civil War, I Ye Ning am coming. 3 figures tore through the gray sky, rushing above the fierce waves of the ocean, heading towards the glowing secret realm on the horizon. Flying amidst the vast ocean, the black-clad assassin asked suspiciously, Zeming-kun, is the special secret realm we are going to located near here? Ye Ning calmly replied, that's right. The other companion was Kui Tian, the Prime Minister's confidant, who gritted his teeth impatiently. Zeming-kun, it seems like you keep leading us in circles over the sea. We are about to reach international waters. How much farther is this secret realm you spoke of?
Ye Ning gave a meaningful smile and glanced back. We're almost there, just ahead in the public waters. Now, could you please turn off your communication systems for a moment? Both peak tier 3 experts paused in midair, falling into a vigilant silence. The black-clad assassin waved his hand to assure Ye Ning, Zeming-kun, our cabinet faction is here to protect you. You can completely trust us. Ye Ning maintained a serious expression, explaining convincingly, it's not that I don't trust you, but the communication devices will affect the magnetic field of the secret realm's entrance, if you believe my words. Hearing this, both of them smiled, operated their virtual screens, and replied, oh, all right then, we naturally trust Zeming-kun. It's turned off. Now only the 3 of us know this location. Ye Ning slightly curled his lips, revealing sharp teeth with a cunning look. That's right, only we know. We're here. This is the place. Immediately, the sea surface below suddenly bubbled and swirled violently, forming a deep abyss that astonished the 2 companions. Is this the entrance to the secret realm? Suddenly, a figure dressed in mysterious priestly robes shot up from the whirlpool with sky-high killing intent, aiming straight for the 2 peak tier 3 experts. Facing the violent whirlpool, Kui Tian shouted in horror, ah, an ambush. Is this force also peak tier 3? Shani Long, protect Ye Zeming well. Leave this one to me. Shani Long hurriedly shielded the front and urged, Zeming-kun, step back, don't get hurt. He pretended to be obedient and replied, oh, okay. The attacker hovered amidst the glowing purple energy vortex, declaring boldly, I am the guardian of the secret realm, Ha Kei-chi, causing Kui Tian to be suspicious. Looking at this outfit, is he a foreign powerhouse? Kui Tian swung his giant golden axe and rushed forward, his face full of ferocity as he cursed. What kind of rubbish guardian is this?
It is most likely that they are bandits wanting to snatch the secret realm. Let's see if this old man won't chop you to death. Hakechi calmly waved his hand, creating rolling tsunamis with raging waves flooding the sky. Kui Tian used his shield to block, roaring arrogantly as he split the waves in 2. You want to do something to me relying on just this bit of foam? Esoteric art, sea severing. Hakechi sneered coldly, his hands gathering purple lightning. Who told you my attacks were only big waves? Thunder Light Illusion Prison. Bolts of lightning struck straight down onto the water surface, causing Kui Tian to scream in panic amidst the encirclement of electric light. Ah, it's actually the lightning type? To resist the deadly electric cage, he hurriedly activated his ultimate defensive skill, creating a bright golden screen surrounding him. Heaven propping net defense. Boom, boom, loud explosions tore through the space as the lightning slammed violently into Kui Tian's defense. Kui Tian gritted his teeth to hold on amidst the blinding flashes, his face distorted by the pressure. Ah, this lightning bolt even comes with a spiritual attack? Could it be the dual willpower and agility type? He roared helplessly upon realizing his weakness. Damn it, I only excel at close-quarters physical combat. I'm not suited to face a long-range magic type. Kui Tian shouted loudly to call for help from his teammate. Shan Yilong, you have to be the one to deal with this guy.
Shan Yilong responded decisively. Zeming-kun, I will go replace Kui Tian-kun. You should try to step back a bit. Ye Ning pretended to nod obediently, but a cruel, calculating glint flashed in his eyes. Oh, just go with peace of mind. Then he stole a glance at Kui Tian, who was being pinned down. Kui Tian, I'm coming. As soon as Shan Yilong rushed off, Ye Ning immediately unleashed a crimson killing intent that enveloped his body. He sneered coldly. Blood Shadow full release. A massive crimson slash like a blood petal tore through space and descended straight onto Shan Yilong's position. Shan Yilong was shocked to sense the terrifying energy from behind. His eyes widened in horror. Wait, this spiritual energy fluctuation behind me? Is there another peak tier 3 ambushing us? He turned his head and was horrified to realize that the attacker was none other than Zeming-kun, whom he had been protecting. He gaped, gasping. Huh? This is Not giving his opponent a chance to react, Ye Ning rushed forward like a violent tornado, coldly executing the divine skill, kamikaze. A thud rang out as the flaming sword pierced through Shen Yulong's chest. Black blood splattered everywhere, and he could only utter a painful groan, before collapsing. Kui Tan clutched his chest and backed away, his face filled with horror and unwillingness. Why? Why is it you?
This sword strike is fundamentally not something an intermediate tier 3 could unleash. You are not Yi Ming. Who exactly are you? Why? Ye Ning curled his lips slightly, looking coldly at his dying opponent. Don't rush. You'll know who I am soon enough. Not giving the other one a chance to recover, he immediately turned and swung his sword, unleashing the skill, Blood Shadow Sword Drawing Slash. A massive, bright red stream of sword chi, looking as if it wanted to split the sky in two, rushed forward with the move Esoteric Art, Divine Concealment. The attack passed through, but the target had vanished. Ye Ning paused, looking into the empty space in astonishment. Disappeared? Sure enough, it's a teleportation-type ability. He quickly flashed to Kui Tian's location to rescue him. Esoteric Art, Extreme Cold. He slashed heavily towards Hakachi, causing him to scream in pain.
Ah! Ah!
Hakachi turned back with a furious expression. Ye Ning gritted his teeth, red killing intent leaking from his eyes as he saw the opponent ignoring him. Ice type? Want to bypass me to deal with Hakachi? That won't happen. Shan Yulong roared madly, unleashing an ultimate move that covered the entire sea area to rescue Kui Tian. Esoteric Art, Ice Age. The ocean waves froze. Kui Tian, shocked to realize the crowd control effect had been dispelled, howled in relief. The lightning effect has been removed. Right at that moment, Ye Ning rushed over. He screamed furiously at Ye Ning. You reprehendable traitor. I, Kui Tian, will represent the cabinet to destroy you. Ye Ning did not flinch. He coldly sheathed his sword, and then suddenly unleashed the skill, Blood Shadow EI Slash. At the same time, Kui Tian also braced himself to activate his defense. Divine Shield, Heavenly Fortress.
Bright red sword paths tore through space, colliding violently with Kui Tian's golden shield, creating an earth-shattering spiritual energy explosion amidst the open sea. Ye Ning closed in on his opponent in the blink of an eye, his killing intent soaring to the heavens as he curled his lips in disdain. You think you are worthy just by relying on yourself? His sword path directly sliced through the defensive layer, slashing straight into Kui Tian's body, causing him to vomit blood and fly backward. Cuff, cuff. Seizing the opportunity, Ye Ning poured all his crimson spiritual energy into a decisive strike, a phantom of a giant war god appearing behind him. Final verdict. Kui Tian trembled in shock amidst the crimson sea, screaming in despair. Huh? What kind of monstrous move is this again?
The pressure was terrifying, feeling as if he couldn't move an inch. No, if he didn't risk his life, he would surely die. In a desperate situation, Kui Tian poured all his remaining spiritual power to erupt into his strongest state. A giant golden war god surrounded his body, burning his divine soul. Spiritual energy erupted, and he swung the giant golden axe down with the force to split mountains and break rocks. Esoteric Art, Heaven Opening, Earth Splitting. Ye Ning roared with power, ordering the war god phantom to begin a crushing attack. Judgment start. A stream of crimson killing intent enveloped the entire space. Kui Tian swung the giant golden axe to counterattack, but Ye Ning's sword path was too fast and strong, directly knocking away his attack in an earth-shattering explosion of spiritual energy. The golden axe shattered, Kui Tian vomited blood and was flung far away, screaming in despair as he realized the gap in strength was too great. Ye Ning landed steadily. He coldly pointed the glowing red sword at his opponent lying gasping on the ground and offered a final choice, surrender or die. Facing the sharp sword tip right at his forehead, Kui Tian trembled with fear, opening his mouth wide to scream to save his life. I submit, I submit. Ye Ning smiled slightly with calculation. The cross-shaped mark glowing on his forehead began to spread a mysterious pale green spiritual energy, strange devil transformation. Meanwhile, in the distance, Hakachi was flustered as he was completely suppressed. He screamed for help. Master, save me! His ability counters mine! Ye Ning silently glanced at the remaining one, secretly ordering the Final Verdict skill to switch targets. There's still one left. Final Verdict forcibly locks on. Let's see how you can use Divine Concealment teleportation now.